Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Let's first do a quick recap of the previous episode. Suyu, a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary talent, found himself trapped in a vortex of memories due to an unexpected accident. At Tianyuan number 8 high school, he was mistakenly perceived as underperforming in both academic and martial arts classes. Little did anyone know that he was quietly sorting through 2 sets of memories and building his strength in secret. By chance, he awakened the omniscient compendium system, which marked the beginning of his journey to rise above his circumstances. This system not only rewarded him for collecting various entries, but also provided him with power in times of crisis. In his class, Suyu was misunderstood by the class monitor, Zhang Shizheng, who accused him of being a burden. However, Suyu remained unfazed. With the help of Song Qinghuan, their relationship became closer, especially as the school-wide exams approached. Suyu's golden finger, the omniscient compendium system, allowed him to shine in martial arts classes and even achieve remarkable results in the citywide exams. Later, under the guidance of his homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong, Suyu participated in a wilderness trial, showcasing his deep understanding of tactics and impressive personal strength. He not only saved his classmates during the trial, but also completed tasks deemed impossible by many, earning the respect of everyone. Recommended by Professor Zhuge Yun, Suyu and Song Qinghuan joined the 4-school joint training camp, a competitive arena for geniuses nationwide. There, Suyu demonstrated his tactical genius and martial prowess. He led a team that was initially considered the underdog, turning them into the dark horse of the leaderboard and silencing all doubters. During the final Beast Horde assessment, Suyu led a group of top talents in a staunch defense of Watchtower City, showcasing not only his breakthroughs in personal strength, but also his exceptional leadership and strategic planning abilities. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed it and are excited for today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in the story and are tuning in for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the storyline of part 2. In the audience, Su Yin-chung, Wu Lin-lin, and others widened their eyes, staring intently at the arena. The moment Suyu defeated Gao Shi, Su Yin-chung jumped to his feet, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. He recalled the scene where he was defeated by Gao Shi using the 5th level of the Ninefold Strike. And now, Suyu had defeated Gao Shi, who was using the 6th level, Hedon. Su Yin-chung shivered at the thought. If he were to face Suyu, he feared his fate would be as miserable as that of Bu Shiming. Clenching his fists, he remained silent. Once hailed as a prodigy among his peers, he suddenly realized the vast gap between himself and a true genius. At that moment, he felt unworthy of being Suyu's opponent. The halo of genius he had always prided himself on shattered in an instant. Su Yin-chung wasn't the only one. The other prodigies were also shaken to their cores. The closer they got to Suyu, the more they felt his overwhelming strength. To those ranked outside the top 10, Suyu was just a more powerful genius than Gao Shi. But to Su Yin-chung and his peers, if Gao Shi was a small hill to climb over, then Suyu was a towering mountain standing in their way. When Gao Shi stepped down from the arena, his teammates immediately surrounded him. They wanted to comfort him but didn't know where to start. Gao Shi waved them off nonchalantly and said, "I lost fair and square." He turned to look at Suyu, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented fighting spirit. He craved victory. For the first time, he felt such a strong desire to win. He had lost to Suyu this time, but next time, or the time after that, he vowed to win. On the arena, Suyu, whose vitality had instantly recovered, indicated to Wei Yikuan that he didn't need a break. Wei Yikuan nodded in agreement, and the arena began to merge. Soon, only one arena remained in the battle hall, floating in midair like a small island. The audience buzzed with discussions. Someone worriedly said, "The arena has doubled in size. This isn't good for Suyu." Really? Is Hao Jiming going to win by running around again? You're overthinking it. Suyu doesn't need to absorb Hao Jiming's vitality. He just needs to keep him within 10 meters. That's still stalling for time. If Hao Jiming doesn't attack, he can win. No matter how strong Suyu's mental strength is, it will eventually run out. Honestly, if Hao Jiming's ability wasn't space teleportation, Suyu's raw strength would definitely be number 1. But space teleportation is too tricky. He just needs to keep running. Don't worry. Remember, Suyu has his elusive footwork. He might not even need his abilities. He can wait for Hao Jiming to strike first. If he dodges once, Hao Jiming won't stand a chance. The final match is going to be interesting. Their victory will hinge on a single moment. But overall, Hao Jiming seems to have the upper hand. As long as he stays put, Suyu has to stay on guard. There's no helping it. Space teleportation is a god-tier ability. If I had it, I'd be in the top 3 too. Yeah, right. Even before the final match began, everyone was analyzing the situation. Song Qinghuan's palms were sweaty. Just as everyone said, space teleportation was nearly unbeatable. On such a vast arena, she couldn't imagine how Suyu would respond. Beside her, Xiao Qiao had her eyes closed, muttering something under her breath. Song Qing Huan could only vaguely hear words like ability nullification and counterattack. On the arena, Hao Jiming's expression was unusually serious. His thoughts aligned with the audience's analysis. The outcome would be decided in an instant. Suyu's power was even more terrifying than Gao Shi's ninefold strike. If Suyu landed a single hit on him like he did on Gao Shi, he would instantly be out of the fight. So, the moment Wei Yikuan officially announced the start of the match, Hao Jiming immediately used space teleportation to move to the edge of the arena. He didn't care what others thought. As long as he could win, it didn't matter if he hid for the entire match. At the other end of the arena, Suyu watched as Hao Jiming distanced himself and couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he activated his ability, his eyes glowing blue. Instantly, a cold wind swept across the arena, centered on him. Half of the arena was frozen in ice, and the ice continued to spread. In the audience, many were stunned. Someone puzzledly said, "Does Suyu intend to freeze the entire arena? What's the point? Even if he can sense Hao Jiming's position, it's useless. Unless his speed matches Hao Jiming's teleportation, he's just wasting his mental strength. Once it's depleted, Hao Jiming can win easily." Sigh. It seems Suyu is underestimating his opponent. I heard he hasn't participated in many arena matches before, so he might lack experience. That shouldn't be the case. Even without experience, he has Gao Shi's example to learn from. Many prodigies expressed their confusion. On the other side of the audience, Cheng Yong laughed and said, "Underestimating? Anyone could make that mistake, but Suyu is the least likely to." Zhuge Yun nodded in agreement. Exactly. A strategist underestimating their opponent would be a grave error. If this kid makes such a mistake, he has no business being a strategist. Cheng Yong's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "You old men are quite proud, aren't you? Who was it just now, worried about losing their apprentice?" On the stage, Hao Jiming was equally puzzled by Suyu's decision to freeze the platform. However, when the ice crystals reached his feet, a flash of panic appeared in his eyes. Suyu walked towards him slowly, spear in hand, his steps steady. In the audience, the crowd began to grow restless. "What the heck is Suyu doing?" someone shouted. "He should make a move before his mental energy runs out." Another person chimed in, "He can't seriously think he can finish this in 10 minutes like he did with the frozen lookout, can he? Hao Jiming just needs to dodge for 10 minutes. It won't be a glorious win, but Suyu won't have a chance." The crowd was eager to jump in and help Suyu attack Hao Jiming. Gao Shi narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Something's off." Before Wu Jianqin and the others could ask what he meant, the situation on the platform changed dramatically. Hao Jiming suddenly charged forward, sword in hand, launching a fierce attack on Suyu. The audience was stunned, their eyes wide. "What on earth is going on?" someone exclaimed. "Is Suyu underestimating his opponent, or has Hao Jiming gone mad?" Hao Jiming unleashed his full strength, attacking Suyu with 7 strikes aimed at his limbs, head, chest, and groin. Each strike was his strongest, hoping Suyu would at least take one hit. Abandoning defense, he went all out. The audience below was still in shock. No one could understand why the seemingly invincible Hao Jiming would launch a suicidal attack. Amidst the confusion, Wu Linlin's voice rang out. Maybe Suyu's ice field has sealed off his spatial teleportation. Her words brought an immediate hush over the crowd. On the stage, faced with the 7 strikes targeting his limbs and vital points, Suyu quickly retreated. Layers of ice shields appeared between him and Hao Jiming. The 7 strikes broke through layer after layer, but just as they were about to reach Suyu, he twirled his spear and deflected all 7. Hao Jiming, having expended most of his energy, showed a look of resignation. He realized that if Suyu could withstand Gao Shi's ninefold strike, there was no need to dodge his 7. Without his abilities, he was no match for Suyu. The disappointment on his face was evident, but he didn't give up. Suyu's spear struck, and Hao Jiming tried to dodge, but the spear was too fast and powerful. He could only hold his sword in a desperate block. After the first strike, his hands went numb, and the second left a red mark on his throat. Knowing he had lost, Hao Jiming sheathed his sword. The audience remained silent, understanding Wu Linlin's point. Suyu's ice field had indeed sealed the entire platform. After a moment, someone broke the silence. "Do you think Suyu could have frozen Hao Jiming directly?" Though no one answered, the shock on their faces deepened. As Hao Jiming stepped off the platform, he glanced back at Suyu, still standing. He was certain that Suyu could have frozen him if he wanted to. Nearby, Gao Shi, Suyin, Wu Linlin, and others also looked up at Suyu, the man who had climbed to the finals without a single injury, despite being initially ranked last. On the high platform, several principals exchanged smiles. From the beginning, they believed Suyu would be the champion of this tournament. With an SS-level ability and mental strength approaching a mid-level warrior, his abilities alone were enough to dominate the competition. Wang Chuandao chuckled. "Things will get interesting once he starts university," Chu Yiqing praised. "This kid is something else." Among all the geniuses we've seen, he's the most versatile, with no weaknesses, Ping Wanwen said. I wasn't sure about him taking the path of invincibility at the same level, but now it seems he's perfect for it. Behind them, Feng Wan added, Principal, I think he'd be invincible at the same level even without that path. The principals laughed. Wang Chuandao looked at Suyu with anticipation. Perhaps his invincibility at the same level will extend across all races. This statement made the principals serious. Ping Wanwen said solemnly, if he can truly achieve that, I would gladly be his protector. On the platform, Suyu noticed the sudden disappearance of several big shots and became anxious. Wei Yikuan appeared next to him, teasing, what's wrong? Want to take a photo with the seniors? Suyu grinned sheepishly. Why not? Wei Yikuan was at a loss for words. It's not that you can't, but you might not be able to handle it yet. When you're stronger, you'll have plenty of opportunities. Suyu remained silent, thinking, I shouldn't have let them think this was just an ability. He shouted, Minister, Principal, come back. I can handle it. The tournament concluded, and Suyu returned to the audience with all eyes on him. The war hall was bustling with people preparing for the awards ceremony of the four-school joint training camp. The 30 participants from the 6 eliminated teams also entered the hall, looking around curiously and filled with envy. Who won the tournament? This question echoed among the newcomers. When they learned it was Suyu, they couldn't believe it and began discussing in disbelief. How is that possible? How Jiming can teleport, and Gao she can absorb energy. Weren't they supposed to be unbeatable? Faced with these doubts, the people present could only respond with complex expressions. True invincibility was beyond their comprehension. Suyu returned to his seat and was surprised to find Lin Yin in a strange, kneeling position. Fuyu handed him a blade of grass, explaining it was produced during the battle between Wu Linlin and Su Yinqing. Suyu instantly understood the situation and felt both amused and perplexed about how to handle the awkward scene. At that moment, Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yong approached. The four of them immediately bowed. Zhuge Yun placed his hand on Lin Yan's head and explained. He triggered his brain self-protection mechanism. If he hadn't passed out, he might have damaged his brain. He pointed to his own head and warned seriously, when using abilities, never push yourself when your mental strength is depleted. It can lead to brain damage, mental disorders, or worse. He gave a meaningful smile. Everyone quickly took his words to heart. Just then, Lin Yin opened his eyes. He looked at Suyu in confusion. Suyu, have you been eliminated? Suyu raised an eyebrow, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yin then realized he was kneeling and felt sore all over. Suyu urged, get up and move around. We're going on stage to receive our awards soon, and I don't want people thinking we have a cripple on our team. Awards? The tournament is over? Lin Yan's eyes widened. Xiao Qiao laughed and explained. The person standing in front of you is the champion of this year's tournament. Wow, I missed it all. Lin Yin wailed, causing everyone to burst into laughter. With the awards ceremony ready, Wei Yikuan announced the start. Music played, and a red carpet was rolled out. Suyu and the others looked at the grand setup in bewilderment. The 4 university admissions directors appeared as award presenters, drawing rounds of applause. Suyu looked at the impressive lineup and sighed deeply. Zhuge Yun remarked calmly, what's wrong? Are you not pleased that 4 grandmasters are presenting you with an award? Suyu immediately beamed. I'm thrilled. Of course, I'm thrilled. Teacher, I've won 2 first places. Can I take a photo with the teachers? Zhuge Yun glanced at him. You can ask them yourself. I don't know. But Minister Wang did have a message for you. What message? Suyu's eyes sparkled. He said that if you become the top scorer in the college entrance exam and win the martial arts competition in your first year at university, you can take photos with any grandmaster of the human race as you wish. He even said he'd take you to photograph the grandmasters of other races if you wanted. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, Minister Wang Chuan was dumbfounded. When did I ever say that? Back in the war hall, Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Teacher, is this true? Zhuge Yun sat there with an air of calm, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Suyu looked at him, puzzled, waiting for further explanation. Minister Wang is a martial arts legend. Do you think he would lie to you? Zhuge Yun said lightly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Suyu suddenly understood and nodded solemnly. I was being presumptuous. Zhuge Yun chuckled and continued. Don't think that the martial arts competition at Wuda is as simple as the 4 schools training camp. In the academies now, there are prodigies who can battle top-tier masters. Do you think you'll have the ability to fight top-tier masters in a year? Suyu's expression turned serious. He knew that this world was never short of geniuses. Recalling his struggle to defeat even ordinary beasts just a month ago, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Suddenly, Suyu grinned, showing his white teeth. Teacher, do we strategists have a similar competition? Zhuge Yun glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, the directors on the awards stage heard every word Zhuge Yun said. They couldn't help but marvel at how highly Minister Wang regarded Suyu, believing he could become the champion of the next Wuda competition in a year. Typically, freshmen considered it an honor just to rank in the top 300. The director's gazes fell on Suyu, realizing that agreeing to Zhuge Yun's conditions wasn't such a big deal after all. After all, talents like Suyu are highly sought after, and they had the advantage of getting in early. The award ceremony officially began. First, the team awards were given, starting from the 20th place, with each team receiving corresponding rewards. The team in 20th place walked up to receive their award, each member wishing they could wear a mask to hide their embarrassment of being the last. Members of Suyu's team watched this scene, and Xiao Xiao sighed with relief. Captain, it's a good thing we have you. Otherwise, we'd be the ones embarrassed right now. They recalled the days when they were considered the worst, now standing as the envy of everyone as the first place team. The reward for the 20th place was 100 university points per person, a rare grade 4 blood crystal, a chance to choose a low-level martial art, and an opportunity to enter the martial arts hall. The generous rewards kept the team smiling throughout their walk on the red carpet. Next came the 19th place, 18th place, and so on. Apart from an additional 100 points, the rewards were similar. At the 15th place, the grade 4 blood crystal was upgraded to grade 5. As a dividing line in the rewards, the 15th place team wasn't too happy because the 14th place team not only had a grade 5 blood crystal, but also 1,000 more points. Those who had been eliminated earlier watched the 14th place team with envy. They regretted not being able to earn those extra 1,000 points, which could be exchanged for a top-tier clever spiritual tool. Their feelings were a mix of regret, envy, and heartache. After receiving their awards, most teams looked gratefully at Suyu's team. Everyone knew that without Suyu, they wouldn't have received the additional points. Even top contenders like Gao Shi and Hao Jiming nodded slightly towards Suyu, acknowledging his impact on their scores and the favor they owed him. Even the 4 directors from the admissions office had to keep this favor in mind. If the other 13 teams only received second-place rewards, the situation would be very different. The team awards were nearing their end, with only the first place remaining. Suyu's team stood up, drawing everyone's attention. Suyu led the way with the other 4 following behind. Look at them. Now that's walking the red carpet. We were just suffering, said the captain of the last place team enviously. Beside him, Penguin remarked, see, that's the aura of the first place. When we met them before, I knew they were at least in the top 3. On the other side, Shiman Bushue excitedly told those around him, look, it's Suyu. He's my brother. I gave him that overlord's spear. On the red carpet, Lin Yin basked in the admiring gazes, Xiao Xiao's pigtails bouncing in excitement. Even the usually stoic Fuyu showed a hint of excitement. Song Qinghuan smiled gently, her eyes fixed on the confident boy in front of her. The 5 who were once ranked at the bottom now stood on the highest podium. Cheng Yong recalled what Suyu had said before the training camp and couldn't help but laugh, filled with emotion. The awards ceremony officially began. 4 grade 7 blood crystals were presented in emerald crystal boxes to Song Qinghuan and the others. Wei Yikuan stepped forward with an 8th grade blood crystal, and the audience's eyes were glued to the fiery red crystal in the box. First place, you deserve it, Wei Yikuan said with a smile, placing the crystal box in Suyu's hands. Suyu carefully gazed at the blood crystal within the larger crystal, noticing what seemed to be a feather floating up and down inside, mysterious and eerie. Wei Yikuan smiled slightly and explained, this blood crystal comes from the 8th-ranked beast, the Sky Feather King. Its feathers are as sharp as ancient divine weapons. It is said that the Sky Feather King has awakened some of the Phoenix bloodline. If you can absorb some of it during your body refinement, it will be a tremendous opportunity. Suyu withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. I must thank Instructor Wei for stopping me from breaking through to a warrior earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take advantage of this opportunity. Wei Yikuan nodded in satisfaction, about to offer some encouragement, when Suyu asked, Instructor, when can we get the 5 grade spiritual artifacts? Wei Yikuan's expression froze, and he turned to leave, swallowing all the words of encouragement he had prepared. Though the audience couldn't hear their conversation, Zhuge Yun was amused, thinking that this young man had a bit of his own flair back in the day, grateful when he should be, and unreserved when taking what was due. He couldn't help but wonder if Suyu were to become a military leader in the future, other commanders would likely find him quite a handful. On the podium, after the most precious blood crystal was awarded, the next prizes were 5,000 plus 1,000 academic credits, a chance to choose an advanced martial art, and 3 opportunities to enter the Enlightenment Hall for martial arts comprehension. The 6,000 credits were directly transferred to the 5 individuals' personal accounts, and they could use these credits immediately. Whether in educational institutions or any university in the future, these credits were universally accepted. The opportunities to choose advanced martial arts and to enter the Enlightenment Hall were symbolized by 2 large plaques, which could be exchanged after the awards ceremony. After receiving these rewards, the group was about to step down when Wei Yikuan called out to them. Wait. Wei Yikuan said loudly, The promised compensation is also being given to you now. So you won't deny it later and come looking for me again. This statement left the audience puzzled and exchanging glances. More rewards after the main ones? What was going on? Dangji stepped forward to explain. Earlier in the small wilderness, Suyu attempted to break through to a warrior, but we stopped him. This broke the rules, so we promised each member of Suyu's team a crade spiritual artifact. Several other instructors silently added a series of clauses in their minds. As soon as the words were out, the crowd was in an uproar. Wu Linlin gazed at the young man on stage with her beautiful eyes, unable to imagine what the competition would have been like if he had broken through to a warrior in the wilderness. He may let out a long sigh, feeling defeated, recalling her actions and thoughts in the wilderness, now finding them both laughable and shameful, realizing her arrogance and disdain. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming exchanged a glance, a look of helplessness in their eyes. Despite this, they were more determined than ever to quickly step into the warrior realm. Although they hadn't yet officially entered the warrior path, the future was still uncertain, and both of their eyes were filled with a fighting spirit unwilling to concede. 5 metal scrolls were handed to the 5 individuals. Wei Ikuan placed a scroll in Suyu's hand, saying, I know you have the Overlord's spear and are skilled with the sword, so I prepared a long cloud sword for you. Suyu curiously asked, Instructor, can I ask why it's always you giving me the awards? Wei Ikuan raised an eyebrow and replied, because I am the most impartial. Suyu suddenly understood, thinking it was good, as it meant more opportunities to fight for his rights. When those inviting him to enroll came knocking, he wondered what expression his father would have. After receiving their awards, the group stepped down from the stage with their prizes. Zhuge teased, why not take a group photo to commemorate this? Suyu's eyes lit up. You truly understand me, Teacher Zhuge. Then, he raised his hands helplessly. I would, but my hands are full. The students nearby looked at his prizes with envy. Suyu moved closer and asked, Teacher, will there be a chance to take a photo later? Zhuge Yun was momentarily stunned, his expression suggesting, we're not that close, are we? Ignoring Zhuge Yun's reaction, Suyu continued, Teacher, as the youngest tactical master, you must know many strong individuals. Zhuge Yun coughed a few times, suddenly not wanting to engage with this glib-tongued kid. But the social prince of Ping'an community remained undeterred, as enthusiastic as ever. Teacher, which days of the week do you think would be best for me to attend tactical classes if I decide to minor in it? Suyu asked, his eyes shining with curiosity. He added, if I have the free time, I'd love to go every day. But if my martial arts schedule gets too hectic, I hope you can understand my predicament. Just as he finished speaking, Zhuge Yun suddenly began to cough violently, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet classroom. Standing nearby, Cheng Yong's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. He thought to himself, good lad, he's definitely my student. It only took a few words to stump Zhuge Yun. Suyu's gaze involuntarily shifted to Zhuge Yun. Ever since he saw Qiao Qiao and the others perform on the field that day, he had already made up his mind about this teacher. The scene abruptly shifted to the arena, where the awards ceremony for the team competition had just concluded, followed by the highly anticipated individual matches. This time, the award ceremony was different from previous ones. In addition to the top 10, all other participants were invited on stage. Each received generous rewards, a 6th grade blood crystal, a piece of grade spirit armor, and 1,000 academic credits. Standing below the stage, Suyu watched the scene of dozens of contestants holding their blood crystals and couldn't help but remark, at first glance, blood crystals don't seem that rare anymore. Zhuge Yun stood beside Suyu and calmly explained, to be able to distribute so many blood crystals each year as rewards, you can imagine how many exotic beasts still threaten our people on Blue Star. A single 6th grade beast leading a group of lesser beasts could easily destroy a small town. Hearing this, Suyu's expression immediately turned serious. He recalled his previous experiences facing beast tides in the wilderness and thought of the warriors who bravely fought in Lookout City. In that moment, his understanding of the beast threat deepened. Noticing the change in Suyu's demeanor, Zhuge Yun was about to offer some comforting words to this young man just beginning to confront the harsh realities. But Suyu spoke first. Right now, they are a threat, but perhaps in the future, we might find that there aren't enough exotic beasts for us. Hearing this, Zhuge Yun's smile grew even brighter. He thought to himself, turning all the exotic races into our food supply? Recalling Su Ye's previous mention of his martial aspirations, Zhuge Yun's eyes were filled with anticipation. At that moment, the awards ceremony for Lin Yin and the others was nearing its end. Wei Ikuan began announcing the top 10 names of the competition. When Song Qinghuan's name was called, she stood up, turned to Suyu, and shouted, Suyu, I'll be waiting for you up there. The top 10 names were called one by one. As Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and others went up to receive their awards, they drew envious and admiring glances from the audience. When Wei Ikuan finally called out Suyu's name, the entire hall fell silent. Suyu rose slowly, and all the prodigies below stood up in unison. Everyone watched him walk towards the stage, filled with awe. Just 7 days ago, Suyu was seen as a tactical genius who had gotten in through connections. Now, he had proven himself by winning first place in both the team hunting and individual competitions, making him the undisputed strongest of this training camp and the one everyone aspired to surpass. Someone started clapping, and soon the applause spread like a wave. The audience and those on the stage alike cheered for Suyu, showing their heartfelt admiration. Chung Yong watched Suyu, who had once boldly claimed he would take first place, now winning over the prodigies step by step. His eyes were full of pride. He said with a smile, "For us tacticians, gaining the respect of prodigies is one of the hardest things to achieve. But for Suyu, it's a piece of cake." Zhuge Yun nodded slightly and added, "This is respect earned through strength. This kid still needs to earn their intellectual respect to be a truly qualified tactician." Chung Yong looked up at the sky, too lazy to engage with the arrogant Zhuge Yun. Meanwhile, Suyu ascended the stage amidst applause. He looked around at the prodigies, knowing this was just the beginning. In the near future, he aimed to make the whole world cheer for him, to make beasts and foreign races bow before him. Usually wearing a bright smile, Suyu now looked as spirited as a general ready to conquer all. The young girls below watched him with admiration, but Suyu's gaze was fixed only on Song Qinghuan, whose eyes sparkled like the moon. They exchanged a knowing smile, their mutual understanding needing no words. Standing on the stage, Suyu received his award from the Grandmasters. The participants who did not make it to the top 4 each received a 7th grade blood crystal, 3,000 academic credits, and a Clevel spirit armor. Those who ranked from 4th to 2nd received an additional 1,000 credits and a blood red pattern on their Clevel armor. After the 9 winners had received their awards, it was finally Suyu's turn. Wei Ikuan announced loudly, "First place, Suyu. Awarded 1 8th grade blood crystal, a Blevel spirit armor, and 5,000 academic credits." The 4 admissions officers presented the awards to Suyu together. Deng Ji handed Suyu a silver bracelet and said with a smile, "Suyu, you can try on the spirit armor now?" Suyu nodded, took the bracelet, and injected his chi and blood into it like activating a spiritual artifact. Instantly, the bracelet expanded and transformed into a full set of silver armor covering his body. With a thought, the armor turned black and gold. Tianyuan explained, "This Blevel spirit armor can withstand a full force attack from a high-level warrior." Suyu nodded in thanks. "Thank you, teachers." Feng Wan laughed, "No need to thank us. You earned it yourself." After the awards ceremony, all the students gathered below the stage. Wei Ikuan scanned the crowd and said earnestly, "Remember, the 4 schools training camp is just the beginning of your martial journey. Today's rankings only represent the past. The future is still undecided. Those who ranked low should not be discouraged, and those who ranked high should not be complacent. In the upcoming college entrance exams, some of you will surpass today's top performers." As soon as Wei Ikuan finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Suyu. Clearly, he was now the target everyone wanted to surpass. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and others looked especially determined, as if saying, "We may have lost to Suyu this time, but in the college entrance exams, we will catch up no matter what. At the very least, we want to make him feel some pressure." After Wei Ikuan's speech, the 4 admissions officers took the stage to promote the early admission program, bypassing the college entrance exams. This again drew the prodigy's attention to Suyu. Seeing him unmoved, they made up their minds. Some decided to challenge the exams again, while others prepared for early admission. Wei Ikuan announced the end of the training camp. Admissions officers from various schools immediately approached the prodigies with flyers. But Suyu was different. He walked towards the 4 admissions officers with a camera in hand, grinning. "Hey, Instructor Wei. Instructor Wei. Don't leave, stay for a photo too," Suyu called out. Wei Ikuan stopped, gave Suyu a long look, and reluctantly joined the other 4. Suyu aimed the camera at them, muttering, "You teachers must be too busy with the training camp to take any photos. Let me take a few for you today." The 4 admissions officers smiled and cooperated, while Wei Ikuan remained expressionless, feeling out of place. He belonged to the education department and didn't need to recruit Suyu. As Suyu prepared to take the photo, he frowned slightly. The system notification read, "High-level human image detected. High probability of skill reward, high-dimensional attribute. Small probability of martial arts reward. No superpowers again?" Suyu thought, one person without is a coincidence, but all 5 without suggests something is wrong. The Grandmasters noticed Suyu frowning and laughed. Dengji teased, "Suyu, are you finding nothing worth photographing? Maybe you shouldn't waste your time." Before she finished, Suyu snapped away, using up all his film. In his mind, the system notifications rang out. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring skill. Master Cyclist, congratulations, host, for acquiring skill. Beginner egg fried rice. Detected duplicate skill. Beginner egg fried rice. Upgraded to intermediate. Congratulations, host, for acquiring skill. Proficient fist techniques. Congratulations, host, for acquiring skill. Proficient spear techniques. Detected duplicate skill. Proficient spear techniques, upgraded to master. Congratulations, host, for acquiring skill. Proficient sword techniques. Detected duplicate skill. Proficient sword techniques, upgraded to master. A series of rewards echoed in his mind. Suyu was secretly delighted. Despite some random skills, there were also important ones. His mental power increased by another 100. Just like with his chi and blood, the reward started to decrease sharply after reaching 500. Suyu guessed his mental power had reached a new level. Holding 9 photos, Suyu grinned and handed one to each of the 5 Grandmasters. I forgot to mention, photography is my hobby. Feel free to ask me for photos anytime. The 5 Grandmasters exchanged glances, feeling that Suyu had some ulterior motive. But looking at the photos, they seemed decent enough. Dengji asked curiously, "What will you do with the other 4 photos?" Suyu replied earnestly, "Teachers, signed photos of Grandmasters should be worth quite a bit, right?" The 5 Grandmasters raised their eyebrows simultaneously, unsure of what to say. In the end, Zhuge Yun, with his exceptional skills, successfully rescued Suyu from the hands of 5 Grandmasters. Although only one of the 4 photos remained for Suyu, all 5 Grandmasters had signed it. Finding a safe place to rest, Suyu pulled out 4 small notes from his pocket and read them carefully. One of the notes read, "Suyu, come to South City University. I am willing to recommend you to join the tutelage of the top spear master, Grandmaster Zhang. Additionally, your teacher, Zhuge Yun, is also welcome to become a guest professor at our university." After reading the notes, Suyu turned to Zhuge Yun and asked, puzzled, "Teacher, are you planning to become a guest professor at another university?" Zhuge Yun sneered and was about to speak but suddenly paused. He thought to himself, if Suyu really went to another university and he didn't follow, wouldn't he be handing over his prize student to someone else? After weighing his options, he decided to compromise. After a moment, Zhuge Yun said, "Where you want to go in the future is entirely up to you." Suyu nodded, a shrewd look in his eyes. "Understood. I'll weigh my options to maximize my benefits." Zhuge Yun raised an eyebrow, thinking, "You cheeky brat, I was just being polite, and you took it seriously." Cheng Yong, standing nearby, struggled to hold back his laughter, almost bursting out several times. Soon, Song Qinghuan and the others also escaped, each holding at least 10 flyers. Suyu was puzzled, but Zhuge Yun explained, "Besides the schools, there are differences in teachers. Many of them are either selecting students for themselves or helping their teachers choose students." Xiao Xiao, shaking her twin ponytails, said firmly, "Captain, wherever you go, they'll go too." Lin Yin and Fu Yu also expressed their agreement. Song Qinghuan directly grabbed Suyu's hand, and they exchanged a smile, understanding each other without words. The group began to leave the martial hall. Before leaving, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and others came forward to bid farewell to Suyu, agreeing to compete again during the college entrance exams. Returning to the initial plaza, the teachers were already waiting there. Fuyu was taken away by her family, and Lin Yan was picked up by the principal himself. The 7 days of bonding made the 2 girls reluctant to part. Fuyu and Lin Yan solemnly bid farewell to Suyu and the others, promising to meet again during the exams. It's worth mentioning that as everyone stepped out of the plaza, a thought suddenly arose in their minds. The events of the training camp must not be disclosed. Zhuge Yun explained this was to protect them, as they might otherwise be targeted. When Suyu noticed no one was there to pick up Qiao Qiao, Zhuge Yun calmly said, "I'm the teacher picking up Qiao Qiao." "No, it's Cheng Yong. I've already arranged her transfer. She will be a student in your class from now on." "Qiao Qiao, your parents are now in Jubai City." Qiao Qiao was overjoyed and thanked them repeatedly. Zhuge Yun explained it was to help Qiao Qiao achieve her dream of leaving Yulian City and hinted that Suyu could help her deal with a girl named Nye Yuechio during the exams. On the way, Suyu offered to give the other 8th grade blood crystal to Song Qinghuan, but she declined. Song Qinghuan insisted, "If you insist on giving it to me, I'll just keep it, but I won't use it." Suyu reluctantly agreed, and Song Qinghuan, delighted, hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Suyu felt a slight headache, thinking there was something odd about her words. The group of 5 didn't return to the hotel. Instead, under Zhuge Yun's lead, they headed straight to the Demon Refining Hall. After undergoing multiple layers of strict inspection, the 4 finally entered the hall. The space before them suddenly shifted, revealing countless doors labeled with low, medium, and high-level training rooms. Zhuge Yun stopped and glanced at the 4, speaking calmly, "The high-grade blood crystals you hold can only be safely absorbed here in the Demon Refining Hall. Otherwise, the powerful energy surge might tear you apart. With the college entrance exams approaching, time is your most valuable resource. Strive to reach your limits and officially step into the warrior realm within 7 days." Qiao Qiao, shaking her twin ponytails, asked puzzledly, "Mr. Zhuge, I don't seem to be able to absorb it. Didn't you say I should save the high-grade blood crystal until I break through to a mid-level warrior? Zhuge Yun nodded. That's correct. So, you only need to go to a low-level training room. It will help you refine the blood crystal and keep the room filled with vital energy. After your breakthrough, you can continue training there for a while. You should be able to come out in about 7 days. He paused. Do you still have blood crystals? Xiao Qiao nodded, recalling the scene after the beast tide. I picked up quite a few blood crystals during the beast tide. I gave some to brother Suyu, and I still have some left. Mentioning this, a slight twitch appeared at the corners of their mouths. During the post-battle cleanup, out of 70 people, only Xiao Qiao managed to scavenge nearly 20 blood crystals, while the others combined had less than 10. Zhuge Yun continued, the low-level training room costs 100 credits per day. Just follow the instructions once you're inside. Xiao Qiao nodded and chose a low-level training room to enter. Zhuge Yun then turned to Song Qinghuan. You go to the high-level training room. When you feel your vital energy has completely stagnated, you can officially step into the warrior realm. After breaking through, fully consume the 7th grade blood crystal before coming out. Song Qinghuan responded excitedly. Got it. She looked at Suyu. Suyu, I'm going in first with that. She pushed the door and entered. Finally, only Suyu was left. Zhuge Yun's lips curved slightly. Your 8th grade blood crystal can only be refined in a special training room. One day in there costs 1,000 credits. Suyu's face showed a bitter expression. He thought his over 10,000 credits were enough to splurge for a while, but he hadn't expected to encounter such a money-draining place right after leaving the training room. Teacher, how long did it take last time to use the 8th grade blood crystal for 9 refinements? About 10 days. Zhuge Yun smiled. Don't worry, if you run out of credits, your training won't be interrupted. That special training room supports debt. Suyu sighed deeply. I chose the wrong path. Zhuge Yun remained silent, waving his hand, leaving only a door in front of Suyu. Go in. The room will guide you on how to use the 8th grade blood crystal for body refinement. Rest assured, the thousands of credits won't be spent in vain. With a resolute spirit, Suyu pushed the door and entered. Zhuge Yun watched him go in, his gaze deep. The path of invincibility in the same realm. Your extravagance is just beginning. As Suyu stepped in, he felt as if he was in a vast starry sky. The corpses of various giant beasts floated around, resembling mythical creatures like Qielin and Xuanwu, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Is this real? Suyu muttered to himself. As soon as he spoke, a robot projection appeared suddenly. Welcome to the Demon Refining Hall. Please place the blood crystal on the refining platform. A high platform rose, and Suyu carefully opened the crystal box. Instantly, a terrifying aura surged, almost tearing him apart. At the critical moment, a gentle breeze blew, and the blood crystal's aura became incredibly docile. Amazed by the miraculous change, Suyu cautiously placed the blood crystal on the platform. The blood crystal slowly sank, and immediately, winds and clouds surged, countless stars converging beneath his feet. He felt an unprecedented abundance of vital energy, as if swimming in a sea of vitality. Stars gradually surrounded him, and a cultivation technique suddenly surfaced in his mind. Suyu, as if in a dream, slowly closed his eyes, letting his mind guide him as his body naturally assumed various strange postures. The stars shifted, and he roamed the vast galaxy. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, several majestic figures appeared, including Minister Wang Chuandao from the Education Department. A blond man asked, Wang Chuandao, is someone from China attempting the path of infinity again? Wang Chuandao smiled. Why not? If your Western prodigies can walk the path of the gods, why can't our Chinese geniuses walk the path of infinity? The blond man laughed heartily. Why not indeed? In the past, your Chinese Lu Ling was known as invincible in the same realm, but our Western son of gods had not yet emerged. This time, let's see if your path of infinity is superior or our path of the gods. A shadowy figure interjected. Regardless of the path, be wary of the attacks from other races. Too many of our geniuses have perished at the hands of other races. Let's not repeat the same mistakes. The group sighed slightly before their figures faded away. Simultaneously, in the alien king's city on a desolate battlefield, a man in human form gazed deeply as if piercing through time and space. Humans, truly a fascinating race. In a peaceful neighborhood in Tianyuan City, Suyu's relatives arrived with fruits, pork, and pig trotters. A group of people cheerfully entered the house. Sujun, having just finished a phone call, announced helplessly under everyone's expectant gaze. Suyu's teacher said he won't be back for at least 7 days. Aunt Wu said worriedly, 7 more days? It's Xiao Ye's first time away from home. I wonder if he's adjusting well out there. Aunt Zhang suggested. Why didn't you think of going with Xiao Yu back then? At least you could have taken care of him. Someone laughed. Forget it. If old Su went, it wouldn't be him taking care of the kid. It'd be the kid taking care of him. Everyone chatted enthusiastically while preparing the meal. Sujun laughed. Doesn't matter who takes care of whom. Our Suyu will come back as a warrior next time. Really? Everyone's eyes sparkled instantly. His teacher said so. Can't be false. Then we should start preparing a feast. The crowd excitedly clamored. In Tianyuan City's genius training camp, the news that Suyu and Song Qinghuan were about to break through and become martial artists in Wuching quickly spread, causing a stir during break time. Students gathered in small groups, eagerly discussing the explosive news. Have you heard? Suyu and Song Qinghuan are going to break through in Wuching. One student exclaimed excitedly. So soon? Another student asked, eyes wide in surprise. Didn't the teacher say we should wait until we get into college to break through? Even Qinling and Li Wei aren't in a rush. The group buzzed with chatter. A boy who had just delivered the news took a sip of water and shook his head helplessly. You guys are missing the point. The teachers advised us to wait because, in college, we can exchange credits for blood crystals. With blood crystals, our vitality can improve even further. It's said that each of the 4 major training camps offers at least one rare 4th-grade blood crystal as a reward, so Suyu and Song Qinghuan don't need to wait. So, the goddess Qinghuan is basically guaranteed to break through with 200 vitality, someone asked curiously. Pretty much, the boy confirmed with a nod. Qinghuan's vitality was already over 180. With a rare 4th-grade blood crystal, reaching the 200 limit should be a breeze. Damn, I want a rare 4th-grade blood crystal too. A group of students looked on with envy, wishing they could get their hands on such a treasure. Someone else asked, what about Suyu? Are you dumb? A classmate rolled their eyes. Suyu has already absorbed a blood crystal. Even a high-grade one would be useless for him. That's a relief, someone sighed. Even if Suyu becomes a martial artist, it won't affect our rankings much. Everyone nodded in agreement. Someone added, anyway, Qinghuan is pretty much locked in for 2nd place. With Song Qinghuan and Caillou, our city's college entrance exam scores will definitely surpass last year's. It's a pity Caillou isn't going, someone lamented. If he could absorb a rare 4th-grade blood crystal, he'd be even stronger. He might even have a shot at being the top scorer in the Northwest region this year. Indeed, everyone echoed. At that moment, someone asked curiously, do you think Song Qinghuan, after absorbing the rare blood crystal, could be stronger than Caillou? As soon as the question was asked, everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? A student couldn't help but say. Even with 200 vitality, Song Qinghuan can't compare to Caillou, who has already transcended his limits as a martial artist. I heard Caillou is already refining his 2nd bone. There's no way Song Qinghuan can match him. The gap between them will only grow larger. The boy who asked the question nodded repeatedly in understanding. Still, Song Qinghuan is stronger than any of us, someone sighed. Just then, Li Wei's determined voice rang out from behind them. If you've given up, don't include me in that. His gaze was fixed on Caillou, who was resting in a corner. And you, after I become a martial artist, I'll challenge you again. Caillou slowly opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. I'll be looking forward to it, he said sincerely. Ever since stepping into the realm of martial artists, no one in the training camp had been able to pose a threat to Caillou. For him, this situation was a form of loneliness. He genuinely hoped that Li Wei's challenge would bring him some pressure. Otherwise, the path of martial arts would be too dull. Compared to Li Wei and others, Caillou now eagerly anticipated Song Qinghuan's return. The clash between a martial artist at the limit and one who had transcended it was far more intriguing to him. I hope Song Qinghuan won't disappoint me, Caillou thought, closing his eyes again to rest. The debates around him seemed trivial. His aspirations had long surpassed the confines of the training camp. Caillou's attitude made Li Wei clench his fists, feeling both frustrated and helpless. Caillou, after transcending his limits, was incredibly strong. On the arena, Li Wei couldn't even force Caillou to use his abilities. The challenge was more about not wanting to admit defeat in his heart. Song Qinghuan, I wonder how much of Caillou's strength you can draw out when you return, Li Wei mused. Nearby, Qin Wanfang watched the students' lively discussion and suddenly had an idea. Soon after, in the principal's office at number 1 high school, Qin Wanfang had just finished explaining her idea when the principal gave her a cold glance. 2 ordinary 4th-grade blood crystals for 1 rare one? Is this your brilliant idea? The principal's tone was clearly displeased. Teacher Qin, as educators, we must not exploit our students. But Qin Wanfang began to argue but was cut off. But what? The principal's voice rose. But Suyu isn't our student. You are a teacher, recognized by our country, not just number 1 high school's teacher. If you truly harbor such thoughts, I doubt your suitability as a teacher. The principal didn't finish, but took another sip of tea. Qin Wanfang's expression changed drastically, and she quickly explained, Principal, that's not what I meant. I was saying that for Suyu, the difference between a rare and an ordinary 4th-grade blood crystal is minimal. It's my oversight. We can offer resources of equivalent value to exchange with him. I'm sure he would understand our good intentions. She continued, Principal, my suggestion is for the benefit of Tianyuan City. Li Fei is an once-in-a-century dual ability genius. If we give him a rare 4th-grade blood crystal, our city has a chance to be the top in the Northwest region next year. Our educational resources will only improve, and we could become one of the leading cities in the Northwest. In her haste, Qin Wenfeng's words were somewhat incoherent. The principal placed the teacup back on the table and calmly said, Sit down. I understand your idea, but this is just our one-sided plan. You need to consider whether Suyu is willing. You need to consider whether number 8 high school is willing. He paused and continued, I can't agree to this. I'll hold a meeting with the principals of other schools to discuss its feasibility. But let me tell you in advance, if Suyu agrees to the exchange, I will transfer Li Fei to number 8 high school as compensation. Qin Wenfeng was visibly taken aback. She forced a smile and said, Principal, I have no objections. Ultimately, it's all for the benefit of Tianyuan City and education. After Qin Wenfeng left the office, the principal fell into deep thought. He took out a notebook and crossed out Qin Wenfeng's name from the list of potential grade leaders, writing a note. Strong teaching ability, overly ambitious. He then sent messages to several principals, preparing to discuss the matter. In the conference room of the Tianyuan City Education Center, high school principals gathered together. The air was filled with the faint aroma of tea, accompanied by relaxed chatter. Principal Wang of number 3 high school joked with a smile. Old Wang, we were about to head home, and you called us for a meeting. If this isn't important, we'll have to raid your office for goodies. What goodies? Principal Wang of number 1 high school replied with a laugh as he sat down. You just want my few ounces of tea, don't you? Once everyone was seated, Principal Wang's expression turned serious. I called you here today because what we need to discuss allows no room for personal interests. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quieted down and focused their attention on him. Principal Wang continued. Teacher Qin Wenfeng from the Genius Training Camp suggested an idea to me. As you all know, the lowest reward in our 4-school joint training camp is a grade 4 blood crystal. At this, everyone's eyes turned to Principal Tang Yaodong of number 8 high school, who also grew serious. With a slightly apologetic smile, Principal Wang said, I think you all understand what I'm getting at. Suyu has already absorbed a blood crystal, so a grade 4 rare blood crystal will have the same effect on him as a regular grade 4 blood crystal. Teacher Qin's idea is to exchange this rare grade 4 blood crystal with resources of equivalent value for Suyu, and then use it to help Qi Fei strive for the top spot in the Northwest region next year. Qi Fei would also transfer to number 8 high school. Principal Tang's expression softened slightly as he asked, What do you consider resources of equivalent value? Principal Wang replied earnestly, 1 grade 5 blood crystal and 3 grade 4 blood crystals, funded collectively by all our schools. The room buzzed with low discussions as the principals weighed the pros and cons. In the end, all the principals except Tang Yaodong raised their hands in agreement. Principal Tang cautiously said, I have no objections, but it depends on Suyu's own opinion. The other principals agreed to explain the situation to Suyu together, believing he would understand and consent to the arrangement. After the meeting, at the entrance of the education center, Principal Tang said to Principal Wang, Old Wang, I don't care if Qi Fei comes to number 8 high school or not. But if anyone tries to take advantage of my student, you know my temper. Principal Wang nodded, assuring that he would personally oversee the matter, and that Qin Wenfeng would no longer be involved with the Genius Training Camp. Time passed, and Song Qinghuan was the first to emerge from the training room. Her skin was like porcelain, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Chang Yong eagerly asked about her progress. 7 refinements, and I used the remaining qi and blood to temper 3 bones. Song Qinghuan replied honestly. Zhuge Yun praised her. Your strength is on par with anyone else. After 7 refinements, your qi and blood should be between 280 and 290. This high-grade blood crystal was well used on you. Blushing, Song Qinghuan curiously asked about Su Yu's situation. Cheng Yong explained. You've been in there for 6 days. So you might come out in a day or 2 if he's quick, or it could take another 4 or 5 days. The cost is 1,000 credits per day. That kid will probably be heartbroken when he comes out. Surprised by the high cost of the training room, Song Qinghuan worried if Suyu had enough credits and even suggested transferring her credits to him. Zhuge Yun reassured her, don't worry, he has enough credits, feeling increasingly satisfied with his future discipline law. Meanwhile, in the endless starry sky, the young Suyu opened his eyes. The stars reflected in his eyes, as if countless stars were twinkling within. Have I officially entered the warrior realm? Suyu murmured to himself. His mind wandered through his body, observing his internal organs and bones, which all emitted a faint golden glow. Suyu understood that this was the result of the 8-grade blood crystal's 9-stage golden body had not yet entered the golden body realm but already had its semblance. As his mind flowed like water through his body, Suyu suddenly found himself in a space filled with golden light. This space seemed to breathe, exuding an aura of endless vitality. This must be the immortal origin, Suyu whispered. He noticed a flicker of red light in the space, which turned out to be the feather floating in the blood crystal. Just as he reached out to grasp the feather, his perspective shifted, and he exited the mystical space. Upon another internal inspection, Suyu could only see a faint golden in his dantian, with traces of red lines on it. Is this the golden space I was in earlier? This immortal origin is so small, Suyu thought, realizing he had a long way to go before achieving the legendary indestructible body. Suyu was deeply immersed in understanding the changes within himself when suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for activating the bloodline power, the unknown Fire Phoenix bloodline. Your cultivation talent level has been automatically upgraded to a grade. Martial arts comprehension has been enhanced. Affinity with the path of fire has greatly increased. The host has acquired the Fire Phoenix bloodline, transforming the Hellfire S ability into the Nirvana Flame SSS ability. The system continued. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the warrior realm and upgrading the Compendium Collector. The Compendium Collector C now has 3,030 film rolls available and 58 ability slots available. The probability of acquiring abilities, skills, and attributes has increased. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice phase. The direct access to high-dimensional attributes has been closed. The host has been granted the All Things Bond feature, which, when activated, will grant corresponding bloodlines, abilities, and high-dimensional attribute rewards. This flurry of notifications left Suyu momentarily bewildered. He blinked, trying to process the sudden influx of information. Bloodline power? Is this what the instructor was talking about? Suyu muttered to himself, an upgrade from grade talent to a grade, and its grade ability transforming into an SS grade ability. This bloodline power. Wow, that's intense. His mind raced, analyzing the implications of these changes. Activating bonds to gain bloodlines means another avenue to become stronger. While it can't directly enhance my vitality and mental strength, it adds another layer to the compendium collection. Vitality can be improved through bone refining, and mental strength can be focused on development. After weighing the pros and cons, Suyu concluded, overall, the system changes are more beneficial than detrimental. He then asked the system, is the reward for restoring vitality from collecting beast illustrations still available? The system responded, the vitality restoration reward has been refined. From ordinary beasts to 8th grade beasts, the host can sequentially receive 50, 100, 200, 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, and 10,000 vitality restoration. Suyu frowned. So, does that mean I wasted some vitality recovery before? The system explained, once a reward is claimed, any excess vitality will automatically dissipate. That's manageable, Suyu thought. At least I can rely on these rewards for bone refining. I just need to store more vitality recovery rewards and spend more time in the wilderness. He summoned his personal panel to review his latest stats. Name, Suyu. Talent, A. Bloodline, Fire Phoenix Bloodline Unknown. Abilities, SSS Ice Age, SSS Nirvana Flame, SSS Fortunate Blessing. Incomplete Martial Arts, Phantom Step Mastered. Titles, First Grade Warrior, Low-Level Tactician, Ordinary Compendium Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Basic Leg Technique Master, Spear Technique Master, Sword Technique Master, Fist Technique Master, Bicycle Riding Master. High-Dimensional Physical Attributes, 350. High-Dimensional Mental Attributes, 570 Hz. Low-Dimensional Strength Attributes, 7,800. Low-Dimensional Agility Attributes, 8,200. Compendium Collection, 1591000. Looking at these stats, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the significant progress he had made since joining the 4-school training camp. However, he did not become complacent. Instead, he focused even more on finding ways to further enhance his abilities. In the training room, every second consumed a substantial amount of credits. Feeling the rich vitality in the air, Suyu immediately began the bone refining process. After breaking through to the warrior realm, his meridians were fully opened, allowing him to choose between refining the bones in his upper or lower limbs. Given his mastery of the Phantom Step martial art, Suyu decided to start with the bones in his lower limbs. Instead of randomly selecting bones, he began with the 26 bones in his feet out of the 62 bones in his lower limbs. His plan was to finish refining both feet first, then use his master-level leg techniques to turn his footwork into a formidable weapon in combat. As he continued refining his bones, Suyu noticed fluctuations in the vitality values within the parentheses. He quickly understood that the number before the parentheses represented his peak vitality, while the number inside represented his current vitality. This small adjustment gave him a more intuitive understanding of his condition. When his vitality was about to drop below 100, Suyu had to pause the refining process and start using a breathing technique to absorb the surrounding vitality. In this space where the vitality concentration was almost liquid, his vitality quickly returned to full, allowing him to continue refining. After several cycles, Suyu deeply realized the difficulty of choosing the path of invincibility within his realm. Bone refining was not only challenging, but also rapidly consumed vitality. He was grateful for the system's assistance. Otherwise, this path would have been even harder. Despite the challenges, Suyu remained resolute in his choice. He knew that once he embarked on the martial arts path, he must strive to be the strongest. No matter how difficult, he would never back down. His ambition from the beginning was to be the best, and this determination had not waned in the slightest. As time passed and the vitality in the air was nearly exhausted, Suyu realized that this 8th grade blood crystal had been entirely used up. Although he wasn't sure how much time had passed outside, he felt satisfied with successfully refining 2 bones. On the platform, the once 8th grade blood crystal was now just an ordinary stone. The door through which he had entered reappeared. Without hesitation, Suyu left the training room. Outside, seeing only 2 teachers present, Suyu was momentarily hopeful that he had used less than 7 days. However, Zhuge Yun's words shattered his illusion. To avoid wasting their time, I sent them to the lower-level training rooms for bone refining. Suyu froze in place. Cheng Yong walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and reassured him. Don't worry, it's only been 10 days. You haven't accumulated any debt. Suddenly, the music of snowflakes fluttering started playing. Suyu helplessly said, Teacher, there was no need to play a BGM for me. Cheng Yong laughed and put away his phone. You misunderstood. I was preparing to call Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao out. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Suyu could only force a smile, haha. The joy he felt from his martial arts progress was now significantly diminished. In his heart, he called out, Qinghuan, I need your comfort. The moment Song Qinghuan emerged, her eyes immediately locked onto Suyu. Suyu, you're out? She exclaimed joyfully, rushing into his arms like a little bird. The talented couple embraced tightly, drawing envious looks from those around them. Moments later, Song Qinghuan suddenly remembered their 2 instructors standing nearby. Her face flushed red, and she hastily stepped aside, unsure where to place her slender fingers. Seeing her flustered, Suyu gently took her hand. The 2 stood together, hand in hand. Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yong seemed oblivious to the scene, their eyes fixed on the door of the training room. Not long after, Xiao Xiao also stepped out. Captain, how far along are you with bone refining? Xiao Xiao eagerly asked as soon as she was out. All eyes turned to Suyu. 2 bones, halfway through the 3rd, Suyu replied calmly. Xiao Xiao blinked, thinking for a moment before saying, that's not as intimidating as the instructor said. It seems similar to my pace. I've been refining bones a few days longer than you and just started on my 4th bone. She then turned to Song Qinghuan. How about you, Qinghuan? I've just refined 5 bones, Song Qinghuan answered with a smile. In a state of blood saturation, her bone refining speed had been close to 1 bone per day. In contrast, Xiao Xiao, who hadn't pushed her limits, took 10 days to refine 3 bones. The gap between them was beginning to show. If Suyu hadn't chosen the path of invincibility at his level, his bone refining speed would have been at least twice as fast as Song Qinghuan's. However, none of the 3 thought much of it at the moment. After all, bone refining speed wasn't everything. Zhuge Yun timely reminded, don't forget, this is in the training room. Suyu's bone refining is not only more challenging, but the blood energy consumption is also a significant challenge. Suyu, you must have felt it, right? Suyu nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Song Qinghuan, his brow furrowing lightly. But he quickly smiled again. However, there's always a trade-off. While you may refine bones faster than me, the improvement you get from refining 2 bones might not match what I get from 1. That's true, Zhuge Yun agreed with a nod. Xiao Xiao flicked her twin ponytails proudly. The captain is indeed different. Fresh out of the demon refining hall, Zhuge Yun immediately led the 3 to the martial arts hall. After strict identity verification, they successfully entered. The college entrance exam is coming up, and martial arts is where you can make the most significant difference right now. Since you have the opportunity to choose and comprehend martial arts, don't hesitate. The sooner you learn, the better, Zhuge Yun said sternly. As you must have realized, every day as a martial artist is a battle against the current. Not progressing means falling behind. The achievements you've made in the training camp are just the beginning. In this short half-month, any relaxation will see you overtaken by others. Zhuge Yun's gaze focused mainly on Suyu, knowing the young man was determined to be the top scorer. You each have 3 opportunities to comprehend martial arts in the martial arts hall. Once you've chosen your martial arts, use your comprehension opportunities immediately. Don't be stingy, improve as much as you can now. Of course, if you've already grasped the basics, don't waste the opportunity. You can let it settle and use it later when you hit a bottleneck. These opportunities, if exchanged with credits, cost 5,000 credits each. Hearing Zhuge Yun's words, the 3 widened their eyes. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, encouraging, Brother Suyu, Sister Qinghuan, let's aim to succeed on the first try. Yes, succeed on the first try, they said in unison. Guided by the staff, the three entered separate rooms. Watching them go in, Zhuge Yun adjusted his clothes and said to Cheng Yong, comprehending martial arts won't take long. After they finish, I'll have Zhou Zhan take you back to Tianyuan City. Cheng Yong was a bit surprised. You're not coming with us? Zhuge Yun shook his head. I have other matters to handle in Wuching. Suyu is in your hands. Cheng Yong nodded seriously. By the way, don't forget the confidentiality agreements you signed. After Suyu finishes his exams, you can go to Jubi City as planned, Zhuge Yun reminded before leaving. Cheng Yong snorted. Who knows where Suyu will end up? You might have to move with me. Zhuge Yun paused noticeably. A teacher moving with a student? Ridiculous. Meanwhile, as Suyu entered the true martial arts hall, he once again experienced the sensation of floating among the stars. A screen appeared before him, categorizing various martial arts, saber techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, spear techniques, and more. Before entering, Suyu had already made his choice. He knew Song Qinghuan would choose spear techniques. Given his habit of taking photos of Song Qinghuan daily, what she learned, he would learn too. His fist techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and leg techniques had all reached the master level. Considering that bone refining starts from the lower limbs, he decided leg techniques would be his first choice. Despite having made up his mind, Suyu still browsed through the other martial arts. He saw Gao Shi's ninefold strike and Hao Jiming's sword rain in the advanced martial arts catalog. It's worth mentioning that all body movement martial arts have been classified as advanced martial arts, and Mizong Step made it to the list. Suyu carefully perused the martial arts catalog on the jade slip, his eyes scanning various leg techniques. Dragon subduing divine kick, dragon god kick. These names made him chuckle, wondering if the two predecessors had some sort of grudge against each other. Wind god kick, demon slaying divine kick. Each name sounded more impressive than the last. However, these martial arts focusing solely on leg techniques did not meet Suyu's expectations. He envisioned a martial art that primarily used spear or sword techniques, with leg techniques as a supplement. Patiently flipping through the pages, he finally found a martial art called Mandarin Duck-linked kicks that caught his attention. This martial art was described in great detail. Light footwork, agile movements, capable of close-range strikes and long-range flying kicks. The coordination between the left and right feet was seamless and continuous, like a pair of Mandarin ducks. Without hesitation, Suyu chose to redeem it. A jade slip appeared out of thin air in front of him. As he reached out to grab it, the jade slip turned into a beam of light and directly entered his forehead. In an instant, the various techniques of the Mandarin duck-linked kicks flooded his mind. Just the blood flow and the movement of meridians and bones during a simple foot strike made Suyu feel the need to digest it thoroughly. Even though this knowledge had entered his mind, mastering it would require considerable effort. However, with his existing master-level leg technique foundation, Suyu had a vague feeling that even without using the martial arts comprehension opportunity, given some time, he could grasp the basics. Now, old Su can truly call himself a genius, Suyu thought self-deprecatingly, then clicked on the martial arts comprehension option. The scenery before him changed instantly, and Suyu found himself in a desolate wilderness. Countless exotic beasts surged toward him from afar, and his body moved involuntarily. Realizing this was a simulated experience, Suyu immediately immersed his mind into it. In this wilderness, his body flowed like water as he executed the Mandarin duck-linked kicks techniques. Foot strikes, flying kicks, alternating left and right feet. Each kick was as fast as lightning, full of subtle intricacies. Sometimes he felt the movement of blood and meridians within his body, and at other times, he seemed detached, observing every detail from a godlike perspective. This vivid experience gave Suyu a deeper understanding of the Mandarin duck-linked kicks, laying a solid foundation for his future practical training. On the wild plains, blood flowed like rivers as countless beasts fell at the man's feet. Suyu was deeply engrossed in the intricacies of martial arts when he suddenly noticed that the man he had possessed was smiling at him. Did you get it? Suyu was momentarily stunned. He then closed his eyes, revisiting everything he had sensed earlier. In his mind, every move of the Mandarin duck chain kicks was flawless. The circulation of energy, the coordination of meridians and bones, everything was clear, from the initial awkwardness to eventual mastery. As Suyu simulated the moves with his eyes closed, his body unconsciously performed the martial arts with each thought. After perfectly replicating what the man had demonstrated, Suyu opened his eyes and blurted out, "I got it." Suddenly, he found himself back in reality, drenched in sweat. He hurriedly checked his data panel and discovered that his energy had decreased by hundreds. Reflecting on the extraordinary experience, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing." With the martial arts insight session over, the light screen panel appeared. Confident that his performance had been stellar, Suyu decided not to go through it again. However, upon returning to reality, he found Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan waiting for him. Cheng Yong, looking puzzled, asked, "Did you use all 3 sessions? Why did it take you over half an hour?" Suyu was confused and turned to Song Qinghuan for clarification. "Qinghuan, how long did it take you?" "Xiao Qiao and I were out in 10 minutes, Song Qinghuan replied honestly. Qinghuan Jie said a teacher appeared before her, explaining and guiding her until she learned it. Xiao Qiao chimed in with wide eyes. "I fell asleep because the whip techniques made my head hurt. When I woke up, I knew them." Suyu was speechless hearing Xiao Qiao's experience. He explained, "I only used 1 session, but I didn't expect it to take so long." Xiao Qiao curiously asked, "So how did you learn it, Captain?" "I seem to have possessed a powerful warrior who killed countless beasts, and then I just knew it," Suyu replied. He then asked the two, "By the way, did anyone ask you if you had learned it at the end?" Both girls shook their heads. Song Qinghuan thought for a moment and said, "No, once I learned it, I came out immediately without any further interaction." This puzzled Suyu even more. He reopened the panel and saw the word mastery in parentheses next to Mandarin duck chain steps. He muttered, "Am I a martial arts genius?" The three beside him were speechless. "If you're not a martial arts genius, then who is?" Seeing Suyu still deep in thought, Chung Yong smiled and said, "Mr. Zhuge had to leave for something urgent, and we need to go back to the hotel to get our things ready to leave too." Mentioning going home made Song Qinghuan's face light up with joy. She hadn't seen her mother in a while and missed her dearly. Xiao Qiao asked nervously, "Qinghuan Jia, are you sure it's okay for me to go home with you?" Song Qinghuan gently patted her head and reassured her, "Don't worry, my mom will definitely like you. Hee, I'll make sure to behave well," Xiao Qiao said with a smile. So you wanted to make a suggestion but decided against it in the end. The group first went to Xiao Qiao's hotel to pack her things, then returned to their own hotel. The elder who had brought them to Wuqing was already waiting at the entrance. Chung Yong introduced the elder to the three kids. "This is Elder Zhouzhan. He will also be taking us back this time." Zhouzhan looked at Suyu and smiled. "Suyu, my young friend. I lost the bet and I'm here to keep my word." Suyu greeted him warmly, "Brother Zhou, if I come to Wuqing next time, I'll come straight to you." "Haha, I'd be disappointed if you didn't." Zhouzhan laughed heartily. Suyu skillfully took out his camera. "Alright, teachers, Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, let's take a photo to remember this moment." The camera clicked repeatedly, taking 6 photos in total, including one with Brother Nyo. Suyu gained 200 strength points, 50 agility points, and a master-level wilderness survival skill as a result. The group walked out of Wuqing and boarded a carriage. Led by Brother Nyo, the carriage sped off. Sitting inside, Suyu felt a sense of anticipation. It felt like a triumphant return, even though the training camp results couldn't be publicly shared. Reflecting on his classmates, he realized how small Tianyuan City was. His thoughts wandered, pondering whether the Blue Star and the human race were just as small in the eyes of other races. During the journey, Song Qinghuan was enthusiastically introducing Tianyuan City's delicacies to Xiao Qiao, and they planned to explore the food scene together. Suyu, meanwhile, closed his eyes, recalling the experiences of the powerful warrior he had possessed in the martial arts hall. The warrior's mastery of the Mandarin duck chain kicks, control of energy, and indomitable fighting spirit were deeply etched in Suyu's mind. While the three students had their own things to do, Chung Yong appeared restless. Without a doubt, he was the most excited. What he had anticipated as 2 underachievers had turned out to be a top 10 and a first place. Not only that, but they had brought back a prodigy who could rank in the top 3 in Tianyuan City. He secretly calculated that the old principal would have to give him a decade's worth of bonuses in advance. Meanwhile, Tianyuan City had already received news of Suyu and Song Qinghuan's imminent return. The top 100 students from the first and second years of all the city's high schools had also arrived at the Genius Training Camp. Tang Yaodong's previously mentioned experience sharing lecture was actually happening. Although Suyu and Song Qinghuan had not yet returned, the teachers at the training camp had organized a sparring match, allowing the senior students to showcase their skills in front of the juniors. Among them, Caillou crushed his opponents, drawing cheers and applause from the younger students. In the wilderness, the speeding carriage suddenly came to a halt. Inside, people exchanged puzzled glances. Zhouzhan cautiously spoke, "A mid-level martial artist is approaching us. Stay inside the carriage." The group silently nodded, and the 3 students eagerly opened the windows to peer outside. It was their first time encountering others in this desolate land. Chung Yong's body tensed, muscles subtly bulging. Suyu, sensing the teacher's reaction, narrowed his eyes and watched the distance warily. Suddenly, a figure came into view. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply as he sat up straight. The other 3 mirrored his actions. Xiao Qiao gasped in disbelief, "That's a sentinel soldier." Suyu gravely nodded in confirmation. "He's definitely wearing the Sentinel Army's armor. Looks like there's a beast-tide outbreak somewhere." The approaching figure was clad in black armor, covered in congealed black and red blood. He leaped between tree trunks, movements slow and labored, clearly injured. The group's hearts tightened with concern. Zhouzhan stood up and said, "I'll go check it out." Just as he spoke, the armored man shouted, I am Guan Changfu, a communications officer from Tianyuan City Sentinel Army. There's a beast tide outbreak, and it has crossed the 7th defense line. He raised his wristband, and Zhou took it, completing the identity verification by touching their wristbands together. Zhou asked in confusion, didn't you contact Taoyuan City? Guan Changfu's face showed anger. Our communications were destroyed by the Shanglin traitors. Hearing this, Zhou face turned murderous. Those Shanglin dogs again. Xiao asked in confusion. Shanglin dogs? Cheng Yong explained solemnly. They are traitors who have aligned with alien races. Many beast tides are instigated by them. You three are also their targets. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. He knew that traitors existed in every era. Even in peaceful times, there were countless betrayals, let alone in this martial era. The apparent harmony and unity they experienced were thanks to countless predecessors keeping those despicable elements at bay. Looking at the black-armored man, Suyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. Their progress over these days seemed insignificant at this moment. In the wilderness, the wristbands couldn't communicate. Guan Changfu, severely injured, had stopped them clearly needing their carriage, or Zhou help to send a message. While Zhou hesitated, Suyu and the others had already stepped out of the carriage. Just as they were about to speak, Wei Yikuan suddenly descended from the sky. Xiao exclaimed in surprise, Instructor? Seeing a Grandmaster appear, Guan Changfu looked as if he saw a ray of hope in the darkness. He knelt on one knee and pleaded, Please, Senior, save Taoyuan City. Wei Yikuan immediately helped him up, speaking firmly, Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let the beast tide run rampant. He took the wristband from Zhou and quickly reviewed the situation. The wristband projected images of the beast tide, and his brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, there are traces of Shanglin traitors. He turned to Zhou, continue taking them to Tianyuan City. I'll handle the beast tide and head to Taoyuan City now. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared, heading towards Taoyuan City. Guan Changfu knelt again in the direction Wei Yikuan disappeared, shouting, Thank you, Grandmaster, for your help. As soon as he finished, he couldn't help but cough up blood. Seeing this, Zhou hurriedly said, Brother Guan, come rest in the carriage. I have healing pills there. Guan Changfu forced a smile. No need. My heart meridian is severed. Using healing pills on me would be a waste. I hope you can do me a favor. He took out a box from his coat. Inside are the nameplates of all Sentinel soldiers from Taoyuan City and their last letters. Please deliver them to their families. He handed the box to Zhou and stood up, giving a strong military salute. The group solemnly returned the salute. Just as they were feeling low, the situation took a sudden turn. Guan Changfu suddenly lunged at Suyu, aiming a punch at his heart. His face showed a smug smile, thinking, no matter how tactical a genius you are, you have to die. However, as he thought this punch would pierce Suyu's heart, Suyu's shirt tore, revealing a silver inner armor. Suyu took the punch heaten. Great spirit armor? Guan Changfu's face flashed with shock. Without hesitation, he aimed a double-fisted strike at Suyu's head, tightly entangling him. Even as Zhou and Cheng Yong attacked from behind, he ignored them. Clearly, he intended to trade his life for Suyu's. A future tactical grandmaster? A mid-level martial artist dying with you. It's not a bad trade, Guan Changfu thought coldly. Just as Guan Changfu was basking in his triumph, he suddenly realized that Suyu had effortlessly blocked his punches. Even more shocking was the icy chill emanating from Suyu's hands, gradually encasing his body in ice. Guan Changfu's pupils shrank, and a torrent of questions surged in his mind. How could this be? How could a young man, reputed to be just a tactical genius, keep up with the speed of a fourth-rank martial artist and possess such formidable strength and supernatural abilities? Suyu remained expressionless, steadily retreating. Zhou, who was closely following, flashed a look of relief. Luckily, their opponent was only a fourth-rank martial artist, and Suyu could handle him. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his sword through Guan Changfu's heart. Song Qinghuan and Xiao finally arrived and sighed in relief at the sight. However, the crisis was far from over. Guan Changfu, seemingly unaffected by his injury, lunged at Suyu the moment Zhou withdrew his sword. Guan Changfu's body began to swell grotesquely, his veins writhing like molten lava, and terrifying energy converged instantly. The air grew scorching, and even their skin felt the sting. He sneered, Didn't expect I'd take a prodigy of the ages with me. Descend upon the world, eternal and indestructible. Cheng Yong recognized the forbidden self-detonation technique and shouted for everyone to retreat while he rushed towards Suyu. Xiao and Song Qinghuan unhesitatingly followed. Guan Changfu was now within arm's reach of Suyu. Seeing Suyu's calm demeanor, he mocked, Genius, give up. No one can stop my self-detonation. You're doomed. Look, your ice ability has already failed. Aren't you regretful? Such talent, and hardly anyone in the world knows about it. Just as Guan Chongfu was about to explode, a wisp of flame appeared on his body, causing his swollen form to halt abruptly. Suyu spoke calmly, "To be honest, I didn't expect this ability to stop you. Otherwise, I'd have to call my teacher for help." Guan Chongfu's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The flame rapidly engulfed him, absorbing all the energy about to erupt and reducing it to nothingness. As they watched the flames consume Guan Chongfu, the terrifying energy dissipated into nothingness. Zhou Zhan, Cheng Yong, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao abruptly stopped running, their eyes vacant as they stared at Suyu. He casually played with a wisp of flame at his fingertips, a contemplative expression on his face. My newly awakened ability can even absorb energy, Suyu thought to himself, sensing the subtle changes in the nirvana flame. Moreover, he noticed that the red line on the inextinguishable origin had also strengthened slightly. The power of his bloodline far exceeded his expectations. The entire process happened so quickly from the moment the watchtower soldier attacked Suyu and self-destructed, to Suyu incinerating him with his ability. It all took mere seconds. Everyone was still in shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Tianyuan slowly descended next to Suyu, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "Is this the ability you awakened after absorbing the 8th grade blood crystal?" he asked. Suyu nodded lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Just lucky." Tianyuan frowned slightly. "Lucky? Why hasn't anyone else had such luck?" he pondered. An ability that can absorb the energy of a 4th grade warrior's self-destruction must be another SS-level ability. Zhou Zhan's eyes widened even more when he saw Tianyuan. So Suyu has 2 Grandmasters as his protectors on this journey? But recalling Suyu's earlier display, he suddenly felt that 2 Grandmasters might not be excessive. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan patted their chests, letting out a long sigh of relief. It was indeed a false alarm. "Curious," Tianyuan asked, "how did you know there was someone else nearby?" Suyu blinked innocently. "I didn't know. I just said it to provoke him." Tianyuan chuckled, deciding not to press further. Looking at the young man before him, he felt, for the first time, that he could not see through a 1st-grade warrior. As the two conversed, everyone else gradually calmed down and approached them. Song Qinghuan rushed over and hugged Suyu tightly. At that moment, she had truly feared losing him. Suyu gently patted her head, comforting her softly. "It's okay." Tianyuan picked up the box Zhou Zhan had hastily dropped earlier to save Suyu. "Inside personnel who know the Sacred Arrival's forbidden techniques. It seems the Sacred Arrival values your tactical genius as much as any other prodigy," he said, opening the box and taking out the medals, nameplates, and the letter. Suyu approached and asked, "Are these real?" Tianyuan nodded. "Everything here is real, except for Guan Chongfu himself." Suyu sighed. Even Instructor Wei, a Grandmaster, didn't notice his disguise. Tianyuan's mouth twitched slightly, choosing not to respond. He sensed that any explanation might be used against him by this young man. He decided to remain silent whenever dealing with Suyu in the future. "Take a look." He gestured for the 3 young people to examine the medals and nameplates, handing the letter to Suyu. Suyu read each line of the letter carefully. "I died for my country. Do not mourn me, Father Wangji. Grandma, I didn't disgrace the Hong family. Hongju, are the peaches sweet this year? If the kids next door come to steal them, don't stop them. Mom Fong Liangua. Dad, smoke less and go out more. Auntie Wang likes you. Don't avoid her Tong Xinwu. I have no one to write to. I hope we don't get separated on the Weisher Qingxi." The last one was written by Guan Chongfu. "I'm dying. I hope whoever finds this box can deliver it to Taoyuan City." Holding the paper in his hands, Suyu felt an immense weight. He took a deep breath, momentarily speechless. His gaze shifted to the remnants of ash on the ground, feeling an urge to spit on it. Some people use their lives to protect their homeland, while others take advantage of the chaos to harm their fellow citizens. Calling them dogs would be an insult to dogs, Suyu said angrily. Tianyuan calmly explained, "The Sacred Arrival is an organization that believes aliens are divine beings. They worship the aliens as gods and assist them in taking over Blue Star. Their belief is that under alien rule, humanity will be liberated. A century ago, they almost destabilized the entire Blue Star. After continuous attacks from the Human Alliance, the Sacred Arrival was nearly exterminated several times. Unable to contend with the Human Alliance, their goal shifted to inciting beast tides and assassinating prodigies like you. Isn't there a way to eradicate them completely?" Xiao Qiao asked, her chest heaving with anger, tears still glistening on her face. Suyu sighed deeply, shaking his head. "It's impossible. As long as the aliens exist, there will always be people like them. Where there are brave warriors like those from Watchtower City, there will inevitably be scum like the Sacred Arrival." Tianyuan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I'm telling you this to remind you to always stay vigilant, no matter where you are. Anyone could be coming after you. As prodigies, you must always have a sense of caution." We can't always protect you. Just like today, between the lives of hundreds of thousands and you, what would you choose? Don't place all your hopes on others. Becoming strong yourself is the ultimate way. Seeing the three nodding earnestly, Tianyuan smiled again. Of course, I'm not saying you should be paranoid. The sacred arrival doesn't dare to act too recklessly. Your main goal right now is to improve yourselves. One day, the sacred arrival scum should flee at the sight of you. He then collected the relics of the watchtower soldiers. I'll take care of these. It's been delayed long enough. You should get going. The sacred arrival scum only dare to cause trouble in the wilderness. Once you're in the city, you'll be safe. Still shaken, the group resumed their journey. Watching them disappear from view, Tianyuan's eyes grew pensive. I hope this time, no prodigies fall to the sacred arrival. He thought to himself. Every year after the four-school training camp, the sacred arrival becomes active. The Human Alliance also takes this opportunity to thoroughly clean up the sacred arrival before the college entrance exams. This is also the last lesson for the prodigies after the training camp. In this martial era, life is the least valuable thing. The atmosphere in the carriage was heavy. The earlier joy and excitement of returning home had faded. The attack by the Sacred Hound and the letters from the lookout soldiers were like a wake-up call, pulling the three young people out of their ivory tower. Suyu glanced around and saw the somber expressions on everyone's faces. He took a deep breath, and his gaze became serious. There is something I must criticize you for, Suyu said firmly, drawing the immediate attention of the two girls. Seeing that Chung Yong hadn't reacted, he added, Mr. Chung, this includes you as well? Chung Yong looked up, guilt written all over his face, about to speak, when suddenly Suyu was completely covered in a silver armor from head to toe. The three of them stared in astonishment at this sudden change. From within the armor, Suyu's muffled voice emerged. Do you think a grade 4 martial artist's self-destruction wouldn't be stopped by this Brank spirit armor? The three of them suddenly realized. A Brank spirit armor was a treasure that could withstand a full-force attack from a high-grade martial artist. After the armor disappeared, Suyu's expression grew even more severe. Foolish. The more critical the situation, the more you need to stay rational. What good would it do for you to rush in? Especially you two. He pointed at the two girls. The teacher is tough. At most he'd lose an arm or a leg. Chung Yong frowned at these words. Oh? Suyu continued, what are you two first-grade martial artists even thinking? In danger, you should protect yourselves first. Panic leads to chaos. And you, teacher? He turned to Chung Yong. They are girls, so it's somewhat understandable, but you are a tactician. Chung Yong was momentarily speechless and could only smile wryly. At times like this, maybe you shouldn't call me teacher. Suyu's words were like a wake-up call, causing the three in the carriage, including the class teacher Chung Yong, to lower their heads. Chung Yong felt something was off but couldn't find a reason to argue. After all, what the kid said made sense. Outside, the coachman Zhou Zhan nodded in agreement as he overheard the conversation. Exactly. I didn't know he had Brank spirit armor, but you guys did. Why panic and just add to the mess? Meanwhile, the Tianyuan city's genius training camp tournament had reached the semifinals. Caillou stood proudly above the rest, and although the semifinals hadn't started, he was already the favorite to win. Female students below the stage cheered enthusiastically for Caillou, turning the entire scene into his fan club. There was a buzz among the audience. Seems like there's no need to watch the rest. Senior brother Caillou is a sure bet for first place. Indeed, he seems completely unpressured. His opponents don't stand a chance. Is this what it feels like to be unbeatable? He'll probably ace the college entrance exams in half a month too. As the discussions heated up, someone mentioned, not necessarily. Have you heard? A genius from the Four Schools training camp is transferring to our school, and they came along today. This news caused an immediate stir. Someone dismissed it. So what if they're from the Four Schools training camp? Didn't Song Qinghuan and Suyu also go there? They never beat senior brother Caillou before. A buzz-cut boy retorted. Are you pretending to be ignorant? Song Qinghuan and Suyu were special invites. The transfer student earned their spot through merit, which is completely different. Caillou was rejected before. This shut the girl who wanted to argue up. She changed the topic, saying, you don't understand. Senior brother Caillou is different now. He's a legendary talent surpassing all limits. She looked at Caillou on the stage with admiration. The buzz-cut boy scoffed, ugh, brainless fan. Dude, Faye, are you crazy? Don't you know the situation? A classmate quickly intervened to smooth things over. The gossip continued about the mysterious transfer student. I heard they came because of Suyu. Apparently, top tacticians are highly sought after in college. I heard they fell for Qinghuan. Bro, you might be mistaken. Isn't the transfer student a girl? Oh, maybe I misremembered. Must have been for Suyu then. Speculations about Xiao Xiao spread like wildfire in Tianyuan City. After all, a genius transfer student with confidential records from the Four Schools training camp was almost unheard of. On the stage, after drawing lots, Caillou fell into deep thought. What kind of strength did a genius formally invited by the four schools training camp possess? At this moment, his opponent was no longer Song Qinghuan but the mysterious Xiao Qiao. His previous rejection by the four schools training camp had fueled his determination. Since learning about Xiao Qiao, his training intensity had increased 100-fold. He was determined to prove that even against a genius from the four schools training camp, he, Caillou, would not be outdone. Outside the steel gates of Tianyuan City, a hovering bus stood quietly. The front was decorated with red flowers, and a banner on the side read, "Welcome four schools training camp students back." Passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch. In front of the bus, several principals paced anxiously. The principal of the fourth school checked his watch again and impatiently asked, "Old Tang, didn't you say they would arrive by now? It's been half an hour. Where are they?" Tang Yaodong remained calm. "Why the rush? Haven't you been to the wilderness? There can be unexpected situations." Today, he stood unusually straight and confident. Another principal inquired, "Old Tang, are you sure that student named Xiao Qiao is coming with them?" "I've said it many times, I'm very sure," Tang Yaodong replied confidently. The principal's eyes were filled with anticipation. With this genuine four schools training camp genius, Tianyuan City might have a shot at the Northwest region's top spot this year. The principal of the third school suddenly asked, "By the way, about the grade 4 blood crystal, should we discuss it with them later?" The principal of the first school nodded. "I'll talk to Suyu about it later." Just then, a cart pulled by a large yellow ox came into view. Tang Yaodong's eyes lit up, and his face broke into a wide grin. "They're here. They're here." Passing through the gate, Suyu and his group had to get off the vehicle for a thorough inspection. After verifying their wristband information, they underwent a full-body electronic scan. This advanced scanning technology could easily detect imposters, making Suyu think that if they had this equipment earlier, they wouldn't have been deceived by that Sheng Lin dog in the wilderness. Thinking about this, Suyu couldn't help but glance at Instructor Wei Ikuan, muttering to himself, "A certain master must have seen through it, right? No, I refuse to believe it. Instructor Wei definitely didn't see through it." While Suyu was lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice called out, "Jingyao, you're on duty today?" It turned out they had run into an acquaintance. Jingyao nodded slightly and smiled. "Looks like we keep running into each other. So, you're not going to military school, huh?" Suyu nodded honestly. Jingyao didn't mind and continued, "No worries. If you become a tactician in the future, you're welcome to join our serious legion." "Thank you, Jingyao," Suyu replied sincerely. With even the big yellow cow included, the group passed the identity verification smoothly. When Suyu saw the bus adorned with a big red flower, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought to himself, "We're in the martial arts era, but this tradition hasn't been lost at all." As he silently complained, he suddenly noticed a few elderly people walking towards him, all with kind smiles on their faces. Suyu was stunned and thought, am I really that important now?" He instinctively looked at Cheng Yong, who shook his head and explained, "They don't know about your information from the training camp." Suyu immediately realized his misunderstanding. He stepped aside and said to Xiao Qiao behind him, "Why don't you come forward and shake hands with them?" Xiao Qiao hid behind Suyu and Song Qinghuan. All the principal's eyes were on her. Tang Yaodong warmly welcomed Suyu, Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao. "Welcome back with honors." After some pleasantries, the principal of number 1 high school spoke up. "Suyu, we have something we'd like to discuss with you." Suyu was puzzled but said, "Principal, please go ahead." The principal continued, "We heard that the 4 school training camp offers rare grade 4 blood crystals as rewards. We principals have discussed it and would like to make a trade with you." Cheng Yong was about to speak, but was stopped by a look from the principal of number 8 high school. Suyu's expression also turned a bit strange. Seeing this, Tang Yaodong quickly explained, "Suyu, don't misunderstand. We want to trade 1 ordinary grade 5 blood crystal and 3 grade 4 blood crystals with you. You know, rare blood crystals are more effective for those who haven't used them before." To everyone's surprise, Suyu agreed without hesitation, "Sure." The principal's faces just started to show smiles when they froze. Suyu took off his backpack and began searching through it. He first took out several grade 3 and grade 2 blood crystals, placing them aside. After a while, he found the grade 4 blood crystal that had been forced on him and casually tossed it to Tang Yaodong. Everyone's eyebrows twitched slightly. Suyu, looking innocent, asked, "Principals, I have some more rare blood crystals. Do you want to trade for those too?" He turned to Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao and said enthusiastically, "Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, take out your blood crystals too." "Principals, although we don't have more grade 4 blood crystals, we do have several rare grade 3 blood crystals. How about trading 3 ordinary grade 3 blood crystals for 1? Tang Yaodong was speechless, thinking, "Is this the same Suyu who asked me for a grade 1 blood crystal before? How did he become so wealthy after just 1 trip to the 4-school training camp?" The principals exchanged bewildered glances, all wondering the same thing. Were the rewards at the 4-school training camp really that generous? If they had known, they would have done anything to send a student there. The principal of number 1 high school awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Suyu, we can discuss this matter further later." Chung Yong couldn't help but laugh. Blood crystals were incredibly precious, with each high school having only a few, mostly grade 1. Suyu suddenly producing several rare blood crystals left the principals in shock. Realizing the value of the blood crystals, Suyu quickly put them away and said, "Let's discuss this later, principals." "Yes, let's discuss it later," the principals echoed like a chorus. Tang Yaodong sighed. "It seems you gained a lot from the four-school training camp. The juniors in Tianyuan City are eagerly waiting for you to share your experiences. Let's go to the Chielin Sports Hall." Chung Yong had mentioned the experience sharing session on the way. Suyu smiled. He had been looking forward to it, but after today's events, it didn't seem as significant anymore. Compared to the warriors defending the Watchtower City, they were just sheltered flowers in a greenhouse. After retrieving their luggage, Zhou prepared to leave and said to Suyu with a smile, "Suyu, contact me in Wuching in the future. I don't want to be someone who breaks promises." Suyu clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. I will." The principals watching from the side felt a deep respect. Suyu truly deserved to be recognized by a tactical master. Even senior experts were willing to befriend him. As he boarded the bus and looked out at the scenery, Suyu suddenly felt like he was returning home in glory. He thought that perhaps after the college entrance exams, the reception would be even grander. By then, his father would be proud every time he stepped out. The smoke of the final showdown at Chielin Stadium was about to clear. On the stage, the duel between Caillou and Qin Ling was nearing its end. Over the past 2 weeks, every match at the training camp had concluded with their clash, but the outcome had never changed. Despite her aggressive attacks, Qin Ling, who had yet to break through to the warrior level, could never even touch Caillou's clothes. Having tempered his bones 3 times, Caillou surpassed his opponent in vitality, speed, and strength. This lopsided match seemed more like Caillou's solo performance. He effortlessly dodged Qin Ling's every move, dancing as if with the air itself. On the second floor of the gymnasium, the principal of 3rd High School beamed with pride and turned to Qiao Qiao, saying, "Qiao Qiao, what do you think? This is one of the top talents in Tianyuan City." Qiao Qiao managed a faint smile and then glanced at Suyu and Song Qinghuan beside her. She thought to herself, "He is impressive, but compared to Suyu and Qinghuan, he's just alright." Wisely, she chose to remain silent and simply nodded in agreement. "Great." Seeing that Caillou was about to end the match, the principal of 1st High School suggested, "Let's go down." On the stage, Caillou made his move, blocking Qin Ling's retreat in an instant. He closed in like lightning and easily knocked her off the stage with a single palm strike. The audience erupted in applause, but Caillou's expression remained calm, as if everything had gone according to plan. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Senior Suyu and Senior Qinghuan? And that girl with the twin tails, could she be the legendary Senior Qiao Qiao?" The audience buzzed with excitement and chatter. "Wow, Senior Suyu is so handsome. Look at that aura, definitely a top-notch strategist. Dream on, our Tianyuan City has never produced a strategist like Senior Suyu. Humph, I will be the first all-round genius of Tianyuan City. I still think Senior Caillou is the coolest. He won first place so effortlessly. Right, I want to be a warrior like Senior Qinghuan." Several principals ushered the 3 through the noisy crowd towards the stage. Suyu, slightly shy, muttered, "Actually, your senior isn't that great. Strategy is just a hobby." On the stage, Kai's eyes were fixed on the slightly uneasy Qiao Qiao. Feeling a bit disappointed, he thought, if she's scared of this, the so-called genius of the 4-school training camp is nothing special. The principals and the 3 returning talents slowly walked onto the stage. Qin Wenfang immediately picked up the microphone and announced, "Now, let's welcome our award presenters to present the first place prize." The principals lined up, becoming the backdrop for the photo. Clearly, the real presenters today were Suyu and his 2 companions. The hostesses guided them forward, each responsible for presenting a specific award. A trophy, a plaque with a 10th Tianyuan scholarship, and a grade spiritual weapon. Caillou accepted the awards from Suyu and Song Qinghuan with courteous thanks. When it was Qiao Qiao's turn, his expression turned serious as he asked, "May I challenge you?" Holding the trophy, Qiao Qiao was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at Suyu. Suyu then glanced at the principals, who smiled without saying a word, as if they had seen nothing. Suyu understood immediately. Today's event had been planned all along. The best way to share experiences was to let these junior students witness true talent firsthand. No wonder the principal had mentioned that without Qiao Qiao, there wouldn't have been this experience-sharing event today. The real star of the day was Qiao Qiao. Suyu nodded slightly to Qiao Qiao, who immediately responded, "Sure." Their conversation did not reach the students below. Seeing this, Qin Wenfang quickly announced, "After today's match, there will be a challenge round. The champion can challenge any of our 3 returning students from the 4-school training camp." As soon as she finished, the audience erupted in excitement. "No way, This is so thrilling. Who do you think Senior Caillou will challenge? Definitely not Senior Suyu. They're on different tracks. Most likely the newly transferred Senior Qiao Qiao. This is going to be interesting. Is Senior Qiao Qiao stronger? Or is Senior Caillou unbeatable? Senior Caillou will win. Senior Caillou will win. The microphone was handed to Caillou, who solemnly announced, I choose to challenge Qiao Qiao. The crowd burst into cheers. Suyu and Song Qinghuan followed the principals to sit on the side. Suyu, puzzled, asked, aren't you worried that this arrangement might hurt Caillou's confidence? Cheng Yong glanced at him, as if saying there wouldn't be a problem as long as he didn't participate. He then explained, although the principals misunderstood Qiao Qiao's identity, students ranked high in the preliminary rankings of the four-school training camp are famous nationwide. Given that Caillou has recently broken his limits, they think the gap in strength shouldn't be too large. Such an opponent, win or lose, will be beneficial for Caillou. Suyu nodded in understanding. Good thing he didn't choose me, otherwise, I wouldn't know whether to accept. Qinghuan going up wouldn't be suitable either. Cheng Yong nodded in agreement. The principal of 3rd High School, overhearing their conversation, smiled and said, don't worry, Suyu, Caillou knows what he's doing. By the way, what's this misunderstanding about Qiao Qiao's identity? Suyu calmly replied, Qiao Qiao, like me, got in through the back door. The principal of 3rd High School immediately stood up. Then we should stop this match. Tang Yaodong remained calm. What's the rush? Didn't I tell you? Qiao Qiao was specifically brought in by Su Ye's teacher as a teammate. Their good performance in the training camp was because Su Ye's teammates were all outstanding. He added, of course, Su Ye's role as a strategist was also crucial. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle, looking at his teacher, curious about how he had explained things to the principal. But thinking it over, the principal wasn't wrong. The principal of 3rd High School sat back down, relieved. You gave me quite a scare, Suyu. Meanwhile, on the stage, Caillou drew his long sword for the first time, showing how seriously he took this match. Although Qiao Qiao was inexplicably on the stage, remembering Su Ye's advice, she gripped her willow leaf whip, her gaze becoming determined. Use him to test your new martial arts skills. Su Ye's words echoed in her ears, igniting a spark of determination within her. After observing several matches from the 2nd floor of the gymnasium, Suyu quickly noticed that the so-called top genius, Caillou, was somewhat arrogant. Since the principals wanted Qiao Qiao to bring him down a notch, Suyu decided to go along with it. He believed that rather than having them exchange blows evenly on the ring, it would be better for Qiao Qiao to teach Caillou a harsh lesson. The earlier this arrogance is corrected, the easier it will be for him to get back on track. Otherwise, Caillou might face a mental breakdown when he encounters truly top-tier talents. Suyu thought to himself, the principals made the right choice in selecting Qiao Qiao as his opponent. Choosing Lin Yin or Fu Yu would have been too cruel for Caillou. After all, Qiao Qiao specializes in support, making her more suitable to teach Caillou a lesson. As Suyu watched the junior students cheer for Caillou, he suddenly raised his right hand and shouted from the podium, Go, Qiao Qiao. His shout startled the principals, and Song Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh. On the ring, referee Qin Wanfeng officially announced the start of the match. Caillou wore a serious expression and was about to test his opponent when Qiao Qiao's long whip lashed through the air. Crack, crack. The whip struck the ring, leaving terrifying marks. Faced with such power and speed, Caillou dared not be careless. The willow leaf whip attacked again and again, creating sonic booms that echoed throughout the gymnasium. Qiao Qiao's whip technique emphasized flicking, chopping, lifting, sweeping, and wrapping, with flicking being the essence. A casual flick on the wrist would be enough to disarm Caillou. However, the spirit snake whip Qiao Qiao learned not only excelled in flicking, but also greatly enhanced chopping, lifting, and sweeping, giving the whip the sharpness of a blade. Just like a venomous snake's lethal strike, Qiao Qiao's whip aimed not at the body but at the whip's tip. As her control over the spirit snake whip grew more refined, Caillou, who initially wanted to engage in close combat, found himself completely trapped. At first, he could barely dodge the whip's net-like strikes, but as the whip's true power unfolded, he became a caged beast. Each strike shattered his clothes and left his skin swollen and bruised. Caillou was completely suppressed, unable to lift his head or use his abilities. Any lapse in concentration resulted in the whip's tip precisely striking his body. On the podium, Suyu was stunned. He had only asked Qiao Qiao to test her new martial arts, not to torment Caillou. Qiao Qiao could have ended the fight with the first strike, but she held back for some reason. On the ring, Qiao Qiao wanted to clarify it was a misunderstanding. Being new, she thought it was only natural to hold back in such a sparring match. Isn't it about showcasing skill, friendship, and spirit? Besides, it would be too humiliating for Caillou to surrender without using his abilities. It was better to hold back and treat it as practice. But the longer they fought, the more she felt something was off. Hey, why aren't you using your abilities? Are you holding back for me? In the audience, the juniors were dumbfounded. The once dominant Caillou was now being thoroughly subdued, making them wonder if he had a masochistic streak. They pondered why Caillou didn't use his abilities to create an opening. On the podium, the principals shook their heads helplessly. They could see that Caillou and Xiao Qiao's raw power wasn't far apart, but once Xiao Qiao used her martial arts, Caillou was no match for her. Even so, his performance was disappointing. Suyu sighed. Knowing he's destined to lose, he still won't fight to the end. He's had it too easy. His words made the principals glance at him. They suddenly recalled that Suyu had also shown impressive martial arts talent before joining the training camp. If only his cultivation talent were a bit better, Tianyuan City might have produced a true all-rounder. The principals couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. On the ring, when Caillou's shirt was reduced to tatters and his eyes dimmed, Xiao Qiao finally realized what was happening. She immediately unleashed her full power, disarming Caillou with a flick and thrusting the whip's tip at his neck. Qin Wenfeng rushed to intervene, but before she could touch the whip, Xiao Qiao had already retracted it after a light tap on Caillou's throat. On the ring, Xiao Qiao looked apologetic. Qin Wenfeng stood awkwardly in the middle, and Caillou slumped to the ground, despondent. He felt utterly powerless. Every move seemed to be within Xiao Qiao's calculations. No matter how he dodged or defended, her whip always struck his vital points. On the podium, the principals remained silent. In the audience, everyone was wide-eyed and speechless. The top talent of Tianyuan City, the first in the training camp, had been thoroughly defeated. The gymnasium fell into dead silence. Suyu frowned. While everyone was in disbelief, a voice came from the podium. Is that it? You're giving up? Everyone turned to see that it was the tactical genius Suyu speaking. The audience erupted in whispers. Some girls, already heartbroken, grumbled. Our senior lost to you. What are you boasting about? Who gave you the right to speak? Suyu heard these comments clearly but didn't care. He was more concerned about whether the genius on the ring could stand up again. Caillou remained silent, his eyes vacant. Suyu spoke again. Caillou, why do you train? Without waiting for an answer, he turned to the principals. Principals, the challenge is over. Can we start our sharing session now? The stunned principals instinctively nodded. Suyu handed his wristband to Song Qinghuan. Please project these two images. Then, he picked up the microphone and scanned the room with a calm gaze. Dear juniors, let's move on to today's main topic. I'll share with you what we saw at the Four Schools training camp. At this moment, Suyu no longer seemed like a student but a leader. Everyone straightened up and focused their attention on him. In the audience, the crowd's reactions varied. Some had snapped out of their daze, their faces still filled with defiance. Others stared intently at the young man on the stage, eyes gleaming with admiration and longing. Among the crowd, a young boy murmured, "Why do I feel like Brother Suyu is the real big shot here?" Beside him, another boy with a buzz cut retorted without turning his head, "Are you kidding me? Don't you dare underestimate a tactical genius. His vision and strategy are way beyond ours." "You're right," another voice chimed in. "If we ever go to battle, we might have to follow Brother Suyu's command. If Brother Suyu is the commander, I wouldn't dare go west if he points east," another junior said resolutely. The discussions below the stage grew louder, but Suyu did not interrupt them. Instead, he continued, "Back to the question I asked earlier. Why do we cultivate? I know this question might sound cliched. Any one of you could come up here and boldly declare it's to drive out foreign invaders or to kill all the beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, "Isn't that obvious?" causing many of the young people to burst into laughter. Amid the laughter, Suyu signaled Song Qinghuan to start the projection. With the staff's help, an image appeared on the gymnasium's large screen. It was a monument, inscribed with, "Zhang Qin, the commander of Shieling Watchtower, led 300 men to defend the watchtower for 3 days and nights, ultimately buying precious time for Shieling City to fend off a beast tide. Except for the communications officer Chang Qiaoyi, all 300 men heroically sacrificed their lives." Suyu remained silent, allowing Song Qinghuan to display another image. It was a letter home, reading, "I serve the country with my life. Do not mourn for me. Father Wangj, Grandma, I didn't bring shame to the Hong family. Hongju, are this year's peaches sweet? If the kids next door come to steal them, don't stop them, Mom Fong Liangua." In a soft voice, Suyu said, "This letter was given to us today by a watchtower soldier on our way back." The entire gymnasium fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. On the stage, Caillou tilted his head back, fists clenched, his nails digging deep into his palms. Standing tall, Suyu continued, "They are the watchtower soldiers. To guard against beast tides, they have rooted themselves in the wilderness day after day, year after year." He paused before asking, "So, what do you think they cultivate for?" "For us. For our homeland." The students in the gymnasium shouted in unison, tears welling up in their eyes, eager to rush to the battlefield and serve their country. On the stage, Caillou also stood up, his posture straight and firm, gazing at those simple yet profoundly heavy words. His earlier defeat now seemed insignificant. Suyu earnestly said, "These are the greatest insights I gained from this training camp." He knew that without witnessing and experiencing it firsthand, his junior brothers and sisters would find it hard to truly understand that feeling. Although the school provided education in this area, it often resulted in fleeting passion that quickly faded. But that was okay. This was the experience he most wanted to share at this moment. Signaling to close the projection, Suyu continued, "Now that I've shared the greatest insights from my training camp, let me tell you what else I learned. At the camp, we started with teams of 5 hunting beasts. Despite having a genius like your senior sister Qiao Qiao in our team, our results were not ideal. Moreover, your senior sister Qiao Qiao didn't even rank in the top 10 in the individual arena." Nearby, Cheng Yong raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, not ideal? At one point, he could control everyone's ranking, and others didn't even have the right to compete for second place. As for the individual arena, he couldn't even be bothered to comment. The students in the gymnasium gasped in astonishment. No way, senior sister Qiao Qiao couldn't even make the top 10? How strong must the top 10 be? I really want to see what the first place in the training camp looks like. Even just seeing the top 10 would be incredible. So, senior brother Caillou might end up at the bottom in the training camp? On stage, Caillou listened to the discussions of his juniors and gradually calmed down. Beside him, Xiao Qiao felt everyone's gaze and blushed slightly, murmuring, "Well, I was just a bench warmer." The captain is the truly amazing one. Standing closest to her, Caillou became more curious about the captain she mentioned. He wondered if he might have a chance to witness these geniuses' talents during the college entrance exams. Suyu concluded, "So, remember, the sky's the limit, and there are always people better than you. This is the lesson I learned from the four-school training camp." He thought for a moment and added, "But, remember, my junior brothers and sisters, the path of martial arts is endless. We are just starting, and we must never stop, regardless of how others perform." With that, Suyu put down the microphone. The principals behind him started clapping first. On stage, Xiao Qiao clapped cheerfully, while Caillou bowed to Suyu in gratitude. The other geniuses from the training camp looked on with admiration. Qin Ling watched the once young boy, now so impressive, with shining eyes. The applause was long and sustained. After a while, the teachers began leading the students out. Suyu still had to collect his 5th grade blood crystal, so he didn't leave immediately. Several principals, watching Suyu's performance, couldn't help but marvel, a true master, a natural leader. The training camp had a day off, and the other geniuses all went home. Soon, the gymnasium was left with only a few principals, teachers, Suyu and his companions, and Caillou. Caillou wanted to thank Suyu in person and had been waiting. As soon as Suyu stepped down from the stage, Qiao Qiao, with her twin ponytails bouncing, ran over and said, "Captain, did I do you proud?" Suyu was still pondering how to answer her question. Behind Xiao Qiao, Caillou stood frozen, took a step forward, and asked, "Suyu, are you Qiao Qiao's captain?" "Yeah, Suyu is my captain," Xiao Qiao answered eagerly. At that moment, Caillou's expression was complex. While the other principals were still marveling at Suyu's leadership qualities, he suddenly bowed and cupped his hands in a salute, loudly saying, "Suyu, can we have another match?" As soon as he finished speaking, the principals who had been talking fell silent, their eyes all turning in his direction. The principal of First High School sternly rebuked, "Caillou, what nonsense are you talking about?" Caillou remained bowed, unwilling to lift his head. Suyu asked, "Do you want me to hold back or go all out?" Caillou lifted his head, eyes resolute. "I want to see the true extent of the gap between us." At that moment, the principals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. A bold guess emerged in their minds, yet they dared not easily accept it. Helplessly, they turned their inquisitive gazes towards Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong gave a mysterious smile but remained silent. The principal's eyes widened instantly, and their breathing grew rapid. If Suyu truly possessed the strength to challenge Caillou, the thought excited and perturbed them. Everyone held their breath, looking expectantly at Suyu, who was about to take the stage. Suyu and Caillou steadily walked onto the platform, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Just then, Qin Wenfeng spoke up, "Caillou, you just had a battle. Don't you need to rest?" The principals frowned at her, their eyes showing disapproval. Qin Wenfeng, flustered, quickly lowered her head to tidy her already neat hair, trying to mask her embarrassment. She was anxious. Caillou had already lost to a transfer student, and she couldn't bear to think of him losing to Suyu as well. On the platform, Suyu also asked out of courtesy, "Are you sure you don't need to recover?" Caillou's eyes were resolute, his voice steady, "No need." He knew very well that with or without recovery, he was no match for Suyu. This match was just for him to experience the gap between them firsthand. Instead of being arrogant, he preferred to face reality head-on. Suyu understood his thoughts and admired his mindset. To be able to stand up quickly after a setback and challenge again was the courage a true warrior should possess. The two stood on opposite sides of the platform and exchanged respectful bows. Song Qinghuan announced loudly, "The match begins." Caillou immediately adopted a defensive stance, his long sword pointing steadily forward. At the same time, a swampy terrain appeared under Suyu's feet. After his battle with Qiao Qiao, he dared not be careless. Even when facing a weaker opponent, he would give his all. The principals nodded in satisfaction. This proved that the talents in Tianyuan City were not to be underestimated. They refocused their expectant gazes on Suyu, secretly hoping for a close match. However, what happened next completely shattered their expectations. Whoosh, bang, boom. The principals' expressions froze, their mouths agape with disbelief. They witnessed Suyu suddenly explode with speed far beyond that of a first-tier warrior. In the next second, Caillou was sent flying like a broken kite. This was a true display of crushing superiority. The absolute advantage in speed and strength. Caillou landed heavily in the audience, stunned. At the moment Suyu's kick hit his stomach, he thought he might die on the spot. Yet now, besides some minor pain, he was unharmed. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared in shock. Caillou slowly got up and bowed to Suyu again. He knew Suyu had held back, understanding that he couldn't withstand the full force. Except for those already aware of Suyu's strength, everyone else turned stiffly, their eyes darting between Caillou and Suyu on the platform, utterly astonished. The level of control was terrifying. In the dead silence, the sound of a cup hitting the floor was jarringly loud. Everyone turned to see a buzzcut boy staring in disbelief, his cup shattered on the ground. Qin Wenfeng's cheeks burned with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Throughout the match, Suyu had shown no sign of blood energy, yet his speed rivaled her own as a third-tier warrior. He was a prodigy beyond imagination. How narrow-minded she had been. The bald teacher swallowed hard, recalling the internal tournament he had promised the training camp students. He thought to himself, this tournament might not be necessary anymore. It took a while for the crowd to recover, picking their jaws up from the floor. They looked at Suyu, wanting to speak but hesitating. On the platform, Suyu looked at Caillou and said sincerely, "You're actually very strong. In the training camp, many talents are on par with you." Chung Yong's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, "Are you comforting him or praising yourself?" Caillou smiled calmly, "It's okay. As you said, as long as I don't give up training, it's fine. Our martial journey has just begun." "Exactly," Suyu replied with a smile. The conversation between the two young men made the principals ponder deeply. They realized they were witnessing the rise of an extraordinary genius. This genius's achievements would not be confined to the small city of Tianyuan. His future accomplishments would be beyond their reach and imagination. With this thought, the principals couldn't help but smile with pride and satisfaction. This was Tianyuan City's prodigy, the future of Huagua, and the hope of humanity. After the initial shock, the principals' faces wrinkled into smiles again, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. As everyone prepared to leave the gymnasium, the bald teacher from the training camp suddenly remembered something and asked, "Suyu, our training camp will have a wilderness hunt tomorrow morning at 8. Are you still planning to attend?" Suyu replied with a smile, "Don't worry, teacher. I'll definitely be there on time. I've never participated in our Tianyuan City's genius training camp before." As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of several principals' and teachers' mouths twitched slightly. In their eyes, Suyu's abilities were already impressive enough to be an instructor for the camp. Recalling the astonishing prowess he displayed in the arena earlier, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, finding it increasingly daunting the more they thought about it. Where on earth did such a genius come from? They wondered silently. First, Caillou breaks through his limits, then Xiao Qiao transfers, and now Suyu appears. Could it be that our Tianyuan city is truly blessed? As they were lost in these thoughts, they suddenly noticed Song Qinghuan, who had been standing beside Suyu with a smile. This time, the principals didn't want to speculate any further. Tang Yaodong directly asked Qing Yong, "How has Qinghuan performed at the training camp?" Chung Yong responded in a calm tone, "Average, just in the top 10, but the grin stretching to his ears seemed to say, 'You should definitely give me a bonus now.'" A moment of silence followed. Everyone closed their mouths once again. Qin Wenfeng was completely dumbfounded. Did this mean her student couldn't even make it to the top 3? Her dream of becoming the grade director was instantly shattered. Caillou glanced at Song Qinghuan, remaining the calmest among the group. Witnessing true prodigies had ignited a determined spirit within him. Chi Fei, who had just returned with a cup of tea, followed the teachers with a resolute gaze fixed on these outstanding peers. The group then headed towards the education center. Watching Suyu casually toss a grade 5 blood crystal into his bag, several principals hesitated to speak. As they watched the three young talents walk away together, the principal of the first school sighed and suddenly realized, with Suyu, should we consider aiming for the National? Before he could finish, the usually gentle and amiable principal of the third school couldn't help but curse. "We old folks really lucked out this time." Standing at the entrance of the cultural center, the principals burst into hearty laughter, disregarding their usual decorum. Caillou pushed open the door and returned home, greeted by a table full of his favorite dishes. Hearing the noise, his parents immediately put down what they were doing and came over with big smiles. "Ah, our Xiaoyu is back," his father said enthusiastically. "Come, come, come. Your mom won at Mahjong today, and we're celebrating with a feast." He pulled Caillou to his seat. Caillou's mother wanted to remind him to wash his hands first, but she swallowed her words and kept smiling. "Yes, yes. You sit down and I'll get you a towel." "Mom, Dad, I'm fine. You don't need to fuss over me," Caillou said, grinning widely. His parents exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. His father said, "What do you mean, fine or not fine? Didn't I tell you your mom won at Mahjong today?" His mother chimed in, "Exactly. You know how rare it is for me to win against Aunt Wong and the others." Caillou stood up, and his parents immediately followed suit. He smiled helplessly. "I'm just going to wash my hands, really, I'm fine." As he walked into the bathroom, his parents exchanged looks again. When he came out, he teased, "You two can stop the silent conversation. Your eyes are almost crossing." His mother quickly picked up a mirror. "Really? I don't see it." Caillou said seriously, "Mom, Dad, I'm really fine. But you must have heard about what happened today." His parents quickly sat down beside him. His mother held his hand tightly and said, "Son, remember this. No matter what others say, you are always a genius in my heart. Always." She gave him a thumbs up, and his father nodded emphatically. Caillou, who hadn't cried all day despite various setbacks, suddenly felt his eyes well up. "Mom, Dad, don't misunderstand. I'm really fine. It's just that I love you both so much. Really." He wiped his eyes. "Today, I realized something important. I'm not training to be better than others. I'm doing it to protect you." All right, I believe you. My son has grown up," his mother said, hugging him and gently patting his back, just like she did when he fell and cried as a child. His father, wiping his eyes, pretended to complain, "Is the exhaust fan off? Why does it feel smoky in here?" In their eyes, their son would always be the best and their pride. Meanwhile, Suyu had just dropped off Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao at home. Before they could open the door, Songma opened it. "Mom, this is Xiao Xiao, the friend I told you about," Qinghuan introduced. Songma immediately took Xiao Xiao's hand warmly and looked her over. "What a beautiful child. Xiao Xiao, if you don't mind, call me Mom too. I'll be your godmother, and you'll be my second daughter." Xiao Xiao sweetly called out, "Mom, that's right." Songma laughed heartily. Then she glanced outside the door. Qinghuan explained, "Mom, Suyu went home? You silly girl, he's given you so many rides. You should have invited him up for a bit," Songma said. Qinghuan recalled Suyu's shy demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. At the entrance of Pinyin Community, Suyu looked at the banner saying, "Welcome future tactical master Suyu," and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was extremely grateful that he hadn't let Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao walk him home. Otherwise, seeing this banner, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he'd want to wear a mask. Despite his internal grumbling, Suyu's face broke into a happy smile. Then he said, "Dad, Aunt Wu, Uncle Zhang, you can stop hiding now. The security booth is only so big. How did you fit more than 10 people in there?" Su Jun proudly said, "That's nothing. Back in the day, your dad could squeeze 20 comrades into a small hole." The other uncles and aunts popped out with confetti cannons, shouting, "Surprise! Xiaoyu, you've made our community proud. Xiaoyu, we heard you're a warrior now? Xiaoyu, you're way better than your dad now." In the crowd, Su Jun protested. He's still got a long way to go. But no one paid attention. Everyone surrounded Suyu as they walked into the community. Suyu then noticed that the uncles and aunts had already set up a banquet in the courtyard, just waiting for him to return. A chubby little boy ran up to Suyu and handed him a small wooden sword. "Brother Suyu, you're back. I carved this myself, for you." Suyu picked up the boy. "Wow, Xiao Xian can carve his own wooden sword now. You'll definitely be better than your brother Suyu in the future." With laughter and chatter, everyone took their seats. In no time, several uncles and aunts were drunk and playing drinking games. Suyu watched, realizing he hadn't seen them this happy in a long time. Su Jun, reeking of alcohol, came over and slurred, "Suyu, I don't expect you to be super powerful, but safety comes first. Got it? Remember, as long as the green hills are there." "What's the saying again?" "Firewood." Suyu helped him out. "Right. No fear of running out of firewood." Su Jun raised his colorful mechanical leg triumphantly. Seeing this, Suyu was stunned. "Dad, when did you take off your leg?" Still in shock, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. "Hey, Aunt Wu, that's your eye. Don't give it to Xiao Xian as a marble." After making sure all the uncles and aunts got home safely and cleaning up the mess downstairs, the sky was dotted with stars. Standing at the base of the building, looking at the lights inside, Suyu knew this was what he wanted to protect. Back home, Su-jun was already snoring on the couch. After covering him with a blanket, Suyu returned to his room. Finally having a moment to relax, he let out a long sigh. Then he pulled up the system's bond panel. Since the system upgrade, he hadn't had the time or chance to properly explore this bond module. Now he finally had the time. Opening the bond module, it displayed unlocked bonds. 5 animals: bond tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Normal level reward pending. 5 animals: bond tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. First level reward pending. 5 animals: bond tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Second level reward pending. 5 animals: bond tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Third level reward pending. The 4 notifications made Suyu's eyes light up. Scrolling down, he saw that the 4th level 5 animals bond was not fully lit. The icons for deer and bird were still dim. Suyu wanted to scroll further, but found there was nothing else. That's it, he blurted out. The system responded. Other bonds will appear once the host unlocks them. Suyu was speechless. He had killed so many beasts and only unlocked 1 bond. How long would it take to unlock the others? With a sigh, he claimed all 4 rewards. Ding, 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 ding. 4 consecutive notification sounds echoed in Suyu's mind, accompanied by the system's congratulatory message. Congratulations, host. Your innate foundation has been slightly enhanced. Congratulations, host. Your innate foundation has been slightly enhanced. Congratulations, host. Your innate foundation has been enhanced. Congratulations, host. Your innate foundation has been enhanced. This sudden reward left Suyu a bit puzzled. Isn't innate foundation a natural talent? Why did it improve without any change in his innate abilities? However, he quickly noticed a significant enhancement in his 5 senses. The sound of his dad's tractor outside the house became exceptionally clear, and he could even sense a mosquito landing on his dad's arm. Suyu tried to block out these heightened senses and then got up to move around. To his delight, he found that his control over his body had markedly improved, his coordination was better, and his strength had slightly increased. These subtle changes filled him with excitement. Curious, Suyu brought up his personal status panel. Name: Suyu. Talent: A. Bloodline: Fire Phoenix lineage. Unknown abilities: SS level Ice Age, SS level Rebirth Flame, SS level Lucky Favor. Incomplete martial arts: Phantom Steps mastered, Mandarin Duck Kick mastered. Titles: First Class Warrior, Low-Level Tactician, Ordinary Encyclopedia Collector. Skills: Master of Tactical Understanding, Master of Basic Kicking Techniques, Master of Spearmanship, Master of Swordsmanship, Master of Boxing, Master of Bicycle Riding. Physical High-Dimensional Attributes: 381348 Vitality. Mental High-Dimensional Attributes: 573 Hz. Low-Dimensional Strength: 8888. Low-Dimensional Agility: 9444. Encyclopedia Collection: 1591000. Suyu carefully analyzed the data changes. With 2 bones tempered, his vitality increased by over 30, and both his strength and agility saw significant boosts. He roughly calculated that even with just major bone enhancements, his vitality at the peak of the 1st rank could reach an astonishing 1300, far surpassing ordinary peak 2nd rank warriors. This tremendous advantage gave Suyu hope for achieving invincibility within his rank. He began planning his development path before the college entrance exams, continued to harness Xiao Qiao's luck ability and Song Qinghuan's marksmanship, while using other opportunities on exotic beasts to advance the 5-animal play and encyclopedia collection. Most importantly, he needed to accumulate vitality recovery rewards to speed up the bone tempering process. Suyu was keenly aware that no matter how many flashy abilities he had, advancing to the master realm as quickly as possible was crucial. He recognized that in the face of beast tides and alien races, he was still insignificant. With this sense of urgency, Suyu immediately began a new round of bone tempering training. The next morning, as Suyu stepped out of his neighborhood, he saw 2 girls each pushing a bicycle, waiting at the entrance. The curious glances from the early rising uncles and aunties made Suyu feel a bit awkward. He quickened his pace but was stopped by his father. Su-jun, son, don't be too much of a playboy, or you might end up with nothing, Su-jun said meaningfully before humming a tune and walking away. Suyu didn't have time to explain before running into Aunt Wu, who was coming back from the market. She warmly invited him. I bought some ribs to make soup today. Come back and have some tonight. Bring your girlfriends too. Bring both of them. Faced with these misunderstandings, Suyu could only sigh helplessly. He thought to himself, with humanity facing both internal and external threats, who has time for romantic entanglements? Even his evening training schedule was packed. Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, you guys are early. Suyu greeted them with a forced smile. Song Qinghuan gently reminded him, the training camp has a rule that we need to arrive half an hour early. It's already 7:29 now. Hearing this, Suyu quickly mounted his bicycle. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. Finally, a chance to showcase his master-level bicycle riding skills. At the Iron Gate, the elite training camp participants were already neatly lined up, waiting for the trio to arrive. The three instructors showed no signs of impatience. The bald instructor was even comforting the other students, explaining that it was understandable for Suyu and Xiao Qiao to be unfamiliar with the rules. Among the crowd, Zhang Shizheng and other students from number 8 high school stood tall, proud that their school now had a true genius like Xiao Qiao. They believed that with the combination of Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao, surpassing the other two teams was no longer a dream. At the front of the line, Caillou appeared calm, while Li Wei and Wang Yang had looks of anticipation. Qin Ling, on the other hand, kept gazing into the distance, waiting for a certain figure to appear. Several teachers had prepared early, waiting for the students to arrive at 8. However, Suyu and his two companions appeared ahead of schedule. Suyu executed a stylish drift, lightly tapping the ground with his toe and smoothly parking his bike in one fluid motion, making it seem like he was racing rather than cycling. The students watched in amazement as the trio quickly locked their bikes and jogged up to the teachers to check in. Suyu immediately apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, Mr. Chong. I didn't know we were supposed to arrive half an hour early since I haven't attended the training camp before. Mr. Chong, the bald teacher, was momentarily taken aback, a look of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This young man was not only exceptionally talented but also humble, which was endearing. He replied kindly, It's all right. It's our fault for not making it clear beforehand. If there's anyone to blame, it's us teachers for not informing you properly. The students were stunned, staring in disbelief at the usually stern King Yen Mr. Chong. Not only was Mr. Chong being kind, but Qin Wanfang also smiled warmly and said, Our training camp is divided into 3 groups. How about you 3 join Group D? They are all your schoolmates from 8 High, so you should be more familiar with them. Sure, we'll follow your arrangement. So you responded, then moved over to Group D with Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. The students in Group D immediately made space for them in the front, and Zhang Shireng even suggested, Song Qinghuan, Suyu, why don't you two become the group leaders? I've been the acting leader until you arrived. Song Qinghuan looked at Suyu, who smiled and declined politely, No need, class president. You should continue as the group leader. We are just newcomers and don't know the situation well enough to lead. Zhang Shizheng then looked at Xiao Qiao, who shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying. Mr. Chong made the final decision. Zhang Shizheng, as Suyu said, you continue as the group leader. Zhang Shizheng nodded reluctantly, understanding that the rewards for the group leader would be more substantial after the training camp. However, he knew that for Group D to take first place, they would rely heavily on Xiao Qiao and Suyu's performance. He felt a bit guilty about remaining the leader. Once everyone was assembled, the 3 teachers led the dozens of students from the talent training camp into the wilderness. Initially, Suyu planned to follow the group obediently, but when he realized the training camp's target was a fenced area, he knew he had to act differently today. To accumulate rewards for the evening's training, the 3rd and 4th tier exotic beasts in the fenced area were not enough for him to hunt, and killing them all would cause trouble for the school. As the group prepared to start hunting, Suyu tentatively raised his right hand. Mr. Chong immediately noticed, Suyu, do you have a suggestion? Teacher, can I request to hunt alone in Area C? Suyu asked, feeling 2 pairs of eyes on him. He quickly added, with Xiao Qiao and Qinghuan, all the students focused their attention on Suyu, some with amused expressions. A few days ago, Caillou had made a similar request and was sternly rebuked. Everyone was waiting for Mr. Chong to explode. Contrary to their expectations, Mr. Chong thought for a moment and then nodded seriously, We didn't consider this thoroughly. Having you 3 follow the group would indeed be a waste of your time. You 3 can go on your own, but remember to return here by 6 in the evening. The other 2 teachers also agreed. The students were so shocked their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They all looked at Caillou to see his reaction. Caillou, standing at the front, remained calm, as if he was not surprised. He knew the teachers had refused him before because he couldn't handle multiple 3rd-tier exotic beasts alone. But with Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao together, they could probably dominate the entire Area C. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Suyu and his companions left the main group and disappeared into the wilderness. Seeing the students still puzzled, Mr. Chong said coldly, If any of you had their level of skill, I wouldn't stop you either. After a moment of silence, Li Haoming raised his hand and asked, Teacher, we understand having Suyu and Song Qinghuan join Group D. But why is Xiao Qiao also joining? This isn't fair. It's like giving Group D a guaranteed win. Other students echoed his sentiments, arguing that Xiao Qiao, as a transfer student, shouldn't be counted, as it seemed like they were bringing in external help. The students in Group D wanted to refute but didn't know how, as Xiao Qiao's addition did indeed give them an advantage and a chance to compete for first place. The ranking determined the rewards for the final training camp, including valuable grade spiritual tools worth tens of thousands. Even at the risk of being reprimanded by the teachers, the students needed to voice their dissatisfaction. Except for Caillou and Qin Ling, who remained silent, Li Wei, Wang Yang, and others also expressed their objections. The three teachers uncharacteristically did not scold them but listened calmly. Gradually, the students sensed something was off and quieted down, though their faces still showed discontent. Qin Wenfang surveyed the crowd coldly. You want fairness, right? Fine. Xiao Qiao will stay in Group D, but her points for hunting exotic beasts won't count towards the group's total score. Upon hearing this, the students in Groups A and B felt triumphant, while those in Group D were disheartened. The teachers said no more, thinking it was time for the students to see firsthand what their idea of fairness really looked like. Someone whispered to Caillou, Caillou, if we push harder these next few days, Song Qinghuan and Suyu won't be able to catch up to us. Caillou sighed lightly and said nothing more. Some things they wouldn't believe until they saw it for themselves. By the time they emerged from the wilderness in the afternoon, they would realize how laughable this statement was. Remembering how he felt the same way a few days ago, he couldn't help but smile wryly, his eyes filled with determination. Upon officially entering the crate area, Suyu's wristband beeped, indicating he had gained permission to operate in the crate zone. At that moment, a mix of emotions surged within him. Though the crate area was more open than the previous ones, it was still essentially a controlled environment. Invisible boundaries were always in place, and there was always a giant figure holding up the sky for these young people. Suyu recalled his father's words from the previous day, you youngsters have a long way to go, which now seemed even more profound. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao stopped and turned to face Suyu. Song Qinghuan spoke first. Suyu, you're heading to the grade area next, right? There was a hint of concern in her voice. Without waiting for a response, she continued, Xiao Qiao and I will only hold you back if we follow you to the grade area. Besides, if we keep following you, we won't gain any experience. We discussed it last night and decided that once we enter the wilderness, we'll act separately. Song Qinghuan's tone was gentle, but her expression was resolute. This girl, who once never left Suyu's side, was now proposing to act independently, showing her growth and determination. Suyu looked at her and realized that nothing he said would change her mind. All right, Suyu nodded. But you two must stick together, he instructed firmly. Xiao Qiao nodded obediently. Don't worry, Captain. I'll stick close to Qinghuan like glue. Suyu glanced at Song Qinghuan and noticed she was wearing sports shorts today. Before he could look away, her crayed spirit armor instantly covered her entire body. In an instant, the once shy girl transformed into a valiant warrior, though her cheeks flushed slightly. Song Qinghuan, a bit embarrassed, explained, since I have to wear the spirit armor anyway, I thought. Suyu gave her a thumbs up, interrupting her explanation. That's exactly right. The spirit armor is meant to be worn. Safety first, he added. It looks great. After this, I'll take you shopping for skirts. Song Qinghuan smiled sweetly and nodded. Xiao Qiao, watching their interaction, squinted her eyes slightly and smiled mischievously. Turning to Xiao Qiao, Suyu saw her equipping her grade spirit armor and wielding a crayed red cloud whip. With their gear, the chances of getting hurt in this area were indeed low. Satisfied, Suyu nodded. We'll meet up later. With that, he leaped away, quickly disappearing from their sight. After Suyu left, Xiao Qiao excitedly said to Song Qinghuan, See, Qinghuan, I told you those shorts look great on you. Your legs are so long. Song Qinghuan blushed. She had always been used to wearing training clothes, and today's outfit was worn at Xiao Qiao's insistence. She felt a bit disappointed that Suyu hadn't noticed earlier, but now, she felt sweet inside, as if she had tasted honey. Refocusing, Song Qinghuan said seriously, Xiao Qiao, let's go hunting. We need to master our martial arts as soon as possible. Xiao Qiao agreed with a nod. The two of them began to search for traces of beasts in the wilderness. Before long, they encountered a third-grade earthwolf and several second-grade earthwolves. Xiao Qiao, you handle the second-grade ones. I'll take on this one, Song Qinghuan said, pointing her spear at the third-grade earthwolf. Xiao Qiao's whip danced through the air, effortlessly blocking the second-grade wolves. Her movements were agile and precise, each whip strike both intercepting one wolf and piercing through another's skull. Leaves and stones scattered as Xiao Qiao dodged and struck with ease. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan used her ghostly footwork to maintain distance from the more powerful earth wolf. She focused on her martial arts, wielding her silver spear with precision. After a few exchanges, she seized an opportunity, channeled her energy, and struck 3 times, piercing the wolf's head, throat, and chest. With the third-grade earth wolf down, the scent of blood filled the air. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao quickened her pace, her whip slicing through the remaining wolves. The two girls remained unfazed by the bloody scene, having witnessed far worse during the beast-tide battle. Xiao Qiao curiously asked, Qinghuan, is this your 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique? Song Qinghua nodded. I'm still not very skilled with it. You'll take on the next third-grade beast. Got it, Xiao Xiao replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Suyu, who had yet to register a third-grade beast kill on his wristband, was searching the crate area. He had already killed several second-grade beasts, but hadn't found any third-grade ones. Should I just kill 10 second-grade beasts? That would also earn me the permission, Suyu mused as he leaped from tree to tree. I should have teamed up with Xiao Xiao and Qinghuan to find a third-grade beast. With Xiao Xiao's help, it would have been much faster. Just then, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. There you are, he muttered, accelerating towards a third-grade giant-toothed rabbit. With a powerful kick, he sent the rabbit crashing through several trees. The injured rabbit tried to flee, but Suyu followed up with another kick to its head, sending its giant teeth flying. With a swift thrust of his overlord's spear, Suyu pierced the rabbit's skull. His wristband immediately updated, granting him access to the grade area and recording his kills. 1 third-grade beast, 4 second-grade beasts, and 1 first-grade beast. After dealing with the rabbit's corpse, Suyu followed the map towards the grade area. His ears perked up, and he stopped on a tree branch, his grade spirit armor covering him and taking on a rusty appearance. Seeing the approaching group, Suyu was surprised. One of them greeted him warmly. Suyu, my friend, it seems fate has brought us together again. What are you doing in the crate area alone? Don't you have classes today? Brother Wong, long time no see. Your team has really grown, Suyu exclaimed as he looked over the hunting squad in front of him. He remembered that the last time they met, the team had only 7 members, but now it had expanded to 11. However, from the expressions and stances of the team members, Suyu keenly noticed that some of them seemed on the verge of being kicked out. Scar-faced Wong laughed heartily and said, Not at all. With you joining us, then we'd really be strong. How about it? Since you're in Area C anyway, why not join us? Don't worry, we'll split everything 50-50. Just as he finished speaking, the man with the mohawk behind him twitched his mouth, wanting to say something but holding back. After all, Suyu was now a martial artist and a renowned tactical genius. It made sense to try to get on his good side. Though the man with the mohawk still felt it was unnecessary clearly, Suyu wouldn't team up with them long term, so trying to curry favor seemed pointless. Better to invest that effort in getting better gear. Facing Wong's enthusiastic invitation, Suyu smiled politely. Thank you, Brother Wong, but my teacher is nearby. I'm just out for a stroll to see the world. Scar-faced Wong nodded understandingly. Makes sense. You geniuses have to prepare for the college entrance exams. We still need to earn a living. When you have time, drinks are on me. Suyu gave a slight bow. Next time for sure. All right, we won't hold you up then, Wong said, preparing to lead his team onward. Before leaving, he added, By the way, don't head north, Suyu. We spotted a tier 3 beast there. Stay safe. Thanks for the heads up, Brother Wong. Suyu thanked him with a fist salute. You all be careful out there too. The group of men bid him farewell and left. Suyu watched them go, then checked his map. Coincidentally, the north was exactly where he planned to go. Elsewhere, the man with the mohawk, who had previously mocked Suyu for turning them down, now remarked, judging by Suyu's gear, it's at least great, right? Yeah, otherwise his teacher wouldn't let him roam alone, Wong agreed. It's only been half a month, but Suyu seems even stronger. He's a prodigy who's seen the world, Wong praised. He's one of the brightest young talents in Tianyuan City. Someone in the team joked, Brother Wong. Isn't your nephew also in Tianyuan City's genius training camp? Didn't you say they can hunt tier 2 beasts now? Yes. Wong grinned, though his scar made the smile look fierce. Xian is young but can already hunt tier 2 beasts. He's a young talent too. As they laughed and chatted, the bald scout suddenly shouted, Boss, there's a blood scent ahead. Everyone immediately stopped laughing and their eyes sharpened. They cautiously approached and relaxed only after confirming there were no beasts nearby. They spread out to inspect the surroundings. Boss, there are signs here that someone handled a corpse, Wong observed. Looks like someone killed a beast here just minutes ago. Before he finished, another voice called out, Brother Wong, I found something. The Mohawk man held up 2 large fangs. Everyone was stunned. Who kills a beast and leaves the loot? No way. These look like tier 3 saber-toothed rabbit fangs. They're worth thousands. What the heck? Who leaves money lying around? The group's confusion grew. Suddenly someone remembered. Didn't Suyu pass through here? No way, he's just a kid. But the battle traces look like the beast was effortlessly crushed. Could it be some senior passing by? That seems likely. Meanwhile, Suyu had just killed a tier 3 nine-ringed snake. Carefully cutting and storing the snake's skin, he wondered if Brother Wong's team had found the large fangs he left behind. His pack was already full, and he needed space for tier 4 beast loot. He couldn't help but regret not accepting Shiman Baksh's spatial ring. Thinking of the spatial ring, he also remembered the 10,000 credits he had squandered at the demon refining hall. Heartache had become a familiar feeling. Adjusting his mood, Suyu set off towards Area B, hearing a beep from his bracelet. He knew he had officially entered Area B. Just as he wondered if he'd encounter a Tier 6 beast, a Tier 6 sharp-beaked sparrow swooped down and killed a Tier 4 pale grass yellow-eyed rabbit in front of him. Watching the sparrow fly away with its prey, Suyu's grade spirit armor instantly covered his head. Damn, that's scary, he muttered, becoming extra cautious. While Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were honing their martial skills on Tier 3 beasts in Area C, Suyu was carefully seeking out Tier 4 beasts in Area B. His combat style had changed from bold to cautious. Using a mix of martial skills and abilities, he minimized his energy consumption. Previously, killing a Tier 4 beast in the training camp took nearly 300 energy. Now, with his skills and abilities in sync, it only took about 50. When his energy dropped below 100, he found a spot to rest and recover. He refused to use his energy rewards, saving every bit for bone refining at home. Elsewhere, the day's trial at the Genius training camp was nearing its end. With the help of Qinling and others, Caillou had managed to kill 2 Tier 3 beasts in one day for the first time. As the time drew near, everyone headed to the meeting point. They all knew that Instructor Chang hated waiting. As for Suyu, ignorance is bliss, but let him try this a few more times. Back in Area B, Suyu hid in a bush, stunned by the scene before him. He couldn't hold back any longer. At 5:30 p.m., at the designated meeting point for the Genius training camp, the students were chattering amongst themselves while the 3 teachers stood expressionless on the side. Everyone had arrived except for Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao. They must have gone too far and couldn't make it back in time, one student murmured. It's understandable. Finding a third-grade exotic beast isn't easy. The 3 teachers weren't worried about the trio's safety. In their view, unless there was a beast tide, there would be no danger in Zone C. They're here. They're here. A student suddenly shouted. The 3 teachers looked up simultaneously, a puzzled expression on their faces. They saw Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao approaching, but Suyu was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Chang asked with concern, Qinghuan, where's Suyu? Didn't he go with you? Song Qinghuan nodded and replied briefly, we split up. She didn't mention that Suyu had gone to Zone B, knowing that if the teachers found out, they would immediately contact the principal to search Zone B. Just as Suyu understood her decision, Song Qinghuan chose to trust Suyu's judgment at this moment. Although the teachers were a little worried, they remembered the scene from yesterday and felt reassured. Mr. Chang comforted. It's all right. He might just be a bit far from here and needs more time to get back. He then turned to the other students and said, everyone, sit down and take a rest. The students exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, sure enough, Suyu has special privileges with Mr. Chang. Meanwhile, in Zone B, Suyu was covered in mud, his silver armor stained with various colors, looking disheveled. He checked his map while sprinting towards Zone C. Behind him, 2 5th-grade savage bears were in hot pursuit. Damn it! Will this ever end? Suyu shouted while running for his life. It was you two doing indecent things in broad daylight. I didn't kill you, so you should be grateful. The 2 savage bears seemed to understand Suyu's words, and their pursuit became even more ferocious. Trees and rocks were crushed wherever they went, leaving a trail of destruction. On the other side of the river, 5 3rd-grade martial artists were ambushing a 4th-grade yellow-eyed hare. The sudden commotion startled their prey, and the hare leaped away in an instant. The 5 looked at each other angrily, glaring across the river. The next moment, their expressions froze. Those 2 5th-grade savage bears seemed to be chasing Iron Man? Should we help? Are you crazy? Can we even keep up with that speed? By the way, what did Iron Man do to provoke those 2 bears? Could it be he stole their cubs? The 5 nodded in unison, thinking this guess was very likely. Back at the Genius training camp meeting point, the 3 teachers frequently checked their watches and repeatedly asked Song Qinghuan, Qinghuan, are you sure Suyu will be all right? Song Qinghuan nodded seriously. Don't worry, Suyu will be fine. He might have just lost track of time. Mr. Chang was still a bit worried. But it's already past 6. Qin Wenfeng said sternly, let's wait another 15 minutes. If Suyu still isn't here, we'll ask the military for his location. The other students kept looking towards the wilderness. Although they were jealous of Suyu for winning over their goddess, they genuinely hoped he would return safely. Caillou frowned and thought, with Suyu's strength, there shouldn't be a problem in Zone C unless he went to Zone B, but that would be too risky. Song Qinghuan also began to waver. Logically, with his grade spirit armor and speed not inferior to 5th-grade exotic beasts, Suyu shouldn't be in trouble. But his prolonged absence made her anxious. Just as Mr. Chang was about to ask the military for Suyu's location, Xiao Qiao suddenly shouted, he's coming. The captain is coming. Everyone looked up to see a disheveled figure approaching. His armor was covered in colorful stains, and his face was full of mud, a stark contrast to his usual shining appearance. While everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Someone muttered, as a tactician, doesn't he know to be punctual? What was he doing, wasting our time? Sorry, teachers. I'm late. I ran into some unexpected trouble on the way. Suyu apologized as usual. In his heart, he thought, it's just that I accidentally kicked 2 rocks that hit them there. Did those bears have to be so relentless? If it weren't for the strong presence at the boundary, I might have led them all the way here. Seeing Suyu in such a state, the 3 teachers knew he had indeed encountered some trouble. Mr. Chang smiled. It's all right, as long as you're safe. Do you need to rest? It's still early. The students were puzzled. Is this the same Mr. Chang who always said late is late? No excuses? Suyu quickly replied, I'm fine, teacher. All right, then let's head out. Mr. Chang led the way. Before Suyu could even start cleaning himself up, Song Qinghuan's eyes shimmered blue. A thin layer of ice instantly covered his armor, then melted, taking all the dirt with it. The silver armor regained its shine, making everyone's eyes light up, but Suyu quickly put away his armor. Song Qinghuan curiously asked, Suyu, what happened to you? 2 savage bears were mating, and I saw they were about to produce little exotic beasts, which I couldn't tolerate, so I stopped them. Then they chased me for over an hour, Suyu said casually, feeling secretly pleased. The real reason he didn't outrun the bears was because he didn't want to waste his energy recovery rewards during the chase. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were both shocked, their mouths agape. They knew very well that the savage bears Suyu mentioned were definitely 5th-grade exotic beasts. The others thought Suyu was making up stories. Caillou was taken aback, thinking, did he really go to Zone B? We'll find out when we register later. On the way back, Qin Wanfang quietly shared a piece of news with Xiao Qiao. Although she had joined Team Ding, her points would not count towards the team. Qin Wanfang added that regardless, she would still be eligible for the reward for the top team in the training camp. This immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students, all of whom fixed their eyes on Xiao Qiao's reaction. Faced with everyone's attention, Xiao Qiao simply smiled nonchalantly and waved her hand, indicating that it was no problem. Her reaction visibly relieved the students from teams Jia and Yi. Suyu noticed the disappointed look on Zhang Shizheng's face and smiled. Don't worry, class president. We still have Qinghuan. Zhang Shizheng sighed deeply. It's not that I don't trust Song Qinghuan. It's just that the other teams have done so well these days. Team Jia has already hunted 8 third-grade beasts, and Team Yi has 3. But our Team Ding hasn't even gotten one yet. It feels like we're falling behind. He paused. I heard there's a grade spiritual weapon as a reward for the first-place team this year. Sigh. Suyu, however, became interested in another question. Class president, why do we have teams Jia, Yi, and Ding, but no Team Bing? Zhang Shizheng was taken aback for a moment and stole a glance at the 3 teachers ahead. He then explained in a low voice. It seems that when Teacher Chang was dividing the groups, he just skipped Bing and called us Ding. Suyu pondered for a moment and then asked, a 3rd-grade beast is worth 100 points. How many points is a 4th-grade beast worth? Zhang Shizheng frowned and thought hard but couldn't recall. I don't think the teacher ever mentioned it, he answered, uncertainly. Teacher Chang, who was walking ahead, overheard their conversation. He turned around and smiled. Suyu, if you can hunt a 4th-grade beast, it's worth 10,000 points. The news was like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the students. No way. Killing one 4th-grade beast would guarantee us first place. Should we give it a try? Some students were eager. Are you crazy? You can't even break through a 4th-grade beast's defense. It's suicide. The teacher must be joking. Do you think Xiao Qiao could do it? Someone asked curiously. Well, it's tough for one person. She'd probably need to team up with Caillou and Song Qinghuan, and they'd need grade spiritual weapons. The hardest part is that Area B won't have just 4th-grade beasts. Running into a 5th or 6th-grade one would be fatal. The students discussed animatedly, while the 3 teachers silently pondered. Could Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao together take down a 4th-grade beast? Considering Song Qinghuan's top 10 performance at the 4-school training camp, they thought it might be possible. But Area B was just too dangerous. They decided to sternly warn the trio tomorrow not to risk their lives for the 10,000 points. Suyu lagged behind, patted Zhang Shizheng on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Class president, don't worry. We'll definitely take first place. Not even Jesus could stop us. Zhang Shizheng forced a smile. I believe in you guys. Other students didn't mock Suyu's words. Since the wild bear incident, everyone knew Suyu liked to joke, so they didn't take it seriously. Next to Suyu, Song Qinghuan was still curious about how he had stopped those 2 wild bears. Soon, the group arrived at the Iron Gate. They underwent electronic scanning and then individually registered their combat contributions. The elite training camp had special privileges, and Jingyao personally brought 3 registrars to handle it. As they prepared to register, all eyes instantly focused on Xiao Qiao. The 3 teachers were also curious about how the trio had performed today. Teacher Chang spoke. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, why don't you 3 go first? The trio nodded and handed their wristbands to the registrars. The surrounding students began whispering. Do you think Xiao Qiao managed to hunt 3 third-grade beasts today? I think it's likely. That's why she can't count towards Team Ding. It wouldn't be fair. What about Song Qinghwan? He should be able to hunt one or two, right? No worries, we're ahead. They can't catch up to us. And Suyu? He should be able to handle second-grade beasts by now, right? Probably. I've heard he's quite talented in martial arts. Now that he's a warrior, it shouldn't be hard for him. But third-grade beasts might still be a bit much. Why did they decide to split up, anyway? The three registrars began announcing the trio's results. Chow Chow, today hunted 6 third-grade beasts, 19 second-grade beasts, 32 first-grade beasts, and several ordinary beasts. Song Qinghwan, today hunted 8 third-grade beasts, 12 second-grade beasts, 18 first-grade beasts, and several ordinary beasts. 2 registrars announced simultaneously. At that moment, all the students fell silent. Even the 3 teachers were stunned. Is this for real? In the silence, Li Wei asked word by word. Caillou replied calmly, they have the capability. The crowd erupted. No way. Does that mean Song Qinghwan is even better than Caillou? Damn, what happened? How did Song Qinghwan become so terrifying after just one training camp? Does that mean Team Ding is definitely taking first place? In the crowd, Zhang Shijing mumbled. No wonder Suyu said we'd definitely be first. Amid the uproar, everyone almost forgot that another registrar hadn't yet announced Suyu's results. The 3 teachers and Caillou all fixed their eyes on that registrar. Seeing the registrar's hesitation, Jingyao frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Boss, this result." The registrar was momentarily speechless and handed Suyu's wristband to Jingyao. Jingyao took it, and his pupils instantly contracted. At that moment, everyone fell silent and focused on him. Jingyao looked at Suyu, who appeared calm. He smiled, realizing this prodigy had far exceeded his expectations. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly announced, "Suyu, today in the wilderness, hunted 7 fourth-grade beasts, 5 third-grade beasts, several second-grade beasts, and several ordinary beasts." A collective gasp was heard. For real. Eyes widened in disbelief. But Jingyao wasn't finished, and 1 fifth-grade beast. At that moment, his voice was like thunder in their ears. Everyone turned stiffly to look at the composed young man. Jingyao smiled and asked, "Suyu, can you tell us how you managed to kill that 5th-grade beast?" "I lured 2 fifth-grade wild bears to attack, and they killed a 5th-grade silverhorn deer for me," Suyu said calmly, as if recounting a mundane event. But that simple statement left everyone's faces flushed and eyes wide. In their minds, they kept replaying Suyu's words, unable to imagine what that scene must have looked like. The wristband records confirmed that Suyu hadn't lied about the wild bear incident. Now, the 5th-grade beast kill was also true. He, a 1st-grade warrior, killed a 5th-grade beast. The world of each prodigy was collapsing and being rebuilt. Jingyao looked at Suyu and laughed. A true prodigy indeed. Jingyao's praise was excessive. Suyu accepted the bracelet, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Among the crowd, Zhang Shijing couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Teacher Chong, how many points is a 5th-grade beast worth?" The 3 teachers exchanged glances and were momentarily speechless. Points? Forget about points, just give him the award, someone muttered under their breath. The students collectively recalled Suyu's bold declaration on the way. Group D will definitely take first place. Even Jesus can't take it away. The students from Groups A and B smiled wryly, knowing full well that Suyu alone was enough to carry the entire training camp. Everyone exchanged glances, a hint of self-mockery in their eyes. Suyu, however, didn't think much of it. The mention of Jesus was just a joke. The only regret he had today was being late for the afternoon assembly. He could have arrived on time, but a lone 5th-grade silverhorn deer was too tempting to pass up. As he was gathering the 5 beast spawns, he couldn't resist the opportunity. With the 5th-grade silverhorn deer and the 2 brute bears, he had already found 2 of the 5th-grade 5 beast spawns. The deer was taken care of, and it was only a matter of time before he dealt with the 2 brute bears. Additionally, he only needed 1 more bird for the 4th-grade 5 beast spawn, meaning he was almost halfway there. In front of the steel gate, after Suyu's achievements were recorded, the other students were eager to skip their own scores. Their previously proud records of jointly killing 2nd-grade beasts or 1st-grade beasts seemed insignificant compared to Suyu's. The registrar even summarized Suyu's low-level beast kills as numerous. When everyone's records were finally logged, and they were about to leave, Jingyao suddenly spoke up, "Suyu, there's a mission in Zone C recently. Interested?" All eyes immediately turned to Suyu, filled with envy and anticipation. "Tell me more, Jingyao." Suyu responded calmly. Jingyao explained, "Yesterday, someone reported that a sun-chasing bird in Zone C has broken through to a 4th-grade beast. It just advanced and hasn't started roaming yet. If we wait until it fully adapts, it could cause significant trouble in Zone C. I've already posted the mission on the Martial Artists Association board. If you're interested, you can take it." Hearing it was a 4th-grade bird-type beast, Suyu's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. All right, Jing Yao, I'll take on this mission. Jing Yao smiled with satisfaction and added, by the way, you three haven't certified your martial artist status at the association yet, right? You should get that done today and pick up the mission. Take care of the sun-chasing bird before it becomes a real threat. The trio nodded in agreement. As the group left the steel gate, the registrar curiously asked Jing Yao, Boss, do you think Suyu and his team can handle the sun-chasing bird tomorrow? Should we send some people in to assist? Jing Yao chuckled and replied, he can kill a 5th-grade beast. A 4th-grade sun-chasing bird that's not fully adapted shouldn't be a problem. But tell me, could you lure and kill a 5th-grade silverhorn deer while being chased by 2 5th-grade brute bears? The registrar was left speechless. Watching the young talents from the training camp leave, Jing Yao sighed. Even if Suyu doesn't have the strength to solo a 5th-grade beast yet, he's not far off. This is what a true prodigy looks like. Upon reaching the city center, Teacher Chang said to Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao, you three don't need to follow us to the gym. Go and get your martial artist certifications. Also, sell these spoils at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Got it, teacher. The trio responded in unison. As they walked towards the Martial Artists Association, a student curiously asked, do you think Suyu's spoils today could sell for over 100,000? Probably. Just the spoils of a 5th-grade beast are worth nearly 100,000, plus all those 4th-grade beasts. Hiss. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes filled with envy. Wow, I wonder when I'll be able to make that kind of money in one go. Don't even think about it. Try soloing a 2nd-grade beast first. Come on, Wang Ziyu. You haven't soloed a 2nd-grade beast either. On the way to the Martial Artists Association, Song Qinghuan couldn't help but ask, Suyu, how did you stop those 2 brute bears? Suyu paused for a moment, then replied seriously, Qinghuan, that's not something suitable for children to know. Song Qinghuan blushed slightly and didn't ask further, though her curiosity remained. Xiao Qiao's eyes widened as she imagined various scenarios. Did he jump out and shout suddenly? Or did he sneak attack with a spear? I can't figure it out. Those 2 brute bears were chasing the captain so fiercely. He must have been ruthless. Soon, the trio arrived at the Martial Artists Association. Unlike the bustling Tactical Master Examination Hall, the Martial Artists Association Hall was relatively quiet. The certification process was straightforward. As long as one's blood vitality met the standard and they had a record of killing a 1st-grade beast, they could be certified as a martial artist. With the guidance of the staff, the trio completed the certification in less than 10 minutes. As they exited the association, other staff members gathered around the registrar, curiously asking, are those 3 the top talents from Tianyuan City? I heard one of the girls is a transfer student, and her stats are better than most 2nd-grade martial artists. And that boy is also a tactical master. He's bound to be a big shot in the future. The registrar simply shook his head and didn't say much. The trio's strength was far beyond that of ordinary 2nd-grade martial artists. After completing their certifications, their bracelets now had a martial artist home app, which included a points mall and a task board. Suyu opened the task board and quickly found the mission Jing Yao mentioned. He clicked to apply, and surprisingly, the approval was almost instantaneous. Xiao Qiao was surprised. Hey, didn't the staff say it usually takes about 10 minutes? Not sure. Maybe because I have a record of killing a 5th-grade beast, Suyu speculated. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Tianyuan City Martial Artists Association, President He Zhongzong was excitedly talking to the governor of Tianyuan City. Boldly, we have a real talent in our city this time. Suyu is something else. His future achievements will surpass ours. We might just see a Grandmaster emerge from Tianyuan City. The group had just pushed their bicycles to the entrance of the Shenbing Pavilion when suddenly, a chubby figure drifted in on a bicycle, the tires screeching against the ground. Hello. Xiao Qiao, I've heard so much about you. Lu Long couldn't wait to greet Xiao Qiao, even before getting off his bike. Xiao Qiao was stunned, clearly not expecting such an enthusiastic stranger. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and explained, he's my desk mate. As a Class C member of Shenbing Pavilion, he can help us sell materials and earn thousands more. Suyu then briefly introduced the membership system of Shenbing Pavilion. Spending 1 million qualifies you as a Class C member, 50 million as a Class B member, and 500 million as a Class A member. There's even a legendary level membership. Different membership levels offer various discounts on buying spiritual artifacts and higher prices for selling materials. Class A members can even enjoy prices comparable to the black market. Since none of them had ever spent at Shenbing Pavilion, they enlisted Lu Long's help. After parking his bike, Lu Long immediately started complaining about how busy he had been with studies and training, barely having time to breathe. Suyu chuckled. I think your uncle is right. If you keep thinking about playing games and not training properly, you might not even get into Wu University. Lu Long, full of confidence, replied that his vitality had reached 104 and he was hopeful of hitting 150 soon, making his entry into Wu University imminent. Suyu thought to himself, it's a good thing Wu University doesn't test on literature, otherwise, this guy wouldn't even make it into a vocational college. As they chatted and walked, they soon arrived at Shinbing Pavilion. Suyu, feeling it was his first time there, took the initiative to carry 3 bags inside. The staff immediately came forward to take their luggage and led them to the material appraisal area. Brother Wong warmly greeted Suyu, mentioning that his team got lucky today and found a third-grade giant tooth, earning over 10,000. As he spoke, he carefully observed Suyu's reaction but noticed nothing unusual. At the counter, the staff asked whose identity they would use to sell the materials. Lu Long quickly took out his wristband, but just then, a voice interrupted them. Xiaoyang, wait a moment. I'll handle these guests. A chubby man with a pencil mustache hurried over, introducing himself. Hello, Mr. Suyu. My name is Wang Fuguwei, and I am the pavilion master of Tianyuan City's Shanbing Pavilion. Wang Fuguwei invited them to the VIP Tianzi trading room, a piece of news that shocked everyone present. He sternly informed the staff that Suyu was a specially notified S-level member from the headquarters and should always receive the highest treatment. Hearing this, Lu Long was so startled that his wristband fell to the ground. Everyone else also paused in shock. In the luxurious trading room, the pavilion master personally went to appraise the materials while Suyu and his friends enjoyed premium refreshments. Lu Long felt uneasy, suspecting they might have encountered a scammer, but Suyu reassured him that he was friends with the pavilion master's son. Soon after, the pavilion master returned with a detailed list. After confirming with Suyu, he immediately transferred 360,220,000 yuan to Suyu, 80,000 to Song Qinghuan, and 60,000 to Qiao Qiao. After leaving Shanbing Pavilion, they still felt a bit dazed, never expecting to receive such high-end treatment so suddenly. Suyu experienced the convenience of wealth but cared more about the safety of those around him. As Suyu looked back at the Shanbing Pavilion, he saw the old buildings of Ping'an community, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. Yu Su, who had been drowning in debt for a long time, finally saw a glimmer of hope. With his hard-earned income, his first priority was to pay off his debts. Without hesitation, he repaid the money he owed to Qinghuansong and Long Lu. To Yu Su, the money owed to Qinghuansong was just between them, like moving money from one pocket to another. However, Long Lu mentioned that the tea he sold had already earned him enough, but Yu Su insisted he accept the repayment. After settling his debts, Yu Su took out a tube of honey from his backpack and handed it to Long Lu. It was one of the few specialties they had brought back from the 4-school training camp. Yu Su originally had 10 small tubes, 9 of which were used to make sobering tea for his family on the night he returned home. He had saved the last tube specifically for Long Lu. Seeing Long Lu's puzzled expression, Yu Su smiled and explained, "This honey can strengthen your internal organs. Drinking it might even boost your vitality." Long Lu quickly declined. "Brother Yu, this is too precious." He tried to put the honey back into Yu Su's backpack. Yu Su glared at him and said, "Just take it. If you don't, I'll throw it away." He had learned this trick from their classmate, Shueshiman. When Long Lu tried to protest further, Yu Su immediately interrupted, "Don't talk to me about money. If you keep this up, I'll just take it back and toss it." Long Lu was stunned. "Wow, you would really take it back just to throw it away?" Yu Su added, "I still have blood crystals in my hand. If you keep talking, I'll throw those away too." Hearing this, Long Lu quickly raised the honey in surrender. This scene made Yu Su, Qinghuansong, and Qiao Qiao burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, Long Lu said seriously, "Brother Yu, you should keep the blood crystals for your own training. They are crucial for your cultivation. If I need them, I can earn some myself when I go to university. You can't afford to delay your training progress. I'm counting on you to become the top scorer in the college entrance exams. That way, I'll have some bragging rights. If anyone dares to mess with me, I'll just mention your name." Yu Su replied softly, "I never said I was giving you the blood crystals. I meant that I have more valuable blood crystals, so the honey is nothing." Long Lu's touched expression instantly vanished. "Yu Su, I'll fight you. One of us is going home crawling today." Yu Su calmly said, "I kicked a 3rd-grade beast to death today." Long Lu immediately changed his tone. "Brother Yu, actually, I think we don't need to crawl. There's no need for us to be so formal." As the sun set, the 4 young friends pushed their bicycles down the road, laughing and joking. Their shadows stretched long behind them. Meanwhile, at the Huagua Ministry of Education in Wuqing, an important meeting was underway. The meeting room was filled with the minister and 2 vice ministers of education, the governors of the 9 war zones, the president of the Huagua Martial Artists Association, and the president of the Tacticians Association. Some attendees joined through projections or avatars. The meeting's focus was on this year's college entrance exams, particularly the groundbreaking decision to broadcast the national arena competition live. Chuandao Wang was the first to speak. "I think it's time to implement this. It's time for the people of Huagua to see our future. It will also bring hope to the warriors in the desolate battlefields." The governor of the Central War Zone agreed. "That's right. After years of reform, we are in what is called the era of prodigies. It's time to test the results of our reforms. The governor of the Western War Zone voiced concerns. Broadcasting nationwide will put these children in danger. The Holy Spirits will definitely target them. The president of the Martial Artists Association coldly retorted, should we hide them because of the Holy Spirits? Your secret training in the West has yielded what results? True prodigies, who fight against the heavens, should not hide from a little danger. The president of the Tacticians Association tried to mediate. Old Lin has already admitted his mistake. Let's not dwell on it. The president of the Martial Artists Association continued to criticize. That's why I can't stand him always bringing up the Holy Spirits. If they can't face the Holy Spirits, how can our prodigies deal with the aliens and carve out a path for humanity? The governor of the Western War Zone sighed. I'm old and my thinking is conservative. I have no objections to the broadcast. The other governors and association presidents also expressed their agreement. Chuandao Wang made the final decision. Then it's settled. This year's college entrance exams will be broadcast live. Let the world see that humanity has a future. And let the Holy Spirits and aliens know that the prodigies of Huagua do not fear their threats. Everyone echoed in agreement, and the meeting ended on a note of determination. After discussing the live broadcast, Wang Chuandao shifted to another topic. He looked around the room and asked in a steady voice, have we decided on the main test cities for the 9 battle zones this year? He then began to list them one by one. For the northern battle zone, the main test city remains Jubii City. In the eastern battle zone, it's Dongji City. For the southern battle zone, it's Nan City. In the western battle zone, it's Pingyun City. In the central battle zone, it's Julian City. And for the southwestern battle zone, it's Zhantian City. As Wang Chuandao reached this point, everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the governor of the northwestern battle zone. With a calm expression and a hint of amusement in his voice, he said, for the northwestern battle zone, it's Tianyuan City. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the governor of the northwestern battle zone added, don't blame me. It was old Wang's arrangement. His innocent expression suggested he had nothing to do with it. This remark triggered a burst of hearty laughter in the room. Wang Chuandao couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, saying, sure Chaobi, you sure are quick to sell me out. As the laughter died down, Wang Chuandao's expression turned serious. His eyes sharp, he scanned the room and said, you all know why we chose Tianyuan City. Today at the 4 schools training camp, that kid gave me quite a few surprises. No sooner had he finished speaking than the president of the Tactical Master Association, stroking his chin thoughtfully, interjected, just the other day, Ji Qing mentioned wanting to take Suyu as his disciple. Oh. Curiosity lit up everyone's faces. What's that about? A slight smile played on the president's lips. What else? If he really takes him in, Zhuge Yun will probably flip the heavens. This remark sparked another round of laughter. Once it subsided, the president's tone grew serious. But in all seriousness, our actions are putting a lot of pressure on Suyu. Sure Chaobi picked up the thread, his tone firm. Steel is forged in fire. Since Suyu has chosen the path of invincibility in his realm, staying low-key isn't an option. Wang Chuandao nodded in agreement. That's exactly my thought. If he's to be invincible in his realm, let's make him truly, undeniably invincible. We'll cultivate in him an invincible heart and an invincible path. We'll build the stage for him, but whether he can walk it is up to him. At this moment, the voice of the president of the Martial Artists Association rang out, tinged with caution. But let's not forget, while we're forging steel, we mustn't let Suyu become another Lu Ling. If he truly has the potential for the 9th rank, it might be worth trading our own paths. This statement hit everyone like a heavy hammer. The room's atmosphere grew instantly solemn. None of us want to see that happen again, someone responded gravely. The tragedy of Lu Ling must never be repeated. In the end, the powerful figures in the room reached a consensus. Determination gleamed in their eyes, as if they were preparing for a significant decision for the future. On the streets of Tianyuan City, 2 young girls walked side by side. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao had just finished drinking rib soup at Aunt Wu's house and politely declined Suyu's offer to walk them home. Qinghuan Jia, Xiao Qiao asked curiously, didn't Auntie say you should bring Suyu Gu over for dinner? Why did you turn down his offer to walk us home? Song Qinghuan shook her head firmly. The college entrance exam is coming up. Suyu is aiming to be the top scorer, and I can't let him get distracted because of me. Every minute counts now, not just for him, but we should also focus on our training. She understood her mother's intention to bring the 2 families closer, but she knew better that Suyu was at a critical stage, and personal feelings shouldn't hold him back. Xiao Qiao nodded thoughtfully, not fully understanding but feeling that Qinghuan made sense. Xiao Qiao, Song Qinghuan added, if Mom asks, tell her the truth, it was my decision. Don't let her misunderstand Suyu. And when we get home, don't call her auntie anymore. It will make Mom sad. Oh, I forgot. Xiao Qiao stuck out her tongue and giggled. At 7 in the morning, Suyu was brushing his teeth and washing his face, planning in his mind. The whole night's training had consumed 20 chi and blood rewards, and his bone tempering speed was about 1 piece every 3 days. Before the college entrance exam, he hoped to reach 8 pieces of tempered bone, and if he trained day and night in the last few days, aiming for 10 pieces wasn't impossible. Meanwhile, he couldn't slack off on practicing the 100 refinements technique, completing at least one cycle daily. What are you mumbling about? Su Jun approached with a cup. Training matters, Suyu replied after rinsing his mouth. Su Jun nodded. I heard you killed quite a few 4th grade beasts in the wilderness yesterday, and even trapped and killed a 5th grade one? How did you know? Suyu took the towel handed to him. I heard it late, Su Jun explained. Your classmates told their parents when they got home, and by midnight, the entire city's chat groups were buzzing that Tianyuan city might produce the top scorer. Your dad woke up this morning to find 99 messages. Suyu finished washing his face and raised an eyebrow. So, did your son make you proud? Su Jun smiled and nodded, watching Suyu get dressed with a complex look in his eyes. He had always hoped his son would achieve something, but now that Suyu was truly excelling, he couldn't help but worry, even thinking that a simple, uneventful life might not be so, but at least it would be safer. As Suyu packed up to leave, he smiled and said, Dad, our Su family doesn't boast. Just wait and see. I said I'd turn the tables on the alien races, and I will. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Su Jun suddenly felt relieved. Then I must live long enough to witness it. Don't worry, you'll definitely see it. Suyu's voice echoed from the hallway. Stay safe. Su Jun called out from outside. Got it. Left alone in the house, Su Jun looked at the photos on the wall, proudly saying, Honey, our son has made it. He's surpassed me. If it were you, you'd support him even more. As Suyu left the building, he encountered Aunt Wu, Uncle Zhang, and others. They hesitated but finally said, Stay safe. Watching the young man ride away, their eyes were full of pride. The steel gate was busier than usual today. After Suyu's feats of killing beasts spread, many citizens came specifically to catch a glimpse of Tianyuan City's #1 prodigy. The crowd eagerly awaited, resembling a fan gathering. At 7:30, the entire genius training camp assembled. Students sneaked glances at each other, finally focusing on Suyu, who stood at the front with a calm expression. He had expected this. A genius is destined to be in the spotlight, and his path to invincibility was to carve a bloody path through difficult circumstances. Before returning to Tianyuan City, Zhuge Yun had spoken with him. With Lu Ling as a cautionary tale, humanity had long avoided letting true geniuses step into the limelight. During this period, many geniuses indeed grew, producing 7th grade grandmasters, 8th grade golden body experts, and even a 9th grade grandmaster. When humanity thought this was the correct way to confront the alien races, these prodigies stepped onto the stage and faced crushing defeats. The 9th grade grandmaster was even driven to a mental breakdown by an 8th grade alien. Still in seclusion, Zhuge Yun emphasized that geniuses who don't dare to face challenges and haven't been tested by life and death are just silver wax heads. Humanity needs golden spears that can truly break the deadlock. He asked Suyu if he dared to be that golden spear. Suyu answered, I'm afraid the stage is too small, the lights too few, and the enemies too weak. Zhuge Yun laughed at his audacity but also praised him. A young man should be unafraid of challenges, spirited, and have a heart of supremacy. If you don't even dare to do this, how can you talk about defeating alien races and beasts? In front of the steel gate, a child excitedly asked, Dad, is that Suyu Go? When I grow up, I want to be a warrior like him, 1st grade killing 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. The elder stroked his beard with satisfaction. Our Tianyuan city has produced a true dragon. This child indeed has the demeanor of a grandmaster. The girls whispered, Suyu is so handsome. I wish I could take a photo with him. I've decided. I'm going to get into number 8 high school to be his junior. The steel gate was abuzz with voices. Suyu stood calmly, knowing this was just the beginning of his martial path. The 3 teachers watched the unperturbed young man, secretly admiring his grandmaster demeanor. Everyone's here. Let's go, Teacher Chang said. The entire genius training camp turned and jogged into the wilderness. Upon entering the wilderness, Suyu and his 2 companions decisively broke away from the main group and did not head to the designated area. As soon as they stepped into this unknown land, Teacher Chang reminded them, Suyu, let's meet here at 6 o'clock as usual. Suyu nodded earnestly and replied, Don't worry, teacher. I won't be late today. This remark caused the corners of the 3 teachers' mouths to twitch slightly. They thought to themselves, if you're planning to hunt a 5th grade beast again, we can wait. Looking at the young man before them, the teachers felt a mix of emotions. Teacher Chang gave a final reminder. All right, don't let us hold you up. Be safe. He emphasized the last 2 words. The 3 of them nodded solemnly, quickly donned their spiritual armor, and disappeared into the dense forest. Once the trio had completely vanished from sight, Teacher Chang glanced at the other students. Noticing the envy and longing on their faces, he uncharacteristically smiled and said, "Don't worry. One day you'll be able to do this too." Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place at the Tianyuan City Education Center. The governor of Tianyuan City, the minister of education, the presidents of two major associations, and numerous high school principals were all present. The minister of education got straight to the point. "We just received word that this year, Tianyuan City will serve as the examination site for the Northwest Battle Zone's arena competition." This news was like a bombshell, causing a stir in the meeting room. Everyone quickly realized that this was due to Tianyuan City producing a true prodigian, unparalleled warrior who had slain a 4th-grade beast and trapped a 5th-grade beast, a feat that was extraordinary on a global scale. The governor of Tianyuan City smiled and said, "As the main examination site for the Northwest Battle Zone, we must ensure that our preparations are flawless. We'll likely need to work overtime in the coming days." Everyone agreed. "Governor Lee, this is our duty. If Tianyuan City could be the main site every year, we'd have no problem working overtime all the time." The governor added, "Additionally, this year's college entrance exam arena competition will be broadcasted nationwide." This announcement caused another wave of surprise. The principal of 3rd High School remarked, "A live broadcast of the college entrance exam? We've been talking about this for years. I thought it would take a few more." The principal of 1st High School analyzed, "This year is being called the Age of Prodigies. The arena competition will definitely be more exciting than previous years, so a live broadcast makes sense." The president of the Tactics Association elaborated on the strategic intent behind this decision, emphasizing that the higher-ups hoped the new generation would surpass the previous ones, putting pressure on them while also setting an example for future students. The governor stressed the importance of this opportunity for Tianyuan City, saying, "If we manage this well, it's possible we could become a permanent main site for the Northwest Battle Zone." The Minister of Education set an ambitious goal. "We aim to have 10 to 15 students from Tianyuan City rank in the top 100 of the Northwest Zone." This proposal received the governor's full support. The meeting also discussed how to exchange rare blood crystals with Suyu and how to reward him and his classmates. The governor assured them that they would find a way to secure the resources for the exchange, even if it meant offering a higher price. Meanwhile, deep in the wilderness, Suyu and his two female companions headed straight for the habitat of the 4th-grade chasing sunbird. They approached their target cautiously and soon spotted the bird, its body a fiery red. Its nest was surrounded by fallen trees, creating a vast, empty area. Suyu's eyes sharpened, his energy surged, and his overlord's spear glowed with a black gold light, aimed directly at the bird's head. Behind him, Xiao Xiao whispered a prayer, and Song Qinghuan stood ready to assist. As Suyu charged, the chasing sunbird reacted immediately. However, just as it was about to launch an attack, a flicker of fear crossed its green eyes. This momentary distraction allowed Suyu to accurately pierce its head with his spear. The 4th-grade chasing sunbird fell with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust as its life quickly faded. The speed of the event took even Suyu and his companions by surprise. Reflecting on the moment, Suyu wondered, could the phoenix bloodline suppress bird species? He quickly took a photo and uploaded it to complete the task. Simultaneously, the level 4-5 bird's bond on his bonding panel was officially activated. Suyu skillfully plucked 2 of the most important feathers from the corpse of the jury bird and handed them to his 2 female companions. As he continued to process the rest of the carcass, he instructed them, "I'm heading to Zone B. You two should train in Zone C, remember, avoid going to C-132 and C-131. I'm worried those 2 wild bears might break through the boundary looking for me." Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao nodded silently, a flicker of concern in their eyes. After a brief farewell, Suyu set off towards Zone B. He deliberately chose a route away from the entry point he used yesterday, thinking to himself, "It's not the thieves you fear, but their persistent attention. If those 2 wild bears are truly lying in ambush, it could be troublesome." Along the way, Suyu received a level 4-5 beast bond reward. Instantly, his movements among the tree branches became smoother, and his speed seemed to increase slightly. These subtle changes were only noticeable to Suyu himself. Outsiders would find it hard to detect. Meanwhile, witnessing Suyu effortlessly kill a Tier 4 jury bird heightened the sense of urgency in Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. In Zone C, they continually challenged themselves by hunting Tier 3 exotic beasts. Song Qinghuan honed her martial arts while exploring new ways to use her abilities. Xiao Qiao abandoned her previous habit of randomly swinging her whip and began to combine her abilities with precise attacks to enhance her lethality. At 5:10 p.m., Zone B-133 suddenly became chaotic. Suyu was frantically fleeing, with a bloodied and enraged Tier 5 wild bear in hot pursuit, grabbing and throwing things in its path. Another bear was flanking him, trying to trap him. Suyu agilely rolled and leaped through the wilderness, refraining from taunting his pursuers this time. He thought to himself, if I provoke them any further, they might actually start talking. Initially, He just wanted to check if his future 5-beast compendium was intact, but he stumbled upon an unsightly scene. He immediately used a blood recovery skill and threw 2 sharp stones with all his might. Suyu consoled himself. The blood from the bear's groin has nothing to do with me. A tier 4 exotic beast's defense can't be pierced by stones. It must have burst a blood vessel from overexcitement. Yes, that's it. Nearby, 5 tier 3 warriors were lying in ambush, waiting for a tier 4 exotic beast. Suddenly, a flying stone nearly exposed their position. Someone whispered, "Holy crap, boss, that Iron Man is messing with the wild bears again." The group was puzzled until they saw the blood-stained groin of the bear, collectively sighing, "That's brutal." By 5:30 p.m., the group at the rendezvous point was already mentally prepared for Suyu's tardiness. This time, instead of worry or complaints, there was a sense of anticipation. Do you think Suyu will kill another tier 5 beast today? Probably not. Killing one every day would be insane. As they discussed, a disheveled Suyu made a grand entrance. All eyes lit up, including those of the 3 teachers. Teacher Chang proactively asked, "Suyu, did you take down another tier 5 beast?" Suyu waved his hand. "No, teacher, you're overestimating me." Everyone felt a tinge of disappointment. He continued, "But I did mess with those 2 wild bears again. They won't be mating anytime soon." Everyone's eyes widened, filled with confusion, followed by a collective shiver of fear. "Damn, you don't want to mess with Suyu. He's terrifying." All the boys instinctively felt a chill down below. After rejoining the group, Suyu noticed the curiosity in Song Qinghuan's beautiful eyes but pretended not to see it. Although it was the bear's fault, it was still an embarrassing topic to discuss. As they left the wilderness, they found a crowd gathered in front of the large gate. The moment they emerged, the crowd erupted. "They're here. They're here. Look, that's Suyu, the one who killed a tier 5 beast yesterday. Such a promising young man. You can tell he'll achieve great things." "No kidding, he's likely to bring our Tianyuan city its first top scorer in the college entrance exams. If only our kid could be like him, that would be a blessing. It's a pity he's already got a girlfriend at such a young age." "What's the pity? Suyu and Song Qinghuan are a perfect match. You think you can compete? Not even our daughter stands a chance." Amid the lively chatter, Suyu quickly diverted his gaze. Jingyao, the registration officer, began recording their wilderness achievements. Suyu's group was the first to register. The surrounding citizens fell silent, craning their necks and standing on tiptoe to see. The registration officer announced, "Suyu, 12 tier 4 exotic beasts, 9 tier 3 exotic beasts. Song Qinghuan, 10 tier 3 exotic beasts, 24 tier 2 exotic beasts. Xiao Xiao, 10 tier 3 exotic beasts." The crowd continued to stretch their necks and perk up their ears, eager to hear more. When the registration officer returned the wristbands, someone in the crowd sighed. Suddenly, an old man missing a front tooth raised his cane and shouted, "What are you complaining about? If you've got the guts, go into the wilderness and hunt yourselves. Our kids from Tianyuan City have done more than enough. What more do you want?" Everyone was stunned. After a while, someone in the crowd started clapping. "Well done, Suyu. Song Qinghuan, you're great too. All the students, keep it up. No matter what tier of beast you hunt, you're all outstanding." Amid the applause and cheers, the students from the talent training camp proudly handed over their wristbands. Jingyao watched from the side, smiling. It was because of citizens like these and children like these that they were willing to risk their lives to protect them. In the crowd, Suyu quietly approached Jingyao and whispered, "Brother Jingyao, for the next few days, remind everyone to avoid zone B133 and preferably C132 and 131 as well. Those 2 wild bears are going crazy." Jingyao was taken aback, then asked in surprise, "Did you provoke those 2 wild bears mating again?" Suyu's face darkened. Great. His reputation in Tianyuan City was ruined. Night had fallen, and Suyu was fully engrossed in his bone-refining practice. As his chi and blood neared depletion, he suddenly sensed something unusual. "Huh, my bone-refining speed has increased?" Suyu furrowed his brows, filled with curiosity. He quickly claimed his rewards to replenish his chi and blood and resumed his training. The chi and blood flowed through his meridians, continuously refining his bones. Suyu carefully felt the intricacies of the process and soon confirmed his suspicion the speed of his bone refining had indeed improved. Based on his previous speed of refining 1 bone every 3 days, he could now complete one in just over 2 days. Reflecting on the changes over the past few days, Suyu pinpointed the cause to the rewards from the 5B bond. If the increase in his bone quality was truly speeding up his bone refining process, then Suyu took a sharp breath, a rare smile appearing on his face. This meant that both the recovery of chi and blood and the difficulty of bone refining had potential solutions. If he could further enhance his bone quality, his refining speed might catch up with his peers. With this realization, the 2 wild bears were immediately added to his must-defeat list. Although the chance to achieve a level 6-5 beast bond was slim, he was determined to seize any opportunity to attain a level 5 bond. The importance of activating the 5 beasts bond surged in Suyu's mind. Excited by the prospect, he took a deep breath to calm himself and decided to focus on his training first, leaving the 5 beasts bond plans for later. In the following days, the members of the elite training camp continued their wilderness training. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan's martial arts skills became increasingly refined, and Suyu accumulated more resources for bone refining. He began to challenge 5th-grade exotic beasts. Although he often had to retreat in the end, the number of rounds he could withstand increased with each encounter, gradually adapting to their speed and strength. The two enraged wild bears were still searching for Suyu in Area B133, but he hadn't set foot there since their last encounter. Suyu had made a silent vow. The next time he returned, it would be to transform those bears into part of his 5 beasts bond. Time flew by, and with only 10 days left until the college entrance exams, the elite training camp in Tianyuan City had just 3 days remaining. On this day, the Huagua Education Department officially announced the main exam locations for the 9 major battle zones. When the previously obscure Tianyuan City was named the main exam site for the Northwest Battle Zone, the entire nation buzzed with speculation. People speculated about what made Tianyuan City special. Some thought a new secret realm had appeared, while others guessed that the 6th-grade governor might have broken through to become a 7th-grade Grandmaster. Amid these speculations, Suyu's name started to surface. Soon, an online ranking of high school martial arts prodigies emerged. The top 3 were Gao Shi, Suyu, and Wu Linlin, followed by Hao Jiming and Su Yinchun. The list included 100 martial arts prodigies, among the members of Suyu's team. Prodigies from various cities paid close attention to the list. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and others analyzed the rankings and achievements of Suyu's team members, forming their own evaluations. Meanwhile, in Yulian City, Nieyuechio, who also made the list, stared intently at Xiao Qiao, ranked 28th. She was increasingly convinced that Xiao Qiao had stolen the luck that was rightfully hers, causing her father to lose his job and be investigated by the education center. Seeing Xiao Qiao's ranking surpass her own only solidified her belief that Xiao Qiao was absorbing the luck of other prodigies, including the second-ranked Suyu. Clenching her fists, Nieyuechio vowed silently, "Xiao Qiao, I won't let you continue your deceit. I will expose your true abilities during the live broadcast of the college entrance exams. Those prodigies you're trying so hard to befriend will all abandon you. Let's see how you maintain your so-called good fortune then." After Tianyuan City was chosen as the main examination site for this year's college entrance exams, the entire city was filled with a joyful and celebratory atmosphere. On the streets and in the alleys, citizens wore bright smiles, as if everyone had become ambassadors for the city. To ensure the smooth conduct of the exams, many residents volunteered spontaneously, busily preparing for the upcoming event. Every corner of the city was getting ready for the exams. Colorful banners and slogans could be seen everywhere, conveying messages of encouragement and blessings. The hospitality industry was particularly enthusiastic, with hotels racing to replace all bedding and towels to leave the best impression on the arriving students and their parents. On the last day of the training camp, instead of heading into the wilderness as usual, the students gathered at the Chilean Sports Arena. High-ranking officials from Tianyuan City were present, adding a touch of solemnity to the event. The students from the talent camp were visibly nervous, their eyes shimmering with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. "I'm so nervous I'm shaking," one student whispered. "If I can make it into the top 10, I'll get a rare blood crystal. That's something even universities can't always get. If I win one, I might even make it into the top 100 in the Northwest region this year." "Are you kidding? You think you can aim for the top 100 with just one rare blood crystal? You might as well give up now," another student scoffed. "Today's 3rd-grade blood crystal is mine for sure. You guys don't seriously think you have a chance just because Suyu and the others aren't competing, do you?" A third voice chimed in. "And what about Qinling and the others? By the way, I heard these 10 rare blood crystals were provided by Suyu and Song Qinghuan." Someone exclaimed, "Wow, are the rewards for the 4 schools training camp really that high? Or maybe it's because Suyu is amazing, not because the camp's rewards are high." "Yeah, that could be it." A chorus of students agreed in unison. Participants in the arena were lined up on either side of the stage, while Suyu, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, and Caillou sat in the audience with their teachers. Some officials had initially invited Suyu to join them on the main stage, but he politely declined. Although he had provided the rare blood crystals, he had already made a substantial profit by exchanging 10 rare blood crystals for over 30 ordinary ones. Sitting on the main stage as a sponsor felt undeserved to him. As the competition officially began, Suyu turned to his companions out of boredom. "Caillou, how many bones have you tempered so far?" "4.5, almost at the 5th, Caillou replied. "The principal said I can start using the chi and blood training room soon, so I should be able to hit the 6th before the exams." Suyu nodded and looked at Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan. Xiao Qiao counted on her fingers. "I just finished the 5th one. but I was close to completing the fourth when I got back. I'm a bit faster, Song Qinghuan said softly. I've tempered 8 bones, and I'm almost done with the ninth. Suyu silently calculated in his mind. For Qiao Qiao, who had a limit of 200, it took 9 days to temper 1 bone without the training room. For Caillou, who surpassed the limit, it was 6 days per bone. Song Qinghuan was much faster, taking only 3 days per bone. Clearly, the number of pre-transformation attempts as a martial artist was crucial. Additionally, individual talent and the speed of qi and blood recovery without the training room significantly impacted the bone tempering rate. Lost in thought, Suyu suddenly noticed the 3 of them looking at him expectantly. I'm at 5 bones too, he said nonchalantly. Actually, I'm on my way to the 8th one. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao, knowing the reasons behind his pace, were pleasantly surprised. Caillou, thinking about how Suyu had used a blood crystal before reaching his limit, said regretfully, it's a pity. If you hadn't used a first-grade blood crystal back then, your qi and blood might have been even higher. Suyu smiled. It's not a big deal. Without that blood crystal, my internal injuries wouldn't have healed. My qi and blood might still be hovering around 100. Caillou nodded repeatedly. You're right, we should be content. Suyu suddenly thought of Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. Compared to his and Song Qinghuan's bone-tempering speed, those who soaked in the training room's baths might be twice as fast. They could have tempered 15 or 16 bones by now. His speed was still a bit slow. By the way, Suyu? Song Qinghuan asked. The principal said we could use the qi and blood training room next. Are you going? Suyu shook his head. I won't go. The school's training room doesn't help me much. At this moment, he was thinking about the 2 wild bears. It had been a week, and he wondered if they were still searching for him. If possible, he wanted to complete the 5th grade 5 beast bond before the exams. Once the bond was complete, he would have enough rewards to temper bones continuously for several days and nights. Then he could start his final push before the exams. In his plan, Gao Shi and Hao Jiming should be able to temper about 20 bones by the exams. His goal wasn't high 15 bones. So you thought about finding someone to help him complete the 4th grade 5 beast bond. The other 3 were also making plans for the coming days. With the exams approaching, everyone was racing against time. By the end of the morning's competition, Qin Ling had won first place and received Suyu's 3rd grade blood crystal. During the awards ceremony, she thanked Suyu profusely. Afterward, she even sought him out for a photo. Not just her, but other students also lined up for photos and autographs during the closing ceremony. Suyu, who was usually the one taking photos, found himself on the other side of the camera for once. After the training camp ended, all the students had to report back to their schools in the afternoon. Suyu and the others were no exception. In fact, Qiao Qiao hadn't visited the 8th high school or entered class 7 of grade 12 since transferring. Upon their return, Song Qinghuan and Suyu showed her around the school. Qiao Qiao was curious about everything. Captain, Qinghuan, did you ever hold hands on this playground? She pointed ahead. Look, there's a couple over there in the grove. They're kissing. Captain, Qinghuan, did you? Ahem. Both of them coughed simultaneously and said in unison, no. Qiao Qiao chuckled. Seeing more and more underclassmen gathering around, the 3 decided to end their tour and head to class 7. To be honest, Suyu barely remembered most of his classmates. As they reached the doorway of class 7, they found Mr. Chung giving a lecture. The 3 of them knocked and entered together. The entire class turned to look. Come in. I was just about to start the class meeting, Mr. Chung said. Under the almost reverent gazes of their classmates, the 3 walked in. When they reached their seats, Suyu was momentarily stunned to see 2 empty desks beside his. Lu Long glanced over from a distance, looking aggrieved. Suyu, Qiao Qiao, this is your new seat. Lu Long. In class, Chung Yong stood at the podium, reminding the students about the upcoming college entrance exam. However, the students found it hard to focus, their attention drifting towards Suyu and his 2 friends in the back row. Some bold students even sneakily took photos with their wristbands, making Suyu visibly uncomfortable. Chung Yong noticed the commotion but decided to hold back, remembering it was the last day for the seniors. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Chung Yong slammed his hand on the desk. The classroom fell silent instantly, and all the students straightened up. Suyu, Qiao Qiao, and Song Qinghuan obediently placed their hands on their desks. Just as everyone braced for Chung Yong's outburst, he looked around the room and sighed. All right, I know you're not in the mood to listen. I'll keep it short and give you a few last words. Clearing his throat, he continued. There's 1 week left until the exam. Make the most of this time and work hard at home to boost your energy levels. I'd rather not see any of you outside. If anyone needs help with their tactics review, come see me. That's it for today's class. Good luck on your exams. The students, who had braced themselves for a full day of lectures, were momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Chung Yong chuckled. What? You want me to keep talking all day? Go home early and practice your breathing techniques. The room was silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Teacher, let's take a photo, someone suggested. A swarm of students surrounded Cheng Yong. The rest of the time was spent taking photos not just with Cheng Yong, but also with Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao, who became the must-visit spots of Class 7. After class, Suyu went alone to Cheng Yong's office. Cheng Yong eyed the sunny-looking teenager warily, recalling his past achievements, dropping out, deflating the principal's tires, and raised his guard. What? You want me to tutor you on tactics? Why aren't you in the training room with Song Qinghuan and the others? Cheng Yong asked half-jokingly. Suyu noticed his teacher's wariness and immediately put on a serious face. Teacher, I need your help. Cheng Yong leaned back in his chair, feigning indifference. Last time you came back, you cursed me out in the car. Didn't you have the same expression then? Suyu remained unfazed. I've awakened my bloodline. What? Cheng Yong jumped up, staring at Suyu in shock. Suyu calmly explained, not only have I awakened an ability, but also my bloodline. I confirmed it recently. Cheng Yong quickly stepped out of the office, checked to make sure no one was around, and then closed the door and windows. Tell me, what do you need from me? I can't increase the speed of bone refinement, so you dropped another bombshell? Cheng Yong stumbled and knocked over a table. Suyu continued, by using my flame ability to absorb specific beasts, I can enhance bone refinement speed. But there's a catch: it requires corresponding beasts, and each rank can only be enhanced once. Cheng Yong clenched his fists in excitement and paced back and forth. So, you want me to accompany you into the wilderness? Suyu nodded. Yes, I want to kill a 5th-ranked beast before the exam to enhance one more time. Seeing Cheng Yong still processing the information, Suyu released a bit of his energy fluctuation. Teacher, I've already refined 7 bones, and am about to refine the 8th. Cheng Yong stopped in his tracks, his pupils contracting. After a moment of silence, he sighed. You really are something special. All right, let's head into the wilderness and get this done before nightfall. The two arrived at the steel gate and encountered the guard, Jing Yao. Suyu, the exam is coming up. Shouldn't you be boosting your energy levels? Jing Yao asked curiously. Suyu laughed. I stirred up 2 wild bears before. Now, I'm bringing reinforcements to deal with them. Jing Yao paused, then burst out laughing and let them through. Once in the wilderness, Suyu led the way with Cheng Yong close behind. They moved swiftly and soon reached area B133. As soon as they entered, they heard 2 roars from wild bears in the distance. Birds and beasts scattered, indicating the bears were charging towards them. Cheng Yong's expression turned strange. The whole city is talking about how you interrupted 2 wild bears mating. Seems like you did more than just interrupt. Suyu humbly replied, No, I just threw a few stones. Before he finished speaking, the 2 wild bears appeared in their sight. Suyu quickly donned his spirit armor and grabbed his spear, charging ahead. Teacher, as we agreed, you handle the male, I'll take on the female. Cheng Yong nodded, wielding his long knife, his energy bursting forth, displaying the might of a 4th-rank warrior. He dodged the bear's attacks and delivered powerful kicks before slicing through the bear's back, blood splattering everywhere as he pressed the attack. Suyu deftly engaged the female bear, while keeping an eye on Cheng Yong's movements. He marveled at how a fully refined warrior's bones were as strong as these beasts, and their energy far surpassed that of 1st-rank warriors like himself. Refocusing, Suyu began seriously fighting the female bear. Using the Overlord Spear technique to block attacks and integrating the Twin Phoenix Kick, he gradually wore down the bear. After several intense rounds, he seized the opportunity to unleash his SS-level Ice Age and Nirvana flames. Flames and ice intertwined on the bear's body, its anguished roars echoing through the wilderness. With a final thrust, blood flowed down Suyu's spear. Not far away, Cheng Yong, who had subdued the male bear, opened his mouth but said nothing. He thought to himself, this kid hardly needs my help at all. Suyu carefully controlled the flames, allowing them to gradually consume the carcass of the mother bear. He picked up his camera and snapped a photo of the burning remains. Instantly, the bear icon on the level 5-5 beast's bond panel lit up, flickering with a faint glow. The male bear, having lost its mate, went berserk but was no match for Cheng Yong's overwhelming suppression. Seizing the moment, Suyu hurled his spear like lightning, grazing the thick fur of the bear. He followed up with another display of his abilities. Cheng Yong, no longer holding back, dealt 2 lethal strikes, severely wounding the bear. Finally, Suyu summoned the Nirvana flame, engulfing the dying bear. The colossal beast, its vitality nearly depleted, turned to ash in the mysterious flames, unable to resist. Watching the scene, Cheng Yong commented thoughtfully, your bloodline requires you to consume living beasts to grow stronger. It's a bit troublesome. Otherwise, I would have just asked Zhuge Yun to find you some corpses of 6 or 7-grade beasts. Suyu put away his camera, watching the last wisp of flame fade. He smiled and replied, if that were the case, teacher, we might as well ask Senior Wang Chuandao to help us find the corpses of 8-grade beasts. You dreamer? Cheng Yong chuckled, shaking his head. And you're no different. Don't start sounding like Zhuge Yun. Laughing, they continued their journey to the next habitat of a level 5 beast. On the way, Cheng Yong asked, apart from these two level 5 bears, you should have no problem dealing with a single level 5 beast on your own, right? You called me mainly to cover up your achievements, didn't you? Suyu nodded, not denying it. He no longer needed to showcase his talents to the higher-ups in China. Naturally, he would hide his strength as much as possible. Besides, his record of killing level 4 beasts had already made him famous. Whether or not he had a record of killing level 5 beasts was irrelevant. Cheng Yong nodded approvingly. Although your path will inevitably be filled with countless challenges, it's always good to keep some cards up your sleeve. For the next few beasts, do you plan to handle them yourself, or should I weaken them for you? After a moment of thought, Suyu answered, I'll handle them myself. But I need you to be on standby to prevent them from escaping. While I can kill a level 5 beast, I can't stop them if they try to flee. Over an hour later, the last level 5 beast, a dual-faced bird, attacked them. Cheng Yong, curious, asked, Suyu, how do you do it? Each of these beasts comes at you the moment you step into their territory. That stone-arm white ape even brought its entire group. You've got a knack for attracting beast hatred. Suyu, spear in hand, charged at the dual-faced bird, choosing to stay silent. After all, it all started with those two bears. The battle with the dual-faced bird lasted a while. In the end, when it tried to flee, Cheng Yong intervened, leaving it severely wounded. Suyu calmly stepped forward to finish it off, using the Nirvana flame to consume it while taking pictures. After the photo, a notification rang in his mind, indicating the bond activation. Unexpectedly, Suyu noticed the energy from the Nirvana flame had indeed increased after fully consuming the bird. Cheng Yong sensed the subtle change and asked, has the collection been completed? Suyu nodded, considering it an unexpected gain. He pondered whether he should try consuming more avian beasts. Previously, after absorbing energy from the Saint Descendant, he had attempted to use the Nirvana flame on beasts but found it no different from ordinary fire. Now it seemed he hadn't been targeting the right creatures. With the 5 beasts bond completed, they quickly left the wilderness. At the checkpoint, Suyu and Cheng Yong registered their achievements. Once they had gone, Jingyao instructed, the beasts in those areas should be dealt with. Inform the hunting teams in Zone B. Boss, who do you think was the main force in killing those level 5 beasts, Suyu or his teacher? Someone asked. Jingyao, with a deep gaze, smiled. It has to be his teacher. When students cause trouble, teachers clean up the mess. Isn't that how it always was in school? Everyone laughed. One suggested, we could go help brother Suyu. With his exams coming up, Zone B might be quieter. Meanwhile, Cheng Yong took Suyu home and handed him a small satellite phone. Report to your teacher about your situation. This can't be done through the wristband. It's a satellite phone your teacher gave me, Cheng Yong explained. Suyu took the phone. As soon as he dialed, the other end picked up. What's the matter? Zhuge Yun's side seemed very noisy. Suyu succinctly repeated what he had told Cheng Yong earlier. After a moment of silence, the background noise on Zhuge Yun's end disappeared. When you get to university, they'll find a way to get you higher-level resources. Never reveal your bloodline awakening. However, you can disclose your bone-tempering speed, Zhuge Yun advised. The whole world knows China has a genius pursuing the infinite path. Whether it's other races, the saints, or other countries, they're all guessing who it is. Since you absorbed a blood crystal before reaching 200 qi in blood, they shouldn't suspect you. If you show fast bone tempering, no matter how exceptional you are, you'll just be a prodigious talent, not the future hope of our race. So, feel free to showcase your abilities. But remember, this doesn't mean you won't be targeted. Be smart on the exam stage, alright? Keep some cards hidden. Don't act recklessly. Got it. Suyu responded briefly. That's all. I have other matters to attend to. The call ended with a busy tone. Cheng Yong sighed. Damn. Another confidentiality agreement to sign. Suyu chuckled. It felt good to be protected and cared for. Back home, after dinner, Suyu told his dad he would be in seclusion for a few days and went to his room. Outside, Su Jun boarded up the door to prevent disturbances. Listening to the noises outside, Suyu smiled wryly. He opened the panel and chose to claim the 5-beast reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your root bone has been significantly enhanced. In an instant, Suyu felt as if he had undergone another transformation. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in a blink. Peaceful community was shrouded in an unusual silence, with an air of tension and anticipation. The residents knew that Suyu was in seclusion, focusing on his studies. It seemed as if they had reached a silent agreement to move quietly and speak softly. Even the usually mischievous children had become much quieter. This atmosphere wasn't confined to peaceful community. The entire Tianyuan city was enveloped in the tension of the approaching college entrance exams. Parents were painstakingly creating the best possible study environments for their children, and the whole city was making its final preparations for the big exam. As night fell, Suyu, who had been in a state of intense cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. The accumulated energy rewards from the past few days had been exhausted, and he had just completed the tempering of his 13th bone. Only one of the 14 easiest toe bones remained, and the difficulty of tempering the metatarsals and tarsals ahead would significantly increase. Suyu realized that the progress of bone tempering wasn't as straightforward as solving math problems. Before his seclusion, he had planned to finish tempering all 14 toe bones. But in the last 2 days, whether due to mental fatigue or other reasons, his progress had noticeably slowed. Although he hadn't perfectly met his goals, he was still quite satisfied with the results. Estimating roughly, his bone tempering speed, with the energy rewards, was now on par with that of Song Qinghuan and the others. This progress made Suyu look forward to the next enhancement of his foundational strength. If he could continue to outpace others on his path to invincibility, it would be an exciting prospect. The continuous 5 days of uninterrupted cultivation left Suyu exhausted, and he only wanted to sleep. However, after a brief contemplation, he decided to take a bath first and then practice the 100 refinements technique, not wanting to neglect the tempering of his mental strength. Lost in thought, Suyu instinctively tried to open the door but found it stuck. He suddenly remembered that his father had sealed it from the outside. With a bang, Suyu kicked the door open. Su Jun, who was napping on the sofa, woke up with a start. He looked at the door that had flown off its hinges and then at Suyu, words failing him. Young man's been making money lately, so breaking a door's no big deal. Su Jun consoled himself. Dad, why aren't you sleeping in your room? Suyu asked, surprised. Su Jun got up. Hungry? Go take a bath first. I'll make you some noodles. Okay, they'll have. Before Suyu could finish, Su Jun interrupted, eggs and sausage. 2 eggs, right? Last time, you brought me back a 0 score. Tomorrow, you're not going to do that again, are you? With that, Su Jun headed to the kitchen. Dad, don't worry. This time I definitely won't. But tomorrow's written exam has a total of 600 points. Will 100 points be enough? Suyu asked. 6 bowls of noodles, can you finish them? Su Jun teased. No problem at all. With his current strength, Suyu could easily handle even 6 oxen. After eating his fill, Suyu checked his personal stats before starting his 100 refinements technique practice. Over the past few days, his stats had seen significant improvements. Since returning to Tianyuan City, his energy had surpassed the 500 mark, and his basic stats had doubled compared to his time in Wuching. His progress was indeed remarkable. Putting away his personal panel, Suyu suddenly wondered how much Gao Shi and Hao Jiming had improved. They had agreed to compete again during the exams, and he was ready to surprise them. He was curious about their reactions when they found out they were still a step behind. Meanwhile, in the Gao family home in Dongji City, Gao Shi had just ended a 10-day intensive training session and was rushing out of the small secret realm, muttering about whether he could force Suyu to use his abilities. His sister, Gao Yu, suddenly appeared, startling him. Brother, if Dad finds out you spent 10 days in seclusion just to force out Suyu's abilities, do you think he'll throw you back into the secret realm? Gao Yu asked, blinking her big eyes. Gao Shi quickly covered his sister's mouth, dragging her away while keeping a wary eye out, fearing their father would hear. Don't worry, Dad's not home. Gao Yu broke free. Brother, is Suyu really that powerful? Gao Shi recalled the scene of Suyu's sheer brute force during the arena match and sighed. At this stage, I don't see much hope. Brother, you have no ambition, Gao Yu pouted. You don't understand. I don't even look at others seriously now, but Suyu, I have no confidence, Gao Shi said, then added. But if you were the same age, you might be able to compete with him. Gao Yu waved her small hand. No need to be the same age. Just wait in a few years, they'll challenge you all. Meanwhile, in the southern city, Hao Jiming opened his eyes in a state of chaos. The first image that popped into his mind was also Suyu. Suyu, can you still block my abilities this time? The prodigies from other cities were also thinking about Suyu, eagerly awaiting the upcoming exams. On June 7th, the college entrance exams officially began. Streets leading to exam centers in major cities were all controlled. Although the exam started at 8:30 a.m., students were up by 6 a.m., ready and waiting. At the entrance of Peaceful Community, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were waiting for Suyu early in the morning. Rushing out, Suyu noticed that the neighborhood aunties had all donned cheongsams. Good luck with your exams, Suyu. Don't be too nervous, Suyu. With everyone's encouragement, Suyu and the 2 girls headed to the exam center. After 3 years of high school, the final chapter was beginning. The first day's exams included 3 subjects: tactical theory, beast knowledge, and survival skills, each worth 200 points. To get into Martial University, one needed at least 350 points in the written exams. For the tactical department, a score of 150 in tactical theory and a total score exceeding 480 were required. Despite already having a tactical department teacher, Suyu felt a bit nervous. If his exam scores fell short, would teacher Zhuge be worried? On the first day of exams, the school gate was crowded with people. Some looked relaxed, while others wore expressions of frustration, showcasing a wide range of emotions. Suyu stood at the gate early, his eyes frequently scanning the exit, waiting for Song Qinghuan. Before long, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao appeared together. Suyu's eyes lit up as he approached them. Suyu, how did you do on the exam? Song Qinghuan asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Suyu casually took Song Qinghuan's stationery and said, it was okay, probably around 580 or 590. Song Qinghuan responded earnestly, I didn't do as well as you. I think I might get around 550. The tactical questions seemed a lot harder this year. The two top students discussed their scores as if no one else was around, while Xiao Qiao stood nearby, looking puzzled. She couldn't help but interject, Captain, Qinghuan, why do I feel like I'll barely get 400? Those tactical questions, I think I lost a lot of points. You two are amazing. Song Qinghuan gently patted Xiao Qiao's head and comforted her. It's okay. We're not aiming for the tactical department anyway. As long as you score above 350, it doesn't matter how high you go. Suyu smiled silently. He thought to himself, Song Qinghuan's talent for understanding tactics is truly impressive. When he tutored her, she caught up with everyone else in just 2 months. Her talent is nothing short of terrifying. After seeing Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao home, Suyu opened his front door and was taken aback by the sight before him. The dining table was laden with a feast, each dish a specialty from various uncles and aunts. There were also numerous dishes reputed to replenish blood. While helping Suyu serve rice, Su Jun advised, tomorrow is the martial arts exam. Eat more of these blood-replenishing dishes. Suyu took the bowl of rice and teased, Dad, you're a martial artist yourself? Don't you know whether these dishes work? Despite his words, he eagerly ate the blood-replenishing food. Seeing this, Su Jun added 2 more servings to his bowl and nagged, eat more and get a good night's rest. Don't train tonight. After the blood test tomorrow morning, there's still a combat exam in the afternoon. You need to be in top shape. Suyu nodded in agreement while devouring his meal. The next morning, the playground of number 8 high school was bustling with activity. Over 800 students were ready for the martial arts exam, which included a blood test and a combat assessment. The final score would be a combination of the blood test results and the time taken to defeat combat robots. The top 100 students would qualify for the afternoon's ranking matches, and the top 50 would represent the city in the regional martial arts competition. Achieving a top 16 finish in the regional competition would earn the right to compete in the national martial arts exam in Wuching. After roll call, the students boarded buses to Qilin Stadium. On the bus, Suyu chivalrously let Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan sit together, while he sat with his good friend Lu Long. Lu Long exclaimed excitedly, Suyu, you really do care about me. Suyu rolled his eyes, get lost? Lu Long quickly turned serious and asked, what's your blood level now? Hehe, 156. The top martial arts universities are practically calling my name. Lu Long winked. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for that, honey. After drinking it, my blood level increased much faster with the blood pills. Suyu was speechless, thinking to himself that Lu Long's family was truly extravagant, using blood pills to stimulate blood growth. For the combat assessment, give it your best shot. You might make the top 100, Suyu suggested. Lu Long shook his head vigorously, his cheeks wobbling like a drum. No way. My blood level is all fluff. Even if I make it to the top 100, I'll just get beaten up. I'll be happy just to get into a top martial arts school and meet my dad's expectations. Suyu nodded with a smile, thinking that everyone has their own aspirations. For someone like Lu Long, who comes from a wealthy family, not wanting to push himself too hard was understandable. The bus arrived at Qilin Stadium, where students from the other 6 high schools also gathered. As soon as Suyu got off the bus, he felt countless eyes on him. The surrounding chatter was incessant. Look, that's Suyu. Wow, he's so handsome. He's practically a shoo-in for our city's top scorer this year. Not just our city, he might even be the top scorer in the Northwest region. I heard that geniuses like him have blood levels over 300. I wish I were like him. Out of nearly 50,000 students, almost everyone was talking about Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Inside the bustling stadium, the chief examiner and Tianyuan city's governor, a 6th-rank martial artist named Li Chengyan, made his entrance. Without a microphone, his voice instantly filled the stadium. Please be quiet, everyone. The stadium fell silent. Li Chengyan continued. Next, students, please proceed to your designated testing stations when your exam number is called. Suyu felt a powerful mental force enveloping the stadium, guessing it was an anti-heating measure. On the high platform, Li Chengyan smiled slightly, thinking, these are the talents even the higher-ups have their eyes on. At the center of the stadium were over 100 blood testing machines, each supervised by an invigilating teacher. As the testing began, various unusual scenes unfolded. This can't be right. I checked my blood level yesterday, and it was over 130. Your machine must be broken. I want to retest. Ah, My blood level broke 130. Damn, just a bit more, and I'd have made the top tier. Screw it. I got pushed off the list, darn it. I'm ranked 72 now. I might make the top 100. The stadium's giant screen displayed the top 100 blood test results in real time. Currently, Caillou is in first place with a blood level of 289, followed by Ling with 258. But everyone knew the real top two were still to be called. B2880517 Song Qinghuan, B12 Testing Station, B2880518 Suyu, B13 Testing Station, B2880519 Xiao Qiao, B14 Testing Station. The invigilators called out. The three stepped forward, and all eyes turned to them. They walked to their respective stations, placed their palms on the machines, and began to channel their blood. On the big screen, the numbers rapidly climbed. Xiao Qiao blood level, 299. Song Qingwen blood level, 421. Suyu blood level, 456. The top three names instantly updated, and the noisy stadium fell silent again. Suyu calmly withdrew his hand, feeling the gaze from the high platform. He flashed a bright, sunny smile, thinking to himself, this is just a little bit of my blood level. After a brief moment of silence, the gymnasium erupted with gasps. Students' eyes widened, and even the teachers couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. All eyes were fixed on the big screen displaying those two shocking numbers, 456 and 421. Whoa, is this the gap between top-tier geniuses and ordinary ones? A boy blurted out. No way, are they really high school students? This is insane. A nearby classmate chimed in. I thought Caillou's 289 was unbeatable, but it turns out true geniuses score over 400. I just want to say, if Suyu could spare a bit of his strength, I'd be in the top 10. Incredible. No wonder a first-rank martial artist can kill a fourth-rank one. Amazing. After Suyu and Song Qinghuan's blood energy results were revealed, everyone else's scores seemed insignificant. Students stared at the top two names on the leaderboard, their eyes filled with both envy and frustration. 3 hours later, the blood energy tests for all 47,008 students were complete. The big screen displayed the top 100 rankings, with Suyu and Song Qinghuan firmly in the first and second places. Following closely were Xiao Qiao and Caillou, with blood energy values around 300. The rest of the top 10 hovered around 220. The leaders of Tianyuan City looked at the results with satisfied smiles. This was the first time in the city's history that a student's blood energy exceeded 300, even 400, and the first time the top 15 were all martial artists with blood energy over 200. The principals of various schools were filled with anticipation for the upcoming competition. Tianyuan City had invested 5 years of educational resources into this main examination venue, putting all their hopes on this batch of students. If they failed to achieve good results, the talent development for the next 5 to 10 years would be affected. Thus, the leaders had high expectations for these students. Governor Li Cheng'an announced, "Students, please prepare for the upcoming combat assessment." As soon as he finished speaking, 100 small arenas rose in the center of the gymnasium, each with a combat robot standing on it. These robots were set to the strength level of an adult with a blood energy value of 130 and had a mature combat system. Even students with blood energy values of 150 or 160 could fail here if they lacked combat experience. The assessment officially began, and the top 100 students by blood energy ranking stepped onto the arenas. Suyu stood on arena number 1, with Song Qinghuan right next to him. Suyu curiously eyed the seemingly harmless robot before him. It was his first time facing a combat robot. All eyes were on Suyu, everyone eager to see how this genius, capable of hunting fourth-rank beasts, would perform. Combat assessment, begin, Li Cheng'an commanded. With the order, all the robots seemed to come to life instantly. However, before the audience could react, the robots on arenas number 1 and number 2 were already flying out of the ring, emitting black smoke. The students blinked in confusion. What just happened? The big screen displayed. Number 1 Suyu, blood energy 456, clearance time 1 second. Number 2 Song Qinghuan, blood energy 421, clearance time 1 second. The audience was silent for a few seconds before erupting into an even louder uproar. What just happened? I looked at the girl on arena number 12, and it was over when I turned back. Haha, I just yawned and it's done. To be honest, I saw it, but it felt like I saw nothing at all. Wow, is this what top-tier geniuses are like? Terrifying. On the high platform, the principals raised their eyebrows slightly. They thought to themselves, these kids, combat robots are expensive, but their smiles grew even brighter. This was Tianyuan City's future, and this was why they dared to bet 5 years of resources on this batch. With Suyu and Song Qinghuan, Tianyuan City's exam results would surely be among the best this year. Following suit, Xiao Qiao and Caillou seemed unwilling to be outdone, each taking 3 seconds to dismantle their robots. From then on, Ling, Li Wei, and others also stepped up, showcasing their strength. Governor Li Cheng'an watched, his lips twitching. Kids these days, they really don't know the value of money. At 1 p.m., the combat assessment ended, and the top 100 for Tianyuan City's exams were finalized. Students who didn't make it into the top 100 saw their high school journey and exam hopes come to a close. Those who did make it gathered in the gym's lounge to rest and prepare for the 3 p.m. ranking competition. The final rankings from the competition would determine this year's Tianyuan City exam results. The top 3 would become the city's champion, second place, and third place. The top 10 rankings were also crucial. The top 5 would become the number 1 seeds for the district exams, while the 6th to 10th places would be number 2 seeds. In the regional exam competition, there are 50 groups in the group stage, with the top 2 from each group advancing, typically the top seeds from each city. Therefore, besides competing for the top spot, the battle for the top 10 was even fiercer. Making it into the city's top 10 meant a high chance of entering the district's top 100. Being in the district's top 100 meant being selected by any of the 4 major martial arts schools and receiving at least A-level resources in the first semester of college. For these students, the afternoon ranking competition was a crucial stage that could shape their future. Some chose to nap after lunch to adjust their state, while others studied the top 100 list, carefully picking potential opponents. Even former top performers like Qin Ling and Li Wei were anxious. In a corner of the lounge, Suyu sat with his eyes closed, occasionally frowning and then relaxing. Outsiders might think he was worried about something, but Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao knew he was seizing every moment to practice the 100 refinements technique, constantly improving himself. Meanwhile, the citizens of Tianyuan City began to enter the gymnasium, including fan groups holding banners to cheer for their children. The fan group from Ping'an community also showed up, bringing drums, gongs, and even swana horns. Suyu might not even know his father had such skills. Moreover, Ping'an community had teamed up with the residents of Chongqing community, where Song Qinghuan lived. The two communities joined forces to cheer for the 3 kids. They had agreed that whoever was on stage, they would raise that person's banner. If it was a match between the 3, they would support the girls. If it was a match between the 2 girls, they would shout, "Friendship first." At 2:30 p.m., the ceremony for the top 100 candidates of Tianyuan City's college entrance examination officially began. In the professional lounge, the contestants were ready to go, with the dazzling entrance passageway sparkling with bright lights. Standing at the forefront of the team, Suyu felt a familiar yet strange feeling, akin to watching NBA stars enter the arena in a previous life, but even more thrilling. As he took the lead and stepped out of the contestant passage, the entire dome of the stadium was instantly dominated by his projection clad in silver armor with a long spear, looking valiant and heroic. Beside the projection, his achievements and today's exam scores were clearly displayed. Suyu, Suyu, go Suyu, Suyu, you can do it. Suyu, you're the best. The shouts of hundreds of thousands of spectators surged like waves, making Suyu's heart race. Is this what it feels like to be in the spotlight? His eyes were sharp as he scanned the arena, resolutely walking towards the highest step of the ranking ladder, the first place. As soon as Suyu took his position, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers once again. Amid the roaring applause, he suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums, and even someone playing a tune that sounded like the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw a scene on the big screen that made his expression freeze. Since when did his dad learn these skills? The camera panned to the support group from Ping'an community, where a group of uncles and aunts were energetically beating gongs and drums. Before Suyu could fully appreciate the moment, he saw them quickly toss aside the "Go Suyu" banner and raise a new one that read "Go Qinghuan." From the contestant passage, Song Qinghuan walked out slowly. Dressed in a white training outfit with a high ponytail, she looked youthful and vibrant. The projection above the stadium showed her in silver armor with a silver spear, looking like a valiant female general. As Song Qinghuan walked towards Suyu, they exchanged a knowing smile, perfectly captured by the cameras, causing the cheers and whistles to rise even higher. Suyu stood firmly at the peak, with Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao flanking him on either side. On the high platform, the principal of number 8 high school beamed with pride, looking as happy as a blooming chrysanthemum. Who would have thought that students from their school would dominate the top 3 positions? Next to him, another principal chuckled. I heard from the governor that the entrance ceremony for the regional competition will be even grander. Honestly, even this old man feels a bit fired up just watching this. As they watched the young contestants take their respective positions, the principals couldn't help but sigh. They are truly in their prime, full of vigor and ambition. Once all 100 students were in place, a ring magically appeared in the center of the stadium. The spotlight focused on the student ranked 100th, who took a couple of deep breaths to calm his nerves before declaring, I choose to challenge Zhang Yimou, ranked 48th. As soon as he spoke, another spotlight illuminated Zhang Yimou. The projections of the 2 boys appeared simultaneously above the stadium, and the cheers from the sidelines were deafening. Both leapt onto the ring, marking the official start of today's first match. As the competition progressed, Aunt Wu from the Ping'an Community Support Group put down her drumsticks and yawned. Although the match was thrilling, since their child had been standing at the top the entire time, the cameras hardly focused on them, making the supporters feel a bit bored. Aunt Lu remarked, "It looks like the match is ending soon. What if no one challenges our three kids? Wouldn't all our cheering be in vain?" Uncle Zhang immediately retorted, "How could it be in vain? No challenges mean our kids secure the top 3 spots. As for cheering, isn't there still the regional college entrance competition coming up? Today is just a rehearsal. The real show is yet to come." "That makes sense. You always see the bigger picture, old Zhang." The others chimed in. "Wait," someone suddenly exclaimed. "Look, isn't that Caillou about to challenge? If he does, he's definitely aiming for our 3 kids. Get ready to cheer." On the steps, Caillou, having just defeated Qinling, cast his gaze towards the top 3. He calculated in his mind. Suyu? Song Qinghuan? He's no match for them right now. Challenging them would be asking for a beating. "I challenge Xiao Qiao," he announced solemnly. The stadium buzzed with excitement. The crowd discussed eagerly. Finally, a showdown between the geniuses. "I've heard Xiao Qiao has already beaten Caillou once. I wonder how things will turn out now. These geniuses improve so rapidly. It's hard to predict the outcome until the match begins." The Ping'an Community Support Group roared with their drums. "Go Xiao Qiao! Go Xiao Qiao!" Their cheers instantly drowned out the entire arena. Xiao Qiao, feeling both shy and excited, leapt onto the ring with a determined look. She silently vowed, "I absolutely cannot lose today. Otherwise, I'll let down all the uncles and aunts cheering for me." As the countdown projections displayed 3, 2, 1, the match officially began. Half a month ago, Xiao Qiao had dominated Caillou, but this time, he was clearly better prepared. He immediately created distance to avoid the range of Xiao Qiao's long whip while using his abilities to create a favorable terrain for himself. Xiao Qiao didn't sit idly by. She moved nimbly, her long whip in hand darting like a snake, closing in on Caillou. After several exchanges, they once again created distance. Caillou's abilities restricted Xiao Qiao's performance, but he also couldn't break through her whip's defense. On the ring, the whip danced and the sword glinted. The audience held their breath, fully engrossed in the thrilling match. On the steps, Song Qinghuan raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Caillou is going to lose." Suyu nodded in agreement. Qinling, on the third row, still seemed puzzled. Back on the ring, Xiao Qiao's whip techniques suddenly became erratic. Caillou, who had just adapted to her style, was caught off guard. For ordinary people, such chaotic attacks might create a moment of surprise, but could easily turn into a suicidal move. But Xiao Qiao was different. Her chaotic attacks were actually several steps ahead in prediction. With 2 crisp snaps, Caillou, risking injury to close in, was caught off guard as the whip's tip struck the back of his neck like a returning spear. This unexpected move left Xiao Qiao no time to pull back. At the critical moment, a powerful pressure swept across the ring, halting Xiao Qiao's whip. Li Cheng'an calmly declared, "Xiao Qiao wins." Caillou clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I admit defeat." Xiao Qiao returned the gesture. "It was just luck." She smiled brightly as she returned to the steps, the spotlight once again shining on her. The Ping'an Community Support Group erupted in excitement, ready to cheer loudly once more. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qiao announced, "I forfeit the challenge." The collective sigh of disappointment from the Ping'an community drew the attention of the entire arena. The spotlight then focused on Song Qinghuan. At this moment, everyone held their breath, anticipating the showdown between the true prodigies. A sly glint flashed in Song Qinghuan's eyes as she deliberately kept her gaze on Suyu. In the silence, she lightly shook her head. "I also forfeit the challenge." The entire arena let out a collective sigh of regret. Standing at the highest step, Suyu was also a bit taken aback. He knew that this girl had always wanted a match with him. In the center of the stadium, 6 elegantly dressed ladies walked slowly onto the stage, each holding a ceremonial red robe and crown. The governor of Tianyuan City, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and the president of the Tactics Association were already in place. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao took turns stepping onto the stage, where the 3 dignitaries personally dressed them in the red robes and placed the crowns on their heads. The students in the audience looked on with envy, dreaming of such a moment of glory. After placing the hat on Suyu, the governor of Tianyuan City adjusted it carefully and asked with a smile, "Can you bring another national champion title back to Tianyuan City for us?" Suyu's eyes sparkled as he playfully replied, "Governor, if I win the national championship, what reward will our city give?" The governor laughed heartily at his cleverness. "Haha, you rascal, just as rumored." Then, he continued seriously, "Regardless of the results you achieve next, I can assure you that Tianyuan City will always be your strongest support." The other 2 presidents nodded solemnly in agreement. At that moment, 3 first-class silver-horned white horses, each adorned with a large red flower on their chests, were led out from the contestant passage. To the trio's surprise, the horses were being led by Principal Tang Yaodong, Teacher Cheng Yong, and Nyoji. Li Cheng'an announced loudly, "Go, our champion, second place, and third place winners, mount your horses." Suyu and the others mounted their horses, and the stadium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Champion. Bring back another district champion for Tianyuan City. Top 3. Let's claim all top 3 spots. The champion looks so handsome. Among the crowd, the shouts from the supporters of Pinyin community were particularly loud. Under the gaze of the crowd, the trio rode their horses onto the streets of Tianyuan City. Firecrackers were set off in every household, celebrating the top 3 in this year's college entrance exam. Principal Tang Yaodong, leading Suyu's horse, called out joyfully, "Suyu, I wonder if I'll have the chance to lead your horse again in 3 days." Suyu leaned down and replied, "Principal, you'll definitely have the chance. Not just once, but twice." Tang Yaodong's face wrinkled with a grin as he waved his hand. "No, no. If there's a third time, it won't be my turn." Teacher Cheng Yong, who was half a step behind, teased, "Principal, you might not get another chance next time." Tang Yaodong immediately glared. "Let's see who dares to take it from me." Amid the beating of drums and the crackling of firecrackers, the trio rode through the main road of Tianyuan City. The citizens lining the streets saw the spirited youth on the white horses, with the older generation seeing hope and the younger generation planting seeds of excellence in their hearts. Originally, the trio was supposed to part ways and head home, but they were informed that the residents of Song Qinghuan's community were already waiting at Pinyin community. So, the 3 continued together towards Pinyin community. Song Qinghuan seemed very happy, while Xiao Xiao appeared a bit downcast. Noticing Xiao Xiao's mood, Suyu smiled and comforted her. "Xiao Xiao, today our parents are your parents. Do your best in the district competition, and we can bring your parents over for another celebration." Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, but she still seemed hesitant. "Can I really do it?" Song Qinghuan confidently replied, "You definitely can." Suyu then turned to Song Qinghuan and asked, "By the way, Qinghuan, why don't you challenge me?" Song Qinghuan, her features delicate and confident, responded, "If I challenge you, it will be in the finals of the Northwest District." The group finally arrived at Pinyin community. The waiting family members, including Su Jun and Song's mother, teared up upon seeing the 3 children return. Following tradition, the trio dismounted and served tea to their parents and elders. Amid cheers and blessings, the ceremony concluded perfectly. A banquet was already set up in the community, and the citizens who had escorted them stayed to celebrate together. Meanwhile, similar celebrations were taking place in major cities across China. In Dongji City, Gao Shi, dressed in the champion's attire, looked a bit shy on his white horse. In Nanqing, Hao Jiming's cool and aloof demeanor attracted many admirers. Wu Linlin, Su Yinqing, Fu Yu, and Lin Yin also received the champion titles in their respective cities, basking in the people's blessings. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The real competition lay ahead: the district and national college entrance exams. Only by winning the national exam could one truly be called the champion. Back in Tianyuan City, the elders, having drunk their fill, were swaying unsteadily. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Xiao were cleaning up the aftermath. Interestingly, Song Qinghuan's face was perpetually flushed. It turned out that not long ago, Song's mother had called Suyu and Song Qinghuan over and formally entrusted her daughter to Suyu, saying, "Suyu, our Qinghuan is in your hands now." Song's father chimed in, calling Suyu his son-in-law, leaving the young couple flustered. After tidying up, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao helped Song's mother to leave. Suyu wanted to escort them, but Song Qinghuan, blushing, declined. "No need, you should rest. The district competition is in 2 days. Didn't you say you had a bone breakthrough soon? Don't waste time. Xiao Xiao and I can manage." Xiao Xiao teased, "That's right, brother-in-law, leave it to me." Suyu was momentarily stunned, and Song Qinghuan's face turned even redder. Xiao Xiao laughed, "Tonight you." Before she could finish, the 3 were already walking away. Suddenly, Su Jun appeared beside Suyu. Speaking earnestly, "She's a great girl. Don't let her down." Suyu replied seriously, "I know, Dad. You know what kind of person I am." Su Jun glanced at him. "What I mean is, don't be reckless on the battlefield. Remember you have a family now. Don't let her become a young widow." Suyu, exasperated, said, "Who curses their son like this?" Su Jun excitedly pulled his son along. "Come on, let's go home and put on your champion's attire for your mom to see." "Haha, I raised a champion." As champions across the nation reveled in their celebrations, the internet buzzed with updates. Based on the latest achievements and blood energy data of the top students, the Dragon and Tiger rankings were updated once again. After the top 100 rankings were announced, Suyu and the other candidates enjoyed a 2-day break. As the host city, they had a valuable opportunity for training. Suyu didn't waste any time. On the first day, he ventured into the wilderness to accumulate rewards. On the second day, he secluded himself to focus on refining the last toe bone. 2 days flew by. In his room, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, but his face showed little joy. Although he successfully refined the last toe bone, the increased difficulty of refining the next 10 metatarsal bones was evident. This made him worry about the future challenges of refining the bones of his limbs and spine. At this moment, Suyu deeply realized that becoming a true warrior was still a long journey. Despite his current ability to defeat 5th-grade beasts, he reminded himself not to underestimate other warriors. Every warrior who successfully refined their entire skeletal system demonstrated extraordinary ability and strength. He silently reminded himself to maintain the necessary respect for high-level warriors. No warrior achieved greatness easily. With these thoughts settled, Suyu exhaled a deep breath and picked up his wristband to browse the internet. The hottest topic online was the newly released college entrance exam rankings. When he saw Gao Shi's blood vitality value at the top, he couldn't help but curse. What the heck? Blood vitality 513? Did you use a rocket to refine your bones? He continued reading. Second place was Wu Linlin from Julian City with a blood vitality of 487. Third place was Su Yin Chung from Zhantian City with a blood vitality of 485. The resource advantages of these aristocratic families were evident. Suyu quickly found his own name, seeing a recorded blood vitality of 456. He smiled slightly, as expected. It's good to hold back a bit during blood vitality tests. However, he quickly frowned. These freaks, did they also hold back? People shouldn't be too cunning. As he continued to browse the rankings, he saw Hao Jiming at 5th place with a blood vitality of 411 and Song Qinghuan at 6th with 421, leaping from 18th. Other familiar names in the top 10 included Yao Yu, Bu Shiming, Yuan Hongjing, and Yang Wenxian. The top 10 from the 4-school training camp still dominated the top 10 of the rankings. Indeed, the minor college entrance exam is just that, Suyu murmured, then looked up the ranks of his other 3 team members. Qiao Qiao, with a blood vitality below 300, had fallen out of the top 50, while Fu Yu and Lin Yan ranked 19th and 20th with blood vitality of 371 and 361, respectively. Fu Yu's progress was particularly remarkable, having improved from 179 to nearly matching the others. Looking at these numbers, Suyu couldn't help but wonder what they had experienced in recent days, especially how Fu Yu had managed to boost his blood vitality by almost 100 points in half a month. He was also amazed by the doubling of blood vitality among people like Gao Shi. Originally planning to rest for the night, Suyu suddenly felt wide awake. No way, my rewards are used up. I'll practice the 100 Forge technique tonight. Damn it, these people are just too unreasonable. He grumbled as he threw himself into training. Meanwhile, the other top candidates on the ranking list were also diligently training. They all remembered being overpowered by Suyu at the training camp and knew that unless they could lead him by 100 or 2 blood vitality points, they couldn't claim to have caught up. During these 2 days, the principal of Pingwen Academy, an 8th-grade venerable named Ping Wanwen, was exceptionally busy. Previously, at the 4-school training camp, he had only restricted the data team teacher's memories of Suyu's photographic abilities and extreme warrior talents. But upon learning that Suyu's bone refinement speed was on par with other geniuses, several powerful figures decided to completely erase their memories on this front. Total ignorance was the safest. As for those close to Suyu, they chose not to interfere. After a dreamless night, the much-anticipated Northwest Warzone's college entrance exam martial arts competition finally arrived. Contestants from the other 9 major cities of the Northwest Warzone gradually arrived in Tianyuan City. At 7 in the morning, the prodigies from the 9 major cities boarded buses to head to Qilan Stadium. In contrast, Tianyuan City's top 50 had already gathered outside the stadium on bicycles. As the high school with the best performance this time, the principal of number 8 high school, Tang Yaodong, served as their guiding teacher. A group of prodigies lined up neatly, with Suyu standing at the front, holding a battle flag embroidered with Tianyuan. Their posture was like hosts awaiting challengers. Outside the security line, the citizens of Tianyuan City cheered them on enthusiastically. 9 buses slowly drove in. Suyu waved the battle flag with one hand, and the characters Tianyuan fluttered in the wind. The crowd behind him instantly straightened their backs, eyes sharp, a sense of team spirit arising spontaneously. On the buses, prodigies from various cities saw this scene with mixed expressions. So these are Tianyuan City's top 50 this year? They look impressive. Is that Suyu at the front? A genius with a blood vitality of 400 indeed has a different aura. I hope I don't draw him in the match. The girl behind him is Song Qinghuan, right? She's also got a blood vitality of 400. Tianyuan City is really full of talent this year. The buses were abuzz with discussions, and the guiding teachers frowned. This year, with the presence of Suyu and Song Qinghuan, Tianyuan City dared to invest boldly in their training, leading to a significant gap in overall strength compared to other cities. Some students felt intimidated before the battle even began, while others stared intently at Suyu and Song Qinghuan, the top 10 prodigies on the rankings. If they could defeat them, they would also gain fame and possibly place in the top 3 of the rankings. Tung Xian, the top student from Chomping City, was the only other prodigy in the Northwest War Zone besides Suyu and Song Qinghuan with a blood vitality over 400. Sitting on the bus, he was already looking forward to the top 16 battle today. On the Yulian City bus, top student Nie Yuechio stared intently at Xiao Xiao beside Song Qinghuan. Knowing that the latter's blood vitality was only 299, lower than hers, she resolved to personally avenge her father in this martial arts competition. The 9 buses slowly stopped, and one by one, the prodigies disembarked, readying themselves in the square. The 9 top students also raised their battle flags. The 9 teams marched toward the Tianyuan group, officially kicking off the Northwest War Zone's college entrance exam martial arts competition. In the Northwestern Battle Zone, 10 cities and 500 geniuses have gathered at the Chilean Sports Stadium to determine the top 100 and the champion. Teams enter the stadium with their battle flags held high, exuding an overwhelming aura. Tens of thousands of spectators rise in unison, their applause thunderous, welcoming these future hopes. In the most prominent section of the stands, residents from Ping'an community, led by uncles and aunts, cheer fervently for the students from Tianyuan City. This time, Su Jun and Uncle Zhang have set aside their swonas and stand shirtless, showcasing their medals of honor next to giant war drums. As their muscles flex, the drums roar with a deafening sound. Tianyuan, hey! Tianyuan, hey! Tianyuan, hey hey hey! The entire audience follows in unison, their powerful chants suffocating the teams from other cities. The prodigies of Tianyuan City stand tall with pride. As Tianyuan's governor Li Cheng'an steps onto the largest stage, the competition officially begins. Each of the 10 cities sends 5 top seeds to draw lots. Tianyuan City's lineup is particularly striking. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, Chao Qiao, Caillou, and Qin Ling, with a majority being female. Amid the lot drawing, a sharp accusation suddenly breaks the silence. Nie Yuechio shouts at Chao Qiao, I can't believe you came to Tianyuan City and got yourself a top seed. What? After your despicable ability sucked away my fortune, now you're targeting other prodigies. She glares maliciously at Xiao Qiao's teammates. Xiao Qiao's expression freezes, struggling to find words to explain. Seeing the tense situation, Song Qinghuan steps forward decisively and retorts coldly, Xiao Qiao's ability is far from despicable. It's you who's despicable. Pray you don't face me, or you'll pay for your actions. With that, she pulls Xiao Qiao off the stage. Nie Yuechio, momentarily stunned by Song Qinghuan's aura, is left speechless. As Song Qinghuan walks away, Nie Yuechio turns to Suyu, feigning sincerity, Suyu, I didn't mean to smear Xiao Qiao. Her ability, luck, works by absorbing the fortune of those around her to maintain her own luck. Her words stir a commotion among the prodigies on stage and the audience, who start discussing this extraordinary ability. Suyu, however, merely glances at Nie Yuechio coldly and responds calmly. Since meeting Xiao Qiao, my vitality has increased by 200 in half a month. If you can't perform, don't blame the tools. With that, he strides off the stage. Nie Yuechio turns red with shame and anger. Caillou and Qin Ling also chime in, stating that their luck improved after meeting Xiao Qiao. The audience erupts in laughter, making Nie Yuechio wish she could disappear. Unbeknownst to her, this fiasco is being broadcast nationwide. Admissions offices of major martial arts universities are closely watching every prodigy's performance. Nie Yuechio's outburst significantly lowers her evaluation among the admissions officers, with a note quietly added to her file. Character needs further observation. The lot drawing continues. Xiao Qiao, filled with gratitude for her supportive classmates, feels fortunate to have come to Tianyuan City. Suyu and Song Qinghuan, well aware of the feud between Xiao Qiao and Nie Yuechio, look at Nie Yuechio with a mix of disdain and pity. Despite their similar affluent backgrounds, their characters are worlds apart. Regardless, bullying a teammate comes with consequences. Song Qinghuan coldly eyes the direction of Yulian City, causing its students to shrink back and distance themselves from Nie Yuechio. Nie Yuechio's eyes flash with malice, still blaming Xiao Qiao's ability without any self-reflection. The group stage officially begins, with all eyes on Suyu. How powerful is this newly risen tactical genius? The answer soon becomes clear. Suyu wins 4 matches effortlessly, advancing to the Northwestern Battle Zone's top 100 as the first in Group C8. Observers from the admissions offices can only jot down overwhelming strength in their evaluations. Following closely, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, Caillou, and Qin Ling all advance to the top 100 as group leaders. The leaders of Tianyuan City beam with pride, sharing in the glory. As Tianyuan City's prodigies advance, all eyes turn to Nie Yuechio's group. Time flew by, and the group stage came to an end. The top 100 list for the Northwest region was announced, with Tianyuan City having an impressive 19 qualifiers, 9 of whom topped their groups. This stellar performance brought a sigh of relief to Tianyuan City's leadership, who were proud that their city didn't lose face as the main examination site. The eyes of several presidents and principals naturally fell on Suyu and his peers, fully aware that merely avoiding embarrassment was far from enough. These young talents would soon become the hope for Tianyuan City's rise in the Northwest region. After the top 100 list was revealed, the competition entered a halftime break. Suyu suddenly noticed a peculiar detail. Aside from the 3 of them, no other students in the entire Northwest region had attended the 4 training camps. Not a single familiar face appeared on the top 100 list. Principal Tang Yaodong, overhearing Suyu and Song Qinghuan's discussion, slowly revealed the reason behind this. It turned out that the Northwest region had been in a similar situation for years, with no one making it to the top 16 in the national college entrance exams for several consecutive years. The number of students qualified to attend the 4 school training camps had been decreasing year by year. Without Suyu and the other 2 this year, the Northwest region might have had nothing to show. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao were puzzled. Tang Yaodong's gaze turned distant as he recalled the past. He explained that it all started with a war 20 years ago, which nearly wiped out the influential families in the Northwest region. Though young people might not think highly of these families, they actually represented the cultural heritage of the area. During that war, the children of the 3 major families in the Northwest led the charge, sacrificing their lives to protect the region. Their near-total annihilation marked the beginning of the Northwest region's decline. Tang Yaodong mentioned a figure named Lu Ling, who was the flag-bearer for the entire Northwest back then. With a heavy sigh, he chose not to continue on this topic. Let's not dwell on the past. Tang Yaodong shifted the conversation. Have you noticed Tang Xian? He's probably the most formidable opponent you'll face in this competition. Suyu immediately responded, showcasing his keen tactical insight. Blood Chi 408, exceptional martial talent, became a martial artist in sophomore year. Ranked 48th on the Dragon Tiger list. His biggest weakness is his lack of mastery in martial arts. If he hadn't advanced to the martial artist stage early, he might have qualified for the 4 school training camps. The principal nodded approvingly and smiled. It's good that you're aware. I mentioned him as a reminder, but honestly, our students from number 8 high are the strongest, aiming to be national champions. Meanwhile, teachers from other cities were also analyzing potential opponents for their students. Interestingly, they all excluded Suyu and Song Qinghuan from their analyses. If they did encounter them, just putting up a good fight would be commendable without expecting more. With the break over, the elimination round from 100 to 50 began. The format pitted group winners against group runners-up, with matchups determined by drawing lots. Contestants from the same group or city were avoided. The 50 group winners took turns drawing lots first. Nyeuechio stared intently at the contestants from Tianyuan City. She felt provoked by their actions after their earlier victories. Although Suyu and the other group winners couldn't face her directly, she hoped to encounter other contestants from Tianyuan City to show that as the top student from Yulian City, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. The draw results came out. Suyu was A8, facing B8. Song Qinghuan was A18, and Xiao Qiao was A29. Xiao Qiao pouted in disappointment. The captain and Qinghuan both have 8s, but I don't. As the group runners-up drew lots, the audience and livestream viewers eagerly watched to see who would face Suyu and Song Qinghuan. When Yulian City's runner-up, Yu Dingwu, drew B8, he looked utterly crestfallen. At the same time, Yulian City's viewers watching the livestream wished they could turn it off immediately. Yu Dingwu had previously been defeated by Li Wei from Tianyuan City, demoting him from the top seed to a group runner-up. Now, facing Suyu, his luck seemed abysmal. The rivalry between the 2 cities intensified. Fortunately, only Suyu and Yu Dingwu were set to duel in this round. More matchups would have made the city's archenemies. Tianyuan City's team felt a bit disappointed with the draw, while everyone in Yulian City, except for Nyeuechio, breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that aside from Nyeuechio, no one had a chance against Suyu. Typically, a match between the top and second best students promised to be thrilling. When viewers in other livestream rooms learned that Suyu was up against another city's runner-up, many switched to the Northwest region's livestream to watch. Suyu's meteoric rise had piqued many people's curiosity. In the group stage, he had won every match with a single move, leaving viewers unable to gauge his true strength. Facing a runner-up now, he would surely reveal some of his real skills, right? Though uncertain, they watched with high hopes. On the stage, Yu Dingwu looked at the calm expression of the boy opposite him, hesitating several times to speak. Before the match began, he wanted to explain that he had nothing to do with Xiao Qiao, but feared that any explanation might make things worse. He looked deeply conflicted. All eyes were on this stage. Overhead, the mechanical countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Viewers from Yulian City had mixed feelings, wanting to watch but also dreading the outcome. They hoped for a miracle but feared seeing their runner-up get crushed. Just as they were torn, a loud bang echoed from the stage. Their runner-up had been kicked off the stage. Su Jun and Uncle Zhang, who had prepared to cheer for Suyu, silently put down their drumsticks. Given the circumstances, cheering seemed like overkill. Tianyuan City's leaders beamed with joy, while the leaders of other cities looked worried. The gap was simply too wide. Today, Tianyuan City was destined to begin its rise. After Suyu quickly finished his match, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, Caillou, and Qin Ling also won their matches with overwhelming superiority. Although Li Wei and Wang Yang faced some challenges, they too advanced to the top 50. With the announcement of the top 50 in the Northwest region, Tianyuan City still had 10 contestants remaining, solidifying their lead. In the viewing room on the second floor, the governor of Chongping City shook his head in resignation. Boldly, it looks like Tianyuan City is truly on the rise this time. Li Cheng'an smiled slightly. The top 50 is just the beginning. The list of the top 50 was unveiled, and the atmosphere in the Qilin Sports Hall instantly became electric. Tianyuan City dominated with 10 people on the list, while the other 9 cities had only 4 to 6 people each, with Yulian City down to just 2. This scene brought to mind the morning when the talents of Tianyuan City faced off against the talents from the other 9 cities, as if history were repeating itself. In front of the live stream, citizens from all over Huagua had a renewed impression of Tianyuan City. Those who once doubted Tianyuan City's qualification as the main examination site of the Northwest War Zone now had to acknowledge its strength. Watching the confident young people from Tianyuan City standing on the stage, several presidents and principals were filled with emotion, silently grateful for Suyu's contributions. Without the rare blood crystals he provided, even with significant resource investment, such impressive results would have been hard to achieve. Qin Ling and Li Wei had broken through with the help of third-grade rare blood crystals, surpassing the top talents from other cities. Everyone knew that Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao were the real heroes of this year's exams. Then, Li Cheng'an announced the rules for the defense competition. 16 stages would operate simultaneously, divided into upper and lower areas, with each participant having 2 chances to fail. The last 16 standing would become the top 16 of the Northwest War Zone. As the rules were announced, the 16 stages slowly rose. The talents from the other 9 cities all looked towards Tianyuan City, only to see that Suyu and Song Qinghuan had not yet taken the stage. For a moment, it seemed no one dared to challenge them. Xiao Qiao blinked and whispered to Song Qinghuan, "Qinghuan, doesn't this scene feel familiar?" Before she could respond, Xiao Qiao noticed that everyone's gaze had shifted to Nyeyuechio. At this moment, the intentions of the talents from Tianyuan City were crystal clear. The audience in front of the live stream gasped, speculating, what did Yulian City do to offend Tianyuan City? Looks like there's a grudge. I heard Xiao Qiao was forced out by Yulian City. Tianyuan City is standing up for her. A grudge match? Exciting. I love this kind of drama. Heh, just bullies taking advantage of their power. Let's see if they can still be so arrogant in college. Are you from Yulian City? I'm from Yulian City too. What? We can't speak up when we're being bullied. As the debate intensified, the feud between the 2 cities officially ignited. Alumni associations from Yulian City's martial schools vowed to make Tianyuan City pay, while Tianyuan City's associations promised to back their juniors. Class conflicts, school rivalries, city disputes, and war zone battles, all these were tacitly approved by major martial schools. The younger generation started to see each other as adversaries, with tension filling the air. However, on the second floor of the Qilin Sports Hall, the governor of Yulian City was chatting amicably with the governor of Tianyuan City. He even thanked Suyu's teacher, Zhuge Yun, believing that without Zhuge Yun, Yulian City's education issues would have been hard to resolve in a short time. On the stage, Nyeyuechio's face alternated between anger and frustration as she faced blatant provocation. Clenching her fists, she stepped forward and said through gritted teeth, "Xiao Qiao, if you have the guts, come out and settle this with me." Song Qinghuan coldly replied, "There's nothing to settle. The only thing you need to do is apologize to Xiao Qiao. If you apologize now, I won't challenge you." As soon as she finished speaking, Suyu and the others nodded in agreement. Nyeyuechio was livid. "Why should I apologize? I did nothing wrong. You should be the ones apologizing. You'll regret this. Xiao Qiao, if you have the guts, fight me. If you lose, you apologize and tell everyone the truth. Otherwise, I'll wait here until you step up." Everyone was focused on this confrontation. Suyu shook his head in resignation, thinking this woman had completely lost it. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Qiao stepped forward calmly and said, "Fine, I'll fight you. If you lose, you apologize to me." Nyeyuechio sneered. Xiao Qiao said no more and jumped up to the upper stage, with Nyeyuechio following closely. On the stage, the two faced off. In the audience, Su Jun and Uncle Zhang started beating drums to cheer for Xiao Qiao. This drama of grievances and revenge drew the attention of citizens from other war zones. In the Northwest War Zone's exam livestream viewership far exceeded that of the other 8 zones. Both picked up level spirit weapons for the duel. Nyeyuechio, with a curved blade at her waist and a longbow in her hands, said coldly, "Xiao Qiao, it's time to end our grudge." Xiao Xiao shook her head calmly. There was never any grudge between us. As soon as she finished speaking, the duel began. Before Nyeuechio could create distance, Xiao Xiao's blood surged, and she closed in on her instantly. Nyeuechio retreated quickly, firing arrows to force Xiao Xiao to defend with her whip. Seeing her opponent's movements hindered, Nyeuechio's lips curled into a smile. She fired more arrows, determined to keep her distance until she won. However, Xiao Xiao's whip, like several venomous snakes, easily deflected the arrows. The distance between them closed again. The whip whistled toward Nyeuechio, who was suddenly protected by a blue shield that blocked several strikes. Nyeuechio sneered, "Is this all you've got?" She threw aside her bow and charged at Xiao Xiao with her curved blade. In the observation room on the second floor, the governor of Yulian City sighed and shook his head. Just as Nyeuechio thought she had the upper hand, she realized she was completely ensnared by the whip. Each strike was far more powerful than before. Xiao Xiao suddenly said, "I'm not foolish. I just don't like scheming against others." With that, her blood surged again. The true power of the serpent whip martial art was now fully unleashed. The fierce, snake-like momentum and explosive force far exceeded that of a first-grade warrior. The light shield around Nyeuechio shattered instantly, and the whip subdued her completely. Xiao Xiao calmly said, "You slandered me 6 times. I'll give you 6 lashes. We have no more grievances." Her gaze softened as she finished speaking. The referee officially declared, Xiao Xiao wins. On the stage, Nyeuechio, marked by 6 whip scars on her back, knelt in disbelief that she had lost so decisively. "Impossible. How could I lose to you?" Nyeuechio muttered to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Xiao gently shook her head, no longer needing any apologies from the other party. Once, she had yearned to explain everything and hoped the other person would pay for their actions. But now, as she glanced around the aeronaut, her supportive team captain, Qinghuan, Caillou, Qinling, and the enthusiastic uncles and aunts cheering for her, she realized that any further entanglement with this person was pointless. An invisible force sent Nyeuechio back to the main stage, and the number next to her name on the big screen changed from 2 to 1. Seeing that the crowd had yet to react, Xiao Xiao smiled brightly and announced, "Everyone, my grudge with Nyeuechio ends here. Thanks to Qinghuan, the captain, and each and every one of you here." Xiao Xiao's cheerful and endearing smile was as warm as sunlight, spreading to everyone present. Unconsciously, they all returned her smile. Song Qinghuan smiled too, but cast a cold glance at Nyeuechio, thinking to herself that this lesson was far from enough. At that moment, Suyu seized the opportunity and spoke before anyone else. "Everyone, since Xiao Xiao says it's over, let's not dwell on it. Caillou, Qinling, Li Wei, your priority now is to make it to the top 16. Don't act impulsively. If Xiao Xiao misses her chance at the national martial arts competition because of this, she would feel guilty." On the stage, Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly in agreement. Suyu continued, his voice filled with righteousness. "Moreover, as martial artists, we repay kindness with kindness and settle scores with those who wrong us. Now that the grudge is resolved, it's wrong for us to keep dwelling on it. Besides, as the hosts from Tianyuan City, we should show the proper demeanor. If we bully others with our status, wouldn't that bring us shame?" With that, Suyu lightly tapped his toe and leaped onto a platform, landing steadily. "For the top 16, let's compete with our skills. Welcome, everyone, to challenge us." His voice was powerful and resonated throughout the stadium. Song Qinghuan followed closely behind, and the other contestants from Tianyuan City also selected their platforms. On the 16 platforms, the 10 representatives from Tianyuan each took a spot. They shouted in unison, "We welcome your challenges." After this display of youthful vigor, the prodigies of Tianyuan City showcased their confidence and magnanimity. In the stadium, the citizens of Tianyuan City stood tall, a sense of pride swelling within them. "Tianyuan! Hey! Tianyuan! Hey! Tianyuan! Hey hey hey!" The synchronized chants echoed throughout the venue. In the observation room on the second floor, governors from various regions couldn't help but admire the scene. Tianyuan's rise was inevitable. This was not just the result of resource investment, but a transformation in mindset and spirit, from that young man to other prodigies, and even the citizens present. This confidence and poise were precisely what a major city's main district should possess. Their eyes remained focused on Suyu. The governor of the Southwest War Zone, Shi Chaobi, smiled and said, "It seems the Northwest is about to see a great rise." In that young man, he saw not only monstrous talent in cultivation, but also a unique charisma, the ability to rally those around him and inspire others. This was a trait that even the most extraordinary talent couldn't achieve through training alone. As Shi Chaobi's words fell, the other governors' eyes narrowed slightly, thinking to themselves, could it be that the Northwest War Zone is finally going to see a second Luling? Not only were the live audience members impressed by Tianyuan City's performance, but those watching the live stream also praised them. The students from the Yulian City Association, who had previously vowed to teach Tianyuan City a lesson, were now red-faced and ashamed. They knew that if they continued to stir trouble, they would be looked down upon by associations across the country. On the stage, the young man exuding an aura of righteousness, calmly accepting all challenges, received unanimous praise. He's a true gentleman, unparalleled in the world. However, in a certain strategist's office, Zhuge Yun watched coldly and sneered. Suyu, that kid, wouldn't let Nyeuechyo off so easily. Then he nodded approvingly, but his performance was commendable. As the Tianyuan city team took the stage first, other contestants also began to move. Interestingly, due to the magnanimous display by the Tianyuan team, other prodigies felt somewhat embarrassed to challenge them directly. As time passed, the battles on the platforms gradually heated up. The only constant was that no one dared to challenge the top 3 platforms of Tianyuan city. After witnessing Qiao Qiao's martial prowess, challenging her was deemed unwise. As for Suyu and Song Qinghuan, it was tantamount to seeking death. After all, with 50 contestants vying for 16 spots, it wasn't necessary to confront them heathen. In the upper zone, besides Suyu, Caillou, and Qinling also successfully defended their platforms. In the lower zone, Li Wei and Wang Yang stood out. As for Nyeuechyo, after a period of despondency, she finally regained her composure, realizing that she couldn't miss the chance to make it to the top 16. Thus, she chose a platform in the lower zone to initiate a challenge, but having lost one opportunity already, she could only aim for a lower position. Soon, the top 16 list was officially announced. This time, Tianyuan City secured nearly half of the spots. This achievement earned everyone's respect. Even the 3 contestants who were unfortunately eliminated showcased their prowess, gaining the favor of some strong contenders. With the top 16 determined, the championship battle was set for the afternoon. At this moment, the covers of the 9 livestream channels were all replaced with photos of the top 16 from each war zone. During the lunch break, the Tianyuan City team returned to their rest area. Song Qinghuan realized that her previous behavior on stage might have been a bit rash. She didn't mind herself, but she was concerned about people like Ruan Renlian and Lu Sansi, as their actions would influence their future paths. This martial arts competition, after all, was an opportunity to showcase themselves. The team had already demonstrated unity and youthful vigor. Now it was time to show their magnanimity. Song Qinghuan sat obediently next to Suyu, earnestly reflecting and summarizing. Suyu smiled and said, I didn't think that much. My thoughts are simple. Among the top 16, we should at least occupy half of the upper zone. Nyeuechyo, to be cautious, will only dare to choose a platform in the lower zone, so our chances of encountering her are over 50%. Therefore, we have plenty of opportunities to help Qiao Qiao vent her anger. Letting her go this time prevents us from looking like bullies. Song Qinghuan looked at him suspiciously. Suyu, feigning grievance, asked, Qinghuan, don't you believe me? Song Qinghuan opened her mouth, pretending to bite him, and playfully said, I do believe you. I'm not a fool. Song Qinghuan's reflection nearly encapsulated all of Suyu's thoughts at that moment. However, a sliver of softness remained in Suyu's heart, and he left Nyeuechyo with a choice. If she could admit her mistakes in the upcoming tournament, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. But if she remained stubborn, advancing to the top 16 would be meaningless. No true master would want to take on such a disciple, and those who would accept her would only lead to worse outcomes. Suyu pulled himself from his thoughts, stood up, and stretched. He glanced around, observing the top 16 contenders from the other 8 battle zones. Familiar faces were everywhere. When he saw Fu Yu and Lin Yin in the northern battle zone, a smile crept onto his face. He secretly hoped to finish his matches quickly so he could watch their confrontation. Just then, Song Qinghuan's voice drifted over. Suyu, if you dare to lose to me on purpose in the ring, I won't let you off. Her attempt at being fierce was laughably weak. During the break, the internet buzzed with discussions about this year's top scorers and the top 10 candidates for the national exams. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and Suyu remained popular picks. Despite Suyu's seemingly minimal display of strength, his leadership in the Tianyuan City tournament had significantly boosted his chances of winning. Fu Yu and Lin Yin from the northern battle zone also made it into the top 10 with their outstanding performances. In Wuqing, the 4 major admissions directors were still present, looking at the list from each battle zone with mixed feelings. Those who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Suyu at the 4-school training camp were now shining brightly. They couldn't help but wonder if this brilliance stemmed from the young people's innate talent or from their encounter with Suyu. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Regardless of which university Suyu chose, the other 3 would not compete for him. They wanted to see this small team continue and reach new heights. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were equally contemplative. Gao Shi even considered following Suyu, thinking that the responsibility for his family's prosperity could fall to Gao Yu. He decided to ask Suyu about his choice on the final stage. At 2 p.m., the top 16 elimination matches across the 9 battle zones officially began. Audiences nationwide focused intently on the live broadcasts, eager to witness the prowess of this year's top talents. In universities, students from the combat department paid special attention to Gao Shi and Hao Jiming, whose unique and powerful abilities stood out, while the tactical department unanimously watched Suyu. Who would have thought that this disciple, handpicked by Professor Zhuge Yun, would not only break into the top 16 of his battle zone but also stand a strong chance of becoming the champion? The tactical department at Jubiai University had the most complex feelings. From their initial shock at Suyu's perfect score on their final exam, to learning of his rejection of Professor Zhuge, and finally to his rise as a hot commodity in the combat department, even rumors of Professor Zhuge potentially transferring schools to follow him. Though Professor Zhuge denied these rumors, the other three universities' tactical departments immediately offered Suyu honorary professorships. Suyu's presence had sent Jubiai University's tactical department on an emotional roller coaster. In Tianyuan City, the draw for the top 16 to 8 began. Lower-ranked contestants silently prayed not to draw the top 3 from Tianyuan City. Once feared opponents in their own cities, they now faced a huge psychological gap due to their new roles. Caillou secretly felt fortunate. If he hadn't faced setbacks earlier, his current performance might have been worse. The draw concluded, and Suyu drew A4, directly opposite Nyeuechio's B4. The audience erupted, and netizens commented that this long-standing grudge match was finally coming to a head. As more people learned about Xiao Qiao's ordeal in Yulian City, public opinion overwhelmingly supported Suyu. The top 16 elimination matches began, with all eyes on Suyu and Nyeuechio's showdown. Suyu stood silent, waiting for Nyeuechio to make her final choice. Knowing she was doomed to lose, Nyeuechio was still defiant. She loudly proclaimed, "Suyu, you will regret this. My blood energy was stuck at 198 because of Xiao Qiao. As soon as I left her, it shot up to 200. This is the truth. You don't believe me now, but you will regret it." Before she could finish, I suddenly sealed her mouth. Suyu, moving like lightning, kicked her into the air. While she was still airborne, he leaped again, delivering another kick, then another. In the audience, a child innocently asked, "Mom, is Suyu playing soccer?" In the observation room on the second floor, a group of governors sighed in relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Moments ago, they were worried that Suyu might end up like Lu Ling, but now they were convinced that this young man was entirely different. They silently calculated that it would be wise to be courteous to this rising star in the future. Given their current lack of strength, they naturally needed to treat him politely. When his power grew, those who offended him would likely find no escape. In the Northwest War Zone's live broadcast room, the comment section was flooded with messages. Someone questioned, "Who said he was too upright just now? Didn't you notice that Suyu awakened his abilities? The key thing is, this guy used his powers to silence his opponent. I saw it clearly." Another added, "Not only that, he controlled the force of every kick perfectly. While I wanted to feel sorry, Nyeuechio really doesn't deserve sympathy. I can only say, it's so satisfying." In the Eastern City Martial Arts Gymnasium, Gao Shi quickly defeated his opponent just to witness the grudge match between Suyu and Nyeuechio. He pondered, if he encountered Nyeuechio in the national finals, he would also want to teach her a harsh lesson. Xiao Qiao, such a good girl, was so maligned and isolated. Nyeuechio's actions were as good as murder. Gao Shi quietly opened the live broadcast room and saw Suyu, playing soccer no, kicking people. He felt a wave of satisfaction. But the next moment, he saw someone in the comments section saying that Suyu used his abilities, and he fell into deep thought. Remembering the past, Gao Shi shook his head, closed the live broadcast, and turned his attention to the remaining opponents. At this moment, every opponent's face seemed to transform into Suyu's. Suyu had lost count of how many kicks he had delivered. Seeing Xiao Qiao's reluctance, he kicked Nyeuechio out of the ring. To prevent her from surrendering, he initially aimed at her face. At this moment, Nyeuechio's face was swollen like a pig's head, and her body was covered in bruises. The most surprising thing was that she remained conscious. Suyu gave her a cold glance and said indifferently, "Regardless of your initial motives for approaching Xiao Qiao, or what your abilities are, your intention to use this opportunity to isolate her is truly malicious." Nyeuechio was utterly bewildered. She had been pampered since childhood and had never been treated like this. Her cultivation resources were 100 times richer than others, and she was always the strongest among her peers, rarely tasting failure. But today, she was kicked around by a peer under the watchful eyes of the entire nation. She was at a loss and didn't dare to look directly at Suyu, developing a psychological shadow towards him. Xiao Qiao approached Suyu and took the initiative to say, "Captain." Suyu was about to lecture her on not being too soft-hearted, but then heard her continue, "Captain, thank you." Suyu couldn't help but smile at her words. He glanced at Nyeuechio, who was receiving treatment. Unlike in novels, he didn't cripple her cultivation, nor did he worry about her turning evil or seeking revenge. From now on, her every move would be closely monitored. If she made any suspicious move, someone would swiftly deal with her without him having to lift a finger. However, he did harbor a momentary killing intent. The round of 16 to 8 concluded, and the final 8 names once again electrified the crowd. Among the top 8, Tianyuan City still occupied half the spots. From the initial advantage of having the most participants in the top 100 to now having half of the top 8, Tianyuan City had truly achieved a remarkable feat yet. Amidst the joy, there was also some concern and internal conflict within Tianyuan was inevitable. Soon, the draw results were revealed. Suyu was matched against Tang Xian, and the people of Tianyuan City breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Suyu and Song Qinghuan hadn't met and weren't in the same division, the audience, including the principals, couldn't hide their delight. The championship and runner-up positions were practically in the bag. Caillou found himself up against Xiao Qiao again and was dumbfounded during the draw. Despite their usual challenges, today he aimed for the top 4. He immediately ran to Xiao Qiao, ingratiatingly saying, "Sister Xiao Qiao, if I've done anything wrong in the past, just let me know and I'll change." In the other division, Song Qinghuan faced Qin Ling. At this point, the principal's hopes of having all 4 top spots taken by Tianyuan were dashed. However, on second thought, it might not be bad to leave some room for others to grow, as excessive dominance could lead to decline. They knew such a golden age was unlikely to reappear. The semi-finals unfolded one by one. Suyu was the first to take the stage against Tang Xian. Tang Xian politely said, "Suyu, please guide me." He had come with ambitions of defeating Suyu to make a name for himself, but now acted with extreme caution. Witnessing someone using abilities to silence and kick others was too shocking. Whether he won or not, he had to maintain proper etiquette. Suyu returned the courtesy. "Tang Xian, please guide me." At this moment, he resumed his gentlemanly demeanor. Since it was the semi-finals, it was time to put on a show. The match officially began. With 2 prodigies boasting over 400 blood points, and with Suyu, the troublemaker, involved, the Northwest War Zone's live broadcast room remained bustling. On the stage, within a few breaths, they had exchanged several moves. Tang Xian's swordsmanship was skilled and forceful. After engaging, Suyu noticed that Tang Xian had already completed his upper limb bone tempering. While using his sword to pave the way, the tempered fists were the real killer move. Suyu wielded his long sword, either blocking or dodging, rarely attacking proactively. Additionally, he occasionally used his abilities to create ice, causing Tang Xian to slip, thus gaining a slight advantage. Their contest seemed to be a close call. Suyu, with his ice abilities, held a slight upper hand. However, his ice element abilities didn't seem particularly high-level. Watching this, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Su Yinsheng, and others, who had ended their matches early, couldn't help but twitch their mouths at Suyu's performance. They thought, when you froze the observation city and the entire island stage, it wasn't like this. Among them, Gao Shi felt the most unbalanced. He couldn't understand. Why? Why do all these people get to see you use your abilities? While many netizens were logically analyzing the battle in the comments section, the prodigies who had attended the 4 schools training camp remained silent. The tense and thrilling match finally concluded. In the end, Suyu narrowly won with his ice element abilities, his long sword pointing at Tang Xian's chest. After the match, Tang Xian looked disappointed but felt something was off. In the observation room on the 2nd floor, the big shots exchanged glances. No matter what, they had to admit that his concealment was effective. Li Cheng'an forcibly praised, "Yes, yes. It makes sense. Others can see he's strong but don't know how strong. So it's still a way of hiding his strength." Suyu's victory over Tang Xian meant that 3 of the top 4 in the Northwest Battle Zone hailed from Tianyuan City. As he stepped down from the stage, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Next up, Xiao Qiao and Caillou took the stage for their showdown. Having watched 2 matches already, Suyu produced a press pass from somewhere and began roaming the sidelines with a camera, interviewing the top talents. While the battle on stage was intense, Suyu was having a blast off stage. His sunny smile and excellent photography skills quickly dispelled the stereotype of prodigies being aloof and unapproachable. Having a top 10 prodigy from the Dragon and Tiger rankings take your photo and interview you was a treat that left the audience feeling both honored and surprised. With just a few words, Suyu had everyone calling him Brother Suyu affectionately. After making his rounds, he returned to Tianyuan City's base camp. To those from Tianyuan City, his behavior was nothing out of the ordinary. On the stage, Xiao Qiao used her exquisite martial arts skills to capture Caillou 3 times. Following that, Song Qinghuan and Qin Ling faced off. Qin Ling had made it to the top 8 using her extraordinary analytical abilities, but against Song Qinghuan, her analysis was rendered ineffective. Faced with an overwhelming difference in strength, Song Qinghuan quickly secured victory. Next was the final match of the day for a spot in the top 4. Zhangbei City's champion Yao Luming faced off against Shilin City's champion Pei Sun. After a few probing exchanges, Yao Luming's berserk ability was unleashed. His eyes turned blood red, and a violent aura emanated from him as his speed and strength increased dramatically. Pei Sun, who had been holding his own, was suddenly forced into a defensive retreat. Just when most of the audience thought Pei Sun was about to lose, an unexpected turn of events occurred. During a ferocious attack from Yao Luming, his movements suddenly froze. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Sun swiftly moved behind him and delivered a decisive blow. After the referee announced the result, Yao Luming snapped out of his daze, looking at Pei Sun with a complex expression. Off stage, Cao Cao turned to her captain and asked, "Captain, was that Yao Luming's ability backfiring, or Pei Sun's doing?" Tang Yaodong, standing nearby, offered an explanation. "It should be Pei Sun's ability. I can only confirm that the result was due to her power, but the specifics are unknown as their city has never disclosed it." He cautioned, "If you face her, be extremely careful." Despite his warning, Caillou, Qin Ling, and others remained curious. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan simultaneously looked at Suyu, knowing he likely understood Pei Sun's ability. Suyu just smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry, we won't lose to her." With the top 4 decided, everyone took a short break before drawing lots. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, and Pei Sun stood on the stage, and the audience noticed an interesting fact. 3 of the top 4 were from Tianyuan City, and 3 were women. Speculation began about whether Pei Sun could defeat all 3 to claim the Northwest Champion title, or if Suyu could uphold the pride of Northwest men. In the livestream chat, viewers from the other 9 cities in the Northwest Battle Zone cheered for Pei Sun, while male viewers rooted loudly for Suyu. The draw results were revealed. Suyu would face Xiao Qiao, and Song Qinghuan would face Pei Sun. Song Qinghuan, who had always hoped to meet Suyu in the finals, was now one step closer to her goal. The semifinals began with Suyu versus Xiao Qiao. Many spectators had high hopes for Xiao Qiao, who had mastered profound martial arts. The stands were filled with cheers. "Go Xiao Qiao! You can do it, Xiao Qiao!" Among the loudest voices were Su Jun and Uncle Zhang. Hearing these, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Xiao Qiao earnestly clasped her hands and said, "Captain, please go easy on me." As soon as she spoke, a gentle breeze seemed to pass, and Su Yu's spear tip was already at her throat. The cheers for Xiao Qiao abruptly stopped, and viewers in the livestream were stunned. Was Suyu this fast when he fought Teng Xian? I don't think so. What just happened? How could he sneak attack such a cute girl? You went easy on Teng Xian, but you're so harsh on Xiao Qiao? The comments poured in. Someone suddenly pointed out, "Did you notice that Suyu is always especially tough on female opponents?" Whoa, you're right. If Song Qinghuan wins, I heard they're a couple. I can't wait for the final. Suyu, the pride of Northwest men is in your hands. On stage, Xiao Qiao was also stunned. Suyu, with an innocent smile, earnestly advised, "Xiao Qiao, first, always stay vigilant once the match starts. Second, never trust anyone in a competition. Third, there is no third." Seeing Xiao Qiao listening intently, Suyu felt that if he continued, the audience might start throwing vegetables at him. Finally, the referee caught on and announced, "Suyu wins." What should have been an intense semi-final ended in an absurdly quick match. In the stands, the high-ranking officials of Tianyuan City once again marveled at their luck in having Suyu. This kid had gone to great lengths to ensure that the top 3 were all from Tianyuan City. Amidst their admiration, they joined the audience in chanting, "Suyu, play fair." After all, Tianyuan City was winning no matter what. So everyone took the opportunity to tease Suyu. As they stepped off the stage, Xiao Qiao followed Suyu and nervously asked, "Captain, can I really beat Pei Sun later? It sounds like her ability is terrifying." Suyu smiled and asked, "Do you trust me?" Xiao Qiao nodded instinctively, but then remembered his earlier actions. Suyu quickly clarified, "We're not on the stage now." "Yes, I trust you," Xiao Qiao said firmly. "Good," Suyu reassured. "Just follow your instincts later. Trust me, and trust your own abilities." "Okay." Xiao Qiao nodded seriously, though she still seemed a bit unsure. Suddenly, Suyu pointed to the stands. "Xiao Qiao, look over there." Following his direction, Xiao Qiao saw her parents waving at her from the audience. "Can you win now?" Suyu asked again. "I can definitely do it." Xiao Qiao's tone had never been so resolute. The other semifinal match is about to begin, with Song Qinghuan facing off against Pei Sun. Talents from other cities have gathered at the venue, placing their last hopes on Pei Sun and cheering her on. As the countdown ended, a blinding light suddenly erupted on the stage, so intense that everyone had to close their eyes. When they reopened them, they were stunned the entire stage was completely frozen by Song Qinghuan. Amidst the shock, Suyu, standing below the stage, nodded slightly, feeling secretly pleased. Today's acquisition of an A-level ability called sensory deprivation was undoubtedly his greatest gain. This ability could strip an opponent of their 5 senses unexpectedly, and even if they were prepared, it could still be forcibly executed. Suyu had decided to keep this as his trump card, to be used only when taking an enemy's life. He even began to imagine the potential upgrades of this ability. Perhaps it could permanently deprive senses, or even strip away abilities, talents, and life itself. Of course, These were just wishful thoughts for now, and would depend on the system's arrangements. On the stage, following Suyu's instructions, Song Qinghuan immediately activated her ice domain as soon as she entered the arena. Even if Pei Sun deprived her of her 5 senses, she could still fully control the situation within her domain. Pei Sun hadn't anticipated that her opponent would use such a powerful move right from the start, and it reminded her of Suyu's sunny smile. A woman's intuition told her that Suyu was somehow behind this. Feeling her body gradually freezing, Pei Sun knew she couldn't delay any longer. Reluctantly, she used sensory deprivation on Song Qinghuan but felt a significant resistance. At that moment, she realized she had lost in this domain. Her ability was ineffective. Just as Pei Sun was about to give up, the resistance suddenly vanished. She paused, then saw Song Qinghuan closing her eyes. Pei Sun instantly understood that her opponent wanted to experience her ability. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a fierce attack on Song Qinghuan. Over the years, no one had ever defeated her once she deprived them of their senses. Pei Sun thrust her sword straight at Song Qinghuan's heart, and the audience held their breath as the blade was about to strike. However, at the last moment, Song Qinghuan stepped back and turned, skillfully dodging the lethal blow. Pei Sun was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Softly, Song Qinghuan explained, "In my domain, I can visualize your every move in my mind." As she spoke, she lifted her spear with one hand. Though initially unsteady, she quickly found her rhythm. She thrust the spear 3 times with astonishing speed, forcing Pei Sun into a desperate retreat. Finally, the spear stopped firmly at Pei Sun's forehead. The referee announced, "Song Qinghuan wins." Pei Sun clasped her hands in respect. "Thank you for the guidance, Song Qinghuan." Song Qinghuan returned the gesture and slowly opened her eyes, feeling as if the world had been renewed. In the audience, everyone finally exhaled in relief. In contrast, the talents and teachers from the other 9 major cities looked disappointed as their last hope was extinguished. Tianyuan City could now start celebrating their top rankings in advance. In the viewing room on the 2nd floor, the governors shook their heads in resignation. However, they were filled with renewed hope for the upcoming National College Entrance Examination martial arts competition, believing they might reclaim the top spot this year. The governor of Shilin City sighed. "Oldly, you folks in Tianyuan City aren't leaving us any scraps." Li Cheng'an smiled and waved his hands. "That's not true. It's all about friendship first, competition second." His barely concealed grin made everyone laugh. In the stadium, the list for the finals was already announced. Before the final match, there would be a contest for 3rd place, allowing the finalists ample rest. In the Tianyuan City base, Cao Qiao prepared to take the stage, and Song Qinghuan shared her experience of sensory deprivation with her. Suyu gave his final piece of advice: "Trust yourself. No matter the situation. Follow your instincts and just let your whip dance." Cao Qiao glanced at her parents cheering for her in the audience, then looked at her teammates and said firmly, "Captain Qinghuan, I will do my best." With that, she leaped onto the stage, her eyes full of determination. Song Qinghuan asked, "Suyu, can Xiao Qiao really win?" Suyu smiled. "Honestly, I don't know. It's a gamble. If we don't take the risk, there's no chance at all." Song Qinghuan nodded. "I trust you, and I trust Xiao Qiao. She can do it." Suyu remained silent, choosing to believe in SSS's favor. Xiao Qiao's parents had actually arrived in Tianyuan City earlier, but they only appeared at this crucial moment to give Xiao Qiao enough determination and confidence. He believed that no one would want to face a determined and confident Xiao Qiao. On the stage, the 2 competitors stood on opposite sides. In the audience, the people of Tianyuan City cheered loudly for Xiao Qiao. On the sidelines, students from the 9 other cities also shouted their support for Pei Sun. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Pei Sun didn't hesitate to use her special ability sensory deprivation. Despite knowing the opponent was prepared, she decided to forcefully proceed. To her surprise, Xiao Qiao seemed to be completely deprived of her senses without any resistance. This was unusual, as a vigilant mind usually posed some resistance to her powers. Pei Sun's mind raced as she recalled Xiao Qiao trailing behind Suyu earlier. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan were frenemies and rivals in love. The seemingly adorable Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan had a much more complicated relationship behind the scenes. After successfully depriving Xiao Qiao of her senses, Pei Sun didn't act immediately. Song Qinghuan's domain ability had previously taught her that sensory deprivation wasn't infallible. She cautiously considered the possibility that Xiao Qiao might possess a similar domain ability, or perhaps even be a psychic. Pei Sun decided to wait and see, knowing that those deprived of their senses would gradually fall into despair and lose their will to resist. On the other side of the arena, Xiao Qiao instantly lost all external perception, her mind left in a chaotic whirl. Faced with this near-torturous ability, she felt a curious sense of intrigue. Outside the ring, Suyu and Song Qinghuan watched in shock. They had expected Xiao Qiao to act on instinct, but she appeared as if she were asleep. If Pei Sun struck now, Xiao Qiao would surely lose. Filled with questions, Suyu tried to stay calm, saying, "It's okay. Maybe this is just how Xiao Qiao feels." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qiao suddenly swung her long whip, charging at Pei Sun with her eyes closed. This scene left Suyu stunned, and Song Qinghuan looked at him with even more admiration. Pei Sun was dumbfounded, internally screaming. As expected, Xiao Qiao's whip seemed to have a mind of its own, attacking relentlessly. Pei Sun doubted whether her ability had worked at all as she dodged awkwardly. However, Xiao Qiao's whip not only packed a powerful punch, but also predicted her evasive maneuvers with precision. Several strikes landed on Pei Sun, leaving her severely injured. Outside the ring, students from the 9 great cities were stunned. Was this the person they had pinned their hopes on? Even Yao Luming, who had experienced Pei Sun's ability firsthand, was puzzled. Where had the effects of sensory deprivation gone? As the whip's tip aimed directly at Pei Sun's chest, leaving her defenseless, the referee intervened, declaring Xiao Qiao the winner. With the match decided, Pei Sun lifted her ability. Xiao Qiao opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. The deafening cheers filled her ears again. She asked blankly, "Did I win?" Pei Sun, eyes wide with disbelief, asked, "So, my ability actually worked?" Seeing Pei Sun covered in wounds, Xiao Qiao apologized, "I'm sorry, I don't really know what happened. Are you alright?" At that moment, Pei Sun felt her emotional wounds were deeper than her physical ones. Driven by curiosity, she asked one last question. "Xiao Qiao, didn't Song Qinghuan tell you about my ability?" Xiao Qiao replied earnestly, "She did." The captain told Qinghuan to just follow her instincts. Pei Sun didn't want to say anything more and immediately jumped off the ring. Xiao Qiao secured 3rd place, becoming the bronze medalist of the Northwest Division. The crowd's cheers surged like a tidal wave, chanting her name. The principals of Tianyuan City beamed with pride. With all 3 top spots taken by Tianyuan students, what did this mean? The principal of Tianyuan No. 8 High School was especially delighted, his eyes narrowing with joy. All 3 top spots were from Tianyuan No. 8, ensuring it would become the best high school in Tianyuan City. Tang Yaodong held his head high with pride. With the bronze medal match concluded, there was over an hour left until the final. The finals would start simultaneously at 6 p.m. in all 9 divisions. Song Qinghuan was recovering her mental strength while Suyu opened a live stream to check out the other divisions. The thumbnails of the 9 live streams featured the photos of the finalists. The Northwest Division's thumbnail showed Suyu and Song Qinghuan in silver armor, holding long spears, standing side by side, a perfect pair. Suyu proudly glanced at the other live streams. The photo of Lin Yan and Fuyu from the Northern Division caught his eye, making him think, they've really come a long way. They've already secured the top spots. He felt a strange sense of pride. The other divisions also had familiar faces. Seeing Su Yinshan paired against his girlfriend Yao Yu and Wu Linlin facing her best friend Yang Wanxian, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Couples fighting, best friends clashing, who wouldn't want to watch that? As he was gloating, a sudden frown crossed his face as he remembered he would be facing Song Qinghuan. He had a bad feeling that the Northwest Division's live stream might become the most watched one again. Just as Suyu predicted, at 6 p.m., the finals in the 9 divisions officially began. The Northwest Division's viewer count far exceeded the others. Despite the other divisions also having grudge matches and couple showdowns, Suyu's popularity was unmatched. Many were tuning in just to see what he would do next. He was known as the ladies' man and the pride of Northwest men. Facing his girlfriend Song Qinghuan, the buzz was off the charts. If this era had social media influencers, Suyu's antics today would surely make him a top-tier celebrity in China. Suyu thought, "I actually have a dream of being a singer." As the finals began, Suyu and Song Qinghuan entered from opposite sides of the arena. Amidst the roaring cheers, their giant projections appeared in the stadium's sky. As they stepped onto the final stage of the day, their silver-armored, spear-wielding projections charged at each other. The 2 avatars clashed, their spears creating a resounding clang that echoed throughout the stadium. One transformed into a dragon, the other into a phoenix, circling the stadium before soaring to the ceiling and exploding into brilliant fireworks. Spotlights suddenly illuminated the stage, revealing Suyu and Song Qinghuan standing on opposite sides, clad in silver armor and holding long spears, just like the projections. The cheers and shouts in the stadium seemed to shake the very heavens. The finals for the 9 battle zones commenced simultaneously, and the atmosphere on the stages instantly grew tense. In the Eastern Battle Zone, Gao Shi stood on the stage, his gaze locked on his opponent, but his mind was filled with images of Suyu and Song Qinghuan's fight. He had initially planned to conceal some of his strength, but now he just wanted to finish quickly so he could go watch the competition in the Northwestern Battle Zone. He pondered to himself, isn't defeating an opponent in one move also a way to hide one's true strength? Thinking of Suyu's performance, Gao Shi became even more resolute. Ever since meeting Suyu, he had yearned for the outside world, longing for a life as free as Suyu's. With this thought, Gaoxi's eyes turned sharp and determined. On the other side of the stage, Lu Shua suddenly sensed a change in his captain's gaze, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. In the northern battle zone, Lin Yin and Fu Yu stood on opposite sides. Lin Yin drew his curved blade and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Fu Yu, if I defeat you, I'll become the vice-captain." Fu Yu, seemingly indifferent to this sudden power struggle, replied expressionlessly, "You might as well stick to being your Lin Daiyu." Lin Yan's face flushed with anger at these words. Their exchange left the audience in Jubai City bewildered. After a day of matches, they knew these two were old acquaintances but couldn't understand why the top two in the northern zone were arguing over a vice-captain position. They were even more curious about what kind of team could possess two such experts. In the Northwestern Battle Zone's livestream, the audience was thrilled. "Wow, Tianyuan City's opening is awesome. That dragon and phoenix looks so real," someone explained. "I heard they were created by a special abilities user hired by Tianyuan City's governor." Viewers from the Southern Battle Zone felt they had been upstaged. As the main venue for this year's Northwestern Battle Zone, Tianyuan City's performance was impeccable. From the opening ceremony to all the preparations, they had outshone the other main venues. The governor of Tianyuan City stood on the second floor, his eyes fixed on Suyu on the stage. At this point, he just hoped the kid wouldn't pull any more stunts. After a day of matches, while Tianyuan City's reputation had soared, Suyu's antics had also become widely known. He had been toying with others all along, and now Li Chengyan did not want to become his next target. On the stage, the electronic countdown began. 3, 2, 1. As the final number fell, Suyu and Song Qinghuan moved simultaneously. Their long spears clashed, producing a crisp metallic sound. They then mirrored each other, using elusive footwork to deftly evade each other's attacks. In the second-floor viewing room, the governors were stunned. The governor of Chongping City exclaimed, "Is that the elusive footwork of martial arts?" Before he could finish, he shook his head in resignation. In so many matches before, no prodigy had been able to force these two to reveal their martial arts skills, highlighting the vast disparity in strength that made the governors feel ashamed. Moments later, the governor of Yulian City exclaimed, "Is Song Qinghuan using the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear? Two top-tier martial arts techniques? Song Qinghuan must be in the top 10 at the four schools training camp, right?" Before the word settled, the governor of Shilin City widened his eyes. "Is Suyu using the Mandarin duck chain kicks? He also mastered two top-tier martial arts." The viewing room fell silent. No wonder Tianyuan City was so confident. With such strength, the prodigies from their cities couldn't compare at all. On the stage, Song Qinghuan's eyes were fierce, her blood boiling. Her spear moved like the wind, her form elusive and unpredictable. While Suyu's spear skills weren't as refined, his Mandarin duck chain kicks forced Song Qinghuan to be cautious, unable to fully unleash her 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Their exchange was dazzling. The prodigies from the other 9 cities remained silent, and Tang Xian finally understood the strange feeling he had earlier. It wasn't that he almost won, but that he was far from it. As time passed, the audience grew puzzled again. They noticed that the two seemed evenly matched. This gave everyone a sense of déjà vu, and they all turned to look at Tang Xian. Unlike the previous match where Suyu was merely acting, now he seemed to be deliberately feeding moves to Song Qinghuan. The more they watched, the more it seemed like the two on stage weren't fighting but showing off their high-level romance. The prodigies who had come with high hopes of winning the championship now just wanted to go home immediately. On the stage, after only 3 moves, Song Qinghuan realized Suyu was holding back. After a few more moves, she noticed he was deliberately feeding her moves. Not one to be overly sentimental, she didn't blame Suyu for not going all out. Since Suyu was giving her moves, she focused on showcasing her full strength, learning, and gauging the gap between her and Suyu. After hundreds of exchanges in martial arts, Song Qinghuan began to use her special abilities. The ice spikes that could emerge from the ground at any moment made the battle even more thrilling. Suddenly, ice arrows shot through the air, followed by a barrage of hailstones crashing down like meteors. Song Qinghuan skillfully combined her supernatural abilities with martial arts, creating a powerful combination that immediately showed its tremendous impact. Although Suyu deliberately controlled his speed and strength to match Song Qinghuan's level, he had no choice but to use his own abilities to fend off her fierce attack. The audience watched in stunned silence as this thrilling scene unfolded. Massive hailstones, resembling meteors, pounded the arena, while Suyu swiftly conjured a massive ice shield covering dozens of square meters. This enormous shield hovered above his head, supported by ice pillars firmly planted on the stage, forming an impregnable fortress that withstood the onslaught of meteors. After witnessing this astonishing display, the audience's eyes collectively turned to Tang Xian. At that moment, Tang Xian felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had previously been secretly relieved, thinking Suyu's abilities were mediocre, but now he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He looked around nervously, unable to hide his discomfort. The sunny and friendly image Suyu had left during the interview was instantly shattered. Among the 9 battle zones, the Northwest Zone had the largest audience and was the last to finish its battles. The fight between Suyu and Song Qinghuan continued until Song Qinghuan had nearly exhausted her energy and mental strength. When she felt she had given her all, she decisively jumped off the stage and conceded defeat. This touching moment was witnessed by countless viewers watching the live broadcast. They couldn't help but admire the couple, one willing to accommodate and feed moves to the other, and the other knowing when to stop, not making things difficult for their partner. Meanwhile, in the contestant tunnel of the Southwest Zone, Yao Yu, wearing a wig, cast a cold glance at Su Yinshen beside her. With a smirk, she turned and walked towards the stage. Su Yinshen wanted to call out to her, but in the end, he just opened his mouth and sighed helplessly. Brother Su, you've misled me. With the crowning of the final champion in the last battle zone, all 9 zones simultaneously began to crown their top 3 contestants. The governors of each battle zone took the stage, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Whether in the stadium or in front of their screens, the audience erupted in cheers of "Long live the governors." In this era, the governors were the guardians in the hearts of all Huagua citizens. At the same time, the 9 champions became the envy of everyone. The moment Governor Shi Chaobi of the Northwest War Zone entered the Qilin Gymnasium, the crowd erupted with excitement. The citizens of Tianyuan City seemed spellbound, cheering in unison, waving their hands and shouting, "Long live Governor Shi," with veins bulging in their necks. Standing on the stage, Suyu felt overwhelmed by the scene. He suddenly realized that, to the people of this era's Huagua, the man before him was the guardian deity of the Northwest War Zone. It was he who stood on the front lines, repelling foreign invaders and safeguarding Tianyuan City in the entire Northwest War Zone. Shi Chaobi seemed to read Suyu's thoughts and smiled, saying, "One day, you will be like this too." Suyu was taken aback, glancing around. He saw the genuine fervor and admiration in the audience, including his father and Uncle Zhang, who were cheering like ardent fans. In that moment, he understood the true meaning of guardianship. It was for these beloved people that he needed to keep growing. His martial ambition to make the exotic beasts serve as food and slaves, to drive the barbarian tribes out of the wastelands and off the planet. What was it all for? Previously, he had answered with youthful passion and patriotism. Now, he understood more deeply that it was all for protection. To protect these people, to protect the land beneath his feet. For this, he was willing to face any danger. Seeing the resolve in Suyu's eyes, Shi Chaobi nodded in approval and said, "Come, the champion of the Northwest War Zone. It's time to don your robes and crown." With that, he personally dressed Suyu in a red robe and placed a ceremonial crown on his head. In the audience, Su Jun was so excited that his hands trembled, shouting, "Bringing honor to the family! Bringing honor to the family!" He proudly showed off to those around him, "Look, that's my son. Governor Shi is personally crowning my son." In the 9 war zones, each governor would dress and crown their respective champions. This was both a tradition and an encouragement to the younger generation. These few minutes were a moment of glory that countless young talents dreamed of. Meanwhile, in the corridor, several principals from Tianyuan City were arguing heatedly over who would have the honor of leading the horse. They were even threatening to tie up Tang Yaodong. Just then, Li Cheng'en's voice interrupted them. "What are you quarreling about? Governor Shi is still outside. Is this how you behave as principals?" Chastened by Li Cheng'en's scolding, the principals lowered their heads. Li Cheng'en naturally stepped forward to lead the horse, while the heads of the Martial Artists Association and the Tacticians Association each took the reins of the other 2 horses. When the governor of Tianyuan led the horse out from the athletes' tunnel, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers once again. The 3 golden-horned white horses, adorned with bright red flowers, looked especially majestic. Watching this, Suyu remembered his homeroom teacher's words from 3 days ago and couldn't help but think that principals indeed couldn't compete with the governor. However, he soon saw his own principal and the principal of number 1 high school carrying the top scholar plaque together. Though their attire was a bit disheveled, they walked with heads held high, full of pride. Among the 9 war zones, only Tianyuan City had the governor leading the horse and the principals carrying the plaque, a supreme honor. Li Cheng'en led the horse to the 3 of them, and Shi Chaobi patted Suyu on the shoulder, saying, "Mount up, this honor belongs to you." Suyu mounted the horse, with Shi Chaobi giving him a supportive hand. The scene made the other young talents in the audience green with envy. The top scholar, 2nd place, and 3rd place winners of the Northwest War Zone mounted their horses, and the parade officially set out from the gymnasium. As night fell, the skies over Tianyuan City lit up with spectacular fireworks, adding brilliance to the celebration. Inside the gymnasium, Uncle Zhang was urging Su Jun, "Xiaoyu and the others have started the parade. Hurry up and put your leg on. Quick, we need to get back in time. If the roads get blocked and Xiaoyu gets home before you, what will you do?" The more Su Jun hurried, the more flustered he became. Aunt Wu couldn't stand it anymore and carried him on her back, telling Uncle Zhang, "You carry his leg, let's go." The group hurriedly left, leaving Xiao Qiao's parents, who were new to the scene, bewildered. The top scholars parade had the whole city in a frenzy. Wherever they went, firecrackers and fireworks resounded. Despite having experienced this just 3 days ago, Suyu felt his heart swell with excitement as he rode. Beside him, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, "Captain, Sister Qinghuan, I actually did it. Hee hee. Soon, I can serve tea to my parents too." The three of them beamed with joy as they paraded through Tianyuan City's main and side streets. The citizens wished they could parade past every doorstep. Meanwhile, the street at the entrance of Ping'an Community was being renamed, with the new sign reading, Top Scholar Street. Su Jun, Song Ma, and Xiao Qiao's parents were all dressed in formal attire, nervously waiting at the community entrance. The three horses arrived at Ping'an Community, and the Top Scholar plaque was hung in Su Yu's home. All the formalities were finally complete. Tonight, Tianyuan City was destined for a sleepless night, with the entire city celebrating with street banquets. Last time, only Ping'an Community held a banquet for Su Yu's Top Scholar title. But this time, the whole city joined in the celebration. The next day, Suyu woke up on the sofa. After all the tense preparations, he had finally slept well. Soon, Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan also came out of their rooms. Suyu said, "You guys freshen up first. I'll prepare breakfast." As he walked into the kitchen, he called out, "After breakfast, tidy up. We're going to the gymnasium. The governor mentioned there's more rewards." After finishing breakfast, Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao hopped on their bicycles and sped towards the Qilan Sports Center. On the streets, passers-by enthusiastically waved at them, shouting slogans like, "Good luck in the National College Entrance Exam Competition." The trio felt relieved that they had left early, otherwise, they might not have reached the sports center even by noon. Upon arriving at Qilan Sports Center, they navigated their way inside with ease. On stage, several principals were busy preparing for the afternoon's pep rally. Principal Tang Yaodong spotted them immediately and called out, "Suyu, you're here. Come on in. The governor is waiting for you in the lounge." The three politely greeted the principals and headed towards the lounge. Behind them, Tang Yaodong's proud voice echoed, "Look at them, the geniuses of Tianyuan No. 8 High School, not only talented but also well-mannered." The other principals, clearly tired of his boasting, teased, all right, we know they're from Tianyuan No. 8. You've been going on about it all day. These kids are naturally outstanding. You're just taking credit for it." Tang Yaodong retorted, "Humph, just admit you're jealous." The trio pushed open the door to the lounge. Governor Li Chang'an stood up to welcome them. "You're here. As promised, achieving the top 3 in the Northwest Battle Zone comes with rewards. Come, take a look." He pointed to 3 plaques that read, 1 million scholarship. Seeing their lackluster response, Li Chang'an added, "This is just the sponsor's reward. There are also 3 villas." Still, the trio remained unimpressed. The blood crystals in their possession could easily buy villas. Li Chang'an chuckled, "Are you thinking, is this all for the top scorer in the Northwest Zone?" Suyu's radiant smile spread across his face. "Not at all. I believe what you're showing us is just an appetizer. The real rewards must be top-grade blood crystals or advanced martial arts techniques." This comment left everyone momentarily stunned. Li Chang'an regretted teasing them. He pulled out a few items from his spatial ring. "This is the awakening fruit, and this is the life elixir. The awakening fruit can enhance the mental strength of warriors below 200 points. The life elixir can regenerate severed limbs." Suyu's eyes lit up. "Governor, are there any limitations on the life elixir?" Li Chang'an explained, "For warriors below the 3rd rank, there are no limitations. The higher the rank, the faster the recovery. However, the regrown bones will need to be tempered again. Life elixir is a rare substance from the desolate battlefield, and today's reward is just this small vial. Suyu, you're the top scorer. You have the priority to choose." Without hesitation, Suyu chose the life elixir and asked how to obtain more. Li Chang'an detailed the origins and importance of the divine plants and the challenges of capturing alien cities. Suyu silently noted this information, determined to conquer more alien cities in the future. He asked, "Do we humans have any way to acquire the secret methods for cultivating divine plants from the aliens?" Li Chang'an shook his head and handed 2 awakening fruits to Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. He emphasized the opportunities and dangers in the desolate battlefield, the scarcity of human resources, and encouraged the trio to strive for better results in the upcoming National College Entrance Exam Competition. Finally, Li Chang'an gave each of them a jade pendant containing the first volume of the awakening technique. He specifically reminded Suyu, "Governor Sure is waiting for you upstairs. You can go and get your other reward from him." Suyu, looking innocent, said, "Misunderstanding. I was just about to thank you. Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't appreciate kindness?" In the room on the 2nd floor, Shi Chaobi was deeply engrossed in arranging the go board. Suyu pushed the door open and entered. Shi Chaobi looked up, smiled, and gestured for him to sit down. You play white, Shi Chaobi said, pushing the white stones towards Suyu. I don't know how, Suyu replied without hesitation. Shi Chaobi didn't mind. No problem. Just remember that 4 stones surround one. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu sat down and started playing. It didn't take long before Shi Chaobi gave up in exasperation. He looked at Suyu and said earnestly, you should consider learning Go. When you hit a bottleneck in the future, it might help you find a way out. Suyu nodded obediently. Understood, Governor. Shi Chaobi stood up. Li Cheng'an asked you to come up for your reward. Let me tell you, being the top scorer is the biggest reward itself. Do you think I'm just brushing you off? No. If the governor says so, there must be a reason, Suyu immediately replied. Shi Chaobi smiled but didn't say anything more. He began to explain, many years ago, the college entrance exam was different from now. Back then, it mainly tested physical energy and written exam scores. The top scorer was the one with the highest combined score. Do you know why it was later changed to a series of elimination matches? Suyu thought seriously before answering, to avoid wasting resources. Only those who pass multiple tests are worth cultivating. And why do we allow others to watch? Shi Chaobi asked again. To ensure fairness and transparency, Suyu answered. Fairness? Shi Chaobi's expression turned confident. Do you think anyone would doubt our fairness in handling things? Suyu was stunned. The 9 governors, the protectors of China, would anyone doubt them? Or, more importantly, would they care about such doubts? Shi Chaobi continued. Moreover, geniuses like you are bound to be targeted by groups like the Shanglin. If we only wanted to select the best talents, we could just hold smaller exams. Suyu, filled with curiosity, sensed that this was the real reward. It's about luck, Shi Chaobi explained. Only those blessed with luck can make it to the end. Li Cheng'an told you that every battle is a fight for resources. Now, I'm telling you, every battle is also a fight for the most elusive and important thing in the world, luck. But there are so many top scorers every year, Suyu said, puzzled. Shi Chaobi laughed. That's why luck is so elusive. To become the ultimate, you must fight your way to the top. The freshman martial arts tournament, the national martial arts tournament, the Blue Star martial arts tournament, all these are to cultivate an emperor that everyone looks up to. An emperor? Yes, let's call it an emperor for now. This is the path we've found that might lead to breaking through the 9th rank. Actually, describing it as luck isn't quite accurate. You could also understand it as the power of belief. When you become the top scorer of Tianyuan City, the top scorer of the Northwest War Zone, when you become everyone's hope, you will undergo some changes imperceptibly. Seeing Suyu still confused, Shi Chaobi gave an example. Your current level is too low to feel it. Let me give you a simple example. A 9th rank Grandmaster is powerful, right? Very powerful. In the Northwest War Zone, no 9th rank Grandmaster from anywhere in the world can defeat me. This is why we can fend off alien invasions. On this land, below the 9th rank, I am invincible. Shi Chaobi's tone was calm, but Suyu felt his heart surge with excitement. The power of the people? He asked uncertainly. Perhaps you could say that. In China, we select top scorers. In the West, they have divine children, and their strong ones correspond to their mythological figures. Are there people like Zeus? Suyu asked curiously. Shi Chaobi responded indifferently. It's just them putting a golden face on themselves. Suyu was speechless. So, our expectation for you top scorers is to see someone surpass us, surpass Minister Wang. Someone who can gather the power of Tianyuan City, the Northwest War Zone, China, and the entire human race to step into the legendary Emperor realm, Shi Chaobi said, looking at Suyu. Suyu smiled. There will be someone? Shi Chaobi also smiled. I believe there will be. Additionally, as a reward, let me tell you something else. Suyu perked up his ears. The desolate battlefield will eventually merge completely with the Blue Star. Perhaps in hundreds of years, or maybe within this century, Suyu suddenly felt a tremendous pressure from Shi Chaobi. These predecessors were constantly supporting this world. They hoped someone could lend a hand, or perhaps they feared no one would take over. The atmosphere grew heavy. Don't worry, nothing unexpected should happen before you grow up, Shi Chaobi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Suyu suddenly remembered a saying, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will definitely happen. Are you satisfied with these rewards? Shi Chaobi asked again. Very satisfied, Suyu replied sincerely. All right then, if you can win the top scorer title for our Northwest War Zone, I can help you with one more thing. Your teacher Zhuge might not be able to get you 5 dying 6th rank beasts. If you can achieve this, I'll help you complete this task before you enter university. When you reach the middle rank, I'll help you upgrade your bloodline once more. By the time you reach the 8th rank, I won't be able to help you anymore. Are you satisfied now? He asked again. Suyu nodded repeatedly, very satisfied. Governor, I have one more request. He hadn't taken out his camera yet. Shi Chaobi laughed. I'm just a projection. Your ability won't capture anything. Suyu was stunned. The image of Shi Chaobi suddenly disappeared. If it won't capture anything, I can still try, he muttered to himself. Let's talk about it when you become the top scorer in high school. Sure, Chaobi's voice echoed. Suyu's face lit up with a bright smile. He could still hear him. As Suyu went downstairs, Li Qingyan asked, has Governor Sure left? Yes, Suyu replied, taking out his camera. Governor, can I take a few photos of you? Li Cheng'an looked helpless. You can, but you have to give me all the photos. Deal. Governor, say cheese. Click, click, click. Suyu took 5 photos in quick succession. A system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 strength attribute. Congratulations, host. You have gained 999 strength attribute. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Blade Mastery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Master of Stir-Fried Tomatoes and Eggs. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial art. Advanced Phantom Steps. Detected that the host already possesses Advanced Phantom Steps X2. Martial Art Phantom Steps upgraded to Master level. Suyu instantly believed what Governor Sure said about luck. In the afternoon, a rousing oath-taking ceremony for the National College Entrance Exam Martial Arts Competition was held at the Chilan Sports Center. Suyu, carrying numerous bags, stepped into the venue and immediately drew everyone's attention. After receiving their rewards in the morning, the three had some rare downtime. Suyu kept his promise and accompanied Song Qinghuan shopping. Though they didn't spend a penny, they returned with plenty of goodies. This was the prestige of the top 3 from the Northwest War Zone, the highest achievement in the history of Tianyuan City. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the Tianyuan citizens, Suyu increasingly realized the weight of this champion title. Unlike in another parallel universe where such a title represents fame and status, here in Tianyuan, it symbolizes the future and hope. A champion from the war zone is expected to become a Grandmaster. If Suyu truly reaches the Grandmaster level, Tianyuan City will have a Grandmaster to protect it. Besides Suyu's attention-grabbing entrance, the crowd also noticed that one of the top 16 was missing. Li Cheng'an calmly announced, Nyuechio has suffered a mental breakdown due to the inability to handle failure and will not represent the Northwest War Zone. The final spot will be taken by the 17th-ranked participant. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Suyu. Was he who had defeated Nyuechio. Feeling the gazes, Suyu looked up, causing the other prodigies to quickly avert their eyes. They all thought, so be it. Nyuechio wasn't worth any sympathy to begin with. Meanwhile, an investigation report from the Yulian City Education Center was officially released. It revealed that during his tenure as principal, Nyuechio's father had misappropriated resources to train his daughter and deliberately suppressed other geniuses who threatened her status. At least 3 prodigies from Yulian City had been directly or indirectly persecuted. The news caused an uproar in Yulian City and quickly spread throughout Hua Nation. In light of such egregious facts, the Hua Nation Education Department decided to conduct comprehensive inspections of schools and establish an oversight department to encourage journalists to investigate and expose wrongdoing. Nyuechio and her father instantly became national pariahs. Suyu's flying kick from the previous day was praised as a righteous act. Back at the Chilan Sports Center, Li Cheng'an continued speaking methodically on stage while the students below grew drowsy. This proved that talking nonsense had nothing to do with actual strength. Li Cheng'an, helpless, continued with the agenda. One last thing, Li Cheng'an raised his voice slightly. The students, accustomed to this phrase, immediately straightened up, wondering if a strong speaker needed to use their presence to intimidate. Remember, the moment you step into Wuching, you represent the Northwest War Zone. There are no more school or city differences. You have one goal, to bring glory to the Northwest. Alright, today's oath-taking ceremony ends here. Gather here tomorrow morning at 8 to depart for Wuching. As he finished, the crowd erupted into applause. After the ceremony, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao went home to absorb the awakening fruits. Suyu, however, headed to the wilderness alone to accumulate some qi and blood rewards for the final competition and to test his latest abilities on the exotic beasts. In the wilderness, a 5th-level Qing Wang Mang was aimlessly wandering. Suyu, while experiencing the depletion of his mental strength, observed the creature's movements. As it grew increasingly sluggish, Suyu decisively struck and killed it. He realized that the longer the sensory deprivation lasted, the greater the mental strength consumption, but the more disoriented the deprived became. Initially, Qing Wang Mang could resist his attacks using some sixth sense, but eventually, it became so lethargic that it didn't react even when Suyu stood on its head. Summarizing his findings, Suyu noted that this ability was indeed effective against exotic beasts. At least for now, it could help him avoid the embarrassment of fleeing from a 5th-level beast. However, depriving a 5th-level beast of its senses consumed a significant amount of mental strength. After wandering the wilderness for a while and using up the remaining 25 film rolls, Suyu decided to leave. If not for needing to save some qi and blood rewards as a backup, he might have used all 30 rolls on Governor Li alone. Soon, Suyu exited the steel gate. Yang Kai, shocked, exclaimed, "Boss, it's only been a few days, and Suyu can already kill 5th-level exotic beasts alone?" Jingyao remarked, "How many champions can immediately go into the wilderness for trials the day after winning? Killing 2 5th-level beasts and 3 4th-level ones." Knowing Suyu's tendency to kill dozens of beasts each time he ventured into the wilderness, Jingyao was sure Suyu had killed more than just 2 5th-level beasts today. This champion of the Northwest War Zone had abilities far beyond anyone's expectations. He looked forward to Suyu bringing honor to Tianyuan City in the Northwest War Zone by winning the national championship. When Suyu returned home, Su Jun had prepared a sumptuous meal. After dinner, Suyu took a small bottle from his backpack and handed it to his father, saying, "Dad, this is for you." Su Jun eyed the bottle warily and frowned. "What is this? Don't waste your cultivation resources on me. That honey you gave us last time was a waste for old folks like us." Suyu sighed in exasperation. "I've explained this countless times. That honey is useless to me now. This is life elixir. It can regenerate lost limbs." He forcefully pushed the bottle into his father's hands. Su Jun's attitude shifted from reluctance to cautious acceptance, a flicker of excitement in his eyes, but he quickly put on a stern face. "Nonsense. This life elixir is a lifesaver for you. Giving it to me is a waste. You should keep it safe." His tone was unusually strict. However, Su Ye's voice was even more commanding. "You're the one being ridiculous. Just take it. You're my father, the father of the top scholar in the Northwest region. Do you know how many people are watching you? If you take this life elixir and start cultivating again, at least you'll have some self-defense ability. Only then can I be at ease." Su Ye's tone left no room for argument. He added, "If you don't take it, I'll throw it away right now." "I mean it." Su Jun, who had been ready to argue, immediately softened. He knew his stubborn son would follow through. All right, I'll drink it. I'll adjust my state, and then take the life elixir." His tone became more conciliatory. Suyu let out a cold laugh. "Drink it now. I've checked. You don't need to adjust your state. They'll watch you drink it right here." Then his tone softened a bit. "Dad, if you drink it now, maybe when I come back as the national top scholar, you'll be just like before." His gaze drifted to a photo on the wall, a time when Su Jun didn't have the mechanical leg. "Mom would definitely agree," Suyu continued. Su Jun muttered, "Your mom would agree to take your surname?" Suyu shot him a look, and Su Jun quickly corrected himself. "He'll drink it. He'll drink it. In our Su family, we're not sentimental." He downed the life elixir in one go and said, "After drinking, they'll practice the breathing technique to stimulate my blood flow. They'll need to be in seclusion for a few days. I still have to see you off tomorrow." Suyu shook his head. "There's no need to see me off. Just be healthy and welcome me back." Suyu watched intently as Su Jun drank the life elixir. Only after seeing him start to circulate his chi and blood to activate the elixir did Suyu leave the room with satisfaction. He then found several iron plates and carefully sealed the door from top to bottom. Inside the room, Su Jun's eyebrow twitched as he wondered if Suyu was doing this on purpose. After securing the door, Suyu hurriedly ran up and down the building, explaining the situation to his uncles and aunts. Initially, they were puzzled how could Su Jun, who had long lost his ability to cultivate, suddenly go into seclusion? But when Suyu explained about the life elixir, genuine joy lit up their faces. They eagerly assured him that they would ensure no one disturbed Su Jun during his seclusion. Moreover, they joined Suyu in loudly criticizing Su Jun for his past irresponsibility, their voices so loud that even Su Jun in seclusion could hear them clearly. Seeing the elders laugh heartily at the prospect of his father regaining his health, Suyu silently vowed to himself, "One day, I will restore all of you to health as well." With his father's matters settled, Suyu returned to his room to begin his own cultivation. Feeling the depletion of his chi and blood, he frowned slightly. The reduced difficulty in bone tempering made his daily reward of 30 chi and blood points increasingly inadequate. To not waste a single moment, he needed to find a way to upgrade the illustration collector again. Using the collector to photograph blood crystals yielded no response. Clearly, the upgrade method required further exploration. It might involve breaking through to become a second-grade martial artist or photographing more significant illustrations. This was unclear, and Suyu had no immediate solution. Besides upgrading the illustration collector, there was another indirect method enhancing his cultivation talent. If he could elevate his A-level talent to S-level, he could maintain his current pace in the demon refining hall with blood crystal tempering without falling behind other prodigies. However, this route required a substantial amount of blood crystals and credits. Previously, Suyu thought he didn't need many cultivation resources, but now he could only sigh deeply. He recalled Shi Chaobi's words about martial artists competing for resources and fortune. The road ahead would only get tougher. Refocusing, Suyu checked the progress of his illustration collection task. 686 out of 1,000 exotic beast illustrations recorded. At the rate of 30 opportunities per day, he could complete it within half a month. just in time before entering university. He felt the frustration of the illustration collector's low level once more. With limited daily collection opportunities, many things had to be accumulated gradually without a quick fix. Calming his mind, Suyu began to practice the Ju Shan Ju technique. After that, he would work on the Bai Duan method, ensuring he had no shortage of tasks in the short term. The next morning, everyone gathered at the Qilin Gymnasium. The sight of giant tanks, armored vehicles, and the well-prepared troops made the eyes of the young boys light up. Even in the era of martial arts, the allure of military power was irresistible to them. Suyu secretly wondered if he might have a chance to pilot a mech with current technology. Although not very practical, it would certainly look cool. With these thoughts, they boarded a plain-looking bus. Tanks and armored vehicles led the way, and everyone inside the bus stared intently at the tanks ahead, eyes full of longing. Despite knowing that the rail protection came from the few teachers inside the bus, they couldn't help but be captivated. The convoy set off from Qilin Gymnasium and drove onto the main street. With crowds lining both sides, the enthusiasm and expectations of the people made the young prodigy's eyes even more determined. As Li Cheng'an had said, at this moment, they represented not just themselves but the hope and future of the entire Northwest War Zone. As the convoy left Tianyuan City, Suyu looked back at the solitary city, resolving to bring back the top honor for them. By then, his father's legs should have recovered. Meanwhile, other major war zones were also heading to Wuching. On the bus from the Northern War Zone, top students Fu Yu and Lin Yin sat side by side, watching the scenery pass by. This was their second trip to Wuching, and their mindset had completely transformed. They had once been last-minute additions, but now they were participating in the final exams as the strongest prodigies of the Northern War Zone, all thanks to their captain, Suyu. Though silent, both were eagerly anticipating reuniting with their three other teammates. While Fu Yu and Lin Yin thought of Suyu, the top students from other war zones were also thinking about him. He had dominated the preliminary exams, and these prodigies had been training relentlessly at home, determined to reclaim their honor in the upcoming competition. They were all top talents. Being crushed once was enough. They couldn't afford to be crushed a second time. Even if they lost, they would do so with dignity. Among them, Bu Shiming from the Southeastern War Zone had been haunted by the image of being defeated by Suyu in one move for the past half-month. He hadn't slept a wink since returning home. The process of tempering his bones felt like teetering on the edge of death. His relentless intensity in training even worried the city governor, who feared the young man might lose control. On the bus heading to the southern battle zone, the air was thick with tension. The team leader stood in the aisle, his voice steady as he analyzed the strengths of the other battle zones for the students. He started by detailing the prowess of the top four zones from previous years: the Eastern, Central, and Southwestern battle zones, before shifting focus to the two prodigies from the Northwestern battle zone, Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Suyu and Song Qinghuan have both mastered two martial arts, one of which is a body technique, the team leader said gravely. If you encounter them, don't try to match their moves. Instead, leverage your unique abilities. His words hit the students like a hammer, and a collective gasp echoed through the bus. Two martial arts, and their vitality is over 400? How do they even train? One student exclaimed in disbelief. It seems like only Hao Jiming and Zhuang Jingyuan from our southern battle zone can even stand a chance against them, another student added, sounding defeated. Exactly. Hao Jiming's abilities might hold up, but the rest of us don't stand a chance, more students chimed in, their morale clearly sinking. The team leader observed their reactions without immediate interruption. He understood the disparity. Even the teachers believed only Hao Jiming could contend with Suyu and Song Qinghuan, and even Zhuang Jingyuan seemed insufficient. However, he refused to let the students lose hope. Clearing his throat, he continued, but don't underestimate yourselves. It's said that Suyu used blood crystals before reaching his limit. You all are warriors who have surpassed your limits, and your potential might exceed his in the future. His gaze swept across their faces, his tone resolute. If a first-rank warrior can't beat him, then a second-rank or third-rank warrior will. The path of martial arts isn't about winning or losing in the short term. True victory lies in who goes further and climbs higher. These words lifted the students' spirits somewhat. Someone immediately responded, we understand, sir. Besides, we have Hao Jiming. With him, the top spot is definitely ours. Others quickly agreed, showing an unusual optimism. However, in the back of the bus, Hao Jiming, who had been resting with his eyes closed, furrowed his brows slightly. Simultaneously, a few seasoned prodigies who had participated in previous exams shared knowing, bitter smiles. Compared to the students on the bus from the Southern War Zone who were relatively optimistic, those on the buses from the Eastern War Zone, Central War Zone, and Southwestern War Zone, all of whom had participated in the four schools training camp, looked much more serious. Suyu was like a towering mountain standing in their way. Until someone could defeat him, they could only look up to his presence. The only one who seemed somewhat relaxed was Gao Shi, who was aiming for second place. His goal for this trip was simple: avoid Suyu as much as possible and secure second place. Then, he would see if there was a chance to become classmates with Suyu. The top 16 participants from the 9 war zones set off simultaneously for Wuching. The final high school martial arts competition was about to begin. In the endless darkness, the auras of several strong figures from Hua country emerged. The real test is about to start. I wonder if anyone will take our bait this time, one of the strong figures said in a deep voice. I doubt it, replied Shi Chaobi. Over the years, the sacred arrival has been hunted down across the country. Knowing that the top contenders from the 9 classes are protected by Grandmasters, it's hard for them to gather enough forces for an attack. In past years, they might have taken a chance. But now, the sacred arrival in Hua country is probably still trying to figure out who has taken the infinite path. Until they are sure, they won't act rashly, the other strong figures agreed. Wang Chuandao's aura fluctuated. Do any of you have thoughts on who might be on the false infinite path? My son can do it, the president of the Martial Artists Association immediately said. Old Su, are you using this as a way to get more resources for your son? Well, if that's the case, I have to say, our Gao family also has a prodigy who can take on this role. Several governors laughed and teased. Wang Chuandao nodded. Then let's decide on Suyuan and Gao Yu. No one objected. Although it was a discussion, in reality, Suyuan and Gao Yu were the only ones who could potentially replace Suyu as targets for the alien races. Wang Chuandao added. The infinite path is ultimately our speculation. Whether Suyu can truly walk it is uncertain. Suyuan and Gao Yu might also discover another path. Our paths have reached their limits, and they are exploring areas we haven't touched. Hence, Suyuan and Gao Yu are also the future of our human race. The convoy from the northwestern war zone traveled smoothly and arrived in Wuching early. Tianyuan city is one of the closer cities to Wuching. When they arrived, the representatives from the other war zones had not yet arrived. The conspicuous convoy drove into Wuching, and the citizens came out to watch. The northwestern war zone is the first to arrive this year. I hope they aren't the first to leave again. They've been the first to leave for several years now, one citizen remarked. Probably not. This year, the northwestern war zone has produced 2 geniuses. Suyu and Song Qinghuan, who have mastered 2 martial arts as first-rank martial artists, are indeed much stronger than in previous years, another responded. Strong? Yes, but I still think the top contenders this year will be from the eastern and southern war zones. Hao Jiming's spatial teleportation and Gao Shi's Dark Devour are both SS-level abilities that are nearly unbeatable in the arena. I heard they haven't lost yet? Not so far, but in the preliminary arena matches, one of them should have a loss. I think Gao Shi lost because Hao Jiming's spatial teleportation is quite unfair. He'll definitely be a major force on the desolate battlefield in the future. The citizens were watching the convoy from the northwestern war zone, but their discussions were all about Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. On the bus, Li Qingyan, who had deliberately turned off the soundproof system, smiled. He wanted the kids to hear these voices. In the northwestern war zone, they might be top geniuses, but on the national stage, they were not much. The northwestern war zone hadn't had anyone break into the top 16 for 3 years, nor anyone in the top 4 for 10 years. Many viewed them as mere participants. Even with Suyu and Song Qinghuan's overwhelming victories, some still believed it was due to the overall low level of the northwestern war zone. On the bus, Suyu was practicing the 100 refinements technique, while Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were practicing the divine awakening technique. Unlike others who were eager to prove themselves and the northwestern war zone, they appeared much calmer. The convoy arrived at Wuching Grand Hotel. During the college entrance exams, this hotel, the largest and best in Wuching, was reserved for participants from the 9 war zones. The hotel offered free blood energy training rooms, gravity training rooms, and various entertainment facilities like bars, barbecue shops, and game halls. After checking in and settling their belongings, Caillou, Qinling, Tungxian, and others headed straight for the training rooms. With only 2 days left before the final competition, everyone wanted to seize the last opportunity to improve their strength. As for Suyu and his companions, they took some blood crystals and headed to the demon refining hall. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan planned to use the martial arts comprehension opportunity once more. As the final competition approached, they felt the pressure to improve their strength, much of which came from Suyu. Interestingly, when the 3 of them mentioned going to the demon refining hall, Li Qingyan, who had just declared that no one was allowed to go out before the exams, was stunned. The other prodigies were puzzled. To avoid discouraging them, Li Qingyan said nothing and let them go. He accompanied them on the way to the demon refining hall and noted their return time to pick them up promptly. 2 days flew by. The geniuses from the 9 war zones had all arrived in Wuching. During these 2 days, the entire city buzzed with discussions about who was most likely to win the national championship. In the low-level training room of the demon refining hall, Suyu opened his eyes. In 2 days and nights, he had used 4 first-rank blood crystals and 2,400 academic credits to successfully refine 2 tarsal bones, increasing his blood energy by 48. This rate of improvement was impressive, but the cost was significant. After a long time, he found himself once again owing Song Qinghuan academic credits. As he exited the training room, the two girls were waiting at the door as usual. Upon seeing Suyu, Song Qinghuan immediately asked, "How many bones did you refine this time?" "Two," Suyu answered honestly. Song Qinghuan beamed with joy. "Your bone refinement speed seems to have increased again. I still have extra credits. After the exams, you can stay in Wuching to continue training. You need the training room environment more than I do." Beside her, Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. Captain, I also have extra credits." Suyu was speechless. "Who has extra credits?" "We'll see. Let's head to the martial hall first." The three returned to the main hall of the refining demon palace, where Li Chingan was already waiting. Fuyu and Lin Yan were also standing nearby. Upon seeing Suyu and the others, Lin Yan was so excited he almost rushed forward. "Captain, you guys are finally back." Suyu took a cautious step back. "If you dare get snot on me, I'll make you relive that training camp ring match in front of the entire nation." Lin Yan immediately halted, hastily pulling out tissues to wipe his tears and snot. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan made no effort to hide their disgusted expressions. Hey, what's with those faces? That's how they do it on TV." Lin Yan defended himself loudly. "After a long separation, aren't we supposed to hug and cry together?" The three of them walked past him, ignoring his words. Suyu turned to Fuyu. "Did you all come together?" Fuyu nodded in confirmation. Li Cheng'an's mind was racing, calculating silently. This team consists of 2 top scorers and 2 second-place finishers. Their performance in the training camp must have been phenomenal. Suyu addressed Li Cheng'an. "Governor, we need to head to the martial hall. Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao need to comprehend some martial arts. Do you want to head back first?" "All right." Li Cheng'an had already made up his mind. These individuals were undoubtedly the top performers in the training camp's team competition. He then added, "No problem. I'll go with you and wait." "Suyu, aren't you planning to comprehend some martial arts?" "Not at this stage," Suyu replied briefly. Li Cheng'an nodded, thinking that with Suyu's current prowess, there was no rush for him to comprehend martial arts. Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao confirmed their plans to comprehend martial arts. Lin Yan, having finished drawing circles in a corner, rejoined the group with a beaming smile. "Let's go together." After a moment's thought, Fuyu also decided to join. "We still have one chance left. Let's go together." Xiao Qiao was a bit surprised. "You used 2 chances already?" Fuyu explained. "We both chose the body movement technique, Xiaoyao step, and used up 2 chances on the same day." "Xiao Qiao, it's obvious you didn't pay attention to our thrilling final match," Lin Yan said with a hurt expression. Their conversation made Li Chingan more and more astonished. 3 chances to comprehend martial arts, such a reward, could only come from being the top team in the training camp. He couldn't help but recall someone saying that Suyu was only going to the training camp to gain experience. Clearly, that judgment was way off. The group set off for the martial hall. 4 of them entered the martial space to comprehend martial arts, while Suyu fiddled with his camera outside. Unable to venture into the wilderness and martial city, these 4 teammates were his best subjects. Gaining any ability or martial art from them was a guaranteed win. Within 10 minutes, the 4 emerged, still savoring their newly acquired abilities. Suyu immediately raised his camera, clicking the shutter repeatedly. He switched poses as he shot, squatting, standing, shooting upward and downward. At first, the 4 didn't realize what was happening. Once they did, they instinctively started posing. "We're used to it. Every captain has their quirks," they thought to themselves. Li Chingan watched and couldn't help but admire. As expected from a captain, he's great at team bonding. A series of notifications rang in Suyu's mind. "Congratulations, host, for gaining strength attribute 88. Congratulations, host, for gaining agility attribute 98. Congratulations, host, for gaining strength attribute 99. Congratulations, host, for mastering the martial art 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear." The last notification stunned Suyu. First, he was surprised that he had actually gained Qinghuan's spear technique. Second, he was amazed that Qinghuan had reached mastery level in the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear, after just 2 comprehensions. What kind of talent was this? Suyu reasonably suspected that his sister might have some sort of system or cheat as well. The 4 skillfully divided the photos. The 2 girls picked a few of the best ones. Fuyu and Lin Yan each took 2, and Suyu didn't keep any. The group headed back to the hotel. On the way, Song Qinghuan excitedly approached Suyu and whispered, "Suyu, you asked me to teach you the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear, right? I think I can teach you now. I can express a lot of things clearly." Suyu smiled. "All right, come to my room tonight and teach me." The 4 people ahead turned to look simultaneously. Song Qinghuan's face turned bright red. Seeing this, Suyu gave up on explaining. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Song Qinghuan's martial arts talent. His own 2 martial arts could only be taught fully when Mizong Step reached the master level. Yet, Qinghuan could teach hers at the mastery level. Her talent in martial arts was indeed extraordinary. Back at the hotel, Li Qinggan returned to his room. Following Lin Yan's suggestion, the group grabbed some drinks from a bar and then sat down at a barbecue place. They ate skewers and drank. Soon, a tipsy Lin Yan pounded his chest and shouted, "Captain, if we meet tomorrow, you better not hold back. If you do, it means you look down on me. I want a real fight with you." Everyone present, including Fuyu, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Suyu smiled. All right. You sit down first. I'll get you something to sober up. Otherwise, your North District teacher will come after me tomorrow." Watching Suyu skillfully take care of the drunk Lin Yan, the three had a strange feeling. They both feared and hoped that Lin Yan would face Suyu tomorrow, wondering if Suyu would go all out on him. Thinking this, Fuyu added, "Captain, Lin Yan has learned healing techniques." "Got it," Suyu responded briefly. The next morning, the final round of the National College entrance exam officially began. People from various cities in Huagua flocked to stadiums to support their local or district geniuses. This final round was truly a nationwide event, attracting immense attention. On the other side of the world, in the West, the god Zeus ordered his followers to pay attention to Huagua's exam today. All the chosen ones paused their training to witness the prowess of the Eastern prodigies. Suyu and his team set off from the hotel. 9 teams, 9 routes, all converging at the Martial Square before ascending to the Battle Martial Hall. Inside, tens of thousands of spectators waited anxiously. The route to the Battle Martial Hall was also packed with people. Some shouted, "Go Gaoxi," while others yelled, "East District Number 1. On the Northwest District route, Suyu held the Northwest District's battle flag at the front. Most of the people on this route were locals who had come to cheer in the past 2 days. "Suyu, can our Northwest District make it to the top 16 this year? Suyu, when will you become the national champion? Go Suyu. Suyu, if you win the top spot, I'll marry my daughter to you." Feeling the gazes from behind, Suyu straightened his back even more, marching forward without looking back. The stadiums in major cities were buzzing with excitement. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the prodigies from the 9 war zones. As time passed, the big screen finally showed the figures of Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Suyu, and others. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in cheers. "They're here. They're here. Go Fuyo. North Zone is the best. Go Gao Shi. East Zone. Keep the champion title. Wu Linlin, the only female champion. You're the best. Suyu. Restore the glory of the Northwest. It's our duty." Supporters from each war zone were shouting themselves hoarse, cheering for their champions. The audience on site was also abuzz, fervently discussing the strengths of the contestants. Looks like the top 4 war zones from last year are still the strongest. All 16 made it to the Dragon and Tiger list. Indeed, the third-place finisher from any of the top 4 zones could probably be the champion in other zones. You two must be from last year's top 4 zones, right? Just wait and see. This year the top 4 zones are going to fail. Fail? Dude, did you not see Gao Shi and Hao Jiming's matches? They weren't even using their full strength. With their abilities and powers, I think everyone else is just competing for 3rd and 4th place. Honestly, the champions from other zones this year are pretty unlucky. Wu Linlin from the Central Zone, Su Yinshen from the Southwest Zone, and Suyu from the Northwest Zone, all of them could have had a shot at the top spot in previous years. Just bad timing, I guess. As the crowd continued their heated discussions, Gao Shi walked past with the war flag in hand. Hearing the chatter, he quickly covered his ears, thinking to himself, "Can't listen to this. It's already embarrassing enough walking this stretch, and they're hyping it up even more." The other champions also heard similar discussions and, without exception, they all wore serious expressions, staring straight ahead as if they heard nothing. Recalling the experiences from the 4-school training camp, none of them dared to be arrogant. On the martial arts plaza, they met for the first time. Back then, Suyu was unanimously considered an outsider, just there to audit the classes. But this time, all the champions focused their gaze on him, eyes filled with a clear challenge. "Today, we're here to challenge you." Suyu remained calm, but the people behind him, like Tang Xian, were a bit flustered. "Why are they all looking at us?" Tang Xian whispered. "No idea. Did Suyu offend them during the training camp?" With Suyu's personality, it's quite possible. As they whispered among themselves, Suyu's eyebrows twitched, wondering how his reputation had gotten so bad. At this moment, Caillou and others also remembered that Song Qinghuan was in the top 10 at the training camp. If Song Qinghuan could rank in the top 10, then what rank could Suyu, who coached him during the finals, be? Top 3? Or first? They had a bold idea but weren't sure. The more they learned about the other Warzone prodigies, the more they realized how formidable Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the like were. Abilities like dark consumption and space traversal were practically cheat-level powers, and they couldn't think of a way to defeat them. The crowd and the spectators in the stadiums of various cities were also buzzing with speculation. Why are they all looking at Suyu? That look. Why do I feel like Suyu is the final boss? Something's off. Definitely off. Look at how Gao Shi is looking at Suyu. Wow. Could Suyu be the dark horse of this year's martial arts exam? I think there might be another reason. Isn't Suyu known as a tactical genius? Maybe he tricked everyone in the preliminary exams? Makes sense. Either way, today's match is going to be exciting. It already feels like a grudge match before it even starts. The prodigies seemed oblivious to the surrounding chatter. After planting their battle flags in the designated spots, 8 of them looked at Suyu again. Suyu shook his head helplessly. This isn't right. Usually the previous year's champion zone goes first. The 8 remained silent. Suyu turned to his group. Let's head to the Battle Marshal Hall. With curiosity and excitement, they boarded the floating elevator, the first to reach the Battle Marshal Hall. The audience resumed their discussions. Did they change the rules this year? Starting from the last place? Maybe they think it's more dramatic this way? As the discussions continued, Gao Shi led the prodigies from the East Zone onto the floating elevator. The site fell silent once more. Something's definitely off. Suyu must be hiding something. What the heck? What did these geniuses go through at the four-school training camp? From today, Suyu is my idol. Whether it's strength or strategy, to make these geniuses yield to him, he's my ultimate idol. Suyu is awesome. In the Chilan Stadium of Tianyuan City, a brief silence was followed by an overwhelming cheer. Suyu has a great shot at the championship. Not just in Tianyuan City, the other 9 cities in the Northwest Zone were also cheering loudly for Suyu. The Northwest Zone, which had been dormant for nearly 20 years, was seeing a glimmer of hope today. Inside the Battle Marshal Hall, the 5 judges smiled wryly. They knew the impact Suyu had on these prodigies at the four-school training camp was enormous. From what they heard, the once arrogant individuals had all become humble after going home. It wasn't just about overwhelming power. During the Beast Tide crisis, Suyu earned their respect and even a favor from them. Evaluating this kid was proving to be a challenge. Soon, the top 16 from the 9 war zones gathered in the Battle Marshal Hall. With tens of thousands of spectators cheering for them, each contestant on the stage felt a surge of emotion. A true warrior should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve unparalleled feats. This championship was the best start on the martial path. At this moment, no one was thinking about Suyu, Gao Shi, or Hao Jiming. They all had one thought: charge. Having come this far, they were determined to defeat every opponent, even if it was Suyu or Gao Shi. They would not admit defeat before the battle. Each young warrior radiated intense fighting spirit. Wei Yikuan officially announced, the National College Entrance Examination martial arts competition begins now. The Battle Marshal Hall resounded with the beat of war drums from all directions. The champions and runners-up from the 9 war zones ascended to the first ring elevated in midair. These 18 contestants directly advanced to the top 32, while the remaining participants fought for the last 14 spots. The group stage has officially begun, with 14 groups, each consisting of 9 participants. The competition is incredibly fierce, as 72 people will be eliminated right from the start. 9 of the top seeds are the Tanhua, and the remaining 5 top seeds are filled by the best-performing 4 regions from previous years. When Xiao Xiao drew her lot, she ended up in the 13th group. At that moment, the eyes of the other prodigies sparkled with envy, secretly hoping to be placed in the 13th group as well. The coach from the Southeast region clenched his fists excitedly in the stands when he saw their top 4 student draw the number 13. Although he knew Xiao Xiao had mastered martial arts, their top 4 student was also formidable, possessing combat abilities and higher vitality. With the Northwest region's past performance, drawing Xiao Xiao was undoubtedly the best possible outcome. Supporters of the Southeast region cheered, celebrating their good fortune. However, the geniuses who had attended the 4 schools training camp breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they didn't draw number 13. Among Suyu's team of 5, 4 had already secured a spot in the top 32, and they couldn't guarantee the last member, their goddess of luck, would win. Besides, who would dare challenge the goddess of luck? They'd rather curry favor with her. As the competition officially began, Li Cheng'an watched anxiously from the stands, his palms sweating as he kept his eyes glued to Xiao Xiao's platform. If Xiao Xiao could advance, it would break the Northwest region's 10-year streak of failing to get past the group stage. In the round-robin format, each participant had to fight 8 matches. Xiao Xiao won one match after another and quickly secured 4 victories. Gradually, only Xiao Xiao and the Southeast region's top 4, Immortal Chronicles, remained undefeated on platform 13. They finally faced each other, with the winner advancing and the loser failing. As the match began, Xiao Xiao showcased an unprecedented fighting style. Her vitality surged, and her long whip lashed out like a furious serpent at Immortal Chronicles. Following Suyu's strategy, she unleashed her full strength, each whip strike carrying immense power. If Immortal Chronicles could dodge for a minute, she would lose. But if he got hit even once, she would win. The Southeast region's coach was stunned, repeatedly muttering, "Keep your distance. If you keep your distance, you'll win." However, Xiao Qiao's whip techniques seemed to predict Immortal's every move. With a few successive strikes, Immortal's back was instantly torn open, blood pouring out. Dazed, he tried to use his abilities, but another precise whip strike hit his throat. With a flash of light on the platform, Xiao Qiao successfully advanced to the top 32. The Southeast region's coach and Immortal were both in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. The group stage concluded with 14 participants advancing. From the Northwest region, only Xiao Qiao advanced, while 3 of last year's top 4 regions each had 3 participants advance. Although the disparity in strength between regions remained, the Northwest region's performance was much better than in previous years, maintaining a win rate of over 50%. In the Chilean Sports Center, 7 old principals were on edge, while Cheng Yong remained calm, leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds. To him, the top 32 was just the beginning. If luck was on their side, it was entirely possible for 2 participants from Tianyuan City to make it to the top 4 this year. The draw for the top 32 was intense and thrilling. Xiao Qiao drew Yang Wanxian, Song Qinghuan faced Yao Yu, and Lin Yin drew Suyu as he had hoped. When Lin Yin drew B8, his face turned pale. He regretted the drunken words he had said the previous night, which had been recorded by Fuyu. He wanted to explain to Suyu but hadn't had the chance. The platform matches proceeded one after another. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and Su Yincheng quickly defeated their opponents. The match between Xiao Qiao and Yang Wanxian became the most intense so far. Everyone from the Northwest region held their breath, cheering for Xiao Qiao. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiao ultimately lost to Yang Wanxian's charm ability. The audience sympathized with and adored the sunny, lovable girl, cheering her on despite her loss. In the Chilean Sports Center, the old principal sighed repeatedly, lamenting their bad luck. After stepping down from the platform, Xiao Qiao was immediately comforted by Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Xiao Qiao vowed to go further next time, not wanting to be the worst among the 5. Suyu looked meaningfully towards the Northwest region's base camp and reassured her, "Don't worry, someone will be joining you soon." On the other side, Lin Yin felt a chill down his spine once again, regretting his actions as he told Fuyu, "Drinking causes trouble. If I drink again, just slap me." Fuyu nodded in agreement, but thought about the captain's plan to have another gathering after the college entrance exams. Well, Lin Yin probably didn't hear that part. The 8th match began. From the audience, cheers surged like waves, shouting encouragement for the contestants, Suyu and Lin Yin. In the Northern War Zone's main camp, Lin Yin stood before a mirror, vigorously rubbing his cheeks. He took a deep breath, and the bitter expression on his face vanished, replaced by a confident smile. He strode towards the stage, waving to the crowd like a celebrity making an entrance. His interaction ignited even more enthusiastic cheers, instantly electrifying the atmosphere in the arena. In the Northwest War Zone, the previously eliminated prodigies gathered, their eyes fixed on Suyu. At this moment, only Suyu and Song Qinghuan remained in the competition from their zone. Past grievances were long forgotten as everyone hoped Suyu could represent the Northwest War Zone and break into the top 16 after many years. "Go Suyu! Break into the top 16! Aim for the top spot!" shouted Caillou, Qin Ling, and others excitedly. Meanwhile, in the sports arenas of 10 cities in the Northwest War Zone, countless people chanted, "Go Suyu!" in unison. Though they knew he couldn't hear them, Suyu was their pride and hope. Compared to Lin Yan's grand entrance, Suyu appeared calm and composed. As he walked towards the stage, the audience turned their heads, eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Even though he wasn't from their zone, the spectators hoped this prodigy, who had made Gao Shi and Hao Jiming willingly step aside, would bring excitement. Perhaps today's final wouldn't just be a duel between 2 titans, but a contest among 3 powers. In the Gao family of Dongji City, Gao Yu stared at the screen showing Suyu and wondered, "He doesn't seem much different from others, just a bit more handsome. Does my brother really need to fear him?" The head of the Gao family, with a profound look, replied, "Though your brother can be unreliable, anyone who can earn his genuine respect must be extraordinary. If you meet him in the future, you might as well make friends with him." "Dad, he already has a girlfriend," Gao Yu immediately responded. Hearing this, the head of the Gao family was momentarily speechless, thinking about what was going on in his daughter's mind. In addition to the Gao family, the elders and current head of the Hao family in Nanqing were also watching today's grand competition. "Is this the kid who made Jiming put aside his realm cultivation?" asked the elder of the Hao family. Yes, Jiming used to dislike entering the spirit refining realm. After the 4-school training camp, he broke through as a warrior and spent half a month there, the head of the Hao family replied. It seems Jiming's abilities hit a wall with him. It's good that there's someone in his generation who can put pressure on him. This way, we don't have to worry about Jiming becoming complacent, saving you a lot of trouble, the elder said with a chuckle. The head of the Hao family nodded. "I just wonder what Jiming experienced in the training camp." After returning, he said that no matter how many bones he tempered, he could only defeat Suyu through abilities. He stayed in the spirit refining realm for half a month this time. His mother was heartbroken. At this moment, major families across China, including the Fu family of the Northern War Zone, the Su family of the Southwestern War Zone, and the Wu family of the Eastern War Zone, were all discussing the young contestants on stage. On the stage, the match was about to begin. Lin Yin cupped his fists and loudly declared, "Captain, although you're my captain, today we fight without holding back. I want to see how big the gap is between us." Lin Yan's voice resonated throughout the venue, heard clearly by both the live audience and those watching on screens. The Northern War Zone spectators suddenly realized that Suyu was the captain of their top contenders. They quickly recognized the danger, knowing their second best might be eliminated. In contrast, the Northwest War Zone spectators beamed with joy. It's finally happening. After 3 years, the Northwest War Zone is back in the top 16. On the stage, the battle was imminent. Lin Yan's energy surged without reservation. The audience felt the powerful aura and wondered if there was no need for probing in this match. Lin Yin knew mental interference was ineffective against Suyu, so he focused all his mental strength on mimicking exotic beasts. His legs burst with the power of a grade 4 sawtooth rabbit, and his upper body had the strength of a grade 4 barbarian bear. With this terrifying aura, he closed in on Suyu. Using his superior physical attributes in the martial art Xiaoyao step, Lin Yan's double blades attacked Suyu like a storm. At this moment, Suyu had to admit that Lin Yan had indeed grown stronger since they last met. But his own progress was even more significant. Suyu lightly tapped his foot, effortlessly dodging Lin Yan's strikes. The audience marveled at Lin Yan's displayed strength, with many gasping in awe. With this combat power, he's sure to make it to the top 8. Even though it's a burst, he might even break into the top 4. In the war zone's main camps, the prodigy's pupils shrank. Some were relieved they hadn't faced Lin Yan, while others stared intently at the calm Suyu. Despite Lin Yan's explosive power, Suyu remained unperturbed. Could they have done better than Lin Yan? On the stage, Lin Yan continued his relentless assault, speaking as he fought, "Captain, isn't my progress impressive? Now, let me show you my triple cloak slash." Swish, swish, swish. Suyu easily dodged, looking at the boy who kept mentioning his name with a bemused expression. The captain is indeed the captain. Even my ultimate move couldn't touch him. How frustrating. Am I still lacking? I don't believe it. I can keep fighting, Lin Yan muttered to himself. Offstage, Xiao Qiao curiously asked Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, Lin Yan didn't use to say his name so much. It sounds so strange now. Song Qinghuan pondered for a moment and replied, maybe he wants everyone to remember his name, so he keeps repeating it. Indeed, Lin Yan's constant self-referencing had imprinted his name in the audience's minds. On the stage, Suyu finally had enough. With a swift kick, he sent the formidable Lin Yan flying. Suyu followed up, leaping after him. On the big screen, everyone could see a faintly cruel smile on his face. For some reason, the audience members found themselves wearing similar expressions. They were tired of hearing the name Lin Yan. Lin Yan, the arrogant kid who claimed he could perfectly mimic a 4th-rank exotic beast, was effortlessly kicked away by Suyu. His incessant chatter finally ceased, and his face was filled with shock. Although he had always known the captain's strength was formidable, it was only now, with his own strength surpassing that of a 1st-rank warrior, that he truly felt the terrifying power contained within the captain. Unbelievable. Lin Yan thought to himself. I can't beat him, I need to run. Surrendering was out of the question, but he could run to the edge of the arena. If the captain kicked him a bit harder, he could use the momentum to get thrown out. Just as he was calculating the best angle to fly out, Suyu suddenly appeared beside him. Hey, hey, hey. Captain, how can you kick me towards the center of the arena? Don't kick my butt. Lin Yan exclaimed. I was wrong, Captain. This kick was even harder. I was wrong. I won't say my name again. Lin Yan quickly pleaded, then suddenly changed his tune. Captain, if you're a real man, let me down and let's fight fair and square. Seeing Suyu's expressionless face, he immediately cowered. Captain, I was just kidding. Keep kicking. Suyu pulled out a gun. Don't use a gun. It's too dangerous. Lin Yan shouted in terror. The scene on the arena left all the spectators dumbfounded, then they burst into laughter. Even the usually stoic Fuyu seemed to have a hint of a smile. Finally, someone was teaching Lin Yan a lesson. No one knew how he had endured these past few days. The spectators from the Northern War Zone should have been angry at seeing their runner-up treated this way, but watching the scene on the screen, they felt it was justified. Of course, Lin Yan's spirit of never surrendering was still commendable. Suyu sensed that Lin Yan's energy was nearly depleted. With a helpless smile, he kicked him out of the arena. Captain, you still love me. Lin Yan shouted after landing. Suyu's face was filled with exasperation. This almost playful arena match made people nearly forget the astonishing strength Suyu had displayed. Meanwhile, spectators from the Northwestern War Zone and those who had witnessed the Northwestern High School martial arts competition felt a familiar sensation. They vaguely remembered that Suyu had also effortlessly won the championship in the Northwestern competition. As the match ended, the audience erupted in cheers. However, elites like Gao Shi and Hao Jiming looked serious. Given Lin Yan's strength, how much stronger could they be? Even if they were stronger, could they handle it as easily as Suyu? After many days, the mountain standing before them seemed even higher. In the Hao family of Nanqing, the old ancestor chuckled. Now you understand why Jiming said bone tempering is useless at this stage. This kid's physical quality is 100 times stronger than those with enhancement abilities. Without considering abilities, he can probably break through any third-rank warrior. Below middle-rank warriors, he's invincible. The head of the Hao family was surprised. Even Jiming with his spatial abilities can't handle him. Since Jiming has been seeking a breakthrough in mental strength after returning, I suspect Suyu's ability can counter Jiming's, the old ancestor explained. A domain-type ability? The head of the family exclaimed. This kid is incredibly gifted. Is it wise to show off like this? The old ancestor laughed. Don't worry, the targets of the alien races and the holy descendants are elsewhere now. Talents like Suyu are not scarce among the alien races. He sighed. The gap between our human geniuses and the alien prodigies is too large. Only Lu Ling could suppress the alien prodigies back then. While we wait for a game changer to emerge, the aliens are also waiting for their prodigies to grow. The head of the family said angrily, aliens, they will pay for their arrogance. In the Gao family of Dongji City, Gao Yu blinked her big eyes at her father. Dad, this Suyu is a monster. You can't blame my brother for not wanting to compete with him. The head of the Gao family coughed twice. You little girl, what do you know? As warriors, we must constantly challenge the strong and always strive to be the best. Otherwise, no matter how talented, we'll end up being mediocre. You and your brother will not only have to support the Gao family in the future, but also the entire Eastern War Zone. If you can't even compete with the human prodigies of your generation, how will you face the aliens? How will you protect the land beneath your feet and the people behind you? After Suyu was the first to advance to the top 16, Song Qinghuan's match followed. Yao Yu from the Southwestern War Zone versus Song Qinghuan from the Northwestern War Zone, Wei Yikuan announced. Cheers erupted again in the martial hall. The people of the Northwestern War Zone were incredibly nervous, as were those from the Southwestern War Zone. Usually ranking high in the national exams, the Southwestern War Zone's runner-up typically made it to at least the top 8, sometimes even the top 4 with good luck. But today, they were up against the runner-up from the previously underperforming Northwestern War Zone. No one dared to claim victory. Suyu's earlier performance left people feeling increasingly awed, making them more cautious about Song Qinghuan. The two girls stepped onto the arena. The short-haired Yao Yu clasped her fists. Please guide me. Song Qinghuan returned the courtesy. The match began. Yao Yu pounded the ground with her fists, creating cracks that slowed movement. Ice crystals appeared under Song Qinghuan's feet, stopping the cracks from spreading. The teacher leading the Southwestern War Zone's team tensed up. She knew Yao Yu's ability was being countered. Yao Yu sighed. As expected, Song Qinghuan and Suyu's abilities could even counter those of Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. She wasn't surprised they could counter her slowing cracks. With no advantage in abilities, she had to rely on her twin hammers, swinging them towards Song Qinghuan. Yao Yu's hammer technique was clearly advanced, with each strike faster and stronger than the last, while consuming little energy. This battle was all about who had more energy. Song Qinghuan, wielding a long spear, exchanged hundreds of blows with her. An opportunity arose. Ice crystals bound Yao Yu, and the spear thrust like a dragon. The phoenix nods 3 times from the 100 birds phoenix spear broke through Yao Yu's iron leg defense and aimed for her heart. A light flashed on the arena, and Yao Yu was transported out. Song Qinghuan successfully advanced to the top 16. The audience was silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers. This year's Northwestern War Zone, they're coming in strong. Whether it was Suyu defeating Lin Yin or Song Qinghuan defeating Yao Yu, both would have been at least top 8 in previous years. But today, both were easily defeated. Great rise of the Northwest. Northwest's great rise. Excited Northwestern men shouted from the stands. At the same time, the same 4 words echoed through the 10 cities of the Northwestern War Zone. After 20 years, they finally had prodigies to help them rise again. Northwest War Zone, Sirius City. Once the undisputed main city of the Northwest War Zone, it is now a shadow of its former self after a devastating war. However, when Song Qinghuan secured victory and 2 individuals from the Northwest War Zone made it to the top 16 for the first time in years, the Sirius Stadium erupted with cheers of excitement, joy, and emotion, with many even shedding tears. On the second-floor balcony, the tightly clenched fists of the governor of Sirius gradually relaxed as he let out a long sigh of relief. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart for years was finally lifted. After that war, the Northwest War Zone nearly faced an extinction event, with declining exam scores and resources consistently ranking at the bottom. To break this vicious cycle, he proposed concentrating all regional resources to nurture a few prodigies. In that year, the other 9 cities tightened their belts to fully support the 2 prodigies from Sirius City. They ambitiously aimed for the top spot in the National College Entrance Exam Finals, carrying the hopes of the entire Northwest War Zone. It was a high-stakes gamble that ultimately ended in failure. One of the 2 stopped at the top 16, while the other fell in the top 8. Consequently, the gap between the Northwest War Zone and other regions widened once again. Although no one ever blamed him, the governor of Sirius knew it was his decision that caused the children of the Northwest War Zone to start with fewer resources than those in other regions. He had always seen himself as a sinner. Now, watching Suyu and Song Qinghuan win effortlessly, he finally felt the weight lift from his heart. Standing on the second floor of the stadium, his demeanor suddenly changed, and the skies above Sirius City seemed to respond with turbulent winds. In the void, Shi Zhaobi revealed a knowing smile. Suyu, this kid, truly is the lucky star of the Northwest. In the martial hall of Wu City, aside from Song Qinghuan's impressive rise, the top-tier prodigies all had secure victories. The story of Fuyu forcing his opponent to jump off the stage sparked heated discussions. The easier his victory, the more the people of the Southwest War Zone regretted Lin Yan's elimination. After all, Lin Yan had been on par with Fuyu in the regional finals but lost to Suyu, much to everyone's dismay. As the drawing ceremony for the top 16 to top 8 began, the tension across all war zones became palpable. Suyu was placed in the lower bracket, eyeing Song Qinghuan. The once-desired Northwest War Zone had now become an opponent everyone wanted to avoid. At the drawing site, nearly the entire Hua Nation was silently praying, "Please don't draw Suyu." In the end, Suyu drew A1, and Song Qinghuan drew A3. During the upper bracket drawing, several prodigies were visibly nervous, silently cursing the damned system. When Gaoshi saw that he hadn't drawn A1 or A3, he visibly relaxed. However, Bu Shiming was stunned, had to face Suyu once again, reminiscent of the nightmare from the training camp. The Southeast War Zone Stadium was filled with groans. After Mo Chuanli from the top 4 was eliminated by Suyu, Bu Shiming now had to face this formidable opponent. Meanwhile, the Southwest War Zone, which was in the top 4 last year, also frowned as Song Qinghuan aimed at eliminating Yao Yu before targeting Su Yincheng. Facing this situation, Su Yincheng sighed deeply, then his eyes firmed up. For the glory of the Southwest War Zone, for not having to kneel on the keyboard at home, this battle, I'll give it my all. The first match of the top 16 to top 8 was between Bu Shiming, the top scorer of the Southeast War Zone, and Suyu, the top scorer of the Northwest War Zone. As Wei Yikuan announced, the 2 stepped onto the stage. The audience buzzed with discussions. Some anticipated Suyu making new history for the Northwest War Zone, while others doubted if Suyu was truly the underdog. At the start of the match, Bu Shiming immediately unleashed his energy, creating distance while summoning a dragon-like water column to attack Suyu. This move puzzled the audience and coaches, questioning whether today's prodigies lacked basic combat principles. However, other prodigies seemed to understand Bu Shiming's intention. Suyu was initially surprised, planning for a fair fight, but seeing the unstoppable water dragon, he smirked, instantly grasping his opponent's intent. Just when everyone thought he would use his powers to freeze the water dragon, Suyu was engulfed by the flood. In the next moment, a spear pierced through the water like a dragon, gleaming coldly. Bu Shiming dared not be careless, raising his sword to block and deploying the Yi Shui sword technique. However, the spear, like a nodding phoenix, broke through the sword and pointed at Bu Shiming's throat. "Holy crap," someone in the audience whispered, the exclamation spreading rapidly. The Southeast War Zone's leading teacher was speechless, while the Northwest War Zone was filled with the sound of drums, fireworks, and firecrackers. In stark contrast, the Southeast War Zone stadiums fell silent. Suyu, the top scorer of the Northwest War Zone, wins, Wei Yikuan announced. The cheers inside the stadium were so loud they seemed to lift the roof. Lost? The journey for the Southeast Division ends here this year. As the entire stadium erupted in cheers, the headquarters of the Northwest Division fell into a dead silence. It was as if they had lost their hearing, and the whole world had been muted. The surrounding noise meant nothing to them. The coach of the Southeast Division stared at the young man standing on the stage with a gun, his emotions mixed. The defeat had come too quickly and too thoroughly. He knew that even if they fought 100 or 1,000 more times, the outcome would remain unchanged. This defeat had nothing to do with other factors. It was purely because that young man was exceptionally skilled. Bu Shiming stepped down from the stage, neither dejected nor resentful. As he looked back at Suyu on the stage, his gaze grew more determined. He silently vowed, "Next time, I will perform even better and push you to your limits." Suyu met his gaze, his eyes seemingly saying, "I'm ready anytime." The silent confrontation was a clash of the boy's ambition and dominance. The previously silent gyms of the Southeast Division erupted in cheers once more as they saw the exchange of looks between the two boys. Regardless of today's results, Bu Shiming would always be the future star they pinned their hopes on. In the battle hall, Suyu jumped off the stage amid the cheers. Suddenly, a loud cry of "Northwest" pierced through the noise. Everyone turned to see a burly man with a flushed face and bulging veins, shouting "Northwest." At the same time, the gyms of the Northwest Division echoed with chants of "Daxing." They responded to each other from afar, for Suyu was the hope of Northwest Daxing. As the competition ended, the audience buzzed with discussions. Holy crap, I knew Suyu would win, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. Now I get why Bu Shiming went all out from the start. Was Suyu using spear techniques at the end? Does he know 3 different martial arts? Mastering 3 martial arts at the first rank? How much time did he spend learning? Doesn't he need to temper his bones? Focusing on martial arts at this stage seems like putting the cart before the horse. Could it be because he used blood crystals, making learning martial arts faster than tempering bones? That makes sense, but it's only a temporary advantage. Once others in his cohort reach the 3rd or 4th rank, he won't have an edge. Who cares about that? Right now, Suyu is a strong contender for the top spot. If only Suyu could break through and become a warrior, that would be perfect. There's no such thing as perfection in this world. These discussions reached Li Cheng'en's ears, and he twitched slightly. He also thought it was a pity that Suyu hadn't become an ultimate warrior, but the truth about mastering martial arts wasn't as they thought. Just last night, Song Qinghuan had taught him the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, and today he used it on stage. Li Cheng'en felt that no one would believe it if he told them. At the judges' table, the 5 judges remained composed. Sometimes, there really are perfect geniuses in this world. The competition continued. Hao Jiming still swiftly resolved his matches with his unbeatable spatial traversal. In the 3rd match, it was Song Qinghuan versus Su Yincheng. Next up, the champion of the Southwest Division, Su Yincheng, will face the runner-up of the Northwest Division, Song Qinghuan. As the announcement was made, the two stood on opposite sides of the stage. The cheers from the crowd were deafening. Interestingly, all the eliminated Southeast Division members were now waving Northwest flags, with their coach leading the cheers for Song Qinghuan. This scene made the Southwest Division coach fume. Damn it! You want to drag us down just because you're out? He glared at Su Yincheng on the stage, his eyes resolute. No way. Our champion is at least top 4 material. We might lose to Suyu, but you won't take us down with you. He clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. The match began. Lightning flashed in Su Yincheng's eyes. Before he moved, bolts of electricity shot towards Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan narrowly dodged them with swift movements. More lightning strikes followed from the sky. While this level of lightning could be endured, Song Qinghuan remembered Yao Yao's miserable state after their last battle and immediately summoned an ice shield to block the strikes. Ice against lightning left many puzzled. Is that stuff an insulator? The coach of the Southwest Division frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. In this round of testing their supernatural abilities, Song Qinghuan clearly held the upper hand. On the stage, she waved her hands, and countless crystalline ice arrows shot through the air, like a fierce ice storm heading straight for Su Yinchen. Unwilling to be outdone, Su Yinchen swung his guandao, slicing through each incoming ice shard with precision, sending fragments flying everywhere. The exchange of powers happened in an instant. The next moment, both fighters' energy surged simultaneously, and they flashed to the center of the stage for close combat. Song Qinghuan wielded a long spear, while Su Yinchen gripped his guandao tightly. The Skynet blade technique clashed against the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, mesmerizing the audience. Seizing the opportunity to close in, Su Yinchen attempted to paralyze his opponent with lightning. However, his plan failed. Song Qinghuan was prepared. The handle of her spear was coated with a thin layer of ice crystals, which neutralized the lightning upon contact. This scene prompted many in the audience to pull out their phones to search for information on whether ice could conduct electricity. The battle on the stage grew increasingly intense. Song Qinghuan executed her elusive footwork, and the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique became ever more fierce, gradually gaining the upper hand. Realizing that he would inevitably lose if this continued, Su Yinchen's eyes suddenly filled with lightning, and his entire body crackled with electricity, enveloping the stage in a storm of lightning that occasionally struck the ground. Faced with this astonishing display, Song Qinghuan's eyes grew even colder, and her energy surged once more. Her spear attacks became increasingly fierce, each strike accompanied by instantaneous freezing power. Just when everyone thought her mastery of the ice domain, ice spikes, and hail was her best skill, they realized her most formidable ability was this instantaneous freezing power. Su Yinchen intended to end the fight quickly with his lightning, but after a few exchanges, he suddenly found half of his body paralyzed. Meanwhile, the instructor from the Southwest War Zone glanced at the other zones, as if to say, since we're in this together, let's all be in it together. Finally, Song Qinghuan thrust her spear, completely freezing Su Yinshen. With the spear tip against his forehead, a flash of light transported Su Yinshen off the stage. The match was decided and thunderous applause erupted from the audience, celebrating this spectacular display of supernatural abilities, martial arts, and raw energy. Song Qinghuan's performance undoubtedly proved her strength as a top 4 contender, earning the most enthusiastic applause from the entire crowd. Even the Southwest War Zone participants, despite their loss, stood up and clapped in admiration. Among them, Yao Yu, with her short hair, seemed to clap especially hard, as if putting a perfect end to this thrilling duel. The news of Suyu and Song Qinghuan advancing to the quarterfinals swept through the entire Northwest battle zone like a whirlwind. On the streets, people cheered and shouted their names. Quarterfinals. This year, we have 2 from the Northwest battle zone in the quarterfinals. Excited crowds flooded the streets, unable to contain their joy. Such an achievement inevitably brought back memories of the glory from 23 years ago. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Southwest battle zone was starkly different. Last year, they were among the final 4, but this year, they were all eliminated in the round of 16, losing to the previously struggling Northwest battle zone. The dramatic fall left the Southwest battle zone stadium in prolonged silence. In the round of 16, Suyu, Hao Jiming, and Song Qinghuan advanced successively. Following them, Wu Linlin, Yuan Hongjing, Yang Wanxian, Fu Yu, and Gao Shi also showcased impressive strength, making it to the quarterfinals. Spectators were amazed to find that the overall level of this year's quarterfinalists was comparable to last year's Final 4, with even the eliminated contestants showing remarkable skill. This competition truly epitomized the era of prodigies. The draw for the quarterfinals finally arrived, with no seeded protection this time, making it a completely random selection. Each battle zone silently hoped for favorable draws for their contestants, especially the Northwest battle zone, praying that Song Qinghuan and Suyu would not meet too early. At the draw site, apart from Suyu and Song Qinghuan, the other 6 contestants' gazes all fell on Xiao Qiao. Wei Yikuan held the jade tube, and everyone hesitated. Suyu volunteered and drew the number 1. Next, Song Qinghuan stepped forward, and the entire venue held its breath. When the jade slip revealed the number 4, the Northwest battle zone erupted in cheers. The 2 had avoided an early clash, keeping the hope alive for both to advance to the semifinals. Gao Shi drew number 2, meaning he avoided facing Suyu in the quarterfinals but was destined to meet this formidable opponent in the semifinals. His expression was complex, a mix of relief and concern. The audience buzzed with discussions, some questioning Gao Shi's mental fortitude, while others defended him. Afterward, Hao Jiming drew number 3, and Wu Linlin drew number 4. Fu Yu, Yang Wanxian, and Yuan Hongjing completed their draws in turn. Finally, the quarterfinal matchups were set. Suyu versus Yang Wanxian, Gao Shi versus Yuan Hongjing, Fu Yu versus Hao Jiming, and Wu Linlin versus Song Qinghuan. After a brief intermission, the first match was about to begin. Suyu stood up, and his companions from the Northwest battle zone waved towels in support. On the other side, Yang Wanxian emerged from the rest area, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Usually barefaced, she now wore exquisite makeup, and her fitted battle attire accentuated her perfect figure. Her enchanting eyes seemed to mesmerize, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. In the Northwest battle zone base, Song Qinghuan sensed a hint of danger, her brows furrowing slightly. Before she could speak, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, "Is she trying to seduce our captain?" Song Qinghuan quickly corrected her, "Xiao Qiao, don't say that. Yang Wanxian is just trying to fully showcase the characteristics of her abilities." Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement but couldn't help but remark, "But Yang Wanxian is really beautiful." Song Qinghuan smiled wryly. "That's how she got to you, isn't it?" Xiao Qiao innocently replied, "Yeah, she's so pretty, I couldn't bear to eliminate her." In the quarterfinals, Yang Wanxian knew well about Su Yu's formidable mental strength but still decided to give it her all. As they ascended the stage, Yang's eyes sparkled as she politely said, "Suyu, please guide me." Surprisingly, Suyu, with his eyes closed, bowed to her left and replied, "Yang Wanxian, please guide me." This awkward moment left Wei Yikuan scratching his head, and Yang Wanxian momentarily speechless. The referee signaled the start of the match, and Yang Wanxian immediately took action. She seized the chance of Su Yu's closed eyes, her energy surging as she aimed a heavy blow with her iron ruler at Su Yu's forehead. Her clear, autumn-like eyes discreetly activated her special ability, which, despite being directed at Suyu, made many in the audience feel a sense of affection for her. In a flash, Suyu's eyes snapped open, blazing with intensity. Yang Wanxian hesitated for a split second before a terrifying force struck her. Suyu's spear swept horizontally like a staff, delivering a heavy blow to her waist. Yang felt as though she might be split in two, and despite the protective aura around her, she was sent flying off the stage. Clutching her waist, Yang Wenxian looked up at Suyu with tears glistening in her eyes. The audience felt even more sympathetic towards the delicate girl. Suyu, wearing his trademark sunny smile, said, "Sorry, Yang Wenxian." He then joyfully leaped off the stage, exclaiming to himself, "Hey, made it to the top 4. Another new record." Cheers erupted from Tianyuan City in the northwest battle zone, but quickly faded into a tense silence. Many felt Suyu had been too harsh. In the martial hall, Wu Linlin heard Yang Wenxian's sobs and didn't know how to comfort her friend, who had always been reluctant to face her own abilities. Wu Linlin felt relieved that she hadn't faced Suyu, thinking he was simply too terrifying. The atmosphere at the Northwest Battle Zone headquarters was awkward. Suyu, however, was unfazed and earnestly shared his insights with Xiao Xiao. "Did you see? Her charm takes time to work. The best way is to finish the fight before her ability kicks in. Prolonged engagements only give her a chance to succeed." Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan exchanged hesitant glances. Lin Yin remarked, "The captain is truly a model for us all." No sooner had he spoken than several female prodigies from the northern battle zone distanced themselves from him. Lin quickly added, "But of course, I condemn the captain's actions." Beside him, Fuyu silently adjusted his wristband, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Despite the absurd end to the first quarterfinal match, with some teasing Suyu for not being gentle, everyone understood that in this era, such prodigies were necessary. Without ruthlessness, one couldn't survive in this harsh world. In the second quarterfinal match, Gao Shi faced Yuan Hongjing. Gao showcased battle prowess comparable to Suyu, winning with overwhelming superiority. The audience buzzed with discussions. Some believed Gao Shi was on par with Suyu, especially considering his ability to absorb his opponent's energy. Others noted that neither had fully revealed their strengths, making the outcome uncertain. After his victory, Gao Shi stood on the stage, eyes filled with fighting spirit as he stared directly at Suyu. Although he had previously expressed a reluctance to face Suyu, he now seemed ready for an all-out battle. Below the stage, Suyu remained calm, silently accepting the unspoken challenge. Next, Hao Jiming took the stage, his gaze just as intense as he looked at Suyu. Meanwhile, the stoic Fuyu remained expressionless, seemingly uninterested in the upcoming match. At the referee's signal, the new duel officially began. Despite Suyu and Gao Shi winning their matches with overwhelming ease, Hao Jiming was exceptionally cautious in his bout against Fuyu. The atmosphere was tense as the two faced off in the ring. Wei Ikuan and the others held their breaths, eager to see what kind of spectacular performance Fuyu would deliver. Since his battle with Suyu, Fuyu's abilities had begun to shine, capturing everyone's attention. The war hall was silent, with all eyes fixed on the ring. Hao Jiming launched the first attack, charging towards Fuyu. With a serious expression, Fuyu held his bow with both hands, assuming a defensive stance. Just as Hao Jiming was about to reach him, he suddenly vanished. In the next moment, Hao Jiming reappeared beside Fuyu, unleashing a fierce rain of sword strikes. Most of the audience hadn't even reacted yet, but Fuyu seemed to have anticipated it. He gracefully dodged the attack, quickly creating distance with agile steps. In a swift motion, Fuyu drew his bow and released 3 sharp arrows into the air. In the blink of an eye, Hao Jiming teleported again. Just when everyone thought he had evaded the danger, the 3 arrows bizarrely changed direction, honing in on him with precision. Before they could touch Hao Jiming, the arrows exploded. His expression faltered, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Below the ring, Suyu smiled knowingly. The advice he had given Fuyu was now being put to use. Fuyu's unique ability, a distinct mental domain, was finally revealed in full. The battle grew more intense as Fuyu continued to fire arrows. Hao Jiming narrowly dodged each one, but the mental energy-infused arrows' explosions nearly caught him multiple times. Under these circumstances, Hao Jiming couldn't help but feel relieved that he had recently focused on enhancing his mental strength, or he might have lost this fight. On the other hand, Fuyu was starting to feel a bit frustrated. His mental energy was still somewhat lacking, and after just a few exchanges, he was already struggling to keep up. As time passed, Hao Jiming seized an opportunity. In a moment of Fuyu's lapse, he managed to pierce his chest with a sword. With the quarterfinals nearing their end, only the final match between Song Qinghuan and Wu Linlin remained. The final match of the quarterfinals has commenced, capturing the hearts of everyone as Song Qinghuan faces off against Wu Linlin. Supporters of the Northwest War Zone hold their breath, knowing that a victory here would once again make history. At the same time, this could mark the 3rd champion this year to fall at the hands of the prodigies from the Northwest. In the arena, Song Qinghuan and Wu Linlin each showcase their remarkable abilities. Wu Linlin unleashes her powers, sending massive wooden stakes soaring like dragons. However, Song Qinghuan's ice blue eyes flash, and frost rapidly spreads from her feet, freezing the incoming stakes in an instant. Wu Linlin is shocked to find her abilities completely suppressed within Song Qinghuan's domain, and continuing to use them would only drain her mental energy further. The situation changes rapidly as Wu Linlin quickly adjusts her strategy. Vines wrap around her, transforming her into a giant armor-clad figure wielding a 10-meter-long staff. The audience erupts in gasps, and Suyu's eyes gleam with excitement. Despite the sudden change, Song Qinghuan remains unperturbed. She quickly forms a crystalline ice armor around herself. Although she cannot transform into a giant like her opponent, her ability to adapt on the spot demonstrates her composure. Wu Linlin, controlling the vine-armored giant, swings her massive staff at Song Qinghuan with a force that seems capable of splitting the arena in half. Song Qinghuan dodges several times, but is still knocked over by the residual force. As the second strike is about to land, the blue in Song Qinghuan's eyes deepens. She no longer evades, but instead holds her silver spear like a toothpick against the colossal wooden staff. In the tense moment, ice spreads at an astonishing speed, instantly freezing the entire vine-armored giant. A blinding light flashes, and although Wu Linlin manages to break free in time, the tide has turned. The two engage in close combat, and Wu Linlin is astounded to find that Song Qinghuan's elusive footwork has become even more refined. Unable to capture her opponent's movements, the outcome is sealed. Song Qinghuan's spear touches Wu Linlin's throat, securing her victory. This thrilling showdown sets the entire battle hall ablaze. People marvel at the rise of the Northwest War Zone and applaud the stellar performances of both prodigies. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from the West, watching the match, feel a surge of competitive spirit towards the prodigies of China. In the endless darkness, a few hidden figures converse in hushed tones, remarking that the Northwest War Zone has finally seized its chance. Shi Zhaobi firmly states that the sons of the Northwest have withstood the test and are creating new miracles. All of this heralds the advent of a new era, a dawning age belonging to the prodigies. The top 4 contestants ascended the arena, using the mystical power of the Battle Martial Hall to restore their vitality and mental strength. Above the arena, their projections each occupied a quadrant, creating a spectacular scene of the Final 4 showdown. In the audience, discussions were rife, with many marveling at the outstanding performance of the Northwest War Zone. Who would have thought the Northwest War Zone would secure 2 spots in the top 4 and even have a shot at the finals? One spectator remarked in awe. Don't forget about Gao Shi, another reminded. The strength among the top 4 is close. It's anyone's game. The conversations continued, with people expressing pride in the abundance of talent in Huaxia and eagerly anticipating their future performances on the human and earth rankings. The half-hour break ended, and the 4 contestants returned to their peak condition. Suyu and Gao Shi stayed on the arena, standing on opposite sides. The crowd eagerly awaited another display of their formidable skills. Wei Yiquan announced the start of the match. Upper bracket semifinal, Gao Shi from the Eastern War Zone versus Suyu from the Northwest War Zone. The entire audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the big screen. Gao Shi made the first move, casting a shadow over Suyu's area. The spectators were puzzled, thinking that such a small area of darkness would be easy to evade. Unexpectedly, Suyu didn't confront the darkness hidden, but swiftly dashed out of the shadowy zone. Gao Shi was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, Suyu had closed in with a fierce sweeping kick. The audience gasped, recalling the scene where Yang Wenxian was kicked out of the arena. At the first martial artist level, it seemed no one could withstand such a kick. Just when everyone thought Gao Shi was about to lose, he crossed his arms and firmly blocked Suyu's attack. Amidst the flying dust, Gao Shi remained unmoved. From the judges' seats, Batting explained, "That's the mountain collapse step, a martial art that transfers force to the ground." Gao Zai's strength has clearly improved. Deng Ji added, "He might have undergone the Gao family's blood refining pool training." On the arena, the epic clash between these 2 prodigies had just begun. The audience held their breath, anticipating an even more thrilling confrontation. Without sufficient strength to back it up, even the formidable mountain collapse technique couldn't withstand Suyu's kick. At the first rank, Suyu could essentially break through any technique with sheer force. But this time, he was caught off guard. Wei Yiquan smiled as he commented, his eyes fixed on the ring. Before the words of the master-level experts had faded, the situation in the ring changed dramatically. Just as they predicted, Suyu didn't expect Gao Shi to intercept his almost sneak attack so effortlessly. The moment his offensive was blocked, Gao Shi, like a moving mountain, swiftly closed the distance with lightning speed and charged at Suyu with an overwhelming force. This was practically a close-quarters heavy strike. In the main camp of the Northwest War Zone, Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan's faces were filled with tension. Like everyone present, they could sense that if this blow landed solidly, even Suyu would struggle to withstand it. On the ring, Gao Shi gritted his teeth, but a hint of a smug smile appeared on his face. This strike was the culmination of his half-month preparation, aimed at seizing this fleeting opportunity. The entire audience held their breath, eyes glued to the ring. However, in the next second, a look of confusion spread across everyone's faces. They clearly saw Gao Shi collide with Suyu, but it felt like something was missing. Gao Shi's expression shifted from pride to bewilderment. He could clearly feel that he was about to hit his opponent, yet it felt like he was just a hair off. Amidst the crowd's puzzlement, in the main camp of the Northwest War Zone, Li Cheng'an slowly revealed the truth. This is the mysterious step technique. His mastery of it has reached perfection. Having also trained in the mysterious step technique, Li Cheng'an's eyes were filled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao let out a sigh of relief. In the audience, some recognized the advanced martial art Suyu was using, and a wave of exclamations erupted. 3 martial arts techniques? His movement technique has reached perfection? That's impossible. Isn't it said that even mid-level practitioners struggle to master perfection? The key point is, Suyu has not only mastered 3 martial arts, but also the most challenging movement technique. Wow, this kid is terrifying. The audience's heated discussions once again contributed to the global excitement, while the battle in the ring was far from over. Suyu executed his mysterious steps, instantly widening the gap between himself and Gao Shi. This first round of their duel left the audience in awe. Gao Zai's strategic baiting and fierce mountain collapse step, combined with Suyu's impeccable mysterious steps at a critical moment, showcased their extraordinary talent and prowess. As the distance between the two fighters increased, the audience collectively exhaled in relief. Someone exclaimed, "That was intense. If it were me up there, I'd be done in the first move." The person next to them teased, "Get real, we wouldn't even qualify for the semi-finals." The discussions buzzed around. Who would have thought Gao Shi, with his rugged looks, could be so cunning? He had no choice. The situation was clear. Without such tactics, he'd have no chance of winning. True, Suyu's speed combined with his master-level mysterious steps makes him nearly invincible, a first-rank martial artist with third-rank speed and a mastery of techniques that even mid-tier fighters struggle with. What else could you call that but unbeatable? Now I get why Gao Shi looked so serious earlier. This is like a battle of who has the bigger cheat codes. Gao Shi probably can't even touch Suyu's shadow. Just as the crowd speculated, Gao Shi, whose strategy had failed, shrouded the arena in darkness again. The large screen above the martial arts hall immediately displayed real-time footage of the darkened arena. Someone suddenly thought aloud, "Wait, Gao Shi can still drain Suyu's vitality. He doesn't need to attack directly. Are you dumb? How long can his mental strength last over such a large area? Then why is he doing this?" "I don't know. Just keep watching and we'll find out." While the audience was puzzled, Song Qinghuan, Wu Linlin, and others understood Gao Shi's intention. He wasn't using his ability to drain Suyu's vitality, but to precisely locate him within his domain, just as he did with Hao Jiming. As long as he could match Suyu's speed, there was still a slim chance. But the question was, how could he keep up with Suyu's current speed? Many prodigies watched expectantly, eager to see what Gao Shi would do next. On the stage, Gao Shi unleashed his vitality, wielding his heavy black iron sword, and launched a fierce attack on Suyu. He employed the 9-fold stacking technique, using his sword to propel his body, forcibly raising his speed to match Suyu's. As he brought his sword down, it locked onto Suyu's flickering position, forcing Suyu to block with his spear. With a resounding clang, an invisible force seemed to ripple across the arena. This ferocious strike stunned the audience. Their skills are on par with third-rank martial artists. A first-rank martial artist matching a third-rank one. What kind of genius is this? The speed, the power. Even an average third-rank martial artist might not be a match for Gao Shi. Then how monstrous is Suyu? On the stage, sparks flew as the heavy sword clashed with the spear. Gao Zai's 9-fold stacking technique added layer upon layer of force, pushing forward relentlessly. Facing such a fierce onslaught, Suyu had to unleash his vitality and use the 100 Birds Phoenix spear to defend. Each clash of their weapons sent ripples of dust across the arena. Some began to believe Gao Shi had a chance, but others quickly pointed out, Gao Shi can't hold out for long. He's draining his vitality faster than he can replenish it. Suyu is clearly more composed, and don't forget, Suyu has his own abilities too. This sparked a new wave of discussions. Someone suddenly realized, when Bu Shiming and Yang Wenxian faced Suyu, didn't they go all out from the start? Bu Shiming knew Suyu's ability countered his, yet he still used it. People began to ponder if these prodigies were not just fighting for first place, but were also trying to force Suyu to use his abilities. This idea, though seemingly far-fetched, started to make sense. They even noticed Suyu seemed to avoid using his abilities unless necessary. Otherwise, he could have easily turned the tables against Bu Shiming. In the audience, those who were close to the truth fell silent. In the camps of various regions, students who hadn't attended the training camp curiously looked at the prodigies, noticing that Bu Shiming and others seemed to be silently cheering for Gao Shi. On the stage, Gao Shi, gritting his teeth, suddenly smiled and said, "Suyu, This is my final strike. Watch closely. His vitality exploded, concentrating all his power into his black iron sword. The seventh layer of the ninefold stacking technique burst forth, carrying a force that seemed capable of obliterating everything. Gao Zai's eyes were determined, with a hint of excitement and exhilaration. This time, you'll have to use your ability. Otherwise, I'm going to win. Here comes the sword. Bring it on. Suyu laughed, unleashing his vitality without holding back. At this moment, his vitality fluctuations surpassed Gao Zai's. Facing Gao Zai's strongest strike, his spear, like a dragon, met it hidden without fear. With a thunderous boom, time seemed to freeze. The great spiritual weapon provided by the organizers shattered completely as their powers reached the level of mid-tier martial artists. The collision of their immense forces sent a terrifying shockwave across the arena. Gao Shi, his vitality completely depleted, was flung dozens of meters away, lying on the ground unable to move a finger. He had only one thought. This fight was worth it. On the other side, Suyu, equally drained, still stood proudly, using the broken half of his spear as a crutch. On the stage, one lay on the ground, exhausted, while the other barely stood. The entire martial arts hall and sports arenas across China fell into complete silence. After a prolonged silence, thunderous applause erupted within the Wuzhan Hall. The sound waves not only filled the hall, but also spread through live broadcasts to every corner of Huagua's 9 major war zones. In sports arenas across the regions, spectators couldn't help but stand up and cheer for the exhilarating showdown. This battle not only showcased the prowess of Huaxia's prodigies, but also gave everyone a glimpse of the nation's bright future. The fight had reached such a brutal stage that the outcome no longer seemed important. If a winner had to be declared, it was undoubtedly Huaxia as a whole that emerged victorious. Amid the deafening applause, some keen mid-tier warriors noticed a detail. They whispered among themselves, did Suyu's burst of vitality just now seem stronger than Gao Shi's? I remember his vitality score at the college entrance exam was 456, right? Haha, if this kid's vitality hasn't surpassed 500, I'll eat a hat on live stream. One confident spectator declared. He's definitely impressive. Give them a bit more time, and first-tier warriors could make it to the rankings, another chimed in. I even suspect Suyu is already on the verge of ranking. Don't forget, he hasn't even used his special abilities yet. Wow. If that's the case, they might shine in the Blue Star Martial University competition as early as their sophomore year. No need to wait until junior or senior year. Mentioning special abilities, the prodigies present were both shocked and regretful. Only they knew that Suyu's abilities were equally formidable. It was a pity that he fell just short in the end. As for Suyu's unwillingness to recover his vitality, everyone understood it was because he didn't want to reveal his recovery speed to the public. Otherwise, the battle might not have been so intense. On the stage, although Gao Shi laughed heartily, a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face as he heard Suyu's approaching footsteps. I didn't expect that even now. I couldn't force you to use your special abilities. As soon as Gao Shi spoke, the audience was abuzz. Wow, were they really aiming to force Suyu to use his abilities? Will Hao Jiming do the same next? Hao Jiming hasn't won yet. Well, what's the difference? With his abilities, even Song Qinghuan can't handle him. True, I'm curious to see how Suyu deals with Hao Jiming. Exciting. This year's college entrance martial arts competition is even more thrilling than last year's freshman competition. While everyone was talking, Suyu had already stood beside Gao Shi. With a slight smile, his eyes suddenly glowed blue, and he gently pressed down with his right hand. In an instant, ice crystals encased Gao Shi. At that moment, the protective aura on the stage transported Gao Shi away. People from the Eastern War Zone rushed toward Gao Shi. Sitting on the ground, he looked at Suyu on the stage with a relieved smile. Hey, he used his abilities. He's a good guy. Initially, the students from the Eastern War Zone wanted to accuse Suyu of being unsporting, using his abilities even when the fight was almost over. But remembering Gao Shi's words and seeing his satisfied expression, they fell silent. It's okay. Our genius has a bit of a masochistic streak, someone joked. In the semifinals, Suyu from the Northwest War Zone wins. As Wei Ikuan announced, prodigies from all war zones looked at the young man on the stage, lost in thought. They suddenly realized that the mountain before them seemed much more real, yet the angle of their gaze had also grown steeper. Meanwhile, in room 201 of Building 68, Pingan Community, Tianyuan City, the master bedroom window had been removed, making it appear as if it had been burglarized. Fortunately, the entire community and even the streets of Tianyuan City were deserted. Outside the Qilan Sports Arena, a sea of spectators was watching the projection in the sky. Su Jun was pedaling his bicycle furiously from Pingan Community. Seeing the crowded square, he abandoned his bike and sprinted toward the crowd. Just as Su Jun was about to be engulfed by the crowd, someone shouted, "That's Suyu's dad. Make way. Let him into the arena to watch." Instantly, a path to the sports arena opened up before him. Run, Suyu's dad. Everyone laughed and cheered him on. With the entire city of Tianyuan watching, Sujun, whose legs had just recovered, sprinted into the arena. As soon as he entered, deafening cheers erupted both inside and outside the sports arena. Suyu is awesome. Suyu, you make us proud. Go Suyu. Suyu, aim for the top spot. On the big screen inside the arena, footage of Suyu freezing Gao Shi and advancing to the finals played. Su Jun watched his son on the screen, and the man who had only cried once in his life when his wife passed away now had tears welling up in his eyes. The son who had once dared to deflate the principal's tires to get into Class 7 had now become the pride of Ping'an community, the pride of Tianyuan City, the pride of the Northwest War Zone, and the pride of all Hua Xia. Su Jun wiped his eyes, muttering, "Why is there so much dust in this arena?" At this moment, in Tianyuan and the Northwest, Su Jun was not the only one lamenting the day's dust. Tang Yaodong was also wiping his eyes, repeatedly saying, "I knew this kid had it in him when he deflated my tires. Look at him now. He's already in the finals. At least a runner-up." Beside him, several high school principals no longer found him annoying. In the Wuzhan Hall, people were still discussing the battle between Suyu and Gao Shi. Meanwhile, the semi-finals in the lower bracket were about to start. Song Qinghuan silently looked at Suyu before stepping onto the stage with determination. Suyu gave her an encouraging look, and she nodded slightly, leaping onto the stage gracefully. On the other side, Hao Jiming also stepped onto the stage steadily. The atmosphere became tense instantly. The discussion among the audience finally returned to the current match. If Song Qinghuan makes it to the finals, does that mean the Northwest War Zone has already secured the top spot this year? Don't talk about possibilities. Just tell me if this has ever happened before. Wow, thinking about it, I don't think it has. Then there's nothing more to say. Go, Song Qinghuan. While many spectators cheered for Song Qinghuan, the Eastern, Southeastern, and Southwestern War Zones also raised flags for her. With Suyu already being such a formidable opponent, everyone's already in the same boat. It wouldn't be fair if the Southern War Zone didn't join in, they joked. The leading teacher of the Southern War Zone raised an eyebrow, ignoring their teasing. He gazed at Hao Jiming on the stage with trust in his eyes, thinking, while other war zones may have fallen, our Hao Jiming won't be defeated easily. This year, we're aiming for the top spot. With that thought, the leading teacher of the Southern War Zone raised his arm and shouted, "Southern War Zone, number 1. Southern War Zone, number 1. In the Wuzhan Hall, the audience from the Southern War Zone displayed their dominance as a veteran stronghold. The final semi-final match was about to begin. In the semi-finals of the lower bracket, the top contender from the Southern region, Hao Jiming, faced off against the runner-up from the Northwestern region, Song Qinghuan. As Wei Ikuan announced the start of the match, the arena was instantly engulfed in the blinding reflections of ice crystals, causing the audience to involuntarily close their eyes. On the stage, Song Qinghuan swiftly unleashed her powers, freezing the entire platform. Like an arrow released from a bow, she charged toward her opponent, her silver spear aimed directly at Hao Jiming's chest. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Hao Jiming instinctively tried to use his space warping ability, only to find it ineffective. In a moment of crisis, he hastily raised his sword to block the attack. Song Qinghuan's spear struck the sword, and the icy brilliance instantly covered Hao Jiming's weapon. The space warping ability, which had always given him a significant advantage in arena battles, now left him at a disadvantage. The audience erupted in astonishment. People speculated whether Song Qinghuan possessed the legendary ability to seal off space. The coach of the Southern Region team stared in disbelief, unable to accept Hao Jiming's dire situation against Song Qinghuan. Competitors from other regions cheered for Song Qinghuan, increasing the Southern Region coach's anxiety. He fixated on the stage, fists clenched, hoping Hao Jiming would find a way to turn the tide. Meanwhile, the elite contestants were equally stunned. Suyu from the Northwestern region asked Xiao Qiao about the specifics of Song Qinghuan's recent power surge, learning that her abilities might have surpassed 200. Suyu pondered, realizing that Song Qinghuan might be the favored one of the Northwestern region's fortune. However, Suyu keenly sensed that Hao Jiming might be waiting for a specific opportunity. He reminded himself not to be deceived by the apparent advantage. On the stage, Hao Jiming's situation grew increasingly dire. His sword was mostly encased in ice, and he had sustained multiple injuries. This battle made him realize his over-reliance on his abilities. As he contemplated a strategy, Song Qinghuan's attacks became even fiercer. Song Qinghuan executed the Phoenix Triple Strike, her spear targeting vital points with ferocious energy. Just as her spear was about to pierce Hao Jiming's chest, he suddenly used his space warping ability to appear behind her. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his energy in a move called Seven Sword Rain. In the critical moment, Song Qinghuan's body was instantly covered in an ice armor, and a thick ice shield formed behind her. The entire process happened in a flash, less than a tenth of a second. Hao Jiming's sword rain shattered the ice shield and destroyed Song Qinghuan's ice armor. She was thrown back several meters, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze remained fierce. Wiping her mouth, she lifted her spear again and coldly said, "You may have broken my seal, but you are still within my domain." Hao Jiming was momentarily stunned, but quickly used his space warping ability to create distance again. The audience then realized that Hao Jiming might have intentionally shown a weakness earlier to find a chance for a decisive strike. However, some sharp-eyed spectators noted that Hao Jiming still experienced a momentary pause during his space warping, indicating he had not fully adapted to Song Qinghuan's frozen space, and breaking the seal came at a significant cost. The southern region coach breathed a sigh of relief, while Li Chengyan from the northwestern region looked worried. He asked Suyu if he was confident against Hao Jiming, but Suyu smiled and pointed out that Song Qinghuan had not given up yet. Encouraged, Li Chengyan raised his right hand and led the cheers for Song Qinghuan. The entire martial hall echoed with resounding support, even from contestants eliminated by the northwestern region. On the stage, Song Qinghuan closed in like a flash of lightning. As Hao Jiming attempted to use his space warping ability to create distance, Song Qinghuan had already closed in within a few meters. She coldly shouted, "Stay here." Song Qinghuan's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, as if ice had formed. In an instant, the snow covering the entire arena melted, leaving only a 10-meter radius of ice centered around Song Qinghuan. Hao Jiming was trapped within it. Before he could react, Song Qinghuan had already unleashed her full power. She moved with the elusive steps of the Mizongbu, and her spear shot out like a dragon. Hao Jiming dared not hesitate and could only raise his sword to defend. Despite his mastery of the advanced sword technique, Song Qinghuan, with her Mizongbu, had a clear advantage in close combat. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and the audience in the battle martial hall held their breath, not daring to blink. Everyone knew that within 100 moves, the outcome would be decided. Song Qinghuan had confined Hao Jiming within a 10-meter range. If she couldn't achieve a quick victory, she would face depletion of both her energy and mental strength. On the other hand, if Hao Jiming made even the slightest mistake, he could be defeated in one move. Sparks flew as the spear and sword clashed. As Song Qinghuan's attacks grew fiercer, Hao Jiming realized that he would inevitably lose if things continued this way. He knew he couldn't last 100 moves. In the audience, many had noticed this as well. In the judges' seats, Deng Ji's eyes were deep in thought. Because of Suyu, we've always overlooked Qinghuan. Her understanding of martial arts is a rare talent, seen once in a century. Feng Wan nodded in agreement. She has already discerned Hao Jiming's attack patterns and habits within 100 moves. Even without Mizongbu, she would still win purely on martial skills. However, the battles between prodigies are never fair, and abilities are also part of their strength. The other 4 judges expressed their agreement. The teacher leading the South War Zone team was so tense that his palms were digging into his nails without him noticing. He never expected Song Qinghuan to push Hao Jiming to such an extent before the match. On the arena, Hao Jiming's disadvantage became increasingly apparent. At this moment, the eyes of the entire nation, and even the whole Blue Star, were focused on this battle. In the Hao family of South City, the elder was leisurely sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned about the final outcome. Today's battle, regardless of the result, is an invaluable experience for Jiming. Both Suyu and Song Qinghuan have taught him lessons that we must remember. If it were you teaching, 1,000 words wouldn't compare to the insights gained from these 2 battles. The head of the Hao family nodded in agreement. Indeed, but do you think Jiming can win? The elder shook his head. In this match, no matter who wins in the end, he has already lost to Song Qinghuan. She comes from a small town in the northwest, without the resources our Hao family has, and yet she can compete with Jiming on equal footing with just an ordinary high school education. She has already won too much. He looked meaningfully at the family head. So now you understand why those few set the rule that after the college entrance exam, all resources must be earned by the younger generation themselves? It's not to limit the development of our family, but because those who rise through their own efforts are always stronger than those who are supported step by step. In the Western Temple, the god Zeus cast his gaze on the kneeling blonde youth. Hole, if you were to face those 2, could you win? Hole raised his head, determination shining in his golden eyes. My god, as the son of the god of war, I fear no one. Within 100 moves, I am confident I can take their heads. Zeus shook his finger in warning. No, you must remember they are also your kin. It is the other races you should unleash your wrath upon. Hole will remember. On the arena, the 2 exchanged a few more rounds. Hao Jiming was now in a sorry state, narrowly avoiding being pierced through the heart by Song Qinghuan's spear several times. Just as everyone held their breath, Song Qinghuan's spear finally pierced Hao Jiming's chest with a beefed sound. The South War Zone team leader's heart was in his throat, and the entire audience was fixed on the scene. Suddenly, Hao Jiming grabbed the spear impaled in his chest with both hands. Song Qinghuan, realizing something was wrong, immediately abandoned her spear and threw a punch. Just as her punch was about to land on Hao Jiming's face, he smiled faintly, veins bulging on his forehead. Spatial teleportation. He had finally adapted to Song Qinghuan's icebound space and successfully broke through the barrier. The spear fell to the ice, and Hao Jiming appeared a short distance away, clutching his chest and beginning to heal himself with his energy. Gasps rose from the audience. Did Hao Jiming win? It's not over yet. It's no use. Song Qinghuan's mental and physical energy are almost depleted. Although Hao Jiming has also consumed most of his energy breaking through the barrier, he still has some strength left because he was always defending without the pressure of attacking. As long as he waits for Song Qinghuan's ability to fade, he will win. That's true. We have to admit, both of them have given it their all. I thought the battle between Suyu and Gao Shi was intense enough, but Song Qinghuan and Hao Jiming have taken it to another level. Hao Jiming sat down to recover, while Song Qinghuan, looking exhausted, was half kneeling on the ground. However, as her knee touched the ground, the surrounding ice and snow suddenly disappeared. She grabbed the spear on the ground and hurled it with all her might. Everyone said Hao Jiming only needed to wait to win, but she was determined to fight one last time. This sudden attack made the audience stand up in unison. 100 birds towards the phoenix spear. The final strike. 100 birds towards the phoenix. The spear, like a phoenix, surrounded by ice and snow, flew straight at Hao Jiming. Hao Jiming, who had been on high alert while sitting, immediately used his remaining mental strength to activate spatial teleportation. However, this time, his ability failed again. The ice and snow left on him by Song Qinghuan had quietly spread all over his body. Space cannot be sealed again, but I can still use my last bit of mental strength to seal you. With her mental and physical energy completely exhausted, Song Qinghuan collapsed. At the same time, the spear she threw accurately pierced Hao Jiming's chest. This time, there was no deviation. The protective light of the arena lit up, and it was Hao Jiming who was sent out of the arena. In the battle martial hall, everyone almost rushed towards the arena. After a moment of dead silence, cheers erupted, shaking the entire venue. Song Qinghuan won. Until Wei Yiquan announced the results, the atmosphere inside and outside the Qilan Sports Arena in Tianyuan City was still filled with disbelief. When Hao Jiming used his spatial abilities to escape Song Qinghuan's lock, the audience silently thought, even if our girl from the Northwest loses, she still deserves honor. However, to everyone's surprise, Song Qinghuan had set a clever trap for Hao Jiming from the very beginning, revealing her true prowess only at the last moment. Hao Jiming accepted his defeat with grace. Song Qinghuan's performance made everyone exclaim, "Who says women can't be as good as men?" Cheers erupted both inside and outside the arena, with shouts of, "Song Qinghuan won. We won. We are the champions. Tianyuan City is the national champion. We are the best." The crowd went wild, chanting, "Song Qinghuan is amazing. Suyu is amazing." Some even began urging the two to marry and have children to ensure the future of the Northwest battle zone. Su Jun and Song's mother seriously considered this suggestion, recognizing that in these turbulent times, the future of warriors is uncertain, and it might not be a bad idea for the two to settle down early if circumstances allowed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Hao family residence in South City was somber. The family patriarch rose from his grand chair and paced slowly. The family head followed respectfully behind. The patriarch sighed. "Jiming has been too sheltered by you all. His combat experience pales in comparison to Song Qinghuan's." The family head nodded repeatedly, admitting that they had noticed this issue over the past 2 years. The patriarch continued, "Jiming's fighting style relies too heavily on his abilities. Once they're restricted, he ends up like today." The patriarch pointed out that Hao Jiming lacked not only combat experience, but also strategic thinking. He decided to send Hao Jiming to a chaotic zone for a month of training before he entered university. Despite the family head's concerns about the dangers posed by the holy beings in the area, the patriarch sternly reminded him that the battlefield also has alien races. If Jiming couldn't face these challenges, how could he survive on the battlefield? He warned that the upcoming freshman exchange at the end of the year would be a true test of life and death, and if Jiming performed as he did today, the consequences would be dire. In the West, the son of the war god, Hall, watched Hao Jiming's defeat and disdainfully remarked that this so-called opponent was nothing special. Zeus reminded him that the Eastern training methods differ from those in the West, and that these young people would undergo significant transformations in the next 2 years. Hall insisted that Western training methods were superior, and Zeus smiled, expressing his anticipation for Hall to prove it. In a temple-like building, 9 figures wearing black masks sat high above, while 14 figures in white masks knelt below. They discussed how to deal with Hao Jiming but were reminded that their priority was to find the one in China who walks the path of infinity. China's semifinals for the university entrance exams drew widespread attention. In a dark space, several governors discussed the performance of the Northwest battle zone. They remarked that the Northwest's accumulated fortune over the past 20 years had finally erupted, signaling that the great rise of the Northwest was no longer just a slogan. However, when asked about the progress in finding the 8th-grade exotic beast, the room fell silent, with everyone pondering how to tackle this daunting task. In the battle hall, after Wei Ikuan announced the results, he immediately moved Hao Jiming back to the stage and used the power of the battle hall to restore both participants. Meanwhile, Suyu and Gao Shi jumped onto the stage in unison, preparing for the upcoming match. Wei Ikuan raised an eyebrow as he observed this scene, noticing the silent exchange of glances between Suyu and Gao Shi, and Gao Shi's immediate response. This detail gave him a sense of relief regarding the quality of this year's prodigies. Half an hour later, the four of them had mostly recovered. Wei Ikuan even provided additional treatment for Hao Jiming's injuries. Suyu and Song Qinghuan walked off the stage hand in hand, leaving Gao Shi, who glanced back and forth between Hao Jiming and them with wide eyes. Quickly regaining his composure, determination flashed in his eyes. Having lost the second place, he could not afford to lose the third. With Wei Ikuan's command, Gao Shi and Hao Jiming's battle for the third place officially began. The audience straightened their backs and held their breath, viewing this match as the final showdown of the college entrance examination. The previously noisy battle zones fell silent, as the Northwestern battle zone had already secured a spot in the finals, making fair competition crucial at this moment. On the stage, Gao Shi changed his strategy. Instead of enveloping the entire stage in darkness, he reduced the range to 5 meters, allowing him to endure 3 days and nights without draining his energy. He stared intently at Hao Jiming, clearly prepared for a prolonged fight. In the audience, some people got up to use the restroom, while others took out lunchboxes, preparing for a potentially long watch. However, Hao Jiming's actions surprised everyone. Instead of maintaining a distance, he actively entered Gao Shi's dark domain. In the darkness, he thrust his sword 3 times in rapid succession, each strike as swift as lightning. Gao Shi attempted to trade blows but found that his opponent didn't care about being hit. Hao Jiming retreated from the domain immediately after delivering the 3 strikes. Gao Shi blocked the strikes with his heavy sword, standing firm. Just as he thought it was merely a probe, Hao Jiming launched another fierce attack. The audience, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks, their lunchboxes suspended in midair. All eyes drawn to this unexpected turn of events. In the judges' seats, Barton praised, Hao Jiming is not just wasting his efforts. He's realized that relying solely on spatial traversal isn't enough. Other admission officers nodded in agreement, impressed by Hao Jiming's performance. On the stage, Hao Jiming attacked relentlessly, his sword constantly striking out. Though most were blocked, he managed to land several hits, leaving bloody wounds on Gao Shi. At the same time, Gao Shi's powerful step struck him, nearly incapacitating him. This strengthened his resolve. He could not rely entirely on his abilities. Gao Shi, too, grew excited. After losing to Suyu in a direct confrontation, he yearned for a heated battle. Their fight grew more intense, with Gao Shi covered in blood and Hao Jiming pale and trembling, yet both giving their all. The audience clenched their fists, captivated by the bloody battle. Hao Jiming gradually realized his past weaknesses during the fight. Spatial traversal had masked too many flaws. Gathering his last bit of strength, he traversed again, unleashing a rain of sword strikes, abandoning all defense. A flash of light appeared, and Hao Jiming was teleported off the stage. Gao Shi, kneeling and covered in blood, forced a smile. Next time, don't go easy on me. Hao Jiming shook his head. I didn't. Wei Ikuan healed both of them again. Beside the stage, Xiao Qiao curiously asked Suyu, Captain, did Hao Jiming go easy on him? Suyu smiled. From a warrior's heart, he not only didn't go easy but also took a step forward amidst the thorns. Xiao Qiao seemed puzzled, and Song Qinghuan patted her head. If you don't understand, don't overthink it. Suyu looked at the two recovering on the stage, recalling the heroes from another time and space, and silently pondered that these two would also become pillars of Huaxia in the future. Then, all eyes focused on Suyu and Song Qinghuan. After witnessing the fierce battle for third place, the audience eagerly anticipated the upcoming fight for the top spot, while also sending their blessings to the couple. Cheers of 100 years of happiness, early children, lasting forever, and blissful marriage filled the battle hall, bringing laughter to sports arenas nationwide. After the laughter, people sincerely blessed the couple the strongest couple of this year's college entrance exam, and the future strongest couple among Huaxia's masters. As the two stepped onto the stage, the audience's blessings made Song Qinghuan blush. Suyu, on the other hand, grinned broadly and waved to the audience. The social butterfly of Ping'an Garden was now showcasing his charm to the national audience. The National College Entrance Exam Final Showdown has begun, featuring the top 2 students from the Northwest region, Suyu, the champion, and Song Qinghuan, the runner-up. As Wei Ikuan announced the start, the entire Northwest region erupted in deafening cheers. The audience waved their arms excitedly, their faces beaming with pride. Listen, it's the National College Entrance Exam Final. Our champion and runner-up are both from the Northwest region, an excited spectator shouted. Not just that, another spectator chimed in. I think Master Wei can directly announce the top students from Tianyuan City. This is our city's pride. Tang Yaodong raised his head arrogantly, his nostrils flaring. You all better not argue with me anymore. Both the champion and runner-up are from our number 8 high school. The other principals looked at him enviously, but didn't dare to refute the veteran principal. Nearby, Cheng Yong said nonchalantly, Oops, I accidentally taught both the champion and the runner-up. If they weren't in the same grade, I would have taught 2 champions. The other senior teachers couldn't help but twitch their lips at his comment. Someone muttered quietly, this guy should sit with the principal. Not far away, Caillou's homeroom teacher, Qin Wanfong, had a complex expression. She recalled her previous attempts to vie for the city's Outstanding Teacher Award and now felt like a clown. Quickly shaking her head, she joined the cheering crowd. Go Tianyuan! Tianyuan for the win! On the stage, Song Qinghuan and Suyu faced each other again in the finals. As soon as Wei Yikuan's voice fell, their eyes sharpened. Song Qinghuan unleashed her full mental power, attempting to seal Suyu. Simultaneously, her energy burst forth without reservation, and with a powerful kick, she charged at Suyu like an arrow, her spear in hand. All of Song Qinghuan's energy converged into the Phoenix 3 nods, move of the 100 birds facing the Phoenix technique. Her spear roared like a dragon, slicing through the air. Her full-force attack left the sea-shipping audience wide-eyed and breathless. However, Suyu easily fended off her freezing attack, matching her 3 strikes with 3 of his own. Their spear tips clashed, sparking brightly. The big screen clearly showed cracks forming on the heads of their great spears. In an instant, Song Qinghuan's spear flew out of her hand. Suyu's spear tip rested against her throat but didn't harm her. Suyu quickly glanced at Wei Yikuan, his eyes questioning. Wei Yikuan shook his head helplessly. You two gave it your all, and now you have to end it with a bit of fan service? He announced. Suyu wins. The entire hall fell silent, stunned by the quick outcome. Suddenly, a burly man from the northwest stood up and shouted in a near-breaking voice, Congratulations to the new champion, Suyu. This shout seemed to open the floodgates, and the entire martial arts hall erupted. Congratulations to the new champion, Suyu, echoed throughout the hall and across all 108 cities of Hua Nation. In Tianyuan City Stadium, Su Jun was moved to tears. This time, he couldn't use the excuse of the wind and sand. Residents of the Pinyin community were equally ecstatic, bursting with pride for their neighbor. On the stage, Song Qinghuan smiled and said, Champion, everyone is cheering for you. Suyu laughed. Runner-up Song, you did well too? Song Qinghuan snorted lightly, contemplating the purpose of the match. To avoid unnecessary gossip and to prevent overexposing Suyu's strength, she had chosen this decisive way of fighting. Before the match, she had even warned Suyu not to hold back, as no warrior should avoid injury or bloodshed. Yet, Suyu had still held back. The award ceremony followed. Wang Chuandao personally awarded the 4 winners. He placed a space ring in Suyu's hand, while the other 3 received space bracelets. Looking at the 4, Wang Chuandao said earnestly, Do not be arrogant. This is just the beginning. The 4 nodded solemnly, understanding. Wang Chuandao continued, Go, and make your names part of history. In the center of the martial arts hall, the Tianjiao monument slowly rose. Suyu was the first to step forward and leave his name. Looking up, he saw the large characters Northwest Lu Ling. With determined eyes, he inscribed, Northwest Suyu. After the award and name-leaving ceremony, the audience began to leave the hall. Only Wang Chuandao and the top 32 national exam finalists remained. This was a yearly tradition, and the outside world always speculated on what they did inside. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chuandao transported everyone to a pure white space. There was no visible ceiling, floor, or boundaries. They couldn't even tell if they were standing or floating. It's said that the top 32 in the college entrance exam will receive my teachings. In reality, there's no such thing as passing on the way, Wang Chuandao said. I've kept you here to tell you a few things. As he spoke, meditation cushions appeared before them. Sit, Wang Chuandao instructed. The young prodigies immediately sat cross-legged, their backs straight, eagerly awaiting the secrets the guardian of Hua Nation was about to reveal. On a desolate battlefield, a weary squad had just entered the city gates and was immediately surrounded by a group of enthusiastic young people. Brother Boo, they called out excitedly. Your Northwest War Zone has produced a dragon. Xiao Wang just returned from Blue Star and said that this year, your Northwest War Zone took the top 2 spots in the National College Entrance Exam. Not just the top 2. Another voice chimed in. I heard it's a couple from the same city, Tianyuan City. Yes, from Tianyuan City in the Northwest War Zone. This year, the finals were an internal battle, the crowd added, all talking at once. Buluabin's tired face suddenly lit up. Our Northwest War Zone? We took the top 2 spots this year? Are you serious? Absolutely, someone confirmed. The warrior wristbands have already announced it nationwide. They're probably being congratulated by Minister Wang right now. The top scorer's name is Suyu. That's fantastic. Buluobin exclaimed, overjoyed. After all these years, our Northwest War Zone finally has a prodigy. Indeed, Brother Boo, one young man said dreamily. Maybe in a couple of years, this Suyu junior brother will shine on the desolate battlefield too. Just then, another voice somberly added, we just don't know if we'll still have the chance to see it. Buluabin's mood suddenly darkened. He said gravely, I made a round to Changya City today. The Changya divine plant will likely reach mid-grade in about a year. The alien races in Changya City will definitely try to invade us. Everyone, prepare for a fight to the death. We cannot lose this city. The young people's expressions turned serious, and they promised in unison, rest assured, City Lord, we will defend my city to the death. In this my city, standing tall on the desolate battlefield, the oldest defender was no more than 27 or 28. The howling wind battered the city walls, but every young person's eyes shone with determination. The scene suddenly shifted. A group of prodigies stood expectantly and nervously in a white space. Wang Chuandao spoke calmly, do you know why, when the aliens arrived, we on Blue Star called that period the era of spiritual energy revival? Suyu boldly guessed, because our Blue Star once went through an era similar to the current one? Wang Chuandao nodded in approval and continued, more accurately, our Blue Star once had an even more glorious martial arts era. You could also call it the mythical era or the era of cultivation. Hearing this from the strongest person in Huaxia, the prodigy's eyes widened in amazement. Wang Chuandao smiled and added, in fact, the breathing and bone-quenching techniques you practice now also come from ancient times. During the era of spiritual energy revival, many secret realms and 4 sacred grounds appeared on Blue Star. The current cultivation methods originate from these sacred grounds. Sacred grounds? Everyone pondered this new concept. Wang Chuandao waved his hand, and the white space transformed. It was as if they had arrived in a legendary celestial court. Golden light and auspicious clouds filled the air, stunning everyone. This is one of Huaxia's sacred grounds, Wang Chuandao explained. This is just the tip of the iceberg. To this day, our understanding of the sacred grounds is less than 1,000th. He posed another question. Do you know why we have competitions like the National Martial Arts Exam, the Freshman Exchange Meet, the National Martial Arts Competition, and the Blue Star Martial Arts Competition? Suyu recalled the governor's mention of luck. Wang Chuandao continued. These competitions are to select people favored by fortune. To enter the sacred grounds, you must have the right fortune. Otherwise, the consequences range from being blocked at the entrance to being destroyed by the sacred grounds' cause and effect. Now, you have initially obtained a ticket to the Hall of Heritage. To secure this ticket, you must make it into the top 16 in the freshman exchange meet in the second half of the year. The top 16 will have the opportunity to seek their fortunes in the Hall of Heritage. The Hall of Heritage? Everyone was puzzled. Wang Chuandao explained, based on our judgment, the Hall of Heritage is likely a place where ancient masters tested and selected disciples. To enter, you must not only have the right fortune, but also be a lower-grade warrior and under 20 years old. Those who exceed the age limit will face punishment. Once, an 8th-grade golden body expert tried to force his way in and was struck by a single lightning bolt. He still hasn't recovered. The crowd was stunned, as if they were seeing the world anew. They felt both surprised and a bit joyful. Wang Chuandao continued seriously, I must remind you, when I say you 32 have initially obtained the ticket, it doesn't mean the 16 who enter the sacred grounds will be chosen from among you. Additionally, those who enter the sacred grounds won't only be our human race's 16. Aliens too. Their eyes widened even more. Wang Chuandao shook his head and waved his hand again. The scene changed to a dense forest. As everyone curiously looked around, a fierce figure suddenly lunged out, startling many. Squinting, Suyu asked uncertainly, is that a beast? Everyone focused and saw that the creature had a human shape, but retained many beast-like features. Just then, a 4th-grade copper wolf appeared. The humanoid beast instantly pounced, its claws piercing the copper wolf's chest and devouring its heart. Wang Chuandao explained, this is a primordial beast. When spiritual energy revived, almost all wild animals mutated and went berserk. Some of them gained the ability to transform and became intelligent. These are called primordial beasts. Occasionally, among their tens of thousands of offspring, one may be born as a primordial beast. These are the core strength of the alien beasts. They will also have 16 slots to enter the Hall of Heritage. Our Huaxia's sacred grounds have 2 entrances. One is in Wucheng, and the other is in the 10,000-mile Tangshan. Entering the Hall of Heritage is not just for seeking fortune. These primordial beasts are also your targets. You must eliminate them all within the sacred grounds. The prodigy's eyes turned fierce. Wang Chuandao said lightly, the one you just saw was a first-grade primordial beast. He looked at Suyu. Does its power seem similar to yours? Everyone was shocked, finding it hard to believe that primordial beasts were of such a high level. This is the advantage of beasts gaining intelligence, Wang Chuandao continued. Now, let me tell you the main point of today's lesson. They returned to the white space, and Wang Chuandao's tone became heavy. In the previous session of the Hall of Heritage, the alien beasts obtained part of the method to gain intelligence. If they perfect this method, the strongest race on Blue Star will change hands, and the true Beast Tide era will return. As Wang Chuandao finished speaking, the prodigies felt as if a heavy stone had hit their hearts. If the beasts in the wilderness were all as powerful as primordial beasts, could humanity withstand another beast tide? Would the disaster from 100 years ago repeat itself? Each person's heart was filled with worry and unease. In the white space, the previously excited crowd suddenly fell into a suffocating atmosphere. The prodigies looked at Wang Chuandao in confusion, unsure of what to do. They knew well that they were currently no match for Suyu, let alone being able to contend with the primal beasts in 6 months. This responsibility concerned the safety of all of China and even humanity, and no one dared to take it lightly. However, within the crowd, a few determined eyes stood out. Suyu, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Song Qinghuan, and even Xiao Qiao. Wang Chuandao's words immediately made Xiao Qiao think of the lovely uncles and aunts in Tianyuan City. She would never allow the beast tide to invade Tianyuan City. The thought of such a scene was unimaginable for her. In the deathly silence, Suyu was the first to meet Wang Chuandao's gaze, followed by Song Qinghuan, Gao Shi, and Hao Jiming. Their eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Wang Chuandao smiled with relief. With such prodigies in China, how can we fear the extinction of alien beasts and foreign invaders? His voice echoed in the space. The scene shifted, and everyone returned to the War Martial Hall, with Wang Chuandao's figure disappearing. On the surface, nothing seemed to have happened, but everyone understood that everything had changed. If they couldn't shoulder this responsibility, the world would soon change. In an instant, the group of teenagers seemed to have grown up. Instinctively, everyone looked at Suyu. With a bright smile, he said, "Everyone, we finally finished the college entrance exams. Aren't we going to relax a bit? Tonight, dinner's on me, at Wuching Grand Hotel. Eat and drink as much as you want. We won't leave until we're drunk." There was a moment of silence as they recalled that Wuching Grand Hotel was still offering free drinks tonight. Lin Yin said bitterly, "Captain, I just said today that I wouldn't drink anymore." Suyu's lips curled up. "Don't worry, everything you said. Fuyu told me. Fuyu, I'm going to get you." Lin Yan's outburst lightened the heavy atmosphere a bit. Su Yinqing laughed. "Suyu, we can't beat you in a fight, so let's settle it with a drinking contest tonight." "Count me in," Hao Jiming said casually. "And me. And me." Gao Shi chimed in while raising his hand sneakily. The top students from various war zones responded one by one, and the group of teenagers left the War Martial Hall, chatting and laughing. Inside the hall, Wang Chuandao and the president of the Martial Artists Association, Su Kuang, appeared. Su Kuang expressed his concern. "Old Wang, isn't it too much pressure for these kids?" Wang Chuandao sighed. "Time waits for no one. No one could have predicted that the alien beasts would gain the method of enlightenment in the Holy Land." Su Kuang interrupted. "I'm not talking about that. What you just showed the kids was the most formidable prodigy of the primal beasts in the last decade, making it seem like all primal beasts are like that. You scared the kids." Wang Chuandao replied seriously. "I didn't say the primal beasts have innate talents. Our prodigies also have abilities and martial arts. Those dumb primal beasts can't even master low-level martial arts. They only have brute strength. They'll eventually become the mounts for our human race in our battles against other races." Though they joked, their expressions remained tense. The strength of the primal beast prodigies wasn't the main concern. The real threat was their method of enlightenment and the looming beast tide. At night, the prodigies gathered on the rooftop of Wuching Grand Hotel for a barbecue. Some were grilling meat, others vegetables, and some were moving crates of alcohol. Gao Shi was the most diligent, while Suyu showcased his newly acquired spatial ring, which could hold 10 cubic meters and solved all the logistical problems in just 2 trips. Everyone glanced knowingly at the newly acquired spatial bracelet on Gao Shi's wrist. Under the starry sky, with food and drinks aplenty, the group of 17 to 18-year-olds soon got drunk. Lin Yin, hugging Fuyu, shouted, "Hit me. If you don't hit me twice, you're not treating me as a brother." "I, Lin Yin, always keep my word. 1 drink equals 2 slaps." Everyone was puzzled, not knowing when he had made such a rule for himself. Fuyu, helpless, used his ability, and Lin Yin instantly sobered up. His eyes brightened. But then he cried out, "Damn it. Old Fu. I worked so hard to get drunk, and you made me sober. Can't you let me escape reality for a bit?" Fuyu silently tapped his bracelet. replaying Lin Yan's earlier words. Lin Yan immediately changed his tone. Drunken words. Drunken words. Don't take them seriously. Hao Jiming, averting his eyes, asked, is he always like this when he drinks? The others nodded in unison. Gao Shi, sipping Maodai through a straw, looked enviously at the carefree Lin Yan. At that moment, only a few remained sober on the rooftop. As Lin Yan had said, after learning about the primal beasts, everyone chose to temporarily escape reality through drinking. Some shouted the names of their first loves while lying on chairs, some cried into trash cans, and others used their best friends as punching bags. Yang Wenxian put down her orange juice and stared at Suyu, asking, you have something to say, don't you? Suyu smiled and denied it, but the others clearly didn't believe him. He had to explain, actually, the primal beast we saw should be someone like me among the primal beasts. So, when the time comes, I'll handle that one, and you guys take care of the others. Hao Jiming said flatly, at the new student exchange meeting, you won't be taking first place again. Gao Shi chugged most of a bottle of Maodai and nodded. Yeah, first place should be mine. Ignoring the two, Suyu turned to Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, I've had too much to drink, my head hurts. Can you give me a massage? Song Qinghuan smiled and started massaging Suyu's head. Su Yincheng instinctively looked at Yao Yu, only to receive a cold, get lost. The next morning, convoys from all battle zones were ready to depart from the hotel. The prodigies who had fiercely competed in the arena yesterday were now reluctantly bidding farewell, with many having become friends. The Northwest Battle Zone team was the first to board their bus, while others watched them leave with determined eyes. They silently vowed that at the next freshman exchange, they wouldn't let Suyu easily take first place again. The challenges would never cease. On the Central Battle Zone bus, Yang Wanxian sat by the window, staring at the Northwest convoy. Wu Linlin deliberately sat next to her, teasing, meeting at Fengling Dock, falling for Yang Guo for life? Huh? She expected her friend to be embarrassed, but Yang Wenxian simply sighed and then resolutely said, this isn't falling for life. In this lifetime, we martial artists should protect our country and die without regrets. Admiration or affection. In this era, such sentiments are minor loves. Wu Linlin put away her smile and turned serious. Looking at the people waving them off, she nodded in agreement. Yeah, our lives are destined to be devoted to this land. She then smiled slightly, but thinking this way, it's kind of romantic. Yang Wenxian laughed along with her. On the buses of other battle zones, the once high-spirited youths, though not victorious, showed no signs of defeat. Their determined gazes were fixed on the distance, as if already preparing for the next challenge. The Northwest Battle Zone bus was filled with the joy of victory, and everyone sat up straight. In the back row, Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao were meditating to strengthen their mental power. They knew that the college entrance exam was not the end. Everything was just beginning. When the sound of drums reached their ears, Suyu opened his eyes and realized they had returned home. Feeling the enthusiastic atmosphere around him, he couldn't help but smile. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were also infected by the exuberant crowd outside, their faces beaming with joy. The streets of Tianyuan City were filled with the sound of drums and firecrackers. The top scholar is back. Both the top scholar and the second place are from Tianyuan. Kids, you did great. You are our pride. The cheers were endless. The bus driver retracted the roof, turning it into an open-top bus. Suyu and the others immediately stood up, waving enthusiastically to the crowd along the way. From the Iron Gate to the Qilin Sports Stadium, the roadsides were packed with people, creating a spectacular scene. The bus finally stopped in front of Qilin Sports Stadium, where colorful fireworks lit up the sky. Congratulations to the top scholar. Congratulations to Tianyuan City. Congratulations to the Northwest. Suyu looked at the brilliant fireworks in the sky, understanding more deeply that some things in this world are above all else. As he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out, you rascal. You didn't disgrace our Su family. Suyu turned to see his father, Su Jun, smiling broadly and striding over, deliberately lifting his legs to show off his muscular calves. Not only Su Jun, but other parents were also present in the square. Some embraced and cried, while others excitedly shared their experiences in wuching with their parents. Suyu smiled at his father. What do you mean? Didn't disgrace? With my results, I should at least get a mention in the family records, right? Su Jun patted him on the back. Not bad, but don't get arrogant. This is just the beginning, understand? Got it, got it, Suyu replied. The next morning, as soon as Suyu opened his eyes, he saw Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao staring at him. Startled, he sat up in bed. Come on, lazybones, we need to go to the sports stadium. We can't keep the governor waiting. Song Qinghuan laughed. Suyu grabbed his blanket. You guys go out first. I can't get dressed with you here. After they left the room, Su Jun, wearing an apron, smiled from the kitchen. Did you wake him up? Sit down and have breakfast. I heard from your mom that you haven't eaten yet. Shortly after, the three of them set off for Chilean Sports Stadium. Upon arriving at the stadium, they headed straight to the second floor. Shi Chaobi was fiddling with a go-board. He looked at Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao and said, "Today's reward is something I promised Suyu. I brought you here mainly to let you witness the power of a 6th-grade beast. Any objections?" The two girls quickly shook their heads. Shi Chaobi smiled. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, it felt as if they had traversed through space, arriving directly in the wilderness. Suyu carefully experienced the sensation, noticing it was completely different from the last time Hao Jiming took him through space. Shi Chaobi walked ahead, and the three of them followed obediently. After passing through a forest, they arrived at a vast plain, where 5 enormous cages held 5 6th-grade beasts. 5 fire-attributed 6th-rank beasts: Fox Firebird, Fire Mane Tiger, Red Lotus Deer, Scarlet Flame Bear, and Azure Flame Apelli on the ground, barely clinging to life. A smug smile appeared on Shi Chaobi's face. "I've suppressed their life force to the limit using a secret technique. All you need to do is absorb them one by one," he said, turning to the two people beside him. "You two should go and take a look as well." Suyu, Xiao Qiao, and Song Qinghuan walked forward slowly, approaching the massive beasts. Suddenly, the beasts sensed the trio's presence and snorted out scorching breaths. Instantly, a terrifying spiritual pressure surged towards the three of them like a tidal wave. They felt as if they were lone boats in a vast ocean, at risk of being swallowed by giant waves at any moment. Gritting their teeth, they pressed on despite the suffocating pressure. Xiao Qiao was the first to stop, unable to get any closer and halting 100 paces from the beasts. Song Qinghuan managed to walk a few dozen steps further but could go no further. Only Suyu, with veins bulging on his forehead, managed to reach the Azure Flame Ape. The Nirvana flame in Suyu's hand flared up, and the Azure Flame Ape's aura weakened noticeably. Shi Chaobi observed from the side, nodding slightly, thinking that Suyu's bloodline indeed had a suppressive effect on these fire-attributed beasts. Next, Suyu began to devour the remaining 4 beasts one by one, taking a photo with his camera after each one. By the time he reached the last one, the Fox Firebird, he was visibly exhausted but still had a determined gleam in his eyes. The Nirvana flame slowly engulfed the nearly depleted Fox Firebird. Suyu calmly raised his camera to capture the final moment. Just as the Nirvana flame completely consumed the Fox Firebird, a powerful burst of energy erupted. Suyu felt the red thread on his immortal origin grow thicker. Suddenly, Suyu had a peculiar sensation, as if he could control that red thread. He tried to channel his energy and focused his attention. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Suyu without blinking. Xiao Qiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim, "Wow, that's amazing!" A pair of fiery red spiritual wings appeared behind Suyu, seemingly formed from ethereal energy, flickering in and out of existence. Suyu gave a gentle flap, and the beautiful fiery wings instantly vanished. At the same time, the red thread on the immortal origin dimmed. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao looked at Shi Chaobi with curiosity, waiting for his explanation. Shi Chaobi smiled slightly, his gaze falling on Suyu. "Your source power is still too weak. If you can strengthen it, this spirit feather will become a powerful weapon for you." Hearing this, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He began to calculate how he could quickly devour more avian beasts. He estimated that with another 10 or so grade 6 beasts, the spirit feather should allow him to soar through the skies. The thought of astonishing everyone with his flying ability made him eager. He vaguely sensed that the spirit feather had more untapped potential. Shi Chaobi, observing Suyu, suddenly spoke with a serious tone. "Suyu, you must understand that the strong never place their hopes on others. Things obtained too easily will only make you more superficial. The path of a warrior must be fought for by oneself. If you lose this drive, even a mid-tier realm might trap you for life." These words hit Suyu like a wake-up call, snapping him back to reality. He realized he had nearly fallen into a dangerous mindset. Relying on the strength of others, even with the help of a system, would not take him far. He suddenly understood. The heart is the strongest power a person can have. Without it, any external power is just an illusion. "Governor, I will remember your teachings," Suyu said earnestly, bowing in gratitude. Seeing Suyu grasp this so quickly, Shi Chaobi smiled with satisfaction. This young man had both talent and character. If he hadn't seen too many failures from rushing growth, he would have wanted Suyu to grow even faster. Shi Chaobi turned to the three and asked, "How did it feel facing the grade 6 beast just now?" Recalling the recent experience, their expressions turned serious. Shi Chaobi added, "Remember, the grade 6 beast you faced was already on the brink of death, and I was there to intimidate it. Insignificant, powerless." The three responded almost in unison. They deeply realized that in front of a grade 6 beast, their previous success against grade 5 beasts was nothing. Xiao Qiao's face turned pale as she imagined a future where these beasts had gained intelligence. Even without intelligence, beast tides were already hard for humanity to resist. Suyu and Song Qinghuan also fell into deep thought, their expressions shifting from shock to determination. Shi Chaobi suddenly said, "The situation with intelligent beasts is urgent. If we can't find a solution, we might have to abandon some cities. In that case, whether half of the 108 cities in Huaxia can be preserved is uncertain." He continued, "So, when you enter the Hall of Inheritance, besides killing beasts, you must strive to obtain the method of taming beasts. Even partial intelligence methods could change the current situation on Blue Star. In my view, you three are the most likely to obtain the taming method." Shi Chaobi didn't directly impose this pressure on them. As the governor of the Northwest War Zone, he hoped the young people in his jurisdiction would take on this responsibility voluntarily. He also closely watched their reactions, understanding that while such pressure might seem unfair, reality is often harsh. If another fierce beast tide arises, there will only be more unfairness on this land. After thinking seriously, Suyu asked, "Governor, if we master the method of taming beasts, would it also help us resist the alien races? If we can fully control the beasts, I think it's necessary to gain the intelligence method. Then, the desolate battlefield won't lack cannon fodder." Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao looked at Suyu in confusion, thinking, "While we're worried about avoiding this crisis, how are you already considering using tamed beasts against alien races?" Shi Chaobi laughed. "You think quite far ahead." At that moment, he felt relieved. Knowing Suyu was a person who dared to think and act. He led the three back to the second floor of the gymnasium. Seeing Suyu eager, Shi Chaobi said, "Go ahead. I won't go back on my word." "Thank you, Governor." Suyu immediately took out his camera and aimed it at Shi Chaobi. However, the system prompted, "Encyclopedia collector level too low. Unable to collect." This was like a cold shower, but on second thought, Suyu wasn't too surprised. If top-level experts could be easily obtained, what beast or alien race could threaten humanity? Within a year, all problems would be solved. Seeing Suyu quickly adjust his mindset after a moment of disappointment, Shi Chaobi's eyes were full of approval. "Isn't it obvious that I don't have any special abilities?" Shi Chaobi asked. Suyu nodded, acknowledging this explanation. "Did you find any special abilities in those Grandmasters, or Li Cheng'an?" Shi Chaobi asked again. Suyu answered honestly, "No," with a look of curiosity on his face. Shi Chaobi explained, "Special abilities have only become common in the past 50 years. Over time, the ratio of people with abilities on Blue Star has gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 100, and now almost 1 in 10. Do you know why?" The three shook their heads. "Spiritual energy revival, or the revival of the Tao?" Shi Chaobi continued. "The revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star is ongoing, and the path of the Tao is becoming more evident. In this context, newborns who resonate with a certain Tao will awaken similar abilities. In simple terms, all abilities are manifestations of the Tao. You who possess abilities are actually gifted individuals. In the future, if you reach the 9th grade realm, it will be much easier for you than it was for us." He then looked at Suyu. "Of course you're different." Suyu nodded in agreement, thinking that with so many abilities, why pursue an infinite path? He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to reach the 9th grade realm. Shi Chaobi, with a hint of longing, said, "In the future, perhaps dual abilities, triple abilities, or even more will become common. Doesn't that make you feel hopeful for humanity's future?" The three nodded. Shi Chaobi's gaze became profound, but unfortunately, the speed of spiritual energy revival is proportional to the integration of the desolate battlefield with Blue Star. Maybe humanity has a bright future, but whether humanity will still exist then is another question. He looked into the distance, his gaze deep. Then he turned back to the three. "That's why your generation is crucial. Compared to the previous ones, you have better talents, and compared to the future ones, you have enough time. You are our future." As night fell, Suyu concluded his meeting with Shi Chaobi and ventured into the wilderness to capture the final roll of film. The day's work had finally come to an end, and he eagerly opened the long-awaited compendium panel. The reward for the 6th-rank 5-beast compendium was flashing with a claim icon, and Suyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This level of the compendium was the highest he could currently achieve. The next level, the 7-rank 5-beast compendium, would likely be out of reach until he advanced to a mid-tier martial artist. Even now, if a dying 7-rank exotic beast were placed before him, he could only look on helplessly, wary of the maddening mental pressure it exerted. From the 6th rank onwards, the power of exotic beasts increased exponentially. Suyu couldn't help but feel relieved that if these 1-rank beasts had intelligence from the start, he might not have even collected 100 compendiums by now. Taking a deep breath, Suyu clicked to claim the reward. The system's notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bone structure has been significantly enhanced." In an instant, a strange sensation swept through his body, as if countless ants were crawling on his skin, both itchy and pleasant. This feeling lasted for quite some time, and when Suyu opened his eyes again, they shone with unprecedented brilliance. Suyu felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. He channeled his energy and blood, throwing a punch that sent a fierce gust of wind whistling through the air, seemingly capable of splitting mountains and rivers. Although he knew this was just an illusion caused by his substantial power increase, the exhilarating sensation still made his heart race. Suddenly, the image of the primordial beast attacking a 4-rank bronze wolf earlier today flashed in his mind. Suyu closed his eyes, carefully recalling that thrilling scene. He realized the true terror of the primordial beast lay in its innate ability to perfectly control its energy and blood, unleashing 10 times its power with just a single unit of energy. While the primordial beast's basic strength and speed might not match his own, the explosive power of its energy and blood was truly terrifying. With this realization, Suyu began practicing his martial arts moves in the room. Each move was executed with his full concentration, the sound of his strikes echoing like thunder, shaking the very air. Hearing this commotion from the living room, Su Jun, who was practicing body refinement techniques, couldn't help but smile with pride. Our son's strength is remarkable, he thought, redoubling his efforts in his own training. He remembered every word Suyu had said to him. After completing a set of martial arts forms, Suyu paused to reflect. If it's just basic punches and kicks, I can currently achieve about 5 units of power with 1 unit of energy. With more practice, I should be able to increase that to 6 or 7 units. He marveled at the significant boost in strength he had gained from completing the compendium task, initially intended to speed up his bone refinement process. With mixed emotions, Suyu sat cross-legged and began today's bone refining practice. However, within just half an hour, he had to open his eyes. His energy and blood, totaling over 500 units, were completely exhausted in such a short time. I need to speed up my compendium collection, Suyu thought to himself. Otherwise, after using up my daily 30 energy and blood rewards, I'll have to spend over an hour recovering. While this might seem fast to others, to me, it's a blatant waste of time. The freshman exchange meeting 6 months later, in the Hall of Inheritance, accessible only to martial artists below the 3rd rank, had become Suyu's goal. Even if he couldn't advance to the 3rd rank by then, he aimed to enter as a 2nd-rank martial artist. Only this way could he ensure absolute success. With this determination, Suyu summoned his personal panel and carefully reviewed his attributes and skills. Since awakening the system, his progress in just over a month had been astonishing. His talent had soared from level to a level, and he had gained 3 SS level abilities and 1 A-level ability. Although one was still incomplete, he was confident that by continuously photographing Qiao Qiao, he would eventually complete it. In addition, he had mastered 3 advanced martial arts, all at a proficient level. Various master-level skills dazzled him, and his cooking skills even sparked an interesting idea. Once exotic beasts and foreign races were eradicated, he might open a restaurant, which he believed would be perpetually packed. Most impressive were his astounding basic attributes, the primary reason for his dominance in the college entrance exam. Even his seemingly ordinary attacks could overpower the martial techniques of most prodigies. Stowing away the panel, Suyu's eyes grew resolute. In less than 2 months, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. He firmly believed that given enough time, the day would come when exotic beasts would submit and foreign races would become slaves. Perhaps it would take 10 years, or 20, but he hoped to achieve this goal within 5 years, or even 3. Meanwhile, as Gaoshi returned home, he found his father waiting. Before the family head could speak, Gaoshi declared, "I'll put my things away and then head to the blood refining pool. Dad, call me out when it's time to fill out the college applications in a week." With that, he strode towards the inner courtyard. Watching Gaoshi leave, Caillou, holding a bouquet of flowers, emerged from the shadows, surprised. "Dad, is that really my brother?" The family head didn't answer immediately. He realized that Gaoshi had likely sensed something. "Caillou, your brother has reached the age where he must take on responsibilities," he said with a sigh, his gaze turning profound. At the same time, in the Hao family residence in the southern city, the family head spoke to Hao Jiming. "Jiming, after you fill out your college applications, you'll head to the chaotic zone." Without hesitation, Hao Jiming replied, "All right." Though his mother looked on with reluctance, she voiced no objection. This was the fate of children from noble families, enjoying the best resources while enduring the harshest trials. Only this way could they stand tall in times of crisis and bear the weight of the world. On the second night after the college entrance exams, prodigies from all walks of life began paving their paths for the future. For these young people, the exams were just the starting point of their journey as martial artists in China. From now on, they would shoulder the responsibility of protecting this land and their loved ones. This responsibility would drive them forward, inspiring them to continually surpass themselves and dedicate their lives to safeguarding China. In the wilderness, Suyu effortlessly ended the battle by smashing the head of a grade 4 bronze tiger with a single punch. He didn't use any special abilities, spiritual tools, or martial arts techniques this time, just pure physical strength and basic combat skills. Feeling the surging power within him, Suyu deeply appreciated the significant changes brought by the enhancement of his physical foundation the previous night. This was the stark difference between a Grade 1 warrior and those at Grade 2 or Grade 3. The same amount of vital energy could unleash vastly different levels of power. Despite easily defeating the Grade 4 beast, Suyu remained vigilant. He reminded himself that although he killed the beast with his bare hands, it was merely an ordinary beast without intelligence. If he encountered a Grade 4 primordial beast with the ability to control its vital energy, escaping might be his only option. After dealing with the corpse, Suyu didn't bother taking a photo for the record. With his vital energy value already exceeding 500, the 300-point recovery reward for a Grade 4 beast seemed insignificant. In contrast, the 500-point recovery from a Grade 5 beast was much more valuable, making it worth saving his precious film usage for the day. As Suyu traversed the wilderness, he pondered. If it weren't for the abundance of beasts here, hunting 30 Grade 5 beasts a day would soon clear out the area around Tianyuan City. This also meant that once all the beasts gained intelligence, most human cities would be overrun by beast tides. It wasn't long before Suyu encountered his first Grade 5 beast of the day. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he unleashed his full vital energy, his spear striking like a dragon at the vital point of the rocky serpent. Numerous towering trees fell around them, yet the serpent was gravely injured but not killed. Although he didn't achieve a one-hit kill, Suyu felt a sense of satisfaction at his progress, considering that this was once a formidable enemy requiring a group effort to defeat. After expending about 400 calories of vital energy, he didn't continue attacking but instead allowed the nirvana flame to engulf the rocky serpent, gradually burning it to ashes. Suyu entered the wilderness at 7 a.m. and didn't emerge until 7:30 p.m., spending a full 12 hours. To ensure he used all 30 film rolls on Grade 5 beasts, he had to spend a significant amount of time searching for targets. At the Steel Gate, Jingyao recorded Suyu's achievement of killing 3 Grade 5 beasts today, raising an eyebrow. He knew very well that this kid couldn't have spent 12 hours in the wilderness just to kill 3 Grade 5 beasts. There was probably a zero missing from that number. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Suyu retrieved his wristband before riding away. Jingyao's two deputies then discussed recruitment, but Jingyao shook his head, indicating that neither now nor in the coming days would they invite Suyu to join the serious military academy. Jingyao explained that aside from the 4 great martial universities, other schools likely wouldn't disturb Suyu. While everyone wanted to recruit the best talents, the true goal of both martial universities and military academies was to cultivate outstanding warriors for Huaxia. Given Suyu's current talent, the school he chose wouldn't affect his chances of winning the freshman exchange competition later this year. However, his choice would significantly impact his future martial path and university combat competitions. Jingyao candidly admitted that the 4 great martial universities were undoubtedly the best at nurturing top talents, with resources far surpassing other schools. Their goal wasn't to have Suyu join the serious military academy, but to hope he would join the serious army after graduation and eventually become a teacher at the academy, which would be the best way to rejuvenate it. The deputies, understanding this, half-jokingly mentioned that Brother Bu was already looking forward to Suyu taking over as city lord. Jingyao laughed, saying old Bu was eager to retire, but he knew that being a city lord wasn't Suyu's ultimate goal. He secretly hoped that this young man could one day lead the serious army to conquer the alien king city. Back at home, Suyu ate dinner while checking group chat messages. The chat for the top 32 finalists was silent, but the chat for Class 7 of his third year was buzzing with over 999 new messages. He scrolled to the first message, which was from their homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong, asking students to report any recruitment calls they received. The chat then became lively, with some lamenting that they hadn't received any calls, while others excitedly shared that they had received 4 calls, with schools promising generous resources. After some thought, Suyu decided not to stand out and sent a message. Received. Teacher, I haven't received any calls today. The group chat, which had messages popping up every second, suddenly went silent. Suyu then noticed that his group nickname had been changed to Godsu and wondered who did it. After half a minute of silence, he felt an awkwardness hanging in the air. Class monitor or teacher, can someone please respond? It's awkward being the only one talking. Zhang Shizheng and their homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong, finally replied, Good evening, Godsu. Seeing Qiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan also greet him, Suyu couldn't help but smile wryly at the unexpected attention. The next morning, before Suyu even opened his eyes, he instinctively pulled the blanket tighter around him. Dad, why did you let them in again? His voice was filled with exasperation. Nearby, 2 girls giggled. Song Qinghuan teased, Suyu, are your senses that sharp now? Suyu retorted, or maybe you two are just too close? As he spoke, spiritual armor instantly covered his body, and he calmly threw off the blanket and got out of bed. The 2 girls were stunned and exclaimed in unison, Is that how you use grade spiritual armor? While rummaging through his wardrobe for clothes, Suyu asked, Weren't you two supposed to be in seclusion? Why are you here? Song Qinghuan explained helplessly. Our doorstep is about to be worn out. Suyu raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. The top scorer's house is deserted, while the second-place winner's doorstep is worn out. What kind of world is this? As if reading his mind, Song Qinghuan continued, they're not here for me. They all came to invite Xiao Qiao. Invite Xiao Qiao? Suyu started putting on clothes over his spiritual armor, noticing the clear disappointment on the two girls' faces. Song Qinghuan explained, yes, they're all admissions officers from top martial arts universities. They said that the resources at Sifeng Martial Arts University are definitely focused on us. If Xiao Qiao follows us, she won't receive as many resources as she would at their schools. They even implied they'd use their entire school's resources to train her. Suyu understood, aligning with his suspicions from yesterday. University admissions prioritize rational resource allocation and training. For these top martial arts universities, the top 16 or 32 candidates are their main targets. After getting dressed and removing his spiritual armor, Suyu looked at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, what do you think? Without hesitation, Xiao Qiao replied, I definitely want to follow Sister Qinghuan, and you, Captain? Suyu gave a thumbs up. Smart choice. Xiao Qiao proudly puffed out her chest. So, are you planning to stay here for the time being? Suyu asked. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao blushed slightly. We were being disturbed too much, so Teacher Cheng Yong suggested we stay at your place for a while. He said since you're the top scorer, those admissions officers wouldn't come looking for you to avoid misunderstandings. Before they could finish, Suyu immediately started tidying up pillows and blankets to make room for them. Song Qinghuan quickly said, we brought our own bed. We'll sleep in the living room. She raised her spatial bracelet. Suyu paused for a moment, then understood. He put down what he was holding and stored the entire bed in his spatial ring. You can sleep in my room. It wouldn't be proper for two girls to sleep in the living room. Ignoring their protests, Suyu swiftly arranged everything. Once the bed was set up in the living room, he went to brush his teeth and wash his face. At that moment, Su Jun came over and whispered, son, I won't disturb you young folks for the next few days. I've arranged with Uncle Zhang to stay at his place. Use your spatial ring to help me move the bed and other stuff to his house later. With that, Su Jun hummed a tune and left. Suyu was puzzled. Is my reward for being the top scorer just to help with moving? And what's this young folks' life about? We're very proper. Didn't you see they brought their own bed? For the next few days, the two girls stayed home, focusing on tempering their bones and cultivating their spiritual power. Those top martial arts universities really didn't come knocking again. Suyu, on the other hand, went out early and returned late, preparing meals for the two in the morning and buying dishes from a restaurant in the evening, sometimes bringing back barbecue. So, every evening at 7:30, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao would finish their cultivation and run to the balcony to wait for Suyu. Hey, Captain, are we having barbecue today? Xiao Qiao excitedly opened the door as Suyu pulled out his keys. Don't you ever get tired of barbecue? Suyu asked. Never, Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan replied in unison. No barbecue today. Suyu paused for effect. I brought hot pot from a hot pot restaurant. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls' eyes lit up. Suyu took out the hot pot from his spatial ring, and Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao immediately started setting the table and preparing the utensils. Just as they were about to start eating, Suyu's wristband rang. It was Lu Long calling. Hey, Lu Long, aren't you busy with calls from university admissions offices? How come you have time to call me today? Suyu teased. Over the past few days, Lu Long had been bragging in the class group chat about getting calls from various universities. Su God, please don't tease me. Lu Long's voice came through the wristband. If you call me Su God again, I'll come over and beat you up right now. Suyu's voice carried a hint of menace. Suyu bro, I was wrong. Lu Long immediately backed down. What's up? Why are you calling? Well, tomorrow's the deadline for filling out our applications, and I wanted you to help me analyze my options one last time, Lu Long said. Suyu handed some tripe to the girls and casually replied, Analyze? It has to be Sifeng Martial Arts University. Any of their campuses will do. Bro, don't joke around. I was wrong. I'll never change your name again without permission, Lu Long said urgently. Suyu chuckled coldly. I'm considering either Bishi Martial Arts University in the Southern War Zone or Chuanhu Martial Arts University in the Southwestern War Zone. Both are among the best top-tier universities. Reviewing the information on both universities, Suyu asked curiously, by the way, aren't any universities from the Northwestern War Zone on your list? I remember you mentioned a couple of them offering good conditions. Yes, but my dad's friend told him that the resources at universities in the Northwestern War Zone generally aren't as good as those in other zones. Even if they offer good conditions initially, by the second or third year, they'll fall behind other zones' universities, Lu Long explained. Suyu took a bite of the lamb roll Song Qinghuan had helped him with and said calmly, I have a friend who told me that the resources at universities in the Northwestern War Zone will be significantly better in the coming years. Maybe you should reconsider. Without hesitation, Lu Long replied, no need to reconsider. I'll fill in Shishan Martial Arts University in the Northwestern War Zone tomorrow. It's also conveniently close to home. What about your dad? Suyu asked. Lu Long nonchalantly replied. No worries. Your word carries more weight than my dad's. Suyu was speechless and ended the call. Song Qinghuan asked curiously, by the way, Suyu, have you decided where you're going? Suyu smiled mysteriously. I've actually decided long ago, but teacher Zhuge asked me not to reveal it early. He said the longer I hold out, the more heated the competition among the directors will be. On the day of the college entrance exam application submission, the air in Tianyuan City was thick with tension and excitement. All the senior high school students anxiously waited at home, and the arrival of 4 Grandmasters instantly ignited the city's enthusiasm. They flew majestically towards Pinyin community, sparking discussions everywhere. Did the top scorers in the past also have Grandmasters personally coming to recruit them? I don't know. It's been years since our Northwestern War Zone produced a top scorer. I checked. Last year, there wasn't one. The year before that, neither. Only our top scorer gets this treatment. No doubt, especially since he's the top scorer of an era. If only my son could be like that. Keep dreaming, man. Why is it a dream? Didn't Suyu also rise up in the last month with accumulated strength? The chatter was filled with envy and anticipation. In room 201 of Pinyin Community, the doorbell rang. Suyu opened the door and was momentarily stunned to see the 4 Grandmasters standing there. Grandmaster Ding, Grandmaster Feng, Grandmaster Qian, Grandmaster Ba. What brings you here? Hearing the commotion, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao immediately ran out of their rooms and respectfully greeted them. Greetings, Grandmasters. The 4 entered the house, politely declining any refreshments. Feng Wan got straight to the point. No need for formalities. We're here for one thing. Have you decided where you want to go? The 2 girls present simultaneously looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded and said, Yes, we've decided. Botting said, All right, then you should fill out your applications now. Now? Isn't the system supposed to open at 10? Suyu asked, puzzled. Tianyuan smiled and explained, No problem. We'll open it for you in advance. You can fill it out now, and we'll approve it immediately. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 Grandmasters, Suyu logged into the application system using his wristband. His fingers moved through the air and finally stopped at Jubi University. Tianyuan's eyes lit up, while the other 3 narrowed their eyes. Suyu didn't immediately confirm, and the 3 Grandmasters breathed a sigh of relief. Tianyuan was about to make another pitch, but, seeing the others' gazes, reluctantly held back. At that moment, Suyu suddenly clicked the confirm button and chose Jubi University. The 3 Grandmasters were wide-eyed, while Tianyuan couldn't hide his joy. The other 3 hurriedly asked Suyu why he made that choice, emphasizing their own school's advantages. Suyu candidly replied, Teacher Zhuge said I should follow my heart. Jubi University is closer to Tianyuan City, so I chose it. Zhuge Yun. The 3 admissions directors gnashed their teeth, nearly grinding their molars to dust. Tianyuan seized the moment to say, Gentlemen, we agreed on this beforehand. Since he has made his decision, we must respect his choice. He turned to Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. You 2 should fill out your applications as well. I'll approve them all together. Suyu, call Fuyu and Lin Yin to inform them of your choice. The other 3 Grandmasters remained silent, filled with regret. Soon, Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan also confirmed Jubi University. Suyu quickly made a video call to Lin Yin and Fuyu, informing them of his choice. They readily agreed and also chose Jubi University. With a broad smile, Tianyuan clicked the admissions approval one by one. After finishing, he suggested, Gentlemen, shall we head back to Wuqing now? We still have a lot of work waiting for us. The 3 Grandmasters snorted but still smiled at Suyu, expressing their willingness to welcome him anytime. They exchanged contact information with Suyu, making Tianyuan a bit nervous. No need. No need. I'll take care of it when the time comes, Tianyuan hurriedly said. When Suyu comes to study, I'll bring him myself. We're all brother schools. No need to be so formal, the others replied nonchalantly. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao stood by, wide-eyed. They suddenly gained a whole new understanding of Grandmasters. In the classroom of Jubi University, Zhuge Yun was teaching with a stoic expression. Suddenly, he felt his wristband vibrate, signaling an important message. He paused his lecture and told the students, Take a moment to absorb this information and prepare yourselves mentally. With that, he quickly walked out of the classroom. The message on his wristband made Zhuge Yun's eyebrows raise slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his face. Tianyuan and Suyu are secured. He thought to himself, this kid, at least he didn't mess things up at the critical moment. Although he had laid numerous traps for Suyu to join Jubi University, from the looks of it, Suyu's admission seemed almost certain. But Zhuge Yun knew all too well that Suyu was a master of surprises. Even as a tactical grandmaster, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He was relieved that if he had followed Suyu to another university, his reputation as a tactical grandmaster might have been at risk. Meanwhile, other prodigies were anxiously awaiting Suyu's decision. Each university's resources were limited, and it had become an unwritten rule that the top 4 or 8 students from previous year's exams would avoid choosing the same martial arts university. This year, the top scorer and the second place were clearly going to choose the same school. If others followed suit, they might end up with nothing. Therefore, if Suyu chose Nanqing University, Hao Jiming, who had his sights set on Nanqing, might have to change his preference overnight. The same was true for other prodigies, except for the one from the Gao family in Dongji City, who genuinely wanted to be classmates and teammates with Suyu. At that moment, in the group chat, Blossoms of Hua Nation, Suyu posted a message, screenshot, see you all at Jubi University. Soon, the other 4 members of Suyu's team also posted their acceptance screenshots. Seeing that all 5 of them were going to Jubi University, several prodigies who had planned to go there immediately changed their minds. Of course, there were a few who, seeing Qiao Qiao going to Jubi, decided to take a gamble on luck and followed her. As soon as Suyu made his decision, the other prodigies began to take action. In the Gao family of Dongji City, the family head was about to sternly reprimand Gao Shi, who was gleaming with excitement while holding his phone. However, Gao Shi tossed his wristband to his sister, Gao Yu, and said, "Fill in my application at 10. I'm heading back to the blood refining pool." Gao Shi didn't want to waste a single second. Gao Yu shouted, "Brother, where should I apply?" Gao Shi, already walking out of the hall, waved his hand and said, "Ask Dad." Gao Yu turned to the family head and tentatively asked, "Dad, Jubi?" The family head, with a stern face, replied coldly, "Dongji University." Gao Yu grumbled, Got it, got it. Humph, when I go to college, I'll choose where I want to go. My brother is so unlucky. He doesn't even get to choose his classmates." Unexpectedly, the family head smiled and said, "You won't have a problem. You can go wherever you want." Gao Yu excitedly said, "Then I want to study abroad." The family head immediately snapped, "Get back to your training." In the wilderness of Nanqing, a carriage pulled by a grade 6 exotic beast was heading into the distance. Hao's mother, full of worry, said, "Jiming must come back safely." The head of the Hao family replied with determination, "As a son of the Hao family, no small chaotic area can hold him." On the carriage, Hao Jiming watched his uncle steer the exotic beast, his heart filled with resolve. This trip to the chaotic area was to make himself stronger. He wanted to catch up with Suyu and Gao Shi, and to kill all the source beasts in the Hall of Heritage, finding the true method of beast taming. In the 9th city of the Central War Zone, Yang Wenxian's heart pounded as she read Suyu's message, "See you at Jubi University." For a moment, she wanted to be impulsive and choose Jubi University. But she quickly calmed down, considering the resource allocation issue and the fact that Suyu already had a girlfriend. She knew she couldn't be the one to ruin someone else's relationship. Ultimately, Yang Wenxian chose to go to Pingyun University with her best friend. The 4 martial arts universities received responses from the prodigies and learned that Suyu had chosen Jubi University. At Dongji University, several teachers discussed the matter on their way. A bald teacher, full of dissatisfaction, said, "Batting is simply muddle-headed. Even if Suyu is the top scorer of the prodigy era, there's no need for the Grandmaster to personally visit him. In all these years, has there ever been such treatment for a top scorer? Even Lu Ling, who walked the path of infinity, didn't receive such attention. Now, Suyu didn't come to Dongji University. What will other prodigies think? That we don't want them? That we look down on them?" This was handled poorly. Regardless of the prodigy, we should treat everyone equally. The other teachers remained silent, knowing that the bald teacher, Bashlin, was Batting's uncle. They didn't want to get involved in this dispute. A female teacher smiled and changed the subject. "I just heard that Gao Shi has responded to the admissions office. Let's think about how we can help Gao Shi make a comeback at this year's freshman exchange. I heard that Gao Shi has been soaking in the Gao family's blood refining pool. If he awakens the Gao family bloodline, he might have a chance to compete with Suyu again." In the conference room of Nanqing University, the grade director and the 2 college deans gathered. The dean of the combat college said, "There's no need to regret not getting the top score this year. In my opinion, this is an opportunity to prove that Nanqing University is the best of the 4 martial arts universities. If we can win both the year-end freshman exchange and the martial arts competition, let's see what reasons the other 3 schools have then." The people in the conference room were filled with excitement and anticipation. They believed that as martial artists, the harder the challenge, the more they should strive to overcome it. Only by conquering these seemingly impossible tasks could they reach the pinnacle of martial arts. While the 3 major martial arts schools were eager to prove their superiority over Jubi University, the teachers at Jubi University were also looking forward to Suyu's enrollment. It was said that every 4 years marked a cycle, but Jubi University had waited 5 years for Suyu, a top scorer who had dominated the prodigy era. Since Suyu chose them, their goal was to make him a powerhouse who could dominate an era. The top scorer in the exams was just the beginning. The freshman exchange would be merely an appetizer. In the minds of the teachers at Jubi University, they hoped that in 10 or 20 years, Suyu would be a peak that all other prodigies could only look up to. At Jubi University, an unusual summer atmosphere pervaded the campus. The typical month-long holiday had been shortened to just a week this year. Students bustled around the campus, their discussions filling the air. The hottest topic was undoubtedly Suyu's imminent enrollment at Jubi University. Rumors were flying. Some claimed that 4 Grandmasters had personally visited Suyu's home to help him with his application. Others even suggested that the Grandmasters had a fierce fight at his house. Do you think you can just make up stories about Grandmasters? A man in a black school uniform with a sharp crew cut reprimanded a group of gossiping students coldly. Hello, senior. The boys immediately became more respectful upon seeing the Tianyuan character on his chest. They quickly searched their minds for information about this senior, wary of causing any trouble. Jubi University was known for its strict rules and clear hierarchy. The uniforms of the 4 martial schools varied by year. Freshmen wore brown, sophomores white, juniors black, and seniors donned battle armor, heading to the battlefield and graduating in fiery red robes. Typically, the campus was dominated by brown and white uniforms, as upperclassmen were often training in the wilderness or on the battlefield. Don't let it happen again, the crew-cut man warned before turning and leaving. The boys breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he was none other than senior Xiao Xiong, who had ranked in the top 100 in last year's university martial arts competition. Wow, that was close, one boy said, patting his chest. Luzi, you need to think before you speak. You were making up stories about Grandmasters. They decided to head to the training hall for some sparring, preparing for the arrival of the new students. Along the way, they discussed Suyu's potential, speculating whether he could make it to the national martial arts rankings by his sophomore year. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Tactics Academy was much more subdued. Many tactical prodigies had boasted that they would show Suyu that tactics weren't something you could just casually minor in. However, the college entrance exam results had left them speechless. Now, their discussions had shifted to whether Suyu would still choose to minor in tactics. In the senior class of the tactics department, Lu Ming and his classmates had a different view. Suyu's talent in tactics is no less than his combat skills, Lu Ming said. I think he must study tactics. If he doesn't, we'll tie him up and drag him to Professor Zhuge. Wu Qingmei suddenly proposed a bold idea. What if Suyu majors in tactics and minors in combat, and still ranks first in combat? Do you think the combat students would still hold their heads high? Her suggestion immediately sparked enthusiasm among the group. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the teachers were fiercely debating over who would get Suyu. Watching the Grandmasters from the Combat Academy argue heatedly, Zhuge Yun simply smiled quietly. Back in Tianyuan City, Suyu's home was bustling with excitement. When neighbors learned that all 3 children had been accepted into Jubi University, they flocked to apartment 201, ready to throw a grand celebration. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao informed Suyu that they planned to spend the month before school started at home with their parents. Suyu nodded understandingly, knowing that family time would become precious once they started university. In this era of martial arts, the possibility of being separated by life and death always loomed. The 3 cherished the present, quietly enjoying this rare moment of peace. A month flew by in the blink of an eye, and now only 3 days remain until the major martial arts universities start their new academic year. During this time, many students have already set off for the cities where their universities are located. Lu Long arrived in Tianlang City half a month ago and has been frequently sending Suyu videos and photos of Xishan University, enthusiastically inviting Suyu to visit him when he has time. Early in the morning, Suyu calmly opened his eyes to see 2 beautifully made-up faces. Xiao Qiao's large, twinkling eyes made her look like a porcelain doll, while Song Qinghuan exuded a bit of a mature aura, though she still appeared adorably innocent to Suyu. Seeing that Suyu wasn't startled, both girls showed a hint of disappointment. Their disappointment deepened when Suyu lifted the blanket to reveal he was fully dressed. With a slight smile, Suyu felt a quiet joy. Today, they had planned to venture into the wilderness, so how could he not be prepared in advance? Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, how's your bone tempering progress? Suyu asked. Xiao Qiao immediately raised her hand, excitedly replying, I've tempered 28 bones. Qinghuan is progressing super fast. She's already at 45. Song Qinghuan added, the metatarsal and tarsal bones are indeed more challenging. I initially thought I could complete tempering all the foot bones in a month. Suyu nodded with a smile. That's normal. Have you checked your blood energy levels? My blood energy is at 805, and Xiao Qiao's is at 460. Song Qinghuan answered, then curiously asked, Suyu, have you tested yours recently? Suyu shook his head. I haven't found the time to test it, he said mysteriously. You might find it hard to believe, but I've completed tempering all my foot bones. Within a month, Suyu's tempered bones surged from 16 to 52, averaging more than 1 bone per day. This incredible progress was not only due to his improved foundation, but also because his talent had upgraded from A to S after completing a specific task. Without S-level blood energy recovery speed, 30 recoveries per day wouldn't have sufficed. Now, with 52 tempered bones, Suyu's blood energy had surpassed the 1,000-point mark, reaching 1,480. This far exceeded his previous estimates for a peak first-grade martial artist. Suyu, with an absolute value breakthrough of 300, Song Qinghuan at 280, and Xiao Xiao at 200, their blood energy growth and bone tempering speeds clearly fell into three distinct tiers. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, the two girls' eyes widened in shock, followed by beaming smiles. Suyu noticed a hint of worry in Xiao Xiao's eyes and reassured her, "Xiao Xiao, don't worry. Remember you still have a high-grade blood crystal? When you advance to a third-grade martial artist, you'll be able to catch up." "But Captain, Qinghuan also has one." Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, motivating herself. "No way, I have to work even harder. I can't let you guys leave me behind." Song Qinghuan patted Xiao Xiao's head skillfully. "Don't worry, you're the lucky goddess. There's no way we'll leave you behind." "Exactly," Suyu chimed in. "Who knows, you might get a legacy one day and surpass both Qinghuan and me." Hee. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up at the thought. "If that really happens, I'll let you and Qinghuan have it." In the wilderness, Suyu effortlessly killed a fifth-grade beast using only his feet, leaving Xiao Xiao and Song Qinghuan in awe. At that moment, it wasn't just Xiao Xiao who worried about falling behind Suyu. Even Song Qinghuan felt the same concern. She had just managed to kill a fourth-grade beast with her tempered right foot, while Suyu could easily kill a fifth-grade beast without any spirit weapon. The gap in their strength was like a widening chasm. For a brief moment, Song Qinghuan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if facing an insurmountable mountain. But she quickly adjusted her mindset, her eyes growing more determined. No matter how high and mighty Suyu's mountain was, she would never stop striving to catch up. Despite finding it increasingly easy to kill fifth-grade beasts, Suyu didn't risk challenging a sixth-grade beast. The gap in strength between fifth and sixth grades was enormous, and he knew he wasn't ready yet. The trio didn't linger long in the wilderness and soon returned to the steel gate. Jingyao looked at their achievements and couldn't help but be amazed. Suyu, as usual, had killed 3 fifth-grade beasts, Song Qinghuan had killed 2, and Xiao Xiao had taken down multiple fourth-grade beasts. Tianyuan City has more than just Suyu as a genius, Jingyao muttered to himself. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao are also promising talents. In the near future, they will surely shine brightly across the entire blue star. Inside the Qilin Gymnasium, Cheng Yong's face was full of helplessness. Suyu stood at the base of the arena, gazing up at his homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong, with a spark of eagerness in his eyes. "Teacher, I want to test my skills. Aren't you the perfect opponent for that?" Suyu said with a bright smile, his tone carrying a hint of mischief. Cheng Yong frowned. "Have you forgotten that I'm a strategist? Even though I'm a mid-level expert, I rarely engage in direct combat." Suyu shrugged it off. "I'm only a beginner. You are definitely way stronger than I am," he said, looking innocent. Cheng Yong's forehead creased with a few dark lines. "The issue isn't that I can't defeat you. It's that I might hurt you because I can't control my strength well. I don't have experience as a sparring partner." "Don't worry, teacher," Suyu said seriously. "Once we step onto the arena, we are responsible for our own lives. I'll protect myself." Cheng Yong let out a cold laugh. "Responsible for your own life? If you get hurt, who knows how many people will come after me?" He sighed deeply, then jumped onto the arena. All right, just be careful. The difference in levels between warriors is not as simple as you think." Suyu nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, teacher. I'm not reckless. I'll dodge when I need to." For the past month, Suyu had been battling with exotic beasts, making it hard for him to accurately gauge his own strength. After careful consideration, he concluded that his homeroom teacher, a fourth-level warrior, was the ideal sparring partner. Although Cheng Yong wasn't adept at actual combat, his rank and vitality were undeniable. Through this match, Suyu hoped to clearly understand his own capabilities. After all, there were many challenges awaiting him in college, and without a clear grasp of his strength, he wouldn't know whether to accept those challenges. Following closely, Suyu leaped onto the arena and assumed his starting stance. Cheng Yong raised an eyebrow. "You're not going to use a weapon? Aren't you also unarmed, teacher?" Suyu countered. Cheng Yong squinted, thinking to himself, "This kid is getting a bit cocky. If that's the case, don't blame me for not holding back." Cheng Yong had made up his mind. This match would become a significant chapter in his career as a warrior. The two stood facing each other on the stage, ready for a teacher-student showdown. In the audience, only Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao waited quietly. Suyu clasped his fists and bowed. "Teacher, please." Cheng Yong nodded slightly, then lowered his center of gravity, adopting a defensive stance. Suyu stepped forward, clenched his fists, and felt the surge of energy within him. A flicker of anticipation crossed Cheng Yong's eyes as he thought, A first rank challenging a fourth rank? This kid sees me as a test. His progress over the past month must be significant. He might have already tempered one of his legs. Chung Yong's gaze shifted between Suyu's feet, his expression growing serious. As long as I figure out which leg is tempered, it should be manageable. Defending against a first rank as a fourth rank should be easy, without worrying about injuring him. Chung Yong calculated. Attacking a first rank proactively would be a bit disgraceful. Suyu's muscles appeared relaxed, but the moment he sensed Chung Yong's distraction, he exploded into action. He surged forward with 2 steps, aiming a straight punch at Chung Yong's face. Chung Yong raised his arm to block, only to see Suyu's punch faint and transform into a back fist. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as Suyu's punch landed solidly on Chung Yong's forearm. The strength of his energy. Chung Yong's arm throbbed with pain, his face full of surprise. Isn't this kid supposed to have tempered his lower leg bones? He could clearly feel that Suyu's energy burst far exceeded that of a first-rank warrior, demonstrating a mastery of energy flow that usually only third- or fourth-rank warriors achieved. Typically, only when the entire upper or lower body bones were fully tempered, with connected meridians forming a system, could energy flow smoothly through the torso, allowing for such powerful bursts. The more bones tempered, the more thoroughly the body was developed, and the stronger the energy bursts. Yet here was Suyu, without having tempered his upper body bones, already displaying such terrifying energy bursts. This kid is extraordinary. Chung Yong suddenly realized that merely defending might not be enough. He had planned to stand his ground and let Suyu experience the gap between lower and middle-rank warriors. In hindsight, he was glad he hadn't boasted beforehand. Suyu's sweeping kick forced Chung Yong to duck and step back to create distance. Suyu followed closely, feinting with a knee strike. Chung Yong pressed down with both hands to block, but Suyu swiftly changed tactics, turning it into a sharp thrust kick. Out of options, Chung Yong had to meet the kick head-on. The force of the kick made him wince in pain. This kid's right leg is fully tempered, he thought, his expression serious. He retracted his right hand, transforming it into a knife hand strike aimed at Suyu. The power behind this strike meant that if Suyu didn't dodge, he could be defeated. Suyu sidestepped and prepared to launch another thrust kick. Chung Yong managed to grab hold of his right leg, but without hesitation, Suyu used the momentum to leap and deliver a left roundhouse kick to Chung Yong's head. Chung Yong blocked with his arm again, pain flashing across his face. "Both your legs are tempered?" he asked, retreating in shock. Looking at his disciple, Chung Yong's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Such rapid progress in tempering both leg bones should have been a cause for celebration. But now, why were they even fighting on the same stage? Suyu nodded honestly, yes. Chung Yong was momentarily speechless. "Teacher, I've made significant progress recently. You don't need to hold back," Suyu added. Chung Yong was bewildered. "Hold back?" Before he could respond, Suyu advanced with a flurry of punches and kicks. In an instant, they exchanged several blows. Chung Yong was even more puzzled, hadn't been holding back, but it seemed Suyu had been. Enough is enough. Chung Yong decided to switch from defense to an all-out offensive, leveraging his energy advantage. At that moment, Suyu's movements became unpredictably elusive. Chung Yong, who had intended to press his advantage, was taken aback. Right? This kid has also mastered 3 advanced martial arts, Chung Yong realized, regretting his oversight. Below the stage, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were stunned, unable to believe the intensity of Suyu and Chung Yong's fight. Given Suyu's current combat prowess, they both knew that if they were in his place, they'd be defeated in a single move. "Sister Qinghuan, why does it seem like Suyu's energy fluctuations are the same as usual, but his power is much stronger, and he hasn't even used any martial arts?" Xiao Qiao asked, puzzled. Song Qinghuan narrowed her eyes. "Suyu's control over his energy bursts has reached a new level. The power he generates from a single unit of energy is several times ours. Sister Qinghuan, can you do that too?" Xiao Qiao asked again. "If I focus on my right leg, I can barely achieve 3 units of power from 1 unit of energy," Song Qinghuan replied. On the stage, after Suyu executed his elusive steps, Chung Yong's speed advantage vanished. At that moment, Chung Yong regretted his approach. He knew that his body under the clothes must be covered in bruises. Chung Yong watched as Suyu fought more fiercely, and he couldn't help but feel like a trapped beast. Every punch and every block sent waves of pain through his body. Meanwhile, Suyu felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. After days of searching, he had finally found the perfect sparring partner. The feeling of each punch landing solidly made his blood boil with excitement. With the added advantage of his elusive footwork, he easily dodged most of Chung Yong's attacks. As the battle progressed, Suyu gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. He decided to step up his game and unleash his advanced martial technique, the Twin Phoenix Kicks. The situation on the battlefield shifted instantly. Suyu's rapid kicks came down like a torrential storm, each one more ferocious than the last. With his final kick, He unconsciously unleashed a burst of energy equivalent to 1,000 calories of blood and chi. The sweeping kick sent Cheng Yong, who had barely been holding on, flying through the air like a kite with a broken string. While airborne, Cheng Yong closed his eyes in despair and silently vowed. From today onwards, if anyone called him a martial artist, he would fight them. He muttered to himself, I'm a tactician without any physical strength. On the arena, Suyu stood bewildered. Below, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Boom! Cheng Yong landed heavily outside the ring. Grimacing in pain, he clutched his arm and struggled to get up, glaring at Suyu. You brat. Do you know how long it's been since your teacher got this badly hurt? Ugh, I think my right arm is definitely fractured. The three of them quickly gathered around. Suyu asked in confusion, Teacher, did you really not hold back? Hearing this, Cheng Yong closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced out through the pain, asked them, How hard did you just hit? It was then that Suyu realized he might have actually won. He looked uncertainly at the two girls. After thinking for a moment, Song Qinghuan said, Suyu, the teacher probably didn't hold back. You really won. Cheng Yong couldn't help but let out a breath. Xiao Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Captain, you're amazing. You can now defeat a mid-level martial artist without using any weapons. Cheng Yong grunted again. Suyu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, It's nothing special. The main thing is that the teacher is a tactician. If it were another martial artist, I'd probably still need to use my powers to be safe. Cheng Yong made a sound for the third time. Song Qinghuan comforted, That's still impressive. No matter what, the teacher is a mid-level martial artist. This time, Cheng Yong saw the barely contained laughter on Xiao Qiao's face. He couldn't hold it in any longer and roared, You three, stop right there. Ugh, his words were cut short as the movement caused him to wince in pain. The next day, Cheng Yong's home welcomed a visitor, Zhuge Yun. As soon as Zhuge Yun stepped inside, he noticed Cheng Yong's bandages and paused for a moment. What happened to you? Zhuge Yun asked, frowning slightly. Cheng Yong forced a bitter smile. Take a guess. Zhuge Yun squinted his eyes and then broke into a knowing smile. Did your student beat you up? Cheng Yong snorted. Ha! A first-grade martial artist with explosive energy can exert 10 times the usual force. You tell me, how could I not lose? TSK. A mid-grade martial artist beaten by a first-grade one. Zhuge Yun shook his head, seemingly ignoring the displeasure in Cheng Yong's tone. A cold smile appeared on Cheng Yong's face. After a night of contemplation, he had come to terms with it. Being surpassed by a student isn't necessarily a bad thing. He paused. He didn't even use a weapon. Yeah, and he didn't use any special abilities either, Cheng Yong added. By the way, he's already tempered 52 bones, including both foot bones. Zhuge Yun's amused expression froze instantly. This kid improved so much in just a month? And he didn't use any special abilities or weapons either. You must be. Cheng Yong interrupted him, his gaze deep. Aren't you a 5th-grade martial artist? Guess how long it will take for him to catch up to you. Zhuge Yun's expression turned serious. I'm a tactical expert. Like that makes any difference. Cheng Yong sneered, huh? A 4th-grade martial artist beaten by a 1st-grade one with bare hands. Zhuge Yun didn't argue. Instead he said, I had a hard time accepting it yesterday, but after thinking it over, I'm definitely not the only one in trouble. Cheng Yong looked at him, eyes burning with intensity. Zhuge Yun cleared his throat, ahem. Send them a message. We'll head to Jubai City tomorrow. Not today. I came early to arrange a few things. After receiving Cheng Yong's message, Suyu stopped his training. He walked to the living room, where his father Su Jun was also practicing. Dad, I'm heading to Jubai City tomorrow, Suyu said. Su Jun laughed. I thought your school wasn't going to start. Old Chen and Old Li's kids left half a month ago. Suyu's eyebrow twitched, thinking, does he want me out of the house? Su Jun got up and walked to the fridge, taking out 2 cans of beer. Come on, let's have a drink before you head off to college, he said enthusiastically. Hold on, we need some snacks. I'll go get some from Aunt Wu upstairs. Suyu stood in the living room, holding 2 cans of beer, looking bewildered. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated several times. He checked it and saw messages from the Future Blossoms of Huagua group chat. Wu Jianxin sent a picture. Yuan Hongjing. Hao Jiming, 1st-grade martial artist, made it to the top list? Bu Shiming. What has he been doing this past month? Is he crazy? The top list is for the best low-grade martial artists on Blue Star. Are you sure this isn't a fake list, Wu Jianxin? Wu Jianxin. I heard the captain ambushed a 3rd-grade peak warrior who was originally on the list. Suyu opened the picture. Among the top 100 names, Hao Jiming was ranked 98th. His achievement, ambushing and killing Huagua Traitor and 3rd-grade peak warrior Yin Biaoxing. The group chat kept buzzing. Wu Linlin. It's true, but Hao Jiming seems to have lost an arm in the chaos. My dad just told me. His ambush on Yin Biaoxing has spread all over the chaotic region. Wu Linlin sent another picture. Suyu opened it to see Hao Jiming, covered in blood, his right arm missing, seemingly fleeing in the rain. Everyone in the group started chiming in. Lin Yin, damn, is Hao Jiming okay? Fu Yu, has he returned to Huagua? Wu Jianqin, Hao Jiming, captain, are you alright? Lu Shuo, Hao Jiming, captain, are you okay? Everyone was tagging Hao Jiming, but he didn't respond for a long time. Suyu thought for a moment and joined in. Suyu, Hao Jiming, you okay? Hao Jiming replied immediately, not a big deal. Since I didn't temper my upper limb bones, it doesn't affect me much. I've already used life fluid to recover. The young talents from all over Huagua, seeing Hao Jiming's instant reply to Suyu, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Even Suyu was a bit taken aback. Hao Jiming added, instead of worrying about me, you should be concerned about this year's freshman exchange event. Suyu, got it? The lively group chat suddenly went silent. Just then, Su Jun returned with a basket full of dishes. Dad, didn't you say you were just getting a few snacks? Suyu looked at the table full of dishes in surprise. Su Jun laughed and explained, your Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wu heard you're leaving for college and gave me some dishes. This stir-fried pork was just made by Aunt Wu. She said it's your favorite, and since you won't be back for months, she made a special batch. If it weren't for the time, it would have been a full feast today. As he was speaking, Aunt Wu came in with 2 more plates. Come on, Xiaoyu. Annie made 2 more of your favorite dishes. If you want anything else, just tell me, and I'll cook it for you. As soon as Aunt Wu finished, Uncle Zhang came in with a basket, followed by Uncle Chen and Grandma Wang. Having grown up eating their food, Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This simple meal was filled with warmth. After leaving the dishes, the uncles and aunts gave the father and son some space. Su Jun didn't say anything sentimental, just drank and chatted about recent gossip. Suyu, showcasing a martial artist's impressive appetite, finished dish after dish, even though there were enough to fill 2 tables. After the meal, Suyu returned the dishes to each household and then went to his room to pack for college. Just as he finished, Aunt Wu and Uncle Zhang came by with large bags. Suyu, other places' oranges aren't as sweet as those from Tianyuan City. Annie bought a whole bag for you. Aunt Wu said, adding, they say your space ring works like a fridge, keeping food fresh. Is that true? Suyu nodded. Then I'm relieved. Here, pack all these, Aunt Wu pointed out one by one. This smoked duck is from a special shop on Zhaoping Street. Suyu, put it away quickly. Suyu used his space ring to store everything. Su Jun, sitting on the sofa, smiled warmly. Our son is blessed. Going to college is no big deal. He'll be just fine, Su Jun said, his voice full of confidence and expectation for his son. In front of the massive steel gate of Tianyuan City, a huge rank 6 wild wolf lay crouched on the ground. Tianyuan, seated in the carriage, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for a few people to arrive. Passing martial artists respectfully saluted this Grandmaster, and murmurs filled the air. Suyu was truly the pride of Tianyuan City, having a Grandmaster personally come to pick him up on the first day of school. I heard Master Zhuge is also here. I must stay to see this legendary tactical Grandmaster. The crowd gradually gathered as 5 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Someone recognized one of them. Isn't that Suyu's homeroom teacher, Mr. Chung Yong? Why is he bandaged? Maybe he had a mishap during training. I heard he's also going to teach at Jubi University, climbing the ranks with his student. Chung Yong's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing these comments. He thought to himself, what do you mean by mishap during training? And, climbing the ranks with his student? I earned this position through my own skills. Suyu and his 2 companions approached the carriage and respectfully greeted. Greetings, Master Qian. Qianyun smiled and said, get in the carriage quickly. Let's try to reach the school early. Everyone boarded the carriage, and the rank 6 wild wolf rose, swiftly pulling the carriage out of Tianyuan City. The remaining citizens watched with anticipation, knowing that Suyu was the first top scholar in Tianyuan City's history and wondering what achievements he would attain in the future. Suyu's parents and other guardians reassured each other, expressing that with a Grandmaster escorting them, the children should be very safe. They thanked each other's children for bringing opportunities and blessings to one another. Inside the moving carriage, Suyu stared at the wild wolf ahead and suddenly had an idea. Teacher, can we mass-produce beast-trapping rings to deal with beast hordes? Chung Yong was about to answer but looked towards Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun explained, we tried, but the cost is too high. It's not feasible. Only by finding the beast-taming methods in the secret realms can we effectively counter the beast hordes led by primordial beasts. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before human cities fall. Zhuge Yun suddenly mentioned, do you remember Penguin? Seeing the 3 nod, he calmly said, he encountered a beast horde while on his way to Nanjing University. His entire team of 8 perished. The atmosphere inside the carriage became heavy. Suyu recalled moments with Penguin during training camp and was at a loss for words. Zhuge Yun continued. I'm telling you this to make you understand the difference between university and high school. The world is about to descend into chaos. You must grow quickly and at least have the ability to protect yourselves. The three nodded solemnly. Zhuge Yun added, but the real threat to humanity remains the other races. So, Suyu, once you enter Jubi University, don't minor in the tactics department. Cheng Yong's eyes lit up, while Tianyuan silently muttered that this was none of his business. Zhuge Yun explained, in the next few years, you need to make everyone forget that you're a tactician. At Jubi University, you can only join the combat academy. Of course, I'm not saying you shouldn't study tactics, but you must complete the tasks I assign you monthly while making others think you're just a brute. Suyu understood his intent, pretended to be troubled and said, Teacher, for someone as smart as me to act like a brute is really challenging. Zhuge Yun remained expressionless, while Cheng Yong's mouth twitched. Xiao Qiao naively asked, Captain, is it really hard to act like a brute? Song Qinghuan laughed and said, Xiao Qiao, for Suyu, this is just playing to his strengths. Suyu quickly defended himself. I am not. I didn't. Meanwhile, at the gate of Jubi University, a few students in white uniforms were plotting something. Lu Meng reminded, let's be clear. The rope is not actually to tie up Junior Suyu, not tie him up. Wu Qingmei put away some of the ropes. Lu Meng explained, I've interacted with Junior Suyu. He's a natural-born tactician. Everyone suddenly understood. Got it? The rope is just to show our determination. Be sure to handle it well, or you might get ambushed tonight. Wow, I like this Junior. Who doesn't? The carriage slowly rolled into Jubi City. The three travelers looked up at the towering city gates, holding their breath. Zhuge Yun smiled calmly. This is one of the artifacts of suppression. If you can collect all 108 of them, the beast tide won't be a threat. Curious, so you asked, Teacher, how many do we have in China right now? Not more than 10, Zhuge Yun replied calmly. Hearing this, Suyu fell silent, thinking to himself, isn't this just a pipe dream? Zhuge Yun started walking forward. Let's go. We still have some distance to cover to get to Jubi University. Cheng Yong looked bewildered. Walk? Do you know how far Jubi University is from here? We can take the bus too. Zhuge Yun's voice came from ahead. Tianyuan parted ways with his grade 6 wild wolf, and the three students obediently followed their two teachers. As they walked, Zhuge Yun introduced the customs and culture of Jubi City, succinctly describing it as tough and hardy. After nearly 2 hours of walking, Jubi University was still nowhere in sight. Tentatively, Suyu suggested, Teacher, maybe we should take the bus? Sure, there's a bus stop just ahead, Zhuge Yun agreed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jubi University, Lu Meng and a few others were anxiously waiting. Old Lu, didn't you say it would take just an hour? It's been 3 hours now, and there's no sign of them. One of them complained. Lu Meng sighed. I don't know either. Master Qian was supposed to pick up Suyu, so there shouldn't be any issues. Just then, Wu Qingmei's eyes lit up. Look, isn't that Suyu getting off the bus? Lu Meng looked over immediately. That's him. Let's go. Hurry. We can't let the juniors from the combat academy snatch him away. They quickly approached Suyu, only to find Zhuge Yun among them. Zhuge Yun addressed the three new students. You three follow me. I'll help you with the enrollment procedures and show you around Jubi University. Lu Meng and his group hastily greeted Zhuge Yun. Are you heading out? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile. Yes, we're about to take the bus to the wilderness. Old Lu said he discovered something new. They replied quickly. Then you should go, Zhuge Yun said, and they immediately boarded the bus. Turning to the freshmen, Zhuge Yun said, let's go. I'll help you with the enrollment. Xiao Qiao asked curiously, were those seniors just now? I saw one of the senior sisters holding a rope. Zhuge Yun, unperturbed, replied, they might be heading to the wilderness to capture some exotic beasts for experiments. Suyu's lips twitched slightly. He doubted that senior brother Lu Meng's encounter was purely coincidental. On the bus, Lu Meng and his group were puzzled. They knew Zhuge Yun was picking up Suyu, but they hadn't expected the elusive master to accompany him the entire time. Suddenly, Lu Meng's eyes brightened. What's the problem? Professor Zhuge is personally helping Suyu enroll. Do you think we need to worry? Right. No wonder Professor Zhuge is still there. They all realized. At the entrance of Jubi University, Zhuge Yun led the three students to the enrollment tent. 3 sophomore students stood up immediately to greet him. Zhuge Yun nodded slightly. These 3 are new students at Jubi University. Please help them with the enrollment procedures. Meanwhile, in the Combat Academy's faculty building, several teachers, upon hearing that Zhuge Yun was personally handling Suyu's enrollment, rushed towards the entrance. They ran into Tianyuan on the way. Swordmaster Yangshou questioned, Old Qian, what happened? You were supposed to pick up Suyu. Why did you come back alone? Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. I did pick him up. He should be enrolling now. Foolish. Spearmaster Liang Ming almost had a heart attack from anger. Which academy is Zhuge Yun from? You handed Suyu over to him? Are you planning for Suyu to minor in the combat department? Tianyuan replied deliberately, it won't come to that. Why not? Do you know what kind of people are in the Tactics Academy? Suyu is set to major in martial arts. Aren't you afraid they'll mess with us? That's the Tactics Academy. You're unbelievable. Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Gentlemen, I'm Tianyuan. I managed to snatch Suyu from 3 other schools. Do you think I'd let the Tactics Academy take him away? Relax, you're all masters. Going to the entrance to snatch students? What kind of image does that present? As he spoke, Tianyuan pushed them back. Really? Tianyuan, you're not lying? Why would I lie? The Tactics Academy does have a bad reputation, but they're reasonable. With Suyu's martial talent, Master Zhuge himself told me that having Suyu study tactics would be a waste of time. Are you sure he wasn't fooling you? You know the Tactics Academy says anything. Still somewhat skeptical, the group hesitated. Tianyuan, full of confidence, also had a moment of doubt, thinking, Zhuge Yun wouldn't have lied to me on the carriage, right? Back at the entrance, the male student handling the enrollment looked cautiously at Zhuge Yun. Teacher, Suyu was enrolled in the combat academy? Zhuge Yun nodded. I know. He'll go to the academy that accepted him. The student sighed in relief and quickly processed Suyu's enrollment, integrating his wristband into the combat academy's system. After confirming their enrollment, the student looked at Zhuge Yun again. Teacher, should we take the new students to get their uniforms? No need. I'll take them myself. Zhuge Yun smiled. Thank you, teacher. Under Zhuge Yun's guidance, the group officially entered Jubi University. The students at the reception immediately started discussing. The top scorer is different. You can tell just by their demeanor. Song Qinghuan and Suyu really are a perfect match, a pair made in heaven. By the way, why don't they have any luggage? Are you dumb? This year's exam rewards included spatial rings and wristbands. Wow, when will I get one of those? Ha, keep dreaming. It costs 10,000 academic credits to exchange for a spatial wristband. It's a total rip-off. Along the way, Zhuge Yun meticulously introduced various aspects of Jubi University to the 3 newcomers. Pointing to a towering building in the distance, he explained, that is Yunzhong Tower, Jubi University's resource store. You'll go there to exchange credits for training resources. The 3 followed Zhuge Yun's finger and saw rows of identical small houses neatly arranged from the foot to the top of a nearby hill. Zhuge Yun continued, that's where you'll be doing your bone tempering training. There are 3,000 training pavilions divided into 24 levels. As freshmen, the highest you can use is the Brown Tianzi Pavilion. Above that are the white and black levels. Suyu thoughtfully asked, Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow? Is that from freshman to junior year? Zhuge Yun nodded affirmatively. That's right. Freshmen wear brown, sophomores wear white, and juniors wear black. As freshmen, if you see someone in white or black, you should respectfully address them as senior brother or sister. The 3 nodded in understanding. Zhuge Yun continued, of course, freshmen also have the chance to wear white or black. If you can challenge all sophomore classes, you can wear the white Tianzi outfit. If you can challenge all junior classes, you can wear the black Tianzi outfit. You'll then receive 3 portions of credit resources per week. 500 credits for freshmen, 1,000 for sophomores, and 2,000 for juniors. If you can achieve that, you won't lack credits. He specifically looked at Suyu and added, you have a chance to challenge once a month. A week after the semester starts, you'll face the first challenge day. Xiao Qiao curiously asked, Challenge day? What's that? Zhuge Yun explained in detail. Challenge day is designed to give every student a fair chance to compete for resources. Starting from the Huang class, students can challenge those in higher classes. If you succeed, you swap places. There are 8 levels in total, Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow, each with 1 class. The Tian class has 30 students, the D class has 50, the Xin class has 80, and the Huang class has 100. The remaining 4 levels, Universe, Hong, Huang, and Wild, each have 4 classes with 100 students per class. So, over 1,000 students are eyeing your benefits and positions. Suyu asked curiously, Teacher, do many people challenge each year? Zhuge Yun smiled and replied, Yes, in the first month, almost everyone in the Tian class will challenge. The 3 were a bit stunned. Cheng Yong added, the school encourages over-level challenges. Just initiating a challenge rewards you with 100 credits. However, only Tian class students have this opportunity. Xiao Qiao thoughtfully said. So, earning credits doesn't seem that hard. Zhuge Yun explained with a smile. Credits are hard to keep because you spend them faster than you earn them. The Brown Tianzi Training Pavilion costs 100 credits for 12 hours. Your weekly credits won't last 3 days. Besides that, there are places like the Martial Arts Hall, Spirit Refining Realm, Blood Refining Realm, and Battle Technique Tower waiting for you to spend your credits. Hearing about these new things, the 3's eyes filled with anticipation. Zhuge Yun continued, You'll receive your uniforms, dorm keys, and a freshman handbook shortly. It contains a lot of useful information. As they walked, they finally arrived at Yunzhong Tower. This floating structure required an elevator to reach. They entered just as an elevator arrived, and several students waiting for the elevator froze upon seeing Suyu. As the elevator ascended, Suyu heard whispers behind him. Is that our top scorer? That's the top scorer? Doesn't look like they have 3 heads and 6 arms. I heard their Tian class gets 500 credits weekly, 10 times what our Huang class gets. Wow, that's the Tian class treatment. In the Grand Hall of Yunzhong Tower, Suyu saw 8 counters labeled Heaven, Earth, Mystical, Yellow, Universe, Hong, Huang, and Wild for collecting supplies. The Universe, Hong, Huang, and Wild counters had long lines, while the Tian and D counters were empty. The 3 headed straight to the Tian counter, drawing the attention of other freshmen. Wow, 3 more Tian class students. I'm so envious. I heard the Tian class dorms are individual villas. Our Universe class dorms are cramped with 4 people. Hey, at least you have a 4-person room. Our Wild class has 32 people per room. No worries. I heard sophomores get at least a 4-person room. Haha, I'm aiming to reach the Huang class or higher as a freshman to enjoy a single room early. You have ambition. By the way, don't these 3 look familiar? Familiar? Look closely. That's Suyu and Song Qinghuan, the top and second scorers this year. Wow, big shots. I wonder if their villas need a floor cleaner. I'm available. Under envious gazes, the 3 collected their supplies and returned to Zhuge Yun. When Suyu used his spatial ring to store items, even the sophomore girl handing out supplies looked envious. Zhuge Yun laughed. Feeling those wolf-like stares? Suyu replied. The school really goes all out to make us compete. Zhuge Yun explained. In school, you compete for treatment and resources. Outside, it's a matter of life and death. Without this system, we can't train wolves. Suyu joked. Is this the legendary wolf culture? Zhuge Yun neither confirmed nor denied it, saying, You all have your handbooks now, so I'll leave you to it. Chungyong, I'll take you to your new position. With that, the 2 left first. The 3 flipped through their freshman handbooks. Suyu suggested, let's choose our dorms first. Lin Yin just messaged that we might not be neighbors if we delay any longer. The 3 of them took the elevator back to the square. As soon as they stepped out, Lin Yin dashed towards Suyu like a cannonball. Captain, I missed you so much, he exclaimed dramatically. Quick as a flash, Suyu blocked Lin Yan's enthusiastic hug with his Bawang spear. Lin Yin stopped in his tracks, looking aggrieved. Captain, I don't have any snot or tears this time. Suyu replied with a straight face. It's not that. I just don't like hugging other guys. Lin Yin sheepishly glanced at Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao before stepping aside. Suyu turned to Fuyu, asking, You guys arrived 2 days early? Fuyu nodded in confirmation. Lin Yin eagerly added, I got to Jubai City half a month ago and stayed at Old Fu's place. Captain, I've already tempered 40 bones. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you challenging me now? Lin Yin quickly waved his hands. Haha, no way, not at all. Just then, Fuyu calmly activated his wristband. Lin Yan's voice echoed from it. Old Fu, I'm telling you, the captain's bone tempering speed can't match ours. I've got 40, you've got 39. Once we finish tempering our foot bones, we'll show the captain what we're made of. Suyu simply smiled silently. Xiao Qiao widened her eyes in surprise at Lin Yin. Lin Yin, have you been drinking again? Lin Yin glared at Fuyu. Old Fu, you'll remember this. If you don't put away your wristband, don't expect me to drink with you again. Then he turned to Song Qinghuan with a flattering expression. Sister-in-law, how many bones have you tempered? Song Qinghuan blushed slightly and answered softly. A bit slower than Suyu, 45 bones. Lin Yan's eyes widened instantly. What the heck, Captain? You're not even human. Suyu smiled and changed the topic. I heard the school has a martial arts pavilion. Let's check it out tomorrow. Captain. No, please. Lin Yan pleaded. I was just drunk talking. Don't take it seriously. The group laughed and chatted as they headed towards the dormitory area, attracting numerous curious glances. As the strongest team of the 228th class of Jubai University, they were undoubtedly the center of attention. They arrived at the dormitory area for the elite class, where more than 200 villas with small courtyards surrounded a lake. The ones with lights on at the entrance were already occupied. Lin Yan enthusiastically led the way. Our villas are over there. Just 5 in a row with no one else around. Upon reaching the villas, Suyu chose Meiyuan number 18, while Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan took number 16 and 17. They placed their wristbands on the door panels, officially becoming the owners of the villas. Suyu took a tour of his villa, satisfied with the 2-story layout plus a basement. The basement was a dedicated training room with soundproofing. Outside, there was a pavilion and a small garden, providing a beautiful environment. Remembering the 33% dormitory mentioned by the students from the lower class, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the strict hierarchy of Jubai University. After putting away the items prepared by Aunt Wu and Uncle Zhang, Suyu was about to make his bed when the doorbell rang. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan came to help tidy up. Despite having a cleaning robot, the two girls still picked up brooms and mops. Once everything was in order, the five gathered at Suyu's villa. Suyu took out a new camera, set up the tripod, and prepared for a group photo. Come on, everyone. Let's take some pictures to commemorate our first day at university. The group marveled at the new camera. Suyu explained, I bought a new one. Now we can take perfect group photos. In reality, it was a reward for completing a collection task, upgrading his talent from A to S, and including a remote-controlled tripod. Click, click, click. Suyu used up all 30 shots for the day. After the photos were taken, everyone rushed to grab the pictures. In the photos, the five of them beamed with youthful energy. As usual, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao took most of the photos, leaving 3 each for Suyu, Fuyu, and Lin Yin. Lin Yin excitedly said, This is our first team photo. I'll get a frame for it tomorrow. Captain, you look surprisingly photogenic. The group noticed Suyu staring at the photos in a daze. When called back to reality, Suyu's eyes sparkled. No worries, from now on, we'll take 10 photos every day to perfectly record our days at Jubai University. Suyu's personal panel displayed. Abilities: SSS level Ice Age, SSS level Phoenix Flame, SSS level Partial Lucky Favor, SS level Mental Control, A level Sensory Deprivation. On his first day at university, his luck was maxed out. The next morning, the five of them donned their brown uniforms and gathered. Other freshmen from the villas also started to come out, greeting Suyu enthusiastically. Brother Suyu. Good morning, Brother Suyu. Good morning, sister-in-law Qinghuan. Most of the 30 students in the elite class were familiar faces from the training camp. Unknowingly, a crowd formed behind Suyu, giving him an unintentional air of a gang leader. As they walked, more and more freshmen in brown uniforms joined, drawing increasing attention. The large group finally arrived at Jubai Square, where the locations for each class were already marked. The elite class had the prime spot closest to the podium. Standing at the front of the square, the 30 students felt the intense gazes of nearly 1,800 people behind them. Everyone aspired to be part of this elite group, especially to be in Suyu's position at the very front. Suyu quietly took a step back, and those behind him immediately followed. Frustrated, he shouted, Listen to me, 5 people per row, 6 rows in total. The elite class immediately complied, pushing Suyu's team to the very front row. Interestingly, other classes seemed to hear Suyu's command and began lining up in rows of 5 as well. The previously chaotic square quickly became orderly. Suyu was stunned. The senior students watching from afar were equally amazed. Is this the prestige of a top student? I don't know. Our school hasn't had a top student in recent years. In the Jubei Square, over 1,800 new students from the Combat Academy stood in neat rows, their uniforms gleaming in the sunlight, reflecting their high spirits. Soon after, the newly arrived Tactical Academy freshmen quickly followed suit, forming lines of 5. The elite classes from both academies stood side by side with an imposing aura. Amid the crowd, one familiar figure stood out, Qinling. She enthusiastically waved to several old friends upon arriving at the square. As a top performer in the lower-level tactical exams and one of the top 8 in the War Zone entrance exams, Qinling had successfully joined the elite class of the Tactical Academy. Meeting old friends in a foreign place, their faces lit up with genuine smiles, their eyes sparkling with the joy of reunion. The students had already lined up on their own, displaying excellent discipline. As the teachers approached and witnessed this orderly scene, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Principal Fan Luo chuckled. Looks like we won't need you homeroom teachers to whip them into shape this year. We owe it all to Director Qian for bringing us such a gem. A gem indeed, but let's make sure we don't ruin a rough diamond. One teacher chimed in. Not only should we not ruin it, but we should also show the other 3 academies that Jubei University has never been inferior in the past 5 years without a top scorer. Now that we have one, they'll see the real gap, another teacher said confidently. The teacher's banter reached the ears of the new students, who immediately straightened up and closed their mouths, presenting their best demeanor. Good morning, Principal. Good morning, teachers, led by Suyu. All the freshmen shouted in unison, their voices loud and powerful. This scene left the senior students wide-eyed and amazed. Wow, a top scorer is truly different. If we had been this proactive last year, we wouldn't have been left in the square all day by our homeroom teacher, one senior sighed. Indeed, excellence is never limited to just one aspect. Another senior nodded in agreement. What's the big deal about shouting good morning, principal and teachers? They're just freshmen. The real tests are yet to come. Someone else muttered jealously, a hint of envy in their eyes. Principal Fan Luo stepped onto the podium, and the homeroom teachers walked to their respective classes, scrutinizing their future students. The homeroom teacher for the 228th elite class of Jubei University was Master Yang Xiu, a master of gun techniques. His sharp gaze swept over the 30 students, each feeling an invisible pressure. Everyone, my name is Yang Xiu. For the next 4 years, I will be your homeroom teacher. Yang Xiu's voice was deep and powerful. Good morning, teacher. The students greeted in unison, their voices filled with respect. Yang Xiu nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at the podium. The other homeroom teachers also began to meet and get to know their students. On the podium, Principal Fan Luo began his speech. Good morning, students. I am your principal, Fan Luo. On behalf of Jubei University, I warmly welcome all of you. Good morning, principal. Applause thundered, echoing across the square. Today marks the opening ceremony of Jubei University. I am not one to waste time, so I will talk about two things. First, what should be the ambition of a student of Jubei University? Fan Luo paused, his gaze sweeping over each student, as if giving them time to ponder. After several seconds, he raised his voice. In ancient China, sages set the ambition to establish heart for the heaven and earth, establish life for the people, continue the knowledge of past sages, and open peace for all ages. In my view, this should also be the ambition of us Chinese children. As students of Jubei University, you should all hold this ambition and forge ahead. The students mulled over this statement, with Suyu also deep in thought. With memories of another parallel world, he clearly knew the origin of this quote. Hearing it again, he felt even more deeply that this was indeed the ambition all martial artists should have. That's the first thing, Fan Luo continued. The second thing is my sincere hope as the principal of Jubei University that each of you will graduate healthily. The opening ceremony of the 228th class ends here. Homeroom teachers, please proceed with your arrangements. True to his word, Fan Luo wasted no time, turning and leaving after finishing his speech. On the square, homeroom teachers began issuing orders. Some criticized students for not standing straight enough and required them to keep standing. Others had students introduce themselves to each other. Some classes even sat on the ground and played games like passing a handkerchief. Those caught had to run 100 laps around the square, kicking up dust as a group of students, bursting with energy, chased each other like mad. Many students watched this scene with newfound interest. Master Yang Xiu of the elite class smiled slightly. Let's go. I'll first take you to the place where you'll have classes every day. He led the way, with a group of students following in perfect order. Suddenly, Suyu thought of how, in another timeline, the first month of university life included military training. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of these martial artists undergoing military training, and he chuckled to himself. The elite class at Jubei University had its own teaching building. The 800 square meter classrooms on each floor amazed the students. Yang Xiu casually entered one of the classrooms. The elite teaching building, there are 16 of them in the school, and this one will belong to our class from now on. Yang Xiu looked around, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Of course, if any of you are eliminated, you'll have to attend classes in the martial arts teaching building. Yang Xiu spoke as he turned on the large screen in the classroom. In the center of the room, a massive 500 square meter arena appeared, its smooth surface reflecting the overhead lights. 30 students sat neatly in the front row, their posture straight and firm like pine trees. Suyu's team occupied the central seats, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Despite their impressive resumes, these 30 prodigies resembled kindergartners at this moment, sitting upright with their hands neatly folded on the desks, their eyes fixed on Yang Xiu. The air was filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. Yang Xiu scanned the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips. There's no need to be so formal. My teaching style is quite relaxed. Just take it easy. However, his words had no effect. The students remained as still as statues. Typically, the first class should start with introductions, Yang Xiu continued. But I assume you all already know each other, so let's skip that and move on to today's first order of business. Selecting a class monitor, as soon as he finished speaking, a rustle went through the room. 29 pairs of eyes shot towards Suyu like arrows. Feeling the scrutiny, Suyu shifted uncomfortably, thinking back to his high school days when he preferred sleeping in the back row. Yang Xiu seemed unfazed by their reaction and went on. Additionally, the class monitor will receive a 10% bonus in weekly credits. If the class undertakes a mission in the absence of a teacher, the monitor will act as the commander for everyone. He observed their reactions with interest. The 29 pairs of eyes remained fixed on Suyu, as if trying to bore a hole through him. Upon hearing about the credit bonus, Suyu puffed out his chest, clearly eager. Teacher, I'm willing to be the class monitor, Suyu declared loudly, barely able to contain his excitement. Yang Xiu looked around and asked, any objections? No objections, the students responded in unison, their voices startlingly synchronized. All right, so you will be the class monitor for the first month. Yang Xiu nodded in approval. Each month on challenge day, you are allowed to challenge the class monitor. Many students exchanged glances filled with anticipation, already planning how to showcase their skills in future challenges. With the class monitor decided, let's begin the lesson. Yang Xiu clapped his hands, drawing their attention back to him. Today's first lesson. Understanding other races? With a wave of Yang Xiu's hand, a gigantic projection appeared over the arena. The 30 students held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene before them. For the first time in their lives, they witnessed the true nature of a desolate battlefield, their faces a mix of awe and curiosity. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a lush green battlefield unfolded before everyone's eyes, starkly different from what they had imagined. The students nodded in surprise, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yang Xiu turned to Suyu and asked, "Class monitor, have you ever heard about the origins of the desolate battlefield?" Suyu didn't respond immediately, so Song Qinghuan gave him a gentle nudge with her elbow. Snapping back to reality, he said, "I read in a book that the desolate battlefield is another dimension of Blue Star. The alien races discovered and occupied it after their arrival." Yang Xiu nodded in confirmation. "That's right, that was our understanding 100 years ago. But in the past century, our strongest have continually explored and reached new conclusions." The students perked up, listening intently. The desolate battlefield is actually a warship that the alien races use to migrate through the universe. As Yang Xiu's words sank in, all 30 students wore expressions of shock. "Are you serious? The desolate battlefield is their warship? So, the aliens haven't invaded our territory?" The students buzzed with discussion, their understanding turned upside down. Yang Xiu didn't interrupt, waiting until the chatter died down before continuing. "Yes, currently, the aliens have not invaded our territory, but they have invaded the entire Blue Star. For the past 200 years, the desolate battlefield has been slowly consuming Blue Star. Once it completely devours Blue Star, our human race will become outsiders on this planet, rejected by the world itself. At that point, the aliens will become the masters of Blue Star." The classroom erupted in chaos once again. Damn it, those aliens are heartless. Sickening. As expected, those who are not of our kind are bound to be different at heart. Teacher, is there no way for our human race to stop this? Are we just going to watch them consume it? The students looked at Yang Xiu, eyes full of hope. Yang Xiu smiled, but his words tightened their chests. "Maybe there is a way, but with your current strength, you're not ready to know." Then, holograms of two-legged creatures appeared in the center of the classroom. Everyone immediately recognized the hateful alien race. Their faces were a chaotic black void, yet people could instinctively identify their eyes and mouths. Yang Xiu showed more alien forms, some with wings, some with horns, and even some that were half human, half horse. He explained, "These are all alien races. In the first 100 years, they were almost invisible to the naked eye. As the desolate battlefield merged with Blue Star, their forms gradually became similar to Blue Star species. The aliens call themselves the divine race. The first type you saw is known as the Oracle royalty, and those resembling Blue Star's beasts are the 100 Spirit royalty. These two races are primarily who we're fighting against." Suyu raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, do we still not know how many Oracle royalty and 100 Spirit royalty aliens there are in the desolate battlefield?" Yang Xiu nodded frankly, causing the entire class to gasp, faces growing serious. "Exactly, we have no idea. We don't know their numbers, or the scale of the desolate battlefield. The only thing we know for sure is that their strongest royals are on par with our strongest on Blue Star. To turn the tide against the aliens, a warrior stronger than the 9th grade must emerge." Yang Xiu's eyes flashed as he scanned the class. "You students are the most promising generation of our human race. In the past, some students despaired upon learning this information, losing hope for our future. But I tell you now, the darkness ahead is already being explored. Your greatest goal is to follow in the footsteps of your predecessors. Even if you can only lend a hand, it won't be in vain for the Human Alliance and Jubii University who have nurtured you." The student's eyes filled with determination. Yang Xiu nodded approvingly but then changed his tone. "Good, you have spirit. But if you don't even dare to challenge a mere top student, I doubt you can trouble the aliens." Suyu, sitting in the middle, was taken aback, then realized that this seemingly friendly teacher was the most provocative. Feeling the heated gazes around him, he broke into a bright smile. "I'm always ready for your challenges." Yang Xiu's lips curled slightly as he continued. "All right, now for your course schedule. From 8 a.m. to noon, you'll have classes on cold weapons and combat techniques. There will be teachers in this building every day until the end of this semester. Next semester, you'll need to choose a mentor. Remember, this is a mutual selection process. You can choose a mentor, and mentors can choose you, based mainly on your performance in the first semester. By the way, Suyu, you can choose a mentor right now." Everyone looked at Suyu enviously, but he shook his head. "Teacher, I'm not in a hurry. I'll attend a few classes first." Yang Xiu nodded and continued. "Although there are daily classes, they are not mandatory. In other words, all 30 of you can skip classes every day." His words were met with skeptical looks. No one believed him. Afternoons and evenings are free time. There are many places in the school waiting for you to explore. Trust me, for many, 4 years of college won't be enough to explore all of Jubii University." The student's eyes filled with anticipation. Yang Xiu concluded with emphasis. The school has no strict requirements for you, except for the challenge day on the second Thursday of every month. On this day, you must gather in the martial hall. As for the specifics of the challenges, you should already know. Based on my years of experience, usually, 1/3 to half of your class will be replaced by the end. The students felt a chill, but Yang Xiu smiled. Don't be too nervous. There won't be peer challenges during the first 2 months of the freshman period, but you still have to attend. Including the challenge day 5 days from now, there will be 3 in the first 2 months. If you initiate a higher level challenge during these 3, you'll receive 100, 200, and 400 credit rewards, respectively. The student's eyes lit up, and Yang Xiu's smile broadened slightly. All martial arts universities in Huagua start on the same day, and many universities in the 3 other regions of Blue Star have also chosen this day. Although some institutions are called temples and other sanctuaries, they are essentially organizations nurturing the next generation for various forces. As the martial arts universities begin, the leaders of the 4 great sanctuaries of the Human Alliance gather. In a mystical space, Wang Chuandao, the Minister of Education of Huagua, presides over the east. Bill, the Zeus of the new nation of gods, sits in the west. Ushi Shonan, the chieftain of the Untribe, takes the south, and Oslian, the Pope of the Holy Soul Church, holds the north. Bill frowned at Wang Chuandao, his tone filled with confusion. Wang, what were your ancestors thinking, leaving behind sacred laws to aid beasts in the sanctuaries? We had an incident of beasts gaining wisdom in the new nation of gods, but that was purely accidental, receiving enlightenment from ancient gods. Why did your Huaxia ancestors deliberately leave cultivation methods for beasts? He paused before adding, but don't worry, Wang. In our pantheon, there has been a legacy of the huntress. This time, on the day of divine selection, I will have our Western divine children seek the huntress's legacy. If they obtain it, these beasts will be at our mercy. Ushi coughed lightly and questioned, Bill, as far as I know, you've been searching for the huntress's legacy for almost 50 years. How can you be sure you'll find it this time? Bill responded firmly, this time, they must find it. Oslian nodded in agreement. Our holy children will also seek ways to prevent the reproduction of these beasts. We must suppress them from multiple angles to completely eradicate their threat. He then looked gravely at Wang Chuandao. Wang, this time, you must not let the beasts gain enlightenment from the sanctuary's legacy. If it comes to it, I believe we should wage war against the beasts of Tsongshan. With our combined strength, we can cripple them first. Bill shook his head helplessly. If we divert our attention, the situation on the wasteland battlefield will be for naught. Besides, Blue Star still needs the threat of these beasts. Wang Chuandao's eyes were resolute as he said gravely, Huagua will definitely not let the beasts gain enlightenment again. However, the beasts are already threatening many nations. We might face a new beast-tide crisis even before the day of legacy. In Huagua, there have been many signs. Everyone must be on high alert. The 3 leaders' expressions tightened at his words. Oslian sighed helplessly. Why did your ancestors leave such terrifying legacies for other races? Even though we have similar methods in the north, they require a 6th grade realm. Your Huagua legacy can awaken intelligence at a mid-grade realm with just half of it. Wang Chuandao shook his head in resignation, saying nothing more. In reality, he roughly understood why the Huaxia ancestors left such legacies. In their eyes, these beasts were mere mounts, not even worthy of being pets if they weren't strong. The ancestors probably never imagined that humans could be threatened by these creatures. Wang Chuandao's gaze turned contemplative as he pondered what the prosperous ancient era was like, and how they would have dealt with an invasion by other races. Meanwhile, the freshmen at Jubiai University were attending their first class. Professor Yang Xiu gave a brief half-hour lecture before dismissing the class, allowing everyone to move around freely. As Yang Xiu left, the atmosphere in the classroom subtly changed. All eyes unconsciously turned to Suyu. This top student, who had led them through the beast-tide battle and dominated the arena competitions during the training camp and college entrance exams, was undoubtedly their idol. Feeling the mix of admiration and hesitation from his classmates, Suyu stood up and said loudly, Classmates, since you've chosen me as the class monitor, I will fulfill my duties well this month. I've created our class group chat, ID 518518. Feel free to join. If there are any class matters, we can discuss them there. As classmates, we should help each other. He flashed a bright smile. Also, I warmly welcome everyone to challenge me every month. Especially you, Lin Yin. You promised to show me your skills. Lin Yin immediately cried out, Boss, there's no need to pick on your own people. I admit I wanted to be class monitora. No, I've never coveted the position. Lin Yan's words instantly drew laughter from the entire class, lightening the mood. Thus, the first class for the 228th cohort of Jubiai University's elite class ended in a cheerful atmosphere. Meanwhile, the situations at other universities varied. At Dongji University, the third-place scorer in the college entrance exams, Gao Shi, naturally became the class monitor of the elite class. However, as soon as the dismissal bell rang, he sprinted out of the classroom, leaving his classmates bewildered. The class monitor of Nanjing University's elite class exuded a cold aura, keeping everyone at bay before anyone could even speak. In contrast, Wu Linlin of Pingyun University displayed grace and confidence. She defeated 6 classmates, including her close friend Yang Wenxian, to win the position of class monitor, immediately gaining the approval of the entire class. At the same time, in the Tactical Academy's senior class, the atmosphere was tense. A group of students sat together, discussing Suyu's whereabouts. Old Liu, why won't Professor Zhuge let Suyu minor in tactics anymore? Didn't you say his tactical talent is just as good as his martial arts talent? Yeah, so you could totally continue studying tactics. Isn't it a waste of talent? I don't get it. Wu Qingmei pondered for a moment before standing up abruptly. No, I'm going to ask Professor Zhuge about it. The others quickly pulled her back. Qingmei, are you sure you can even find Professor Zhuge on campus? Lu Meng thought for a moment and slowly said, perhaps Professor Zhuge didn't let Suyu minor in tactics to save face for our tactical academy. After all, he aced our final exams in his 3rd year of high school. If he minored here, junior students, and even us, might just find a river to jump into. But everyone sighed. What a talented junior. How can someone have such exceptional martial arts talent? Wu Qingmei listened silently, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Yang Xiu finished class early, and the group of friends set off to explore different parts of the school. Yesterday, Suyu and his friends had already taken a quick tour of the martial arts hall, the library, the spirit refining realm, the blood refining realm, and the combat techniques building. Except for the library, which didn't require blood crystals, other places were either too expensive or off-limits for them. The martial arts hall had a minimum cost of 5,000 credits for a basic martial arts technique, which was an astronomical figure for Suyu, who was already 2,000 credits in debt. However, he wasn't discouraged, thinking that if he could photograph the teachers every morning, he could save a lot of credits. The spirit refining realm and the blood refining realm were even more out of reach, costing 10,000 credits per entry, and first-year students only had 3 chances per semester. No one in Suyu's team could afford it. The only place they could barely afford was the combat techniques building, which charged 50 credits per challenge, with a 10-credit reward for each level passed. Yesterday, Suyu had eagerly wanted to challenge it, only to be told that the minimum requirement was to be at the peak of the first rank. After a day of running around, they had mainly the martial arts hall and the training pavilion left to visit. Taking advantage of their rare free time, the 5 of them headed straight to the nearest martial arts hall. Along the way, they kept encountering senior students dressed in white, and they greeted them politely. In front of the martial arts hall, Lin Yin gritted her teeth and said, I must wear white soon. No, I must wear black. Then I won't have to call everyone senior. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out. Are you here to watch in the martial arts hall? Lin Yin immediately bowed respectfully. Hello, senior sister. The other 4 stifled their laughter. The girl in the white school uniform scrutinized them and exclaimed, Hey, are you the famous 5 prodigies of Juba University this year? Suyu, you're the top scorer. I recognize you. Her gaze quickly shifted to Song Qinghuan. You're Song Qinghuan. You were so cool when you froze Hao Jiming in the college entrance exam. Song Qinghuan blushed and looked down, embarrassed. The girl warmly introduced herself. Hi, I'm Yin Yu from the 2nd year top class. Are you planning to visit the martial arts hall? It's a good thing you ran into me, or you'd definitely get tricked out of a week's worth of credits by those unscrupulous seniors. Come with me. They won't dare mess with you if I'm around. Xiao Qiao curiously asked, Senior sister, how do those seniors trick credits from us? Yin Yu explained, it's nothing special, really. Mainly, it's the students from the Cosmic Wilderness class who wait for freshmen in the martial arts hall. They provoke you into sparring matches with verbal taunts. The stakes are usually a week's worth of credits. To them, your 500 credits are like a gold mine. Most new prodigies can't resist the provocation and end up losing a week's credits. Suyu's eyes lit up. Senior sister, can you tell me the weekly credits for each 2nd year class? Yin Yu glanced at him and advised, don't even think about it. Everyone has thoroughly investigated you. No one will be foolish enough to provoke you. Unless it's someone from our top class. But winning would be embarrassing, and losing even more so. Suyu looked disappointed. Yin Yu added, actually, 2nd year credits aren't that much higher, just double that of 1st year credits. That's why those seniors resort to any means to target you freshmen. But you, Suyu, are an exception. Hearing this, Suyu felt as if he had missed out on a $1 million lottery. Led by Yin Yu, the 5 entered the martial arts hall. The hall had 9 floors, each with 99 arenas. From the center, one could see the arenas up to the 9th floor. As they walked, Yin Yu explained, these arenas could save our lives in our final moments. But remember, it's the last resort. They are different from the college entrance exam arenas. If the arena's effect is triggered, you're basically half dead. At this moment, The hall was filled mostly with second-year students in white, leisurely sparring, clearly waiting for easy targets. The higher the floor, the higher the stakes, Yin continued. On challenge days, if you want to challenge beyond your level, you have to fight from the second floor all the way to the ninth. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, I have high hopes for you both. Song Qinghuan quickly waved her hand. Senior sister, you're overestimating me. Yin smiled knowingly. She knew that with Song Qinghuan's strength, she would have been the top scorer in her year. She turned her gaze to Suyu. Suyu grinned. Senior sister, can we place bets in the cross-level challenges? Yin was taken aback. I haven't heard of that. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Haven't heard of it? So, it's possible? Yin gave him a long look, deciding that if Suyu really reached the ninth floor on challenge day, she wouldn't be one of the 10 opponents. In cross-level challenges, a class will send 10 people to fight. You have to defeat them all to clear that class and move up. Yin reminded. Oh, and Suyu, you won't have ample recovery time between matches. If you really plan to clear all levels in one go, you might want to visit the Cloud Pavilion and get some chi and blood pills. They're 10 credits each, not too expensive. Better than failing due to exhaustion. Suyu nodded seriously. Thank you for the advice, senior sister. Yin smiled wryly. No problem. Just don't bet credits with me if we meet in a challenge. Suyu nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, senior sister. I was just asking. You don't have to take it seriously. Yin remained noncommittal. In reality, as someone at the peak of the third rank, she didn't think she would lose to Suyu. But she had a hunch that even if Suyu didn't succeed the first 2 times, he would definitely succeed the third time. When they reached the 9th floor, they found the arenas empty. Yin explained. Opening an arena on the 9th floor costs 100 credits. Usually, only 3rd and 4th year students use them for serious sparring. Let's head back down. Just then, a commotion erupted from below. Yin spread her hands helplessly. Looks like some freshman took the bait. Suyu raised an eyebrow and turned to Yin. Senior sister, as the class president of the Tianzi class, isn't it reasonable for me to stand up for my classmates? Noticing Suyu's eagerness, Yin thought for a moment before nodding. Yes, it's reasonable. After all, you are the class president. Let's head down quickly. The group swiftly moved downstairs. Lin Yin excitedly suggested, Captain, what if I disguise myself as someone else and pretend to be fooled into the arena? Then you can step in and back me up? Let's bet 50 credits. If you win, we split it 70-30. No, 80-20. Suyu's eyes gleamed with approval. Old Lin, I didn't know you had a knack for business. As your captain and class president, I'm impressed. They hurried downstairs, with Yin following behind, lost in thought. She suddenly realized that, in their eyes, the students at the martial arts hall were the real easy targets. Did Northern University just get a new big shot? Upon reaching the first floor, Suyu immediately noticed a figure in a brown Tianzi uniform on the arena. He first smirked, then his expression turned to anger. Beside the arena, 2 other students in brown Tianzi uniforms were also fuming. Suyu approached, seamlessly blending in. Yin observed everything clearly from behind and made a mental note to warn her sisters later never to fall for this big bad wolf's tricks in school. Suyu walked up to the 2 students and accurately called out their names. Sun Wangqiang, Ma Ming, what's going on? The 2 were momentarily stunned before explaining, President, we didn't get a chance to visit the martial arts hall yesterday. Today, we came to check it out, but as soon as we arrived, these senior brothers started saying that our 228th Tianzi class is all show and no substance. We wanted to avoid trouble, but they kept pushing, calling us cowards who wouldn't even talk back. Qi Wenrui couldn't stand it and accepted their challenge. Suyu was surprised at how easily his classmates fell for the provocation. He looked towards the arena and noticed Qi Wenrui's opponent in a Huangzi uniform. He immediately understood that these second-year seniors were not only using verbal taunts, but also preying on the confidence of the Tianzi class prodigies. A first-year Tianzi student against a second-year Huangzi student, few would think they'd lose. But Suyu had his doubts. Were they really Huangzi students? He decided to observe for now and not act hastily. The match on the arena began. Qi Wenrui used his ability, sending countless thorny vines towards the man in white. The opponent narrowly dodged, seemingly afraid of Qi Wenrui's continuous attacks, and closed in with his sword. They exchanged several blows, appearing evenly matched. Sun Wangqiang and Ma Ming cheered excitedly for Qi Wenrui from below. Suyu, however, narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the seniors were playing the long game. It seemed balanced on the surface, but the opponent was holding back their full strength. With a peak first-rank cultivation, if they went all out, their power would definitely surpass Qi Wenrui. As expected, after hundreds of exchanges, Qi Wenrui eventually made a mistake and lost. Sun Wangqiang and Ma Ming looked regretful. The man in white on the arena was about to ask if anyone wanted to avenge their classmate when he suddenly noticed Suyu standing beside them. He paused, and Suyu flashed a radiant smile. May I have the honor of knowing your name, senior brother? The man hesitated before replying. Ma Shou from the 227th Huangzi class. Suyu immediately noticed a senior in the crowd whose expression changed slightly, guessing that he was the real Ma Shou from the second-year Huangzi class. Still smiling, Suyu said, "Nice to meet you, senior brother Ma. Am Suyu from the 228th Tianzi class." "Yes, one of the so-called all-show, no-substance students you mentioned. Coincidentally, am also the class president of these showy students. Since you think our skills are lacking, I, as the class president, would like to accept your challenge." Without waiting for a refusal, Suyu leaped onto the arena and continued. "I heard you just bet 1 week's worth of credits with my classmate. I won't bet more. Let's make it 10 weeks. Senior brother, you from the Huangzi class, 10 weeks is 1,000 credits. For us, it's 5,000 credits." Ma Shou was taken aback by Suyu's rapid actions. Someone from the crowd shouted, "Junior brother, even if we wanted to bet, you don't have that many credits right now." Suyu chuckled, "Senior brother, you must have forgotten that the 4-school training camp also has credit rewards." The crowd was stunned, and he continued, "Xiao Qiao, Qing Huan, how many credits do you have left?" "I still have over 6,000. Captain has 4,008. Oh no, am I the one with the least? I only have a bit over 3,000. I also only have 3,000. Suyu's squad members answered one by one. The martial arts hall fell silent. These 4 were the real, easy targets. But they were too formidable to handle. Not only could they not handle them, but now they were also being cornered by another easy target. Seeing the lack of response, Suyu suddenly feigned realization. "Senior brother, I get it. You must not want to take advantage of us. 5,000 credits against 5,000 credits. How about you 5 against just me?" Suyu's calm tone dropped a bombshell in the martial arts hall. Seeing no one responded, he turned to Yenyu. "Senior sister Yen, is it allowed to have 1 against multiple in the martial arts hall?" Yenyu nodded with a wry smile, thinking that this junior was clearly trying to stir things up. Everyone in the martial arts hall gathered around. Seeing Ma Shou still hesitant, Suyu's smile faded. "What's wrong? Does senior brother think we, the 228th Tianzi class, are all show and no substance? Now you don't even dare to go 5 against 1? Or do you think it's unfair to have Tianzi class against Huangzi class?" Suyu's smile widened slightly. "How about you, senior sister Yenyu? Take my place. You're from the Tianzi class, so it's fair." Yenyu's forehead creased, but before she could speak, 4 students in white Huangzi uniforms had already jumped onto the arena. Everyone understood that if no one stepped up after Suyu mentioned fairness between Tianzi and Huangzi classes, the 227th Huangzi students would lose face. That's more like it. Cheating juniors out of their credits isn't fun. If we're going to play, let's play big. Suyu continued with a hint of disdain. "Senior brothers, if I use any abilities today, feel free to take the 5,000 credits." As Suyu's words echoed, the martial arts hall erupted into chaos once again. Something big is happening. Something big is happening. The top scorer just arrived and is already causing a stir. This announcement, like a thunderclap, instantly reverberated across the Jubi University campus. Students stopped in their tracks, ears perking up to catch this thrilling news. "Hey, stop being so cryptic," one student impatiently demanded. "What's going on exactly?" "My classmate at the martial arts hall said Suyu is challenging 5 people at once," the messenger excitedly explained. 5 sophomores who didn't know their place dared to provoke Suyu. "Who are these shameless guys?" Nearby students eagerly inquired. "They just tricked a freshman, and then Suyu stepped in," the messenger continued, his face full of schadenfreude. "That's not even the best part." He lowered his voice mysteriously. "Do you know how much they bet? 5,000 credits." Whoa, the surrounding students gasped, with someone exclaiming, "Are they still looking for people? I could use those 5,000 credits. If I told you Suyu said he'd lose if he used his powers, would you think you could take him on too?" the messenger added smugly. "Wow, this freshman is ruthless," someone marveled. "Enough talk. Let's get to the martial arts hall," someone impatiently shouted. "They're still signing the bet contract, so hurry up, and you might catch it." No sooner had the words been spoken than a wave of students surged toward the martial arts hall. The news spread like wildfire across the entire Jubi University. No one had expected the top scorer to stir up such a commotion on the very first day of admission. In the first-year section of the Combat Academy's teacher building, a few teachers were discussing the incident. "Old Young, you sure picked the right class monitor," one teacher said with a smile. "Indeed." Teacher Young nodded in agreement. Every year, the top class has freshmen getting tricked, but this is the first time the class monitor has stepped in. But let's be honest, Suyu challenging 5 people at once is really not holding back. Yang Shou took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Does a top-class genius need to save face for others?" Meanwhile, the atmosphere over in the sophomore section was tense. "If those kids really lose, old Ping, let's take our 4 classes out on a mission next month," one teacher suggested. "No point in staying here embarrassing themselves. Not just your 4 classes, include ours too," Another teacher chimed in. So you said there's no fun in scamming freshmen for credits in the martial arts hall. I say throw them all into the wilderness to earn their credits. The entire campus was buzzing. Freshmen and sophomores rushed to the martial arts hall, and even the usually time-crunched juniors paused their work to join the excitement. At the entrance of Mei Yuan number 18, Wu Qingmei, who had been waiting for a while, hesitated when she heard about Suyu's challenge but decided to stay. She opened the group chat and asked if anyone was live streaming the fight at the martial arts hall. Inside the martial arts hall, the originally sparse crowd had swelled to a sea of people. Some had rushed to the second and third floors to get an aerial view with their wristbands, while others jockeyed for front row spots to stream close-ups. Suyu, hearing that watching the live stream could earn a credit, thought he should ask these senior brothers for a cut. Before long, Song Qinghuan returned after handling the credit transfer and signing. All done. The contract is signed, she said, her face flushed with excitement. If you use Ice Age, you lose. Suyu nodded and joked. Aren't you afraid I'll lose all your credits? Song Qinghuan shrugged nonchalantly. Credits can be earned back. Suyu losing? That would make Mr. Cheng Yong, who was bandaged up a few days ago, really depressed. Since the total bet reached 10,000 credits, the martial arts hall's supervising teacher personally stepped in to referee. They were moved to the third-floor arena, each paying 10 credits as an arena fee. So you couldn't help but think that finding a random place to brawl might be a better idea. The crowd moved en masse. One of the live streamers even used his powers to extend his legs, sprinting to the front. Amid the chaos, Suyu and the 5 others ascended the arena. The supervising teacher reiterated, 1 against 5, you can use any powers, but you can't use yours. Got it. Got it, Suyu replied loudly. The other 5 merely nodded. They had accepted Suyu's condition of not using his powers, aware that while some might call them disgraceful, losing 5 Yanon would be a lifetime shame. Weighing the lesser of 2 evils, they chose the former. Take your positions. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 5 in white sprang into action. 4 attacked from different directions, while 1 vanished into the arena floor. Among the remaining 4, 1 had a body like steel, another was wreathed in flames, and 2 others had muscles bulging like the Hulk. Damn, Wang Yushuang and his gang are really pulling out all the stops to win, someone exclaimed. It's understandable, another analyzed. We've all seen the final exam. If they don't go all out from the start, Suyu will pick them off one by one. Honestly, Suyu not using his powers is a bit overconfident, someone worried. If he had his powers now, Wang Yushuang would be trapped under the arena. Both upstairs and downstairs in the martial arts hall, everyone's eyes were glued to Suyu. As the 4 closed in within half a meter, Suyu charged at the steel-bodied student. The steel student didn't flinch. With peak physical strength and a body like steel, he didn't believe Suyu could take him down in one hit. Bang! Boom! Suyu's punch landed. The steel abs instantly contorted, followed by his face, and he was sent flying. Before anyone could react, Suyu, without looking back, delivered a roundhouse kick to the flame-wreathed student, sending him to another arena. Next, everyone watched as Suyu's flame-imbued foot effortlessly kicked the remaining 2 like kicking balls. The 4 were utterly powerless against Suyu's explosive strength. Feeling Suyu's terrifying energy, many students widened their eyes. Damn, his energy must be over 1,000, they murmured in astonishment. In the arena, Suyu suddenly leaped, his energy surging. Boom! The arena erupted with shockwaves. The arena, designed to withstand low-level martial artists, began to crack. Wang Yushuang, hiding within the arena, emerged, his powers dissipating. Blood trickled from his mouth as he lay on the ground, defeated. The entire martial arts hall, including the black-clad students, stared in wide-eyed shock. The supervising teacher, who had been calmly watching, opened his mouth but said nothing. One of the live-streaming students, noting the 3 minutes and 24 seconds elapsed, remarked, "Guys, I think our live stream started at 3 minutes and 18 seconds. The chat, previously buzzing with strategies to counter Earth powers, fell silent. The entire chat room was quiet. In the martial arts hall, amidst the stunned silence, Suyu promptly asked, "Teacher, I remember you said we don't have to pay for damages to the arena, right?" In the office of the second-year faculty at the Battle Academy, a group of teachers gathered around a screen. Their expressions varied as they watched the recently concluded live broadcast. "It's over," one teacher sighed. "Those kids couldn't even last 3 minutes?" Several teachers, looking surprised, approached the screen. One of them hesitated before saying, "You should come see for yourselves." The crowd gathered around, faces filled with anticipation. They all knew that with Suyu's performance in the college entrance exams, his chances of winning this battle were over 90%. Below the 3rd rank, Suyu had a significant chance of winning Unknown against any prodigy. The replay showed Suyu's performance, leaving everyone stunned. 1 punch in 1 second, 3 kicks in 3 seconds, and finally, an airborne kick in 2 seconds. In just 6 seconds, the battle was over. Despite their full effort and use of special abilities, Suyu's 5 opponents seemed as fragile as toys before him. He didn't even use his abilities. One teacher marveled, let alone any weapons. These kids couldn't even force him to use martial arts. The office fell silent. After a long while, a teacher from the yellow class of the second year questioned, don't you think Suyu's vitality is a bit too strong? Those kids were all at the peak of the first rank, and one of them even practiced battle techniques. How could they not withstand a single move from him? His basic strength has long surpassed others. It's not surprising, someone replied. The yellow class teacher was relentless, replaying the video several times. The crowd gathered again to watch closely. This is more than just basic strength, the yellow class teacher insisted. It looks like he has mastered battle techniques. He's not even at the peak of the first rank. How could he have mastered battle techniques? Then it must be pure talent? The room fell silent again. After a moment, several teachers sighed simultaneously. Why couldn't they have faced the class of 228? As the second-year head teacher, it was humiliating to see his students being defeated by freshmen. Old Tian, can your top class hold up? Someone asked. The second-year top class head teacher looked conflicted. Who knows? Unless Tang Yuyu from our class breaks through to the middle rank, we'll probably be defeated by Suyu in the first round. Everyone looked resigned. Don't worry, the second-year middle-class teacher suddenly spoke up. I have a feeling our second-year division won't be the only one to face defeat. The teachers exchanged glances. Though no one confirmed it, no one doubted the statement either. Meanwhile, the martial hall was silent. The supervising teacher came to his senses and said to Suyu, of course, you don't need to compensate. Suyu bowed respectfully. Thank you, teacher. The supervising teacher waved his hand, indicating no need for formalities. Suyu jumped off the stage and turned to his companions. Qinghuan, go claim the points. Sun Wangqiong, Ma Ming, inform our class group that if any senior provokes us in the martial hall again, don't rush. Just record it with your wristbands. He continued seriously, patience is key. Just endure and wait. In 30 years, the tides will turn. Sun Wangqiong and the others nodded solemnly. We will follow the class monitor's guidance. Many second and third year students in the martial hall narrowed their eyes, feeling a sense of urgency from these juniors. Suyu then smiled innocently. Of course, if you really can't endure, go ahead and fight. But let me know in advance so I can livestream and earn some points. And make sure to save the recordings. They'll be crucial evidence. Despite his harmless smile, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Someone thought, livestream? More like a live demonstration of kicking them around. Song Qinghuan retrieved the points from the teacher and handed her wristband to Suyu. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Wenrui said, Class monitor, I was deceived this time. These points are from your victory in the ring. You don't need to give them to me. He looked at Zhang Shou. As the class monitor said, in 30 years, the tides will turn. I will reclaim the points I lost today. Suyu smiled. Without points for training in the first week, do you think you won't fall behind? Don't forget, those in the earth and mysterious classes are eyeing you. Qi Wenrui's expression tightened, ready to insist. Suyu thought for a moment and suggested, how about this? I'll lend you 500 points. When you earn points later, you can pay me back. He paused and added, with interest. Qi Wenrui, who was about to thank him, froze, his emotions stuck in limbo. When you pay me back, there will be an additional 10 points of interest, Suyu added. Qi Wenrui couldn't help but laugh. Suyu, holding the wristband, suddenly remembered it wasn't his. Qinghuan, what are you doing? Why give me your wristband? Just transfer me 2,000 points. Song Qinghuan quickly took back the wristband, looking a bit dazed. Everyone around realized that this guy was essentially getting something for nothing. Not only did he not have 5,000 points, but he also owed his girlfriend. Some looked on with envy, while others admired him, wanting to learn from him. As the match ended, the crowd dispersed. Yinyu was still waiting nearby. Suyu, next time, don't suggest I go up. I'm not interested in being a punching bag, she said, looking slightly resentful. Suyu quickly explained, Senior sister, it's a misunderstanding. I misspoke. Yinyu remained unconvinced, thinking he genuinely wanted to test his skills on her. Qinghuan, do you have anywhere else to go? If not, I'll show you around, she offered, looking at Song Qinghuan. Thank you, senior sister. We were planning to visit the training pavilion, Song Qinghuan replied. Yinyu nodded. All right, that's an interesting place. I'll show you around and then go train myself. With juniors like you, I can't slack off. Let's go. It's not every day I meet such talented juniors. Everyone politely followed her lead. In the martial hall, the supervising teacher watched them leave, witnessing the emergence of a top student in this era of prodigies. From his actions, the teacher had a premonition that this year's top class would be more united than ever before. When one person stirs up trouble, 3 people know about it. Suyu's feat of taking on 5 opponents single-handedly spread like wildfire among the freshmen at Dongji University, Nanjing University, and Pingyun University. Not only did a 6-second high-definition video of the fight go viral, but Suyu's bold declaration, "For 30 years the east bank of the river, for 10 years the west bank," also became a hot topic of conversation. At Dongji University, Gaoshi repeatedly watched the clip of Suyu's impassioned speech to the crowd. Each viewing filled her with determination. "Come on, Gaoshi, you can do it too. If Suyu can, so can you. This is what a class monitor should aspire to be. You must take responsibility. Otherwise, how can you be a reliable teammate for Suyu?" The situation at Nanjing University was slightly different. Hao Jiming watched the video once and then posted a brief but powerful message in the class of 228's group chat. "If anyone dares to bully you, come to me." The lively group chat fell silent instantly, with everyone holding their breath, waiting for more from Hao Jiming. However, the chat remained eerily quiet. Finally, someone broke the silence with a "got it," followed by a flurry of copy-pasted responses. Unbeknownst to them, Suyu's actions unintentionally fostered unity among the elite classes of other schools. At that moment, he was with Yinyu, heading to the training pavilion. As he looked up, he saw rows of neatly arranged buildings, each with an arena in front. Yinyu explained in detail, "The Combat Academy has nearly 6,000 students from freshman to junior year, but the training pavilion only has 3,000 rooms. The rooms are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, with 1 room per class. The highest levels, Universe and Chaos, have 175 rooms each. If your current level's rooms are full, you have to use the next levels. Juniors can use sophomore rooms if theirs are full, and sophomores can use freshman rooms. Some students with insufficient credits might even end up using the Heaven-level freshman rooms. The allocation resets weekly, and if someone challenges you for your room and you don't respond within 3 days, you automatically lose the right to use it." She smiled and added, "But this probably doesn't concern you. No one would be foolish enough to challenge you. Also, as freshmen, you have a 2-month protection period. So we sophomores can't use your rooms for now." Suyu nodded thoughtfully, "Given the chance and time. If you still can't hold on to your training room, you have no one to blame but yourself." Yinyu sighed in relief, worried that Suyu might stand up for his classmates as he did in the martial hall. She continued to lead the 5 of them to the brown Heaven-level training pavilion, pointing to the brown-marked Heaven on the door and the small electronic screen in front. "Place your wristbands on the screen. Once verified, this room will be yours for the next week. If you want to take someone else's room, you follow the same procedure." No sooner had she finished speaking than the 5 of them turned their gaze to the higher-level training rooms. Yin was unfazed, clearly accustomed to their ambitious nature. She took her leave. "Since you're here, you must want to try it out. I won't disturb you. I need to get back to my own training room." The 5 of them respectfully saw her off. Once she was out of sight, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Captain, do you think we have a chance to use the black Heaven-level training rooms as freshmen?" Fuyu replied calmly, "The captain might, but you definitely don't." "Fuyu, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You weren't this talkative before." Lin Yan retorted indignantly. Suyu quickly intervened. "All right, let's see how this training room works first." He placed his wristband on the screen, and the system immediately displayed, "Verified. Brown Heaven-level training room number 18. Owner Suyu. No challengers. Please select a recharge amount: 80, 160, 240, 320, 500 credits. The recharge amount will be automatically converted into time until fully used. Note: if you lose the room in a challenge, all remaining time will reset to 0. Without hesitation, Suyu chose the lowest option of 80 credits for 12 hours. The other 4 quickly completed their verification and recharging as well. "Teacher wants to see me tonight, so I'll set it for 5 hours. Arrange your time accordingly and don't forget the first class tomorrow morning," Suyu reminded them, inwardly noting how much he was starting to sound like a model student. Song Qinghuan and Lin Yan also opted to train for 5 hours, planning to continue their mental training later in the evening. Xiao Xiao decided to train until the next morning, given the importance of improving her unique abilities. Song Qinghuan gently patted Xiao Xiao's head. "I'll bring breakfast for you tomorrow morning." "Hee thanks, Qinghuan Jia. You're the best," Xiao Xiao said sweetly. They opened the wooden door and stepped inside the training room, finding nothing particularly special, just a simple wooden cabin. The only notable feature was its excellent soundproofing, completely blocking out external noise. Inside, a clock began a 5-hour countdown the moment Suyu entered. Seeing this, Suyu wasted no time. He sat cross-legged on the mat and began his training. In front of Mei Garden's gate number 18, Wu Qingmei anxiously waited but still did not see Suyu. Feeling helpless, she found a stone to sit on and started working on tactical problems using her wrist device. Although her hands were busy solving basic questions, her mind kept replaying the scenes of Suyu fighting against the sophomore team of 5. "If I were to face him without using my abilities, I might not be able to beat him, Wu Qingmei thought, frowning slightly. As someone who always wanted to prove that martial arts and tactics could progress together, she had to admit the difficulty of this challenge. Sigh, how can this junior have such a natural talent in martial arts? She sighed softly. Meanwhile, inside the Brown Tianzi Training Pavilion number 18, Suyu opened his eyes a few minutes early. He felt the unique atmosphere of the training pavilion and compared silently, without consuming blood crystals. Training here for 5 hours is equivalent to 2 hours in the regular training rooms of the Demon Refining Pavilion. He noticed that although the chi and blood in the air didn't significantly change, the recovery speed had greatly increased. Senior sister said it's because there's a spiritual vein buried beneath the mountain where the training pavilion is located. Suyu pondered. I wonder what it feels like to monopolize a spiritual vein. With this curiosity, he summoned his personal panel to carefully examine his attributes and skills. The panel displayed. Name, Suyu. Talent, S. Bloodline, Fire Phoenix Bloodline Fire Phoenix Feather. Unknown ability. Abilities, SS level Ice Age, SS level Nirvana Flame, SS level Lucky Favor Incomplete, S level Mental Control, a level 5 Senses Deprivation. Martial Arts, Phantom Steps Master, Mandarin Duck Kicks Proficient, White Bird Facing Phoenix Spear Proficient. Titles, First Class Martial Artist, Low Level Tactician, Intermediate Encyclopedia Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Basic Leg Techniques Master, Spear Techniques Master, Sword Techniques Master, Boxing Master, Bicycle Riding Master, Tomato and Egg Stir-Fry Master. Physical High-Dimensional Attributes, 14,851,203 Chi and Blood. Mental High-Dimensional Attributes, 599 Hz. Strength Low-Dimensional Attributes, 49,998. Agility Low-Dimensional Attributes, 51,096. Encyclopedia Collection, 136810000. Suyu carefully analyzed his growth and calculated in his mind. I've used 5 of the 8 ability slots. I need to find 2 more for life-saving purposes. My chi and blood have increased more than expected. At this rate, I might reach over 2,000 at the peak of the first class. My basic attributes have also improved significantly. With my current strength, handling mid-level martial artists shouldn't be a problem. He noticed that his mental strength seemed to have hit a bottleneck, recalling his teacher's words. This is the current limit that my body can withstand. To continue improving, I must first reach the peak of the first class. Suyu clearly understood his future direction. Upgrading my level must be the top priority. If the White Tianzi Training Pavilion can fully match the effects of the Demon Refining Pavilion, I can focus more on encyclopedia collection, such as from Qiao Qiao and Lin Yan. Also, the upcoming classes from those teachers, any skill I can acquire from them, as long as it's not something like tomato and egg stir-fry or green pepper and pork stir-fry, will significantly enhance my combat power. At that moment, a countdown sound echoed in the training pavilion. Suyu put away the panel and stood up to leave the small wooden cabin. Simultaneously, Song Qinghuan also stepped out. Upon seeing Suyu, Song Qinghuan's eyes immediately curved into crescent shapes. Suyu, I've completed the tempering of another bone. If I keep training here, I feel like I can finish tempering all the bones in my feet soon. She excitedly shared her progress. Suyu nodded with a smile. The major bones are much more challenging. I think it will take me another 2 to 3 days to complete the tempering of my fibula. Song Qinghuan's eyes sparkled. No problem. Once you finish challenging those senior brothers and sisters from the sophomore year, you'll progress faster. I need to complete my challenges quickly too. She clenched her small fists, encouraging herself. Before long, Lin Yan and Fu Yu also emerged from their training rooms. The 4 of them headed to the cafeteria together, had dinner, and then returned to their dorms. As they approached, Suyu noticed someone sitting at the entrance of his dorm from a distance. Hearing the footsteps, Wu Qingmei immediately looked up. Suyu teased, "Senior sister, you didn't bring any rope this time, did you?" Wu Qingmei was momentarily stunned, then remembered the awkward scene at the school gate yesterday. She cleared her throat and explained, "Junior brother Suyu, you've misunderstood. I have something to discuss with you." She glanced at the 3 people beside Suyu. "Why don't you invite me in first? I've been waiting at your door all day." Suyu was a bit surprised and quickly used his wrist device to open the door. "Senior sister, if you need to find me next time, you can contact me through our classmates." Although Suyu initially wanted to invite the 3 of them in, seeing Wu Qingmei's private matter expression, Song Qinghuan tactfully said she would return to training to avoid making him uncomfortable. The other 2 also went back to their rooms. In the living room, Wu Qingmei got straight to the point. "Junior brother Suyu, can you tell me why you don't take up a minor in the tactical department?" Suyu candidly replied, "I don't have enough time. Just focusing on martial arts training already feels like there's not enough time. If I also train in tactics, I fear I won't excel in either." Wu Qingmei suddenly proposed. "How about we make a bet? We have a match. If I win, you continue to minor in the tactical department. If I lose, I'll be at your beck and call whenever you need help, Wu Qingmei stated directly. Suyu was somewhat puzzled. Senior sister, why do you want to do this? Don't you think there's not enough time? But look at me. I'm majoring in tactics, yet I can still reach the mid-level realm, Wu Qingmei said earnestly. Suyu bluntly pointed out, Senior sister, could it be that our martial arts pursuits are different? This straightforward response made Wu Qingmei pause. She knew deep down that her reasoning was just an excuse, but she never expected her junior brother to see through her intentions so directly. Can't you be a bit more arrogant and easily provoked, like a typical freshman? Wu Qingmei sighed, preparing to leave. Just as Lu Meng had said, this junior brother was indeed a born tactician. However, Suyu suddenly spoke up. But, senior sister, I can agree to a match with you. He slightly smiled. Regardless of the outcome, I'll have to minor in tactics. Now that I've been offered a practice opportunity for free, I'd be foolish not to take it. Wu Qingmei was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes lit up. Are you serious? Of course, the bet goes as you said, Suyu replied sincerely. Wu Qingmei suddenly became cautious. Can you tell me why? The setting sun cast its rays through the window onto Suyu's face, and the young man revealed a smile as bright as the sunshine. Because I'm confident. In the basement of Meiyuan number 18, the atmosphere was tense. Suyu and Wu Qingmei stood facing each other, the air between them seemingly frozen. Wu Qingmei clutched a flexible sword, while Suyu was barehanded. Are you sure you don't need a weapon? Wu Qingmei asked again, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Suyu simply nodded, his eyes resolute. Wu Qingmei tightened her grip on the sword, thinking, as long as I can win, any means will do. As their eyes locked, the battle was imminent. Suyu's originally lazy gaze turned sharp in an instant, and Wu Qingmei's pupils seemed to transform into a blade. An invisible wave of tension quietly spread through the basement. Wu Qingmei calculated in her mind. Without using her special ability, her chances of winning were slim. Especially after this morning's sparring, she knew she was at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Her only chance lay in her special ability mental shock. Even if her opponent had superior mental strength, encountering this ability for the first time would still stun him for a few seconds, enough to decide the outcome. She knew Suyu's mental strength was formidable, but he would never expect the effects of her ability. Without hesitation, Wu Qingmei activated her power. Suyu immediately sensed a strange energy wave. The mental force was like a fine needle, piercing straight towards him. If he tried to resist it even if successful, the diffusion of mental energy would cause him to momentarily freeze. Moreover, this mental force contained many mysteries he couldn't fathom. Sensing this, a flicker of excitement flashed in Suyu's eyes. He tried to channel his mental strength, making it as gentle as water, enveloping the mental silver needle. Then, using the principle of Tai Chi, he subtly neutralized and reflected the attack back. This was Suyu's first attempt at mental manipulation, and it was successful. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, mental abilities are indispensable. Their clash happened in the blink of an eye. Suyu was ready for Wu Qingmei's next move, but suddenly her eyes turned white, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. What the heck? Suyu exclaimed. Within 3 minutes, Song Qinghuan hurried into the basement. Seeing Wu Qingmei lying on the ground, she looked at Suyu in confusion. Suyu innocently explained, Senior wanted to spar with me. I didn't expect her ability to backfire on herself. Song Qinghuan rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Her courtyard was littered with trampled flower petals. Although she trusted Suyu, she couldn't shake a sense of unease. At that moment, she suddenly felt sorry for the lovely flowers. I'll take Senior to the guest room to rest, Song Qinghuan sighed. Suyu stood there straight, like a child caught doing something wrong. While Song Qinghuan attended to Wu Qingmei, he quickly used his wristband to contact the teacher who was scheduled to visit that evening. Wu Qingmei lay on the bed, seemingly asleep but actually unconscious. At this moment, Zhuge Yun knocked and entered. Is Wu Qingmei all right? She's a treasure of our tactical academy. If anything happens to her, those old geezers will come after you, Zhuge Yun teased, handing a box to Suyu. Suyu sighed, she'll be fine. It's just a self-protection mechanism triggered by her mental strength hitting rock bottom. She'll wake up after a few days of rest. Zhuge Yun gave his disciple a deep look, then handed a crystal vial to Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, give this to your senior to drink. She should recover in about half an hour. Seeing Suyu's eyes light up, Zhuge Yun added nonchalantly, it's a calming elixir. It can restore a bit of mental strength and save lives when mental strength is depleted. How many credits? Suyu asked. 500. So expensive. Suyu clicked his tongue. Ignoring him, Zhuge Yun pointed to the box and said, open this box. This item is even more expensive, worth tens of thousands of credits. Teacher, have you finally remembered to give me a welcome gift? Suyu excitedly opened the box and found a pure white helmet inside. He was stunned. Teacher, what is this? Zhuge Yun smiled. Put it on, and don't resist any mental fluctuations you experience. Suyu obediently donned the helmet. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes. When he could see clearly again, he found himself standing atop a towering city wall. In the distance, a horde of beasts stretched endlessly, their terrifying and violent aura suffocating. Forcing himself to stay calm, Suyu exhaled deeply. Governor Su, the beast tide has crossed the class defense line. What should we do next? A voice called from behind. Suyu turned to see a resolute man clad in blood-stained armor waiting for his orders. Is this a more realistic tactical simulation? Suyu muttered to himself. Governor, what tactics? The armored man asked, puzzled. Realizing these NPCs seemed to have self-awareness, Suyu was shocked. Governor, please give your orders quickly. Seeing the beast tide approaching, the armored man grew anxious. Taking a deep breath, Suyu immediately commanded, activate the electromagnetic defense grid. Fire the glass laser cannons, 1 round every 30 seconds. Have the mid-level warriors in the city cover the students' evacuation while the beasts are distracted by the electromagnetic field. In the face of a beast tide, preserving the future is always Huagua's first principle. Even if the entire city falls, we must ensure the survival of our people and the heritage of Huaxia. Yes, sir. The armored man responded and sprang into action. Suyu then ordered others, bring me the city's military inventory records. Have the Warrior Association send me the information of all mid-level warriors in the city. The crowd hesitated. Already in command mode, Suyu barked, what are you waiting for? Move it. One of the men timidly said, Governor, all this information is already in your wristband. Suyu was momentarily speechless. The city's electromagnetic defense grid lit up, and countless beasts fell under the electromagnetic assault. On the city wall, Suyu was busy organizing the defense plan based on the city's warriors and military resources. Another bloodied man rushed over to report, sir. The western evacuees were ambushed by a small part of the beast tide. They have all been wiped out. Suyu's heart sank. An ambush by the beast tide? Does this mean there are primal beasts involved? Suyu had been wearing the helmet for over 40 minutes. By this time, Wu Qingmei had also woken up. Everyone waited quietly as Suyu finally removed the helmet. Several pairs of eyes immediately turned to him. How was it? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile. Suyu, his expression grave, carefully placed the helmet down and said heavily, total annihilation. The Battle of the Beast Tide. Ever since Suyu learned that the opposing side had a primordial beast commander, all the tactics he had studied in textbooks to deal with beast tides became useless. After defending the city for an entire day and night, the entire city fell without a single survivor, officially marking their defeat. At the moment when the primordial beast's claw pierced through his chest, Suyu felt as if he was truly facing death. When he opened his eyes, Suyu found himself back in the real world. Standing beside him, Zhuge Yun didn't immediately ask for details. Suyu closed his eyes and began to review all the information from the past day and night in his mind. Several minutes later, Suyu opened his eyes again and asked, what time is it now? Zhuge Yun smiled and replied, an hour. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. A day and night in the beast tide world had only been less than an hour in the real world? He was certain that every second in that world was genuinely experienced. Suyu's gaze fell on the pure white helmet. Zhuge Yun explained that this helmet was currently unique on Blue Star and could be considered a Suntober-released game, with Suyu being the first beta tester. The game had 9 levels, and only by clearing all the levels could one access the desolate battlefield. Zhuge Yun continued, your performance in the game will be fed back to me in real time. After each monthly challenge day, I'll review it with you. Playing the game for an hour each day will also help you relax from your intense training schedule. Suyu thought to himself, witnessing beasts overrun the city and getting killed by them every day, this is called relaxation? However, he still stood up, bowed, and thanked his teacher for the gift. Zhuge Yun waved his hand, explaining that it was Grandmaster Ji Qing who, upon hearing that Suyu didn't have enough time, helped get it. He also mentioned that there were fewer than 10 higher-ranking tacticians than Suyu in the country. Nearby, Wu Qingmei listened with envy. Suyu only then noticed she was awake and apologized. Wu Qingmei shook her head to show understanding but then realized that Suyu, who was clearly on the path of a tactician, had deliberately agreed to her bet. Suyu calmly responded, senior sister, we're all tacticians here. You understand? Wu Qingmei reluctantly accepted her loss, saying that if he ever needed help, he could come to her. Suyu politely declined the offer. Turning to Zhuge Yun, Suyu inquired about the situation with the real-world beasts. Zhuge Yun replied with a serious expression that the current beasts indeed had the capability to launch wars similar to those in the game, which was why all college students from sophomore to senior years in Huagua had their semesters started early. Wu Qingmei added that if a beast tide did occur, it would be their time to apply what they had learned. After Zhuge Yun and Wu Qingmei left, Song Qinghuan solemnly declared she would return to her training. The intelligence of the beast tide was like a sword hanging over their heads, significantly dampening the initial excitement of starting university. The next morning, the 5 of them arrived at their class on time. All 30 students of Class 228 quickly gathered. The feat of Suyu taking on 5 opponents at the martial arts hall yesterday had earned him a few more respectful glances from his peers. Shortly after, Yang Xiu entered the classroom with a spear. He briefly explained that today's lesson was about the spear, and as a master of spear techniques, he believed the spear to be superior to other weapons. Yang Xiu then demonstrated a set of basic spear techniques without using any martial arts or qi and blood fluctuations. This ordinary set of spear techniques left everyone wide-eyed. He asked if anyone had mastered advanced spear martial arts, and Suyu and Song Qinghuan straightened up. Yang Xiu explained that the difference between basic spear techniques and martial arts lies in the use of bones, meridians, and qi and blood. When the basic spear techniques reach the master level, any spear martial art becomes manageable. He emphasized that mastering one spear martial art is more valuable than learning a variety of them. Finally, Yang Xiu showcased the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. The spear's brilliance was dazzling, and the image of a phoenix spreading its wings faintly appeared in the classroom. At that moment, in Suyu's eyes, Yang Xiu seemed like a plump, majestic white sheep. After Yang Xiu finished demonstrating a set of spear techniques, the entire class watched intently, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Seeing that he had piqued their interest, he put away his spear and began to explain the basics of the techniques in detail. When he needed to demonstrate certain parts, he would invite students to the stage. Without a doubt, Suyu and Song Qinghuan often served as positive examples, while Lin Yan's restless nature made him the perfect example of what not to do. By the end of the class, Lin Yan's clothes had several holes from Suyu's spear. Class started promptly at 8 and ended at 12, with Yang Xiu running a tight ship. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, Suyu called out to him, "Teacher, today is our first official class. I'd like to take a photo with you to commemorate it." Yang Xiu turned around to see Suyu expertly setting up a tripod and camera. Suyu quickly positioned himself next to Yang Xiu, flashing his signature sunny smile. Yang Xiu cooperated effortlessly. He had already heard about Suyu's penchant for photography. Although Suyu hadn't brought his camera to class yesterday, today he had it trained on Yang Xiu. Reflecting on the various prodigies he had taught, Yang Xiu couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Compared to a former student who loved sketching or another who insisted on showing off his thigh muscles, Suyu's photogenic charm was a welcome change. Seeing the teacher's cooperation, Suyu was ready to use up all 30 shots on the film. Just then, Lin Yan ran over and said, "Captain, can you take a picture of me and the teacher too?" Suyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately called out to the class, "Everyone, today is our first official class. Let's all take a group photo with our homeroom teacher." In no time, the entire class lined up. Click, click, click. 30 shots were used up in an instant. Suyu's mind buzzed with a series of reward notifications. Although he didn't obtain any master-level martial arts or grandmaster-level spear techniques, he wasn't worried. He had found the right way to take group photos and believed that his efforts would eventually pay off. Meanwhile, Suyu had also gained a general understanding of his classmates' abilities. Most had a-level abilities, but skills like emotion control, super healing, and rapid growth showed great potential. With only 3 ability slots left, and 1 reserved for Lin Yan's reality warping power, he wasn't in a rush to acquire more. Over the next few days, the entire Jubai University settled into a rare tranquility. Occasionally, someone would shout, "I've got it," on campus, but most people were either on their way to training or already immersed in it. The elite class followed a strict routine. Classes in the morning and training in the bone tempering pavilion in the afternoon and evening. They also developed the habit of taking photos with their teachers after class, even more enthusiastically than Suyu. 3 days later, Suyu had mastered 18 different martial arts techniques. Despite this, he still hadn't obtained any Grandmaster level skills or Master level martial arts. Suyu speculated that this might be due to the low level of his skill collector. With no other options, he hoped that advancing to the 2nd rank would allow him to upgrade his skill collector. During these 3 days, Suyu also completed the tempering of his first fibula. If he could successfully challenge a higher level tomorrow, and use the Y-Tire bone tempering pavilion for training, he might reach the peak of the 1st rank within a month. This would allow him to test whether breaking through would upgrade his skill collector. In class, Yang Xiu noticed Suyu was distracted but didn't call him out on it. The fact that Suyu had been attending classes punctually these days had already surprised many teachers. They frequently remarked on his exceptional talent, diligence, enthusiasm, and how he was a role model for contemporary university students. At the end of a large class, Yang Xiu reminded them, "Tomorrow is the first challenge day. In the afternoon, you can go to the martial arts hall to spar with each other. Victory depends not just on the number of bones you've tempered, but also on your practical experience." He then gave Suyu a meaningful look. Suyu immediately stood up and called out, "Come on, everyone. Let's line up and take a photo with the teacher." The class quickly cooperated. Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned. I think you're just looking for an excuse to take photos, aren't you? Soon, Yang Xiao found himself holding 30 photos, including one with Suyu. He momentarily forgot what he wanted to say, but he had to admit that Suyu's photography skills were top-notch, far better than the sketching enthusiast who drew grotesque figures. On the other hand, Suyu heard the long-awaited notification in his mind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Spear Mastery. This golden flash appeared when he took a photo with Qiao Qiao and Yang Xiao. It seemed that luck was indeed on his side. As soon as he claimed the reward, Suyu immediately grasped the concept of spear intent and gained new insights into the martial art known as 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. Suyu, are you confident about tomorrow? Yang Xiao finally remembered what he wanted to ask. Suyu snapped back to reality and nodded without hesitation. Confidence is good, but I need to remind you of one thing. Tang Yuyu from the second-year elite class has already reached the mid-rank martial artist level. His ability is Diamond Skin, allowing him to withstand mid-rank attacks even at the third rank. He will be your main opponent tomorrow, so make sure you're prepared. Also, don't forget to go to Yunzhong building to exchange for chi and blood pills. You won't have much recovery time during the challenge. Suyu nodded to show he understood. As the challenge day approached, the calm at Jubi University was once again stirred. Suyu went to Yunzhong building to exchange for chi and blood pills, where many people were already waiting in line. Seeing Suyu enter, everyone's eyes lit up. In the first 2 months of their freshman year, there were no same-level challenges, so Suyu exchanging chi and blood pills clearly indicated he was preparing for a higher-level challenge. Under everyone's gaze, Suyu approached the counter, where a sign read, Low-grade chi and blood pill. Gradually restores 100 chi and blood over 10 minutes. Cannot temper bones for 3 hours after consumption, 10 credits. Mid-grade chi and blood pill. Gradually restores 1000 chi and blood over 10 minutes. Cannot temper bones for 3 hours after consumption, 100 credits. After a moment of thought, Suyu decided to tighten his belt and exchanged for 10 low-grade chi and blood pills. With system rewards in hand, these pills were better than nothing. After Suyu left, the Cloud Tower's main hall erupted in excitement. Students gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing what had just happened. Did you guys see that? He only bought 10 low-grade chi and blood pills, one student exclaimed. That's way too few. It wouldn't even be enough for a same-level challenge, another student frowned. Could it be that he doesn't have enough credits? Someone speculated. Are you kidding? A nearby student immediately retorted. He just won 5,000 credits from those guys in the U class a couple of days ago. The discussions grew louder and more varied. Someone puzzled aloud. Maybe he's just that confident. After all, he didn't even use his abilities in the college entrance exam. True, someone agreed. But Tang Yuyu has stepped into the mid-grade realm as a sophomore. He might be the only one who can stop Suyu. A first-year challenging a fourth-year? We haven't seen such a prodigy at Jubi University in years, a student marveled. The debate gradually turned into a mini-debate. One student declared firmly, I'm betting on Suyu. I believe in miracles. Another voice disagreed. I think Tang Yuyu has a better chance. He has refined all his limb and torso bones, plus his ability to turn his whole body into diamond. Suyu will have a hard time breaking through his defense. That makes sense, someone nodded thoughtfully. After all, Tang Yuyu could already fend off mid-grade martial artists when he was in the 3rd grade. No matter how strong Suyu's chi and blood are, it won't help if he can't break through Tang Yuyu's defense. All of Jubi University was abuzz with discussions about whether Suyu could overcome Tang Yuyu. Unconsciously, everyone had already accepted that Tang Yuyu was the only one in the sophomore year who could be Suyu's opponent. These discussions left many of the sophomores feeling a mix of emotions. They thought, if they could stop Suyu in the Huang class or the Xin class, they would become famous in one battle. The entire school, even all of Huagua, would know their names. At the same time, some sophomores felt a sense of bitterness. They recalled how, when they first entered the school, the sophomores and juniors eyed them like tigers. The first cross-level challenge was a brutal and one-sided beating. Now, they had finally become seniors themselves and were looking forward to giving the freshmen a taste of what they had experienced. But this year's freshmen were even fiercer than last year's seniors, challenging 5 opponents in one go, eyeing the entire sophomore year like prey. Excitement mingled with anxiety. As the challenge day approached, the school buzzed with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the basement of Villa number 18 in the Plum Garden, Suyu was training Onianon with Song Qinghuan, wielding a wooden spear. Previously, when he matched his strength to hers, they could spar evenly. But now, having mastered Grandmaster-level spear techniques, even when limiting his strength to her level, Song Qinghuan couldn't last 10 moves against him. The Grandmaster-level spear technique had brought a qualitative change. Without considering chi and blood, each strike was at a martial arts level. After half an hour of sparring, Song Qinghuan was drenched in sweat, her eyes filled with shock and delight. She was happy to see Suyu's progress, but his rate of improvement was truly astounding. She felt that she had just touched the threshold of the Grandmaster level, only to have Suyu tell her that he had already mastered it. Shaking her head, Song Qinghuan's eyes grew determined. She couldn't afford to fall further behind and needed to work even harder. Seeing her serious and determined expression, Suyu smiled and said, "Qinghuan, come here. Let me share with you my insights and thoughts from the past few days." Song Qinghuan's eyes widened as she nodded earnestly. In the basement, the two of them, drenched in sweat, exchanged their thoughts with full dedication. The more Suyu taught, the more astonished he became. He found that she could grasp almost everything about spear techniques instantly, as if she had no bottlenecks at all. Meanwhile, in the freshman faculty office, Yang Xiao was contemplating giving Suyu and Song Qinghuan some extra guidance after the challenge day. Reaching the Grandmaster level in any discipline was essentially mastering a unique skill set. Teaching all of it would be like exposing one's strengths and weaknesses to the other person. Typically, this level of teaching was reserved for disciples. But Yang Xiao didn't plan to wait for Suyu and Song Qinghuan to formally become his disciples. He knew that to teach such top-tier talents, it would have to be someone at the level of the dean or the principal. Being able to pass on some of his insights to such top talents was more important than whether they were his formal disciples. The next morning, Jubi University welcomed the first challenge day of the semester. Students from all classes formed teams and headed to the martial arts hall. Along the way, the third-year seniors in their black uniforms were particularly eye-catching. Normally, they were rarely seen around campus. If it weren't for the requirement that everyone be present on challenge day, they would likely still be in the secret realms or buried in their studies in the training pavilion. In the second semester of their third year, they had to go for internships in various city armies, and some of the top students would even go directly to the desolate battlefields. This semester was essentially their last sprint. "Isn't that senior Sister Ewing?" A freshman pointed to a distant figure. She was one of the few sophomores to break into the top 100 in last year's martial arts competition, and that buzzcut senior seems to be Xiao Xiong, another freshman added. "He's even fiercer than senior Sister Yu Ying, making it into the top 80. He shocked a lot of people at the time." "I watched that competition," a voice chimed in. "Senior Xiao Xiong's ability is cloud manipulation. His cloud clone technique was simply stunning in the martial arts competition." The new students looked at the third-year seniors as if they were seeing their idols. In comparison, the first-year students in the top class appeared more serious. The other first-year classes were just there to watch, but for them, today's cross-level challenge would be their first chance to showcase their skills in front of the entire school. Even if they knew they couldn't win, they wanted to show their best. A group of students walked into the martial arts hall. The first floor arenas were all cleared. The three grades of Jubi University, from the Tian class to the Huang class, stood in order. The black uniform Tian class, the white uniform Tian class, and the brown uniform Tian class all sized each other up. Suyu observed the crowd, and the crowd observed him. He was the first top scorer Jubi University had seen in 5 years, and everyone wanted to see if he could complete the cross-level challenge today. Without exaggeration, Suyu was the main event. Xiao Xiong looked at the unflinching freshman standing at the front and felt a bit wistful. If only Suyu had been part of the 227th batch, they could have had a showdown. But he also understood that with Suyu's progress, they might soon be standing on the same stage. All the students gathered. The grade heads for the 3 grades appeared. The head of the freshman year, Grandmaster at the peak of the 7th grade, Chiu Rulon. The head of the sophomore year, Grandmaster at the peak of the 7th grade, Qi Daiqing. The head of the junior year, Grandmaster at the peak of the 7th grade, Tang Qiming. The class advisors followed behind them. Their presence brought a strong sense of pressure to the students. Chiu Rulon stepped forward and announced, "The first internal challenge of the semester at Jubi University officially begins." The third-year intra-level challenge officially began. As soon as the host announced the start, many third-year students stepped forward. The challengers from the Era class quickly ascended to the second-floor platform, while those from the Hong class occupied the third floor. The atmosphere became tense as each class's challengers swiftly took their positions. On the top floor, 30 students from the Tian class stood proudly, drawing envious glances from both freshmen and seniors. Suyu carefully observed the intense competition and noted that the senior students from the Universe, Hong, and Era levels were all at the lower grade. He analyzed that reaching the peak of the third grade would be enough to challenge the U class, but to go further, one would need to break into the middle grade. The Xin and Huang classes were all middle grade experts. To challenge the D class, one would need to reach the peak of the 4th grade. In the Tian class, apart from a few 5th grade prodigies, most were at the peak of the 4th grade. Their advantage over the D class lay mainly in their mastery of martial arts, special abilities, and combat strategies. Suyu imagined himself challenging the Tian class. He realized that to defeat the senior brothers from the third-year Tian class, he would need to give his all. Even with overwhelming speed and strength, he would lose his advantage against these 4th-grade peak prodigies. In terms of vitality, he was at a disadvantage, and without using special abilities, victory seemed almost impossible. He estimated that if he were to challenge the third-year levels, he might stop at the D class. Putting this thought aside, Suyu focused on observing the combat techniques of the senior students, trying to absorb as much as possible. On the ninth floor, a group of teachers casually observed Suyu. Seeing his humble attitude towards learning, they couldn't help but admire him. Such talent without a trace of arrogance. This rare mindset impressed them more than his natural abilities. 2 hours later, the third-year intra-level challenge ended. Many students from the universe, Hong, and era levels successfully completed their challenges, but only a few from the Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang levels succeeded. Notably, all members of the third-year Tian class successfully defended their positions. Next, it was time for the second-year challenge. The same 8 levels, 8 floors. The third-year students now became spectators, moving between floors and platforms, cheering for the juniors they supported. Compared to the third-year students, the second-year universe, Hong, and era levels had more noticeable skill gaps. In the second-year intra-level challenge, reaching the peak of the first grade and having decent combat experience could allow one to break into the U class. Ma Chirue was surprised to find that the 5 people who had previously fought Suyu in the platform matches now had the U character on their clothes. He thought to himself, these senior brothers are shameless. At the forefront, Suyu remained calm. He was more interested in whether the middle-grade senior brother Tang Yuyu would challenge a higher level than in the second-year intra-level challenge. The second-year challenge ended even faster than the third year. Except for a few successful challenges to the Tian class, most of the other classes experienced significant turnover. This scene made the first-year freshmen anxious, looking at their peers like they were being chased by wolves and tigers. After the intra-level challenge, the first-year head teacher Chiu Rulon stood up and announced, "Next is the cross-level challenge. Is there anyone from the second-year Tian class who wishes to challenge a higher level?" The teachers immediately looked at the second-year Tian class. However, after 10 seconds, no one stepped forward. Chiu Rulon had to announce, "The second-year Tian class will not issue a cross-level challenge." As soon as she finished, the third-year head teacher scoffed loudly, "Without the courage to fight, you won't succeed even at the 5th grade." At the front of the second-year Tian class, Tang Yuyu lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Everyone knew the head teacher was referring to Tang Yuyu. Downstairs, Suyu curiously asked, "Is Master Tang related to senior brother Tang?" Lin Yin immediately came over and explained, "They are father and son. I heard that the school originally assigned Master Tang to be the second-year head teacher. To avoid favoritism, Master Tang switched with Master Qi and took charge of the 226th class." Suyu nodded and asked, "How do you know so much?" Lin Yin proudly replied, "I'm the newly crowned know-it-all at Reject North University. There's no gossip in the school that I don't know." With no challenges from the second-year students, all eyes turned to the first-year Tian class. Chiu Rulon continued, "Next is the first-year cross-level challenge. Is there anyone from the first year who wishes to challenge a higher level?" She paused and added, "One more thing. No academic credits can be wagered in the challenge." Everyone immediately looked at Suyu. Suyu looked puzzled. Enticed by the reward of 100 academic credits, all 30 students from the Tian class stood up without hesitation. Seeing this, the second-year students could only think that they, too, had once been this confident, only to be crushed by their senior brothers and sisters. Last year, Tang Yuyu had broken through the Xin class but was then toyed with by the D-class seniors. He was the closest to success at that time. The cross-level challenge officially began. Just as Suyu was about to take the lead, Qi Wenrui stepped forward first. Following him were Ma Ming, Sun Wangqiang, and others. Their message was clear. "Class president, you go last. We'll pave the way." The cross-level challenge is essentially a battle of attrition. Although everyone knew from the training camp that Suyu's vitality recovery speed was extraordinary, his purchase of vitality pills indicated he didn't want to reveal this. So, the group decided to help Suyu conserve energy, making each round easier for him. The unity of the Tian class surprised many teachers. In previous years, intra-class competition was common, and such solidarity was rare. The teachers looked at Suyu again, feeling that this boy was almost too perfect to believe. The cross-level challenge officially began. Each level universe, Hong, and era had 4 classes, with 4 people starting the challenge simultaneously. To pass each level, they had to defeat 10 people. Qi Wenrui, Ma Ming, and the others found the era and Hong classes relatively easy. However, in the U class, they began to struggle, winning with increasing difficulty. Just when everyone thought they would stop there, they pulled out vitality pills to recover. This caused quite a stir among the freshmen. What? They also bought vitality pills? Why? It's a waste if they can't win. I can only say you don't understand. And my reasons to join the Tian class just increased. The first-year freshmen buzzed with discussions, while the second-year students were stunned. In the end, Qi Wenrui's group fell to the U class. On the arena, Qi once again faced the senior who had previously taken 500 academic points from him. Though he was defeated again, it was a close match. All 4 fought as if it were a life-or-death battle, while many second-year students chose to forfeit rather than risk injury in a challenge match. After all, getting hurt for a challenge wasn't worth it, especially with the Tian class and D class still ahead. The performance of the first group from the Tian class freshmen was a shock to the seniors. Each subsequent group maintained this momentum. All 31st-year Tian class students had purchased chi and blood pills. After 6 groups of challenges, the later participants even successfully challenged the universe and wilderness, ultimately falling to the Huang class seniors. To preserve the honor of the 227th class, several second-year Huang class students fought fiercely. Several freshmen were carried off the stage, but they all wore proud smiles. In contrast, those who couldn't even pass the universe and wilderness challenges seemed even more inferior. This year's interclass challenges were much more intense than in previous years. Seeing the freshmen get injured on stage, the teachers looked on with admiration. This was exactly what they had hoped for, students striving upward like resilient grass, whether they could break through the soil or not. As long as they had the drive, they were seeds with potential. After the first 6 groups finished, the 7th group took the stage. Qiao Qiao, Elimination, Fuyu, and Caillou, who had the best entrance exam scores apart from Suu's team of 5. Clearly, the challenge order for the Tian class had been meticulously arranged, though class leader Suu was unaware. Suu, another small group? As the 4 prepared to take the stage, Suu walked over, glanced at the second-year Huang class students, and flashed a bright smile. Go up there and give it your all. If you get beaten, I'll avenge you. Suu's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed through the entire training hall. In the ensuing silence, all the second-year students turned their gaze toward him, their superior demeanor saying, "Bring it on." In this university filled with prodigies, many had long lost their youthful fervor. But today, a junior's bold words stirred even the most placid of hearts. Unfazed by their stares, Suu maintained his sunny smile. Elimination exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, I'm the star now." Fuyu, meanwhile, distanced himself expressionlessly. The Force Challenge officially began. The second-year seniors from the universe and wilderness had mostly been challenged already. Though their fighting spirit had been ignited, they were swiftly defeated by the 4. After clearing the universe and wilderness stages, Caillou was the first to face the Huang class. His first opponent was the senior who had fought fiercely earlier. Caillou adopted a strategy of trading blows, willing to take punches if he could land some of his own. After several minutes, both were covered in blood. Then, Caillou used his super healing ability, quickly recovering from his injuries, leaving his opponent dumbfounded. Caillou resumed the fight, and after another 10 minutes, his opponent was carried off the stage by classmates. Despite being covered in blood, Caillou wore a bright smile similar to Suu's, sending chills down everyone's spines. Each subsequent opponent was worn down by his relentless attacks. The sight of torn flesh and exposed bones made everyone wince. If not for his occasional grimaces of pain, people might suspect he had a pain transfer ability. Eventually, Caillou fell to the 10th opponent from the Huang class. As he was carried off, everyone looked at him with admiration. Such an opponent commanded respect. Next, Qiao Qiao took the stage, revealing a critical issue. The 10 strongest from the Huang class were exhausted. Using her Ling snake whip with precision, she easily passed the initial stage and began challenging the Xin class. Elimination immediately started his challenge against the Huang class. The 228th Tian class made everyone realize that interclass challenges drained both challengers and defenders. Elimination's varied abilities and agile movements soon incapacitated 10 opponents. While Qiao Qiao continued her Xin class challenge, Fuyu began his. His S-rank mental control ability put another 10 Huang class members to sleep. Against second-rank peak opponents, Qiao Qiao's blood disadvantage became apparent. After narrowly defeating 4, she finally succumbed. Interestingly, perhaps due to her luck ability, her opponent held back in the end. Being beaten so severely by juniors was humiliating enough. Retaliating would only add insult to injury. Elimination's versatile abilities stymied even second-rank peak fighters. When both he and Fuyu reached the D class, everyone realized that this year's prodigies included more than just Suu. This realization drew their gaze to Song Qinghuan, the second highest scorer in the entrance exams, who had almost been forgotten, standing behind Suu. The strongest in the second-year D class were third-rank fighters, their blood energy significantly superior. Fortunately, Elimination and Fuyu had mastered body movement techniques. Using their agility and unique abilities, they defeated the third-rank fighters one by one. Watching the screen from the first floor, Suu felt a wave of emotion. His once bottom-ranked training camp team had now become the center of attention. Elimination and Fuyu's progress through the D class surprised many teachers. Meanwhile, the second-year class advisors were fuming in embarrassment. They had expected Suu to be the only highlight, not realizing Fuyu and Elimination would also reach the Tian class. And there were still 2 more challengers waiting in the wings. On the 9th floor, after consuming 2 chi and blood pills, Elimination stood up after a 10-minute break. Under everyone's gaze, he declared, "I told you I was the star, didn't I?" With that, he leaped onto the stage. From the second-year Tian class, Tang Yuyu also jumped onto the stage. Elian Yin froze. The first-year Tian class students laughed heartily. "Serves you right for showing off. Now you've met your match." Lin Yin faced off against Tang Yuyu, a fourth-rank warrior. After a fleeting moment of bitterness, his eyes turned sharp. So what if his opponent was a mid-rank warrior? Could he be stronger than their captain? If he couldn't surpass a mid-rank warrior, how could he ever hope to surpass the captain in the future? Encouraging himself silently, Lin Yin took the initiative. This time, he unleashed the aura of a fifth-rank beast, and his dual blades slashed fiercely toward Tang Yuyu's Zama blade. The clash of metal resounded as their strengths seemed evenly matched for the moment. Imitating a fifth-rank beast consumed a lot of energy, and Lin Yin knew his time was limited. Without hesitation, he executed his swift step technique, moving like a phantom to change direction and attack again. The speed of the shadow leopard combined with the elegance of swift step made Lin Yin appear as the main character on stage, drawing cheers from many freshman girls who clenched their fists in support. Lin Yin raised his dual blades high, striking down with great force toward Tang Yuyu's shoulders. However, with a crisp ding, Tang Yuyu's body instantly turned diamond-like, making even a Kraid's spiritual weapon ineffective against his defense. Seizing this moment, Tang Yuyu lowered his shoulders and swept his Zama blade horizontally. The blood energy of a mid-rank warrior erupted, and the blade, enveloped in fiery blood energy, roared toward Lin Yin. The girls cheering for Lin Yin couldn't help but close their eyes. If this strike landed, it would undoubtedly trigger the arena's protection mechanism. Below the stage, Suyu narrowed his eyes, calculating something in his mind. At the brink of life and death, Lin Yin quickly retracted his blades to protect his waist and abdomen. With a heavy bang, the blood energy forcefully collided with his dual blades, causing blood to seep from the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. Tang Yuyu's Zama blade followed closely. In that critical moment, Lin Yan's aura suddenly changed. The teachers below the stage widened their eyes and all turned their gaze towards Suyu, who also showed a hint of surprise on his face. On the stage, Lin Yan's aura was exactly like Suyu's. With a thunderous boom, the Zama blade struck heavily on the dual blades, sending Lin Yan flying off the stage like a broken kite. Just when everyone thought he would be seriously injured, Lin Yan stood up with ease. He had withstood the full-force strike of the top sophomore, a fourth-rank warrior. The audience was stunned, unable to imagine if Tang Yuyu could still be Lin Yan's match given more time. Fuyu was also secretly alarmed. This kid had improved again, and now even he might not be able to beat him. On the stage, Tang Yuyu frowned slightly. He had intended to end the fight quickly to boost the confidence of his peers and intimidate the freshman. Unexpectedly, he had instead highlighted Lin Yan's prowess. The key point was, he hadn't underestimated his opponent. Tang Yuyu surveyed the freshmen below the stage with a serious expression. If they didn't step up their game, they might become stepping stones for these junior students. The teachers nodded in agreement, and the head teacher of the top class, Yang Xiu, was particularly excited. Suyu's brilliance overshadowed many, but Lin Yin, Fuyu, and even Xiao Qiao would have been at least on Tang Yuyu's level, if not higher, in the previous year. This was truly an era of blooming talents, only dimmed by Suyu's extraordinary radiance. This time, Tang Qiming didn't show a sour face but instead looked at Suyu, who had yet to take the stage, with interest, a smile appearing on his face. Fuyu stepped onto the stage, and Tang Yuyu stayed. They saluted each other, and the match began. Fuyu immediately used his mental interference technique while employing swift step to create distance. For a moment, Tang Yuyu seemed to see his father scolding him for his incompetence. At that moment, an arrow shot through the air. Tang Yuyu's body diamondized again. Fuyu felt his ability blocked and couldn't adjust in time as Tang Yuyu, like an arrow leaving the bow, charged out, using his footwork martial art, the 7-star step. Below the stage, Suyu narrowed his eyes. Tang Yuyu approached Fuyu and whispered, "Junior, this is not my inner demon." Fuyu remained expressionless, continuously dodging with swift step. Facing an opponent with a much higher rank, his situation was even more precarious than Lin Yan's. In less than a dozen moves, Tang Yuyu's Zama blade was at his neck, a thin line of blood seeping out. The referee immediately announced, "Tang Yuyu wins." Fuyu's challenge failed. As the words fell, the sophomore top class showed little joy. They suddenly realized that if Tang Yuyu hadn't intended to teach the juniors a lesson, they might have been defeated by Lin Yan and Fuyu one by one. These freshmen were terrifying. An unprecedented pressure arose in their hearts. From now on, they not only had to catch up with their seniors, but also guard against challenges from their peers. These freshmen were the most formidable pursuers. The freshman top class challenge had only 2 contestants left. Suyu and Song Qinghuan walked up to the second-floor arena, all eyes fixed on them. Everyone wanted to see the charisma of someone whose classmates spent credits to buy chi and blood pills for him. The two stepped onto the stage. The sophomores on the second floor showed determined expressions. If the freshman top class could pave the way for Suyu, why couldn't they fight hard for Tianyuan and the others? Until the final moment of the challenge, the strongest fighting spirit arose. The challenge officially began. Suyu and Song Qinghuan faced their first opponents of the day. They raised their spears and strode forward in unison. Just as their opponents were about to use their abilities to cause trouble, the two of them simultaneously stomped the ground, their spears like dragons. A cold flash flickered, and their first challenge ended swiftly. Holy crap, modern-day Condor heroes? This is too cool. Honestly, the gap is too big. It feels like the previous classes were just wasting time. To be fair, I could watch their match all day. The nearly synchronized actions of the two caused a stir among the students present. On the ninth floor, the teachers narrowed their eyes. They sensed a similar spear intent in the two. All eyes turned to Yang Xiao, who seemed unperturbed, as if he had expected their performance. In reality, his inner turmoil was immense. I haven't even officially started teaching. How do you two seem like you've almost mastered it? Meanwhile, other teachers marveled at Yang Xiao's swift actions. Within just a few days of school starting, he had already imparted the fundamentals to the two. On the stage, Suyu and Song Qinghuan stood with their spears, calmly looking at their next opponents. For a moment, it seemed like they were the ones waiting to be challenged. Under the arena, the crowd who were brimming with fighting spirit earlier now looked bewildered. Facing such a formidable opponent, they couldn't help but ask themselves, are our efforts really worth it? At that moment, Suyu suddenly looked up at the ninth floor and asked, Teacher, can I fight 10 at once? His words caused an uproar. The third-year students immediately started buzzing with discussions. Wow, he's planning to take on all of them at once. As a junior, shouldn't he give his seniors some face? Face? Since he stepped onto the stage, has there been any face left for the second years? True, but being this arrogant is going to get him into trouble sooner or later. A young man should be bold and daring. Amidst the heated debate, the usually silent Xiao Xiong suddenly spoke up. Do you expect kindness from the enemy on the battlefield? His words were like a cold splash of water, instantly quelling the argument. Xiao Xiong sneered and added, instead of discussing face, think about where your pride will be when Suyu challenges you. The third-year students fell silent. Did Suyu really have the ability to challenge them? No one dared to make a definitive statement, but everyone felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Back at the second-floor arena, after Suyu declared his intention to take on 10 opponents, the previously hesitant students regained their resolve. They were sure to lose, but at least they would lose standing. After a brief discussion, Qiu Rulan calmly said, if you wish, of course you can. Thank you, teacher. Suyu turned to the remaining 9 students. Senior brothers, please. The 9 students didn't hesitate and stepped onto the stage simultaneously. At the same time, Suyu called out to Song Qinghuan, take your time. Don't try to imitate me. Song Qinghuan, who was about to follow his example, paused and then nodded obediently. She thought to herself, Suyu wanted her to take this opportunity to practice her basic spear techniques. After all, it was rare to have so many sparring partners with gradually increasing difficulty. The more she thought about it, the more she realized it made sense. This was the perfect stage to hone her spear skills. The match began, and the 9 students attacked simultaneously. Suyu's eyes narrowed, his aura changed drastically. In the next moment, he swept one senior off the stage with a single strike, and with a final blow, knocked 3 more off. With his superior strength, no one below the 3rd rank could withstand him, and there was hardly any fluctuation in his blood energy. He didn't use any special abilities or martial arts, not even his blood energy. The training hall fell silent. Suyu's gaze swept from the 3rd floor to the 9th, finally locking eyes with Xiao Xiong, the top 3rd-year student. Although they were looking down at him, it felt like he was looking down at them. Suyu didn't slowly climb the stairs, but instead lightly tapped a few times in the center and leaped directly to the 3rd-floor arena. Senior brothers and sisters, please. 10 people stepped onto the stage, and the fight was over in 10 seconds. Suyu continued his challenge, taking on the Huang, Hong, Zhou, and Du classes, defeating 10 opponents at each level in under a minute. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Song Qinghuan was still slowly defeating her 3rd opponent. Defeating 3 people in a minute would have been impressive before Suyu's display, but now she seemed to be moving leisurely and unhurriedly. Yang Xiu's eyes were fixed on Song Qinghuan. He was surprised to find that this student seemed to be gradually grasping his spear techniques. He had only taught her twice, and only the basics at that. Could there really be such a martial arts prodigy who could understand everything at a glance? While Yang Xiu was pondering, the training hall erupted again. He snapped back to reality to find Suyu already standing on the 9th floor arena. He was stunned, thinking, how is this kid getting faster and faster? Facing the senior students of the D, Xian, and Huang classes, Suyu finally used his blood energy. The fights ended even faster. Even though the D class had 3rd-rank warriors, They could only be sent flying by a single punch from Suyu, who unleashed his blood energy. At that moment, 10 people lay on the ground on the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors. Suyu had promised that anyone who bullied Lin Yanfu and the others would face his wrath. Now, the defeated students on the ground were the best testament to his words. Suyu looked at Tang Yuyu and smiled. Surely, it's not necessary to fight 10 at once now, right? Someone whispered, honestly, if Tang Yuyu hadn't advanced to the 4th rank, the second-year Tian class would also be facing a 10-and-0 situation. I don't know if Suyu will challenge the entire second-year Tian class, but if he challenges our third-year classes, huh? The third-year students tensed up. They all understood one thing. Anyone below the middle rank was no match for Suyu. Senior brothers and sisters, let's go together, Suyu said with a faint smile. The crowd fell silent. The young man on the stage continued to embody the word arrogant. This time, no one called him ungracious. Not only were the first-year girls admiring him, but even some second- and third-year girls were captivated by his presence. 10 students from the second-year Tian class prepared to step onto the stage, including Yinyu, who had guided Suyu and the others the previous day. As one of the top students in the Tian class, she couldn't avoid the challenge. At that moment, Tang Yuyu stepped onto the stage first and said, Junior brother Suyu, your strength is undeniable. There's no need to continue fighting 10 at once. Let's settle this with a unknown match. He then glanced at Song Qinghuan, still slowly challenging her opponents. You should leave some opponents for junior sister Song Qinghuan. The students on the 9th floor remembered that someone else was still in the middle of her challenge. Starting from the Huang class, the strongest members were already out of commission. So, Suyu is clearing the way for Song Qinghuan? I'm all in for this couple. If Suyu and Tang Yuyu fight fiercely, and Tang Yuyu can't continue, wouldn't that mean 2 people have succeeded in the challenge today? As the crowd discussed, Song Qinghuan had just cleared the Zhou class. She had yet to use her renowned SS-level ability during her challenges. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.